This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1 Sentinel. Pollution Index of High-Risk Zone 1? Save me. Report. 3 groups in the Sentinel team were infected, and the pollution index reached 60% within 1 minute. The area is determined to be a first-level high-risk area. Should the Sentinel be rescued immediately? 60% in 1 minute. And it will be useless when you rescue it. Give up the Sentinel and retreat immediately. These superior people, the life of the Sentinel is not life. Tang Zhe squinted his eyes, and barely looked out through the gas mask. The breathable oxygen became thinner and thinner, and the exhaled gas formed white mist on the goggles. And only a vague distorted black shadow could be seen. If this continues, I don't know whether they will be alienated first or suffocated first. The Sentinel team, composed of Class B people, uses their own bodies to detect the actual pollution value of the closed area and eliminate blind spots and unknown pollution sources. The average number of times a Sentinel performs a mission is 5 times. And then, they will either die on the mission site or be eliminated due to alienation. The condition for a Sentinel to retire is to perform 40 missions, and the degree of alienation does not exceed 10%. In other words, he can never retire. This is Tang Zhe's 5th mission. He is weaker than ordinary people, and it is a pleasant surprise that he can live to the average. Just as he was thinking, several black shadows in his sight twisted strangely. That posture is definitely not something a normal human can do. Tang Zhe is very familiar with this situation, which often appears in educational films. This means that the degree of alienation exceeds 80%, and all humanity is completely lost. He watched the black shadow approaching, but he couldn't move. His body was too weak. He had been exhausted since the beginning of the mission and was the first to fall. Even if he has been transformed, his body functions are not enough to support him to move like those colleagues. He can only turn into a pool of rotten meat on the spot. Before that, can I lose consciousness and not rot awake? He thought. A fire suddenly lit up from somewhere, illuminating his olive eyes into golden green. The black shadow reflected in it changed strangely, and finally turned into a huge sword. The sword was getting closer and closer, as if it was hanging in the middle of the iris, making his eyes look more like snake pupils than human eyes. The pollution value dropped to the 40% threshold, and scientific monitoring began to resume, extracting internal substances and data. Signs of life found. Tang Zhe saw a faint light in the black fog in front of him. He barely used his eyes to activate the screen built into the goggles, which showed the current time. J103 Foggy Month 43. It had been 2 days since the death of this team of Sentinels. The aperture gradually expanded, but the fog was too thick and it still looked hazy. The sound of footsteps reached Tang Zhe's ears, and he knew that those people were approaching. Sure enough, 2 seconds later, the field of vision was suddenly occupied by a figure. The man squatted down, knocked on his helmet, and after finding that it was not damaged, he lowered his head. Almost at the same time, a message came from the display in front of Tang Zhe. Is there anything wrong with your body? Just as Tang Zhe was about to reply, the power icon on the upper right corner of the screen flashed twice, and the data in front of him disappeared without a warning. He could only barely raise his hand, point to his stomach, and then use his mouth to convey the message. Stomach. Very hungry. The person on the other side did not express anything. The thick protective shield covered all his emotions. He used his portable device to scan Tang Zhe's whole body, and found no detectable abnormalities. So he stood up and dragged Tang Zhe into the isolation box. The isolation box can isolate radiation and viruses, preventing any form of contamination from spreading, until further genetic testing proves that he is harmless. Tang Zhe can only stay in the isolation box. He felt that the isolation box was like a coffin. A few hours later, Tang Zhe learned in the medical room of the B-level activity area that he was the only one who survived this batch of Sentinels. The genetic mutation was only 0.1%. His protective shield was intact, and he was in a dead corner with thin pollutants, so he was almost unaffected. It may also be that the Sentinels in front helped him absorb a lot of pollution. He has poor physical fitness and walks slowly. In addition, the unknown pollutant infection this time is death, not crazy attack. Otherwise, he would also be attacked and infected by his teammates. The doctor read expressionlessly. In short, he is very lucky. Are you sure there is no genetic mutation? Could it be that it was not detected? A voice said next to him. 0.1% is about the same as the mutation value when exposed to a normal environment. Which means that his mission was not affected at all. How is this possible? Tang Zhe turned his head following the voice, and saw a man in black protective clothing. The silver shoulder straps on his shoulders showed his identity, a captain-level figure. The name tag on his chest read, Mu Zhiming. The unknown pollutants this time are very strange. And the existing detection methods cannot detect them at all. Otherwise, we would not be able to send the entire team in at once. Mu Zhiming said with a frown. The whole team. 3 groups. A total of 48 people. 47 died. You also said that 48 people were sent out. The first 47 people almost sucked up all the pollutants. The doctor said. This Sentry Tang Zhe. His physique is really weak. The kind of person who has to breathe heavily after walking 2 steps. Even among Class B, he is the worst in physique. And he ranks last in physical tests every time. The tasks he performed before were all very safe. It can be seen that he was put in there just to make up the numbers. Tang Zhe's eyes moved back to the doctor's face. From the doctor's eyes, he judged that the doctor was not defending him, but that it was really written in his file. It turned out that they had always known about his physical condition. But even so, they still assigned him to the Sentinel team. That teammate was right. Whether in the eyes of the A-level people or the leaders of these B-level people, their lives were not lives. There is no problem with the genetic test. If Captain Mu still wants to execute him, he needs to ask the commander for approval. The doctor said. Captain Mu, do you want to apply? If you do, I will pull him to the buffer room first. The beds are a bit tight. Mu Zhiming frowned and looked at Tang Zhe. Tang Zhe's face was covered with an oxygen mask, and his eyes were only slightly open now. Mu Zhiming should not find that he was awake, but Mu Zhiming's eyes still made him feel cold. After a long time, Mu Zhiming's tightly pursed lips finally loosened. Forget it. Take it back and use it. No one has been sent out of the bunker for a long time. The sentinels have consumed too much, and there is no replenishment. If this continues, it will not last for half a month. We can only use it sparingly. Just make sure he is not contagious. The tone was as if talking about a garbage bag that could be thrown away at will. You can deal with it as you see fit. If the physique is really too weak, don't waste too many resources. There was a batch of sentinels whose mutations were at the critical value before. Try to repair them. Mu Zhiming and the doctor walked out. They were not worried about Tang Zhe hearing these words. Even if they knew Tang Zhe was awake, they could speak frankly without any psychological burden. Although the words were a little cold, they were not wrong at all. This is the law of survival in the contaminated area. Tang Zhe heard the sound of the protective door closing, and waited for a while before he dared to turn his head quietly. This is the gene inspection room. After each mission, the people who come back will be measured for the proportion of genetic mutations with sophisticated instruments. If it exceeds the maximum safety value specified, they will be immediately pulled to the isolation area dozens of kilometers away. It is said to be isolation, but in fact it is waiting to die. It is easy to predict what will happen when a group of people who are constantly mutating gather together. It will never be a beautiful scene. But there is also a guess. Maybe those people were not isolated to fend for themselves, but were directly executed to isolate themselves from future troubles. The so-called isolation area is actually a place of execution. No matter which truth is. No one wants to be dragged there. It seems that he escaped. Tang Zhe thought. This examination room is very small, and it can only accommodate a bed and equipment. Tang Zhe has never been here before. It seems that this should be a high-risk examination room, and only survivors who have performed dangerous tasks will be sent here. There are only 2 ways to get out here. Either return to the team after recuperation, or be sent to the isolation area. What is the mission level judgment this time? Before he could start to check, the protective door was opened again. This time, a basic level medical staff came in, pushing a bed with wheels, and it seemed that they were going to transfer him away. The bed had no isolation measures, which meant that his physical condition was very safe. The alarm was lifted. Tang Zhe closed his eyes and let the medical staff carry him away. The noises around him became louder and louder, and finally stopped at one place. He was pushed into a large ward shared by dozens of people, waiting for collective treatment. I always feel that my right-hand fingers hurt a lot, but the doctor always says there is no problem. Are they lying to me? A voice came from the side. Renault, your right arm has been amputated a long time ago. Another person laughed. Nonsense. I can clearly feel it. And I can still move it. Look. I made a yeah gesture. That's phantom limb pain. Very common. Most people here have experienced it. And it will take a long time to improve even if they have mechanical prosthesis. You'll get used to it after a few more parts are amputated. Tang Zai's full coverage oxygen mask has been taken off. And he is now wearing a simple filter mask, exposing his face. He raised his head slightly and looked in the direction of Renault. Renault's right shoulder was completely empty, and his upper limbs and head were wrapped in black bandages. So he couldn't see at all. Because of this, he can't see his own physical condition and can only judge by feeling. Recently, the use of prosthetic limbs has increased. I heard that the inventory is running out, so I'm waiting. Otherwise, it would have been replaced before you woke up. Let me tell you a funny story. There was a person in Team 3 who didn't know that his legs had been replaced with prosthetic legs until a whole year later. That means the prosthetic limbs are very comfortable. On the contrary, they are too bad and often hurt a lot. So that person thought it was the root cause of the disease left by his participation in the mission. Unexplained severe pain is also a symptom of a minor infection. Ha ha ha. Tang Zai listened to their conversation. His mood was not wonderful, but it was not too uncomfortable. Compared to this, he cares more about the voice that has been lingering in his mind for the past 2 days. After the headquarters issued an order for all to evacuate, he stayed alone in the suffocating contaminated area like an abyss. It was this voice that accompanied him and allowed him to hold on until rescue. After being rescued, he suspected that the voice was just his imagination, and its proposal was nothing more than an absurd dream. Now, the voice sounded again. Tang Zai, do you want to trample all those so-called superior people and those commanders who betrayed the sentinels under your feet? Chapter 2 Betrayal. Tang Zai's first reaction was, I need to see a psychiatrist. My genetic test shows no abnormalities. He said in his heart. I told you that the base's instruments could not detect my existence. Now you should believe it. Maybe it's just like what the doctor said. I'm not infected. And you are not a sleeping S-level mutant. But my mental delusion in extreme environment. I thought you were different from others. When you promised me, you didn't say that. Tang Zai's eyes trembled. The memories of the past 2 days became as vague as a dream after being rescued, so that it was difficult for him to confirm the authenticity of these memories. He only remembered that he had lost his strength and collapsed to the ground. The fog outside his goggles was getting heavier and heavier, and he could only vaguely hear the sounds of several teammates struggling to move. In the noise, a sudden shout pierced his ears. The entrance is closed. They retreated? We are abandoned. Ah. Ah. The end of the shout turned into a creepy scream, followed by an even more unbearable sound made by a non-living thing. The fog became thicker and thicker, and the shield's built-in monitoring could not recognize the information in front of it, and the screen was in chaos. Tang Zai's body was too weak to move, and the sound and garbled code made him even more uncomfortable. He could only use the last bit of consciousness to turn off the monitoring system. That voice appeared at this time. You cut off the monitoring system. Very good. So that when you go out in the future, they will not find your abnormality. Tang Zai didn't even have the strength to open his eyes, and could only respond in his mind. What abnormality? Who are you? How to get out? I am the S-level mutant in people's mouths, and I once had the power to control the world. You can call me Saib. This voice seemed to sound in his mind, and at the same time, it seemed to be able to hear the voice in Tang Zai's mind. Did he have hallucinations after being infected? Tang Zai thought. The appearance of S-level mutants means a catastrophe, and the areas they touch will be destroyed. How could this mutant that only exists in legends appear in this operation? I'm a little hungry now, cough. As long as I consume enough energy, I can recover to my original state. When the time comes, the whole world will be under my feet. And you, lucky human, you are chosen by me. As long as you help me, I can take you to subvert the world. Many myths and fairy tales flashed through Tang Zai's mind in an instant. You mean, you are the kind of devil who makes people sell their souls and sign a contract with you when they are desperate? What a tacky statement. Cough, but it's almost the same. You want me to be your accomplice in subverting the world. Let me betray, right? That's right. Saib's voice hesitated for a moment, then regained its dignity. You don't want to? But you have no other choice. In this situation, you will die soon. Tang Zai was silent for a while. And suddenly a force surged from deep in his heart, making him open his eyes suddenly. There is such a good thing? Saib seemed to be frightened by his sudden excitement, and did not speak for a long time. Tell me what you are going to do, and what you want me to give you, Tang Zhe asked anxiously. I am a grassroots sentinel. Including this time, I have only participated in 5 missions. The risk factor is not high, and there is no performance. The basic salary is... Ahem. You don't need this kind of thing. Just your body is enough. Okay. But I have a weak constitution, so I might get damaged easily. So you have to be more restrained. Saib seemed to be thinking about what he meant by get damaged. Then it's decided. When do we start? If Saib had a form, he would have a hard-to-describe expression on his face. This guy was just barely breathing, and about to die at any time. How did he become so energetic now? And what is the start he is thinking about? Why is he so excited? Now let's break through the protective door, and find those people. Tang Zhe calculated. They just evacuated. They should not have gone far. Saib, don't worry. I didn't expect that people's desire to survive can abandon the morality and attachment to this world. No. What makes Tang Zhe excited seems not to be surviving, but overthrowing the world itself. He just needs strength. Heh. It's quite interesting. Saib laughed. Of course. This must be done. But there is a small problem now. I haven't eaten pure pollutants for a long time. And now I'm a little weak. I guess I can't even let you sit up. Tang Zhe. But it doesn't matter. This area is heavily polluted. Although the place where you are is a dead corner, there will be some pollutants floating over. You open a protective shield and breathe deeply. And I can absorb some energy. When I recover a little strength, I can let you go out. However, Saib didn't expect that the place where Tang Zhe fell could avoid pollutants so perfectly. But he could only absorb such a little energy. In the next 2 days, he was so hungry that he didn't even have the strength to speak, let alone let Tang Zhe stand up and walk out. Just when he and Tang Zhe were waiting to die, they unexpectedly welcomed the search and rescue team. Saib was so grateful that he almost forgot his identity, and wanted to recognize the thief as his father. Saib, I didn't expect that the pollution level in your residential area is higher than the place where you fell. I'm half full after staying for a while. Saib, you are so lucky. There are only 2 places in the world with such low pollution. Why are you lying there? Saib, don't you have any genetic bugs? Tang Zhe just recalled the conversation with Saib when he was dizzy, and was in a state of social death after waking up from a hangover. The pollution value in the residential area is strictly monitored and cannot be higher than that in the exploration area. You are definitely not an S-level mutant. I should be suffering from traumatic stress. I need to see a psychiatrist. Saib, look around carefully again. Is there anything different from before? This is my first time in this ward. Look at those people's bodies. Tang Zhe then raised his upper body slightly and looked around. He thought there was nothing special before. But after Saib's reminder, he looked carefully a few more times and found the clue. Do they seem to be emitting heat from their bodies? No. The color is a little gray, like burning smoke. Saib made a satisfied sound. This is the evidence of pollution. You couldn't see it before, but now you can see it. Although it's only a little bit. This is all my credit. Tang Zhe looked at the light gray smoke and thought. Then you can have a good meal. Everyone in the ward is emitting gray smoke to a greater or lesser extent. The purity is different. You humans breathe in oxygen in the air, but there is actually a lot of oxygen in the exhaled air. But the oxygen content in the exhaled air is low and mixed with a lot of waste gas. Pure pollution should be black, and the gray one is second-hand goods that have passed through the human body and mixed with waste gas. Tang Zhe's mouth twitched. It seems that Saib is quite picky about food. He is so hungry that he doesn't want to breathe second-hand smoke. Then what did you just eat? Of course, it was pure pollution. Do you think S-level is so casual? Saib seemed to roll his eyes. There is a small amount of pollutants mixed in your hospital. The ones you passed by along the way have been eaten by me. So you can't see it now. Are there pure pollutants in the hospital? Impossible. Even in a Class B residential area, the pollution value must be strictly tested. Those exceeding the standard cannot enter at all. Are you talking about the buffer zone? There may be people who need to be isolated there, and the degree of mutation is relatively high. It has been said that once the pollution source enters the human body, it will be second-hand goods when it comes out. What's more, for people who have already mutated, the energy they emit cannot be dirtier. There is a pure pollution source here, and the energy is emitted from the inside. There is a pollution source inside? Tang Zhe frowned. When he was in the testing room, Mu Zhiming also mentioned that there would still be a certain degree of mutation when exposed to a normal environment. It is said that pollution is everywhere now, and even human activity areas that have been detected and purified are not completely clean. Could it be that this 0.1% normal variation value is due to the continuous pollution source inside the residential area? That's right. Otherwise, it is difficult to explain why the pollution index of the activity area has never changed with the passage of time and technological progress. The people in these wards seem to have been eroded almost completely. The cells are worn like sponges, and they can still maintain their shape now, but it is hard to say when they will suddenly collapse. Tang Zhe looked in another direction. Why do I feel that the pillar is also emitting gray smoke? Can the pillars breathe? This is the problem with your building, and I don't know why. A haze flashed through Tang Zhe's mind for a moment. Compared to the human body, the smoke on the pillars made him feel more creepy. Pollution. Mutation. What exactly is it? You leave here quickly and find a way to find the source of the pollution. Let me eat enough. Sai urged. Only when I am full can I exert my strength. And you can become stronger. Tang Zhe. You won't regret it after you come back. Right? I need to remind you. We are in a symbiotic relationship now. Do you know what is the best way to protect a person who has been stabbed? Keep it as it is, because the knife fills the cracks in the organs and stops the blood loss. If the knife is pulled out without countermeasures, blood and contents will pour out from the ruptured area, and the person will die faster. Tang Zhe said. You mean? You are like a knife stabbing into my body now. If I force you out, I will be like those people with gray smoke, and my cells will become sieves. I understand. But this is not the problem now. Tang Zhe hesitated. The problem is that I can't even stand up now. How can I go out and find pollution sources for you? Sahib. He even forgot why he was hungry these 2 days, because Tang Zhe's body was too weak, and he didn't even have the strength to go around the blind spot. So he could only wait there. Now he can't even sit up, let alone avoid surveillance and explore in such a large hospital. Sai began to think. Did he choose the wrong person? But in the situation at that time, there was only this one person alive. He sighed and chose to enter a semi-dormant state in order to maintain his physical strength. Wait until Tang Zhe is discharged from the hospital, and then make a long-term plan. Tang Zhe heard no more voices in his mind. Only the people in the beds around him were still chatting. The living area, the bunker, something happened. A-level, go to hell. The chat content came in intermittently, but unfortunately it was just some old-fashioned speculations and complaints. B-level people do the most dangerous things, but they cannot get comprehensive information. It is said that this is to prevent disloyalty and unwillingness to work properly. The opacity of key information has even caused several accidents, but there has been no improvement to this day. Therefore, in the B-level gathering area, all kinds of unfounded rumors are flying all over the sky. One of the widely circulated rumors is that many years ago, the B-class people fiercely resisted the rule of the A-class people. The resistance movement ended with the tragic defeat of the B-class people, and in return, a large number of residents were exiled to the quarantine zone, and more severe news blockades and strong rule. There is no way, because the B-class is composed of people with genetic defects. In terms of physical fitness and intelligence, they are born inferior. S-class mutant? Symbiosis? The power to subvert the world? Does this really exist? If there is really a chance to trample those people under his feet, he doesn't mind being a part of such a thing. Tang Zhe stared at the faint gray smoke in the room and thought. As the night deepened, the lights in the ward dimmed. The chatter died down, replaced by snoring and intermittent moans. In a daze, Tang Zhe heard the door of the ward open, and at the same time, a barely noticeable light lit up at the door. He opened his eyes calmly and looked over, barely recognizing a figure. The figure was wearing a full-coverage protective suit that was only used for outbound missions, and raised his hand to the bed closest to the door. In his hand was a gun? Tang Zhe heard a very light sound, and the figure on the bed seemed to bounce. At the same time, a large cloud of gray smoke rose above the bed and quickly dissipated. Execution. Tang Zhe suppressed his emotions, fearing that his rapid breathing would expose the facts he witnessed. After executing the person on the first bed, the figure walked to the second bed without hesitation. With rhythmic sounds, Mushroom-like gray smoke rose above the beds one after another and disappeared one by one. It was like a dark fireworks display. As long as there were 2 more beds, the figure would walk to Tang Zai. "Saib! Saib!" he shouted in his heart. There was no response in his mind. Was that hope just an illusion? In the end, he was still unable to escape this weak body, and all resistance would become a bubble. Click. While thinking, the gun was already raised in front of him. Chapter 3 Level 1 Alarm. Although he knew it was useless, Tang Zai couldn't help but stare at the muzzle, as if this could stop the bullets in it. However, as if by miracle, the man held the gun but never moved. After standing for a while, he slowly put down his hand and turned away. Maybe there are no bullets? Tang Zai thought. The next click sound interrupted his thoughts. The man then walked to another bed next to Tang Zai and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Then, there was another burst of fireworks one after another. Not long after, the mysterious figure ended the silent killing and walked out again. It took less than 3 minutes from the opening to the closing of the ward door. Tang Zai did not feel relieved to have survived. Why did they kill these patients? And why did they let him go? More importantly, when the time came for the activity, the medical staff found that the entire ward had been executed. Wouldn't he, the only one alive, be the biggest suspect? He couldn't just wait here to be suspected and brought to court. After making sure that the man had left, Tang Zai gritted his teeth and tried desperately to command his body to stand up. After taking off the heavy protective clothing, it was much easier to move. But he had been lying in the contaminated area for 2 days without eating or drinking. And now he had only been hospitalized for a short time, and his physical strength had not recovered half of the original. He tried for a long time and managed to stand up. However, when he stretched out his hand to hold the head of the bed, his body lost balance. With a heavy sound, he fell to the ground. Except for the echo of landing, there was no sound in the ward. It seemed that he was the only one alive. Tang Zai took a few breaths on the spot, and did not dare to delay any further. So he used his hands and feet to crawl towards the door. His bed was not close to the door, and it would take more than 10 seconds for an ordinary person to walk. And now he could only crawl and stop. And he didn't know how long it would take. After more than 10 minutes, Tang Zai finally touched the closed door. He held the door to prop himself up and tried to reach the identifier several times. Fortunately, there was no access control in the ward. After the identity recognition was passed, the door slammed open. Tang Zai, who was holding the door, fell heavily to the ground again. The lights in the corridor were also dimmed, and the distance was shrouded in darkness. During the break time, the lights in the entire B area will be turned off, leaving only emergency lighting, which is also part of the management. Except for the duty personnel at the gate. Everyone else should be forced to enter the accommodation area. At this time, all functional areas will be closed and cannot be entered or exited. And the hospital is no exception. How did that person get in just now? Or, was he originally an internal staff of the hospital? Tang Zai crawled forward a few more steps, not forgetting to close the door with his foot. The left side of the corridor was the direction he came from, which should be the genetic testing room and several other wards, with no exit. The right side of the corridor was an unknown place. Tang Zai did not hesitate and struggled to crawl to the right. His physical strength was gradually consumed, and his crawling speed became slower and slower, until he was exhausted. He only passed 2 closed doors. He really wanted to turn over and lie on his back comfortably. A very light sound came from a door in front, like the sound of a shoe stepping on a stone. Tang Zai's breathing stagnated, and he instinctively looked in the direction of the sound. His sight was facing the crack of the door, and he could see that there was no light coming out from inside, and it was as dark as an abyss. And this abyss seemed to expand slowly in his sight. There was another sound from behind the door, and this time it sounded even more ominous. First there was a muffled sound of falling to the ground, followed by the sound of Saul scraping the ground, as if someone was struggling. Swoosh. Tang Zai's consciousness briefly drifted for 2 seconds. When he regained consciousness, the crack in the door didn't look so dark anymore, and his limbs seemed to have some strength. Oh, there is actually good quality energy here. Saib made a satisfied smacking sound. Go a little further. You should be able to stand up now. Right? Tang Zai supported himself with force and actually managed to stand up. Your hospital is not ordinary. Hey, open the door and take a look. Maybe there are surprises. If I meet someone with a gun, I will be dead. Tang Zhe frowned in thought. Even if it was not the mysterious person inside, but other medical staff, it would be difficult for him to explain why he was wandering in the corridor in the middle of the night. Thinking of this, he walked lightly and planned to pass by the door directly. Bang, bang, as if hearing his footsteps. There was a muffled knocking sound from the door. Tang Zhe stopped. Bang. Is there anyone? Help, help. A faint voice came from the crack of the door. Who is it? What happened inside? Tang Zhe was curious for a moment. But he knew that he was in danger now. And he was not a warm-hearted person. As long as the people inside could not threaten him, he would not care. There is an alarm. Report. Quick, report. Tang Zhe did not have time to think about the meaning of these intermittent words. And the lights in the corridor suddenly turned red. A sharp alarm sounded. And it seemed that the person inside had touched the alarm. Beep beep beep. Level 1 alarm. Intrusion detected. The guard team assembled immediately, and all entrances and exits were closed. The red light flashed a few times, accompanied by a pop. With a sound, the dazzling searchlight lit up and hit Tang Zhe. He instinctively reached out to cover his eyes. Between his fingers, a group of figures appeared at the end of the light. There were more and more figures, and they seemed to be the emergency guards of the hospital. They were armed and stepped in an orderly manner, approaching Tang Zhe quickly. No signs of infection were found. Tang Zhe opened his eyes, and was dazzled by the light above his head. Frowning, the person next to him moved the light away, but did not show more concern for him, and went to do other things. At 2 a.m. on the 44th day of the fog month of J103, an unknown mutant invasion occurred on the 5th floor of Hospital Number 2, Area B. All 3 wards were contaminated, with 72 people infected. Survivor, Tang Zhe. Tang Zhe narrowed his eyes, pretending to be weak, and quietly looked around through his narrow field of vision. When the guards pointed their guns at him, Saib had used up the energy he had absorbed, so he fell to the ground due to exhaustion. Since the place where he fell was separated from the source of contamination by a door, he was considered a survivor who escaped from that ward. 10 hours later, he was sent to the genetic testing room for the second time. The degree of genetic mutation is basically the same as the last test. However, the 2 tests were too close in time, and there may be errors. It is recommended not to lift the observation for the time being and test again in 2 days. Tang Zhe found that the doctor in front of him was not the same one as before, and the testing room was not the same one as before. In addition, there was a group of people gathered in the room, all wearing protective clothing in the gathering area, but their shoulder straps were shining brighter than each other. He also saw Mu Zhiming, who was pursing his lips tightly, standing directly opposite the bed. Another survivor, Mu Zhiming said. It's really amazing that he was able to survive 2 large-scale pollution incidents. Last time he was lucky. So this time, the pollution where he was standing was very thin. When the man behind the door fell down, he just blocked the gap in the door, and not much leaked out, the doctor said. On the contrary, the inside of the ward is well sealed, so the impact is greater. The pollution spread along the ventilation ducts, affecting other wards in the distance. This is ridiculously good luck. Mu Zhiming raised his eyebrows. But if you are lucky, how could you encounter 2 large-scale pollutions in a short period of time? Captain Mu. A voice next to him interrupted him softly. The patient has not recovered yet, and needs to rest. The doctor also said that he is born weak and has a small lung capacity, so it is not easy for him to inhale polluted gases. Cough cough. Tang Zhe looked over and found that the person who spoke was the person standing next to Mu Zhiming. Although he was wearing protective clothing, he could still see that his figure was thinner than the people around him, and he seemed to be in poor health. He didn't wear shoulder straps, and the name Safar was written on his chest. A little light golden hair was revealed under his helmet. Ahem. Although the contamination range this time is large, the degree is not high. The mutation degree of many patients is still within the safe range. Captain Mu should not blame the survivor so much. Right? Safar tried to restrain the urge to cough. Sentinels are the most dangerous on the front line. He just experienced such a serious accident and escaped death. He is already at his most vulnerable time. As a manager, you should not maliciously speculate on a soldier like this. Mu Zhiming turned his head and looked at him, and it was unknown what his expression was. Since Mr. Safar said so, how dare we, the commanders and leaders, Blame the soldiers who actually went into battle. Mu Zhiming sneered. According to the preliminary test results, 41 mild patients are still in the safe range of mutation in this hospital infection. If they are lucky enough, and there is no further deterioration, then these 41 people can stay in Area B. But 31 people will be sent to the isolation area. The room suddenly became silent. 31 people. How can it not be considered a major accident? Moreover, this number may increase. Please ask the inspection team to find out the truth about the hospital contamination this time. Otherwise, the same situation may happen again. Mu Zhiming emphasized his tone, as if he meant something. Safar's body trembled, and he couldn't help coughing twice. Mu Zhiming turned his head again, stared at Tang Zhe with that chilling look for a while, and turned away. Most people followed Mu Zhiming out one after another, and finally only Safar was left. He staggered towards Tang Zhe, stood beside his bed, and took off his hat. Tang Zhe saw a pair of sapphire eyes. "I'm sorry. Captain Mu's words are not very nice. I hope you don't take it to heart," Safar said. A smile appeared on his pale face, as if to comfort Tang Zhe. This sentence and this smile are very rare in these cold buildings. Everyone says that, and it's not wrong. Tang Zhe responded calmly. He felt that this Safar seemed to be a person with a worse physique than him. Judging from Mu Zhiming's attitude, Safar was unlikely to be a captain, maybe an officer. "I'm glad you weren't hurt." Safar breathed a sigh of relief. Mental health is also a very important aspect. It's not for the mission, but for yourselves. His voice was very soft. And in this world, it was like a feather falling on armor. Tang Zhe stared at his hand. From the beginning, some vague shadows began to appear in front of his eyes. Those shadows gradually became clear, and finally gathered together to form some lingering black smoke. Now, such a piece of smoke is wrapped around Safar's wrist, like a black snake spying on its prey in the dark. Chapter 4 Power. Tang Zhe subconsciously grabbed Safar's wrist. The smoke was pure black, gradually becoming more condensed from thin, and finally became a winding thin line. Now, one end of this thin line seemed to be about to penetrate Safar's skin. Tang Zhe was startled, and immediately increased the strength of his hand, trying to stop the movement of the smoke. Swish. Tang Zhe was in a trance for half a second, and when he came back to his senses, the smoke had disappeared. He raised his head and met Safar's slightly surprised eyes. "Sorry." Tang Zhe quickly let go of his hand. Safar's blue eyes were full of pity, and he patted Tang Zhe in return. "Don't worry. I won't leave." He thought Tang Zhe was hit by a series of events, so he grabbed his hand and didn't want him to leave. Tang Zhe was not interested in Safar at all. He looked around the room, trying to see if there was any gray or black smoke hidden. As Saib said, being a guest did change him. For other people, pollution can only be detected after testing, but he can see it now. However, why is there such a high purity pollution in this room? What is the source of the pollution in the incident tonight? Tang Zhe wanted to go out and check. But firstly, he was weak and couldn't walk far. And secondly, Safar dragged a chair from the side, and simply sat down beside his bed. "Tangza. Thank you. Kind person at an inopportune time. It's still early for the event. You can continue to rest. Rest will help your body recover faster. Don't worry. I won't leave until you wake up." Tangza noticed that after the pollution was swallowed by Saib, Safar seemed to stop coughing, and after absorbing the energy, his vision became clearer and his spirits recovered a lot. But Safar was here, so he decided to continue pretending to be weak to avoid attracting attention. This person seemed to be more simple-minded. Maybe he could get some information from him. "Are you also a sentinel?" Tang Zhe asked. Safar shook his head. "I am the inspector of Zone B." Tang Zhe immediately understood why he had no shoulder straps. The inspector is not part of the regular organization, nor does he belong to Zone B. It is an organization directly dispatched by the Human Alliance headquarters in the bunker to monitor and report the situation in each zone. It's just that Zones A and B have been performing frontline missions outside for a long time, and they are not subject to the orders of the king. The two zones have greater power over internal affairs. The inspector is in name only, and it depends on the face of the leaders of each zone. This can explain Mu Zhiming's attitude towards Safar just now. "Oh, then can you tell me what happened?" Tang Zhe asked. "I had been lying on the bed, and suddenly I felt short of breath. I called out to the people next to me, but no one responded. So I had to get up by myself and wanted to go out for help. I didn't expect. The alarm went off as soon as I got to the corridor. I was also exhausted. Safar nodded sympathetically, believing in his words. This pollution began to spread slowly a few hours ago. The place where you fell last was the source of the pollution. The pollution first paralyzed the patients inside, and then spread along the ventilation ducts. Your ward is the farthest from the source of the pollution, so it spreads the slowest and the pollution is the thinnest. Tangze frowned. Could the gray smoke coming out of the pillars he saw be the trace of the pollution spreading at that time? These facts are very clear. Even if Captain Mu has some suspicion, he can't do anything to you. Safar patted his hand again to comfort him. Relax and recuperate. Thank you for participating in so many missions. Tangze didn't say anything else. The you in Safar's words, those they, are gone. But if Tangze had any reluctance, nostalgia, or anger for their departure, it seems that they didn't. They were just a group of mice with no choice, who happened to be thrown into a cage. By the way, what about the patients in my ward? If you go in and investigate, you will know that those people did not die from pollution, but were shot. I didn't expect that Safar's eyes still had that kind of faint sympathy. Some of them have exceeded the safety threshold and will be sent away, but that's because their original mutation level was relatively high. Tangze was a little confused. In other words, there are still some safe? No shooting? Among the 41 people who are currently safe, more than half are from the ward you are in, Safar said. After all, the pollution level there is the lowest. Oh! Tangze pretended to be relieved and laid down relaxedly. Sorry. I'm a little tired. I'll rest now. Safar nodded gently. Tangze closed his eyes in his gaze. Could it be that the 3 minutes of suffocating execution, the bursts of fireworks, are all fake? Tangze thought. But why does the muzzle of the gun pointing at him appear in front of him when he closes his eyes? So cold. So unfathomable. Hospital number 2 transferred patients with milder symptoms to several other hospitals, closed for cleaning for more than half a month, and went through several rounds of investigations, but finally did not reopen. After being transferred to another hospital, Tangze lay in bed for half a month and barely recovered to his original physical level. That is, the bottom level of Zone B. Other hospitals did not have pure pollution sources, only secondhand smoke that Saib would rather starve to death than eat. So, he had no physical strength to explore, and Saib was not full and could not provide strength. And he just lay in bed until he was discharged. He returned to the Sentinel team. But unlike before, he would even cleverly try to participate in the mission. As long as he continued to participate in the mission, Saib could become stronger by absorbing energy. He was the same. Originally, he thought so. But he didn't expect. Tangze's 6th Sentinel mission. Saib, there is a pollution source 800 meters ahead. What a big mouthful. Tangze, he collapsed at the entrance due to exhaustion, and was carried back by the other sentinels after the mission was over. Tangze's 23rd Sentinel mission. Saib, the pollution source this time is very close to the entrance. You can definitely get there. Walk faster. The people in front are about to suck it all. Tangze, when he barely reached the pollution source, the mission was declared over, and he was dragged back by the retreating sentinels. Tangze's 36th Sentinel mission. Tangze, he found a place to lie down, pretending to be eroded by the pollution, and planned to get up and look for pollution after the others retreated. Tangze, I was sent back to the hospital by a kind sentinel, and I learned that this was a safe mission with minimal pollution. Tangze. Saib, is this how my life will be? Saib sighed. Why is the place where you are getting cleaner and cleaner? Because of my physical strength. I am basically not assigned to missions with slightly higher risks. Now the number of sentinels is in short supply, and in order to control losses, they will try to control risks. Tangze rubbed his eyebrows. Even if I volunteer, the higher-ups will only assign me to missions with high safety, unless there are unknown pollutants with strong secrecy, which can allow you to pick up a loophole. Otherwise there is no way. Unconsciously, Tangze has participated in 36 missions, which is almost impossible for a sentinel to reach. At the same time, it is also close to the number of times a sentinel can retire. If he is still within the mutation safety value after completing 40 missions, he can return to the bunker to retire. You don't plan to live like this until retirement, right? Saib asked. Tangze did not answer immediately. After all, Retirement seems to be a good choice. No need to be ordered around like an object. No need to be in danger in the most dangerous areas. No need to endure the pain caused by pollution. No need to be ruthlessly abandoned after the mutation reaches the safety threshold. The bunker is a warm, safe, clean place. Tang Zhe tried hard to recall the things related to the bunker, but failed without exception. The memory was completely erased. Whether it was A-level humans or B-level humans, they all came from the bunker. At a certain period of time, a group of people who had undergone genetic testing and classification would be sent out from the bunker to perform exploration and clearance tasks. A-B team members were not allowed to remember what happened in the bunker. Otherwise, they would not be willing to work outside. It was also because of this that the bunker was the only place in the world that left beauty for them. If there was a chance to return to the bunker, however, this opportunity was just a castle in the air. He soon realized that all this was intentional by the upper echelons. For the 37th time, he was assigned a seemingly ordinary, but actually very dangerous cleanup mission. The interior of the mission site was full of complex ventilation ducts, and the building itself had many dead corners. Generally speaking, such a place means that the pollution is thoroughly spread, and it is difficult to really clean up the dead corners. Although he was lucky to survive in the end, Saib inhaled dozens of times the amount of pollution in this mission. Perhaps those upper-level people need someone like him who can be infinitely close to the retirement requirements, so as to show that the required number of missions is not out of reach. At the same time, they don't want anyone to really return to the bunker. The last 3 remaining missions will only be more dangerous each time. After understanding this, the last bit of hesitation in Tang Zhe's eyes disappeared. As expected, the 38th mission is a high-risk mission. This means that in addition to possible unknown pollution sources, there is likely to be known pollution exceeding the standard in the environment. Exposed to this environment, the degree of mutation will be at least more than 5%. There is no upper limit. The moment he stepped into the mission area, Tang Zhe felt familiar. Yes, the environment in front of him was exactly the same as his 5th mission. It was the mission that scrapped 3 teams at once and made him live in Saib. After the accumulation of the last mission, his physical fitness has actually improved a lot. However, he still deliberately walked at the end of the team. And soon, he fell down in a place with a high concentration of pollution. In the tactical monitoring, it can be seen that this group of sentinels issued infection alarms one after another within 5 minutes. And the mutation developed very rapidly. Tang Zhe, who fell first, only managed to crawl 2 steps towards the door. And then he stopped moving because of exhaustion. The commander coldly issued an order to abandon the mission field and close the exit. Tang Zhe looked at the twisting black shadows in front of him that were gradually losing their human form, listened to their futile screams and knocks on the door, and sneered in his heart. Useless sentinels. Nothing in their eyes. The screams finally subsided, replaced by unrecognizable roars. The signal mark displayed in the goggles turned into a red exclamation mark, indicating that the tactical command center had been evacuated. Tang Zhe turned off the recording monitor on his body and took off the protective mask, his eyes full of disdain and ridicule. Saib, enjoy your meal. As he walked, the black air from all directions gathered towards his body, forming an unfathomable vortex. Before long, only gray mist remained in the entire building. Those mutants and mutant sentinels that were polluted by the absorption lost their energy drive and collapsed like smoke and ash. Tang Zhe felt that his limbs were filled with unprecedented strength. He looked at his hands and took off the thick protective gloves without hesitation. Under the thin transparent skin and slender finger bones, there was a force that others could not see. One day, these hands could crush the heavy steel building and the commander who wantonly abandoned the sentinels inside. All like eggshells. Chapter 5 Action Team. A-Zone High-Risk Area Management Department. Manager. B-Zone Management Department sent a report saying that life signs were found during the high-risk mission to clean up the scene. Maybe it's a mutant. Let them be alert. No. It's the sentry from before. Manager Chong Fongyin raised his head when he heard it. Here he is? The staff on the other side sent the video data over, and Chong Fongyin saw the live monitoring interface. In the dead black, there was an especially eye-catching green spot. Zone B has sent a sentry to check, and the report sent back is still the same. It is initially determined that there are no obvious symptoms of mutation. The next step is to send it for genetic testing. The member continued to report. If nothing unexpected happens, the mutation value will still not exceed 0.1%. This is his 38th mission, and he will soon reach the retirement standard. Area B wants to ask whether to eliminate him directly on the spot and announce to the public that no one survived this mission. Before Chong Fangyin's approval, the door was suddenly opened. I want that sentry. Chong Fangyin saw the hand supporting his desk and was used to it. He raised his head calmly and met the spirited face. Captain Fang, your request for people is getting more and more outrageous. If the Special Operations team wants to achieve extraordinary results, it needs to break the rules. We should have reached a consensus on this. Right? At the meeting, you promised me that the Special Forces could select anyone as long as they felt it was appropriate. Chong Fangyin did not answer immediately, but just looked at him with his usual emotionless eyes. Captain Fang Xiuyu. He paused. You should know what the leadership considers anyone, capable combat team members, regardless of length of service and title. The most important point must be a level. You have already selected 3 non-combat team members and proposed 2 people from the prison. I won't talk about these. Now, you have to go to Area B to ask for people. There are so many eyes on the Special Forces, and you made such a big move at the beginning. How can I explain it to Area A? Fang Xiuyu stared at him without blinking. The abnormal manager will always find a way to explain to them. Right? Chong Fangyin's eyes were as stagnant as a pool of water, and he rolled his eyes. Fang Xiuyu. You? He pursed his lips and seemed to grind his back teeth. Before you take action, there will definitely be a sentinel team to do environmental inspections. It's okay to give you dozens of them each time. Why do you have to get one here? Areas AB have always been strictly divided and managed. Even the leadership only communicates online. You still want to get a B-level person into the action team. And a sentinel at that. He stretched out his finger and pointed at Fang Xiuyu's nose. You'd better just think about it and say it casually. Don't really think about it. Fang Xiuyu tilted his head and smiled. What should I do? Not only did I think about it, but I was also very serious. You kid. Chong Fangyin picked up something and threw it at Fang Xiuyu, but he easily avoided it by turning sideways. The staff member went to pick it up tremblingly, only to find that what Chong Fangyin threw was a medal of commendation. Fang Xiuyu turned around and stood up straight, and the sloppy smile on his face disappeared. He did not use his hands to support the table, but stood at attention in front of the table. I have investigated this person. He will be very important to the Special Forces. Is he important if you say so? You keep talking nonsense all day long. If you hadn't made several contributions, never mind. Chong Fangyin sighed and rubbed his temples with his fingers. Fang Xiuyu knew that this meant he agreed. Thank you, Manager Chong, Fang Xiuyu said, glancing at the screen that Chong Fangyin had opened. I think you should be quick. Don't let those people in Area B kill him directly. The screen still showed real-time monitoring of life signs. The green light spot was still there, but it seemed to have been moved and the color looked much lighter. Chong Fangyin also looked up at the screen, but not at him. Got it. Fang Xiuyu saw Chong Fangyin's hand leave his temple and wave it outward twice. He understood everything, so he saluted and walked away steadily. After absorbing all the pure energy, only gray smoke of different shades remained in the building. Some of them were emitted from the bodies of the mutated sentinels. Saib looked down on those things and thought they were all dross. This pollution was very serious for humans. But for Saib, it was just a decent midnight snack. He was able to eat enough for now, but he was still far from recovering his original abilities. At this time, Tang Zhe also knew a little about Saib's situation. According to Saib, the current pollution is the energy dissipation of the first mutation source, because humans cannot withstand such strong mutation energy. Just like broken hardware cannot withstand strong current, the human body is burned after being invaded, and it turns into various mutations and dies. Therefore, the pollution that humans are terrified and avoid is actually the biggest source of energy. Once you master this energy, let alone fighting against those capture teams, it is easy to crush the entire bunkers like Area A and Area B into powder. Saib's energy comes from the first mutation source, which is the black pollution that Tang Zhe can see now. But something happened later. Saib's energy was completely dispersed, and he lost a lot of memory. By chance, part of it successfully merged with Tang Zhe's DNA, which activated his consciousness. Then, Saib decided to let Tang Zhe help him collect energy. For Tang Zhe, because he can coexist successfully with Saib, it is equivalent to using the mutant energy absorbed by Saib. This huge energy that other humans cannot reach and control. Tang Zai checked every corner of the building to make sure there was no black stuff left, then walked back to the place where he fell and lay back in the same posture. In this way, in 2 days, the cleanup team will probably come back to look for people. If they detect that the pollution index is falling faster than expected, they may come in earlier. He just needs to wait here to be rescued and go back. Anyway, there is nothing that can threaten him. Tang Zai simply closed his eyes and fell asleep. In a daze, he was pushed awake by someone. Looking at the time again, just 28 hours have passed. Just thinking about it, a message came from the communication recovery panel. Is there any abnormality in the body? Tang Zai squinted and looked over. The person opposite was wearing a thick protective shield, and his face could not be seen clearly. But his body shape seemed different from the person in the 5th mission. That person has been scrapped for a long time. Right? Tang Zai shook his head and raised his hand to point at his stomach with a reluctant look. Hungry. The person on the other side did not answer him, but scanned him with the instrument as usual. The indicator light on the instrument was always green. There was no observable obvious change in his body. According to the procedure, the next step was to send him back for genetic testing. But after that person sent the report, he did not take any action. Tang Zai sat there weakly, watching the person on the other side sending and receiving messages not far from him. He could not see the person's message list, but could see that the person's action seemed a little hesitant. There was an isolation box not far away, and the man seemed to be ready to push it over for him to use. But after receiving a few messages, he moved the box away. A few minutes later, the man stood there and looked at Tang Zai for 2 seconds, then turned around and left with various equipment. The sound of closing came from the direction of the entrance and exit. Tang Zai knew that this action meant giving up the rescue. Generally, such instructions are given because the degree of mutation exceeding the threshold is detected, and taking it back is a time bomb. But looking at the man's performance, Tang Zai's test results are clearly normal. Why order to give up the rescue? Tang Zai frowned, and soon laughed out loud. This is the 38th time. For such a high-risk mission, even if the scrap rate is announced to the public as 100%, it will not arouse suspicion at all. Not to mention that there are no other survivors in the mission field who can speak out. Let him die. In such a mission, it is undoubtedly the best result. Tang Zai's eyes gradually darkened, like unfathomable black water, emitting cold air from the deepest part. The best result is that they will lock him in the building and ignore him until his body reaches the physiological limit, dying of thirst or starvation. Or, they will use something like infrasound to clean the interior of the building. This thing is useless for pollution, but useful for people. If the leader chooses the latter, Tang Zai thought of Mu Zhiming's eyes. If there is anyone in the world who wants him dead the most, Mu Zhiming is the one. His suspicion of him has never disappeared. Sigh. It seems that we can only find a way to escape and become a wandering ghost, Tang Zai said. The pollution outside will only increase, not decrease. Haha. It may not be a bad thing. It's just right to get out of this disgusting place. Tang Zai checked with goggles and confirmed that there was no human activity nearby, and then turned off the positioning monitoring. The only possible problem is that he can't avoid life monitoring. If someone outside keeps monitoring the building for signs of life, his actions will be exposed. Therefore, he can only do it as soon as possible. His position is not far from the entrance opened by the sentinel team, but the rescuers will also go in and out from there. If he leaves from there, it is easy to run into the rescue team that has not evacuated. His current physical condition is only able to move normally, and it is far from enough to fight. Not to mention encountering a team with superior numbers and equipment. It is simply a matter of running into the gun to find a new entrance and exit. It is best to create obstacles to the team's movement. He thought of the ventilation duct. He has walked back and forth in this area several times this day and knows what is in every corner. There is a vent in the area diagonally in front of him, which is just wide enough for him to enter and exit. If it is a stronger team member, he may not be able to get through it all, although he doesn't know where it will lead to. It is a way out. After all, the other end of the vent must lead to the outside of the building. Thinking of this, Tang Zai suddenly stood up and ran towards the location of the vent. Not sure if it was an illusion, Tang Zai seemed to hear a sound coming from the direction of the entrance and exit, as if someone wanted to come in. Maybe someone found an abnormality through life monitoring and wanted to come in to deal with him. After all, It takes time to approve the use of weapons such as infrasound. And it would be much faster to send a few people with guns in. Tang Zhe ran hard. The energy Saib absorbed this time was enough for him to run wearing a heavy protective shield. But that was all he could do. Damn, he should have taken off the protective shield first. Otherwise, he might not be able to climb up to the vent. Without a trace of luck, the entrance was reopened. 4 or 5 figures came in from the door, all fully equipped. Tang Zhe was still a few meters away from the vent, but he was clearly exhausted and ran slower. At this moment, he suddenly thought of a question. The reason why this building is so dangerous is because there is a known source of pollution inside. This means that the building is not well ventilated, and the pollution cannot be dissipated for a long time. The vent is blocked. Chapter 6 Entering Area A. From Chong Fangyin's perspective, the green light on the life monitor quickly moved toward the interior of the building, and then suddenly went out. Hasn't Area B been notified to keep someone? They acted so quickly? Chong Fangyin stood up. I don't usually see them act so quickly. How come they can't even wait a few minutes? He threw the medal that the member had just picked up. At this moment, the communication bell suddenly rang. It was Area B. Chong Fangyin suppressed his anger and picked up the phone, intending to euphemistically say a few words of greeting, when he heard an emotionless voice from the other side. Manager Chong. The person has been brought out. Should we send him to Area now? Chong Fangyin was stunned, and went back to watch the surveillance again, only to find that the light spot was not extinguished, but became extremely weak, so weak that it was almost invisible. He is not in good health. He tried to find an exit by himself before, but he ran out of energy, and is very weak now. The other side continued. I don't know if he can hold up if he is sent directly to Area A. Chong Fangyin breathed a sigh of relief, and his tone softened. It's okay. Just follow the process. Do the genetic test first. I'm not in such a hurry. Yes. Then we will report later. Chong Fangyin hung up the call, and saw the staff member carefully picking up the medal and hesitating whether to put it on the table. He cleared his throat, tapped the desk with his hand, and then looked away calmly. The staff member quickly returned the medal. Ask Captain Fong when he plans to need the person. Chong Fangyin said without looking back. Go and arrange to see if there is a suitable transport vehicle. Really? This is the first time we need to transport people from Area B. He cursed silently. Except for that person. Other B-level people are not allowed to approach the area cordon. You draw up a handover plan and give it to me as soon as possible. The staff member showed a hesitant look. Manager. The approval process required for a new handover plan is very troublesome. And all personnel and vehicles must be arranged, which is too costly. I think it is unnecessary for a sentry. I also think it is unnecessary. Do you have the ability to let that? Chong Fangyin deliberately raised his voice towards the door. Let a certain arrogant action captain give up this absurd, cost-free whim. The door is soundproof and can't be heard outside. But Fong Xiuyu at the end of the corridor sneezed loudly. Well, that. Area A has an external route for transporting materials. And there are also strict inspection and decontamination procedures to ensure safety, the staff member said. The only problem is that this line is basically fully automated, and people may feel uncomfortable sitting on it. But the advantage is that this line is ready-made, and there is almost no need to increase time and material costs. Chong Fangyin thought for a moment and nodded. Let's do it. Yes. Then notify Area B to put the people in the cargo port. 2 days later. Cargo port. Tang Zhe. It is called a cargo port in front of us, but it is actually a ground processing station, because the cargo packaging is too ugly. It looks like a garbage dump that has not been cleaned for a long time. And now he is thrown here by the carrier of Area B, and becomes these garbage. Part of it. Tang Zhe really didn't want to recall the past 2 days. That day, when he realized that he couldn't escape the building through the vents. The search and rescue team was already close to him. He planned to grit his teeth and crawl into the ventilation duct. Even if he couldn't find a way out, he could avoid pursuit in the intricate pipes. However, before this idea was implemented, he fell heavily to the ground. It wasn't that someone shot him with a gun, but that the energy absorbed by Saib had been exhausted. He fell to the ground because of real physical exhaustion. Not surprisingly, he was dragged into the isolation box by the team members, who followed him and carried all the way out. The next development was beyond his expectations. He was sent for genetic testing normally, but after the results came out, he was not transferred to the general ward, but was sent alone to the special care room, a place that only senior officials were qualified to use. Here, he had a full meal on time. There was even some soup in the rice. Soup was a luxury in Area B. At least he had never seen it before. The Sentinel's food supply was always dry, hard and heavy rice balls. No one doubted that the thing was a stone, and it could be used as a weapon when necessary. When he learned his future destination, Tang Zhe missed the rice balls for a moment. He suspected that they provided rice with soup to prevent him from using it for self-defense. Someone in Area specifically wanted him. This news was secretly told by Safar when he visited him. The inspector could not access many specific matters, so Safar only found out a little. The person who wanted him was the famous combat captain of Area A, and he had specially transferred his file to Area B not long ago. As for who that person was, and what he was asked to do, they had no idea. After all, Area A had the power that did not need to be explained to them. Before the transfer, Safar said worriedly that he would report to the bunker. If Area A wanted to hurt Tang Zhe, he would try his best to negotiate and save him. In response, Tang Zhe just smiled without emotion. Even in Area B, sentries can be dealt with at will, let alone Area A. In this way, after 2 days of careful care, he was sent to the cargo port with a truck of supplies. The carrier of Area B had already left. During the time in the car, Tang Zhe only found out that there was a regular transfer at the cargo port every day. As for the specific time of the transfer, the people in Area B were not clear. Judging from their tone, Tang Zhe only had to wait here, and at worst, he would have to wait for a whole day. Even though he was the only one designated to be sent to Area A, the attitude of others towards him remained unchanged. Tang Zhe looked around, and there was no shadow of any vehicle or machinery. Not even a sound from afar. It seemed that the vehicle from Area A would not come in a short time. The cargo port was half exposed in the detection area, so Tang Zhe was still wearing a protective shield when performing missions. Sentinels need to deal with heavy pollution, and the special protective shield has multiple filters all over the body, which is quite heavy, and it is always the first straw that overwhelms him. In order to save energy, he found a flat cargo box and sat on it. Who was looking for him? He really couldn't think of anyone in Area A who would pay attention to a sentry at the bottom of the contempt chain, and he couldn't think of any reason to go to Area A, unless they wanted to drag him to do some experiment. Tang Zhe frowned. There are rumors that Area A is conducting experiments on mutants to obtain data related to mutations, but the truth of this matter cannot be confirmed. Maybe his excellent duty record was noticed, but in all conscience, he did survive by luck rather than strength. After all, Saib has not yet revived, and it is hard to say who is weaker between him and it. These days, he found that Saib had a big appetite. The things in those heavy pollution missions were at most a meal for him. These energies were consumed very quickly. The endurance time for Tang Zhe's activities was only a few hours, and the distance from his so-called recovery was even longer. He needed a lot of pollution to feed the sleeping beast in his body. No matter what those people in Area A wanted to do, he must not fall down like this before he gained the power to crush the world. Absolutely. Bang! In the freight station monitor, Tang Zhe seemed to have suddenly lost consciousness, and his whole body fell uncontrollably on the freight box. He fell down, and fell completely, and couldn't get up at all. So, under the urging of some action captains, who were proud of their achievements, Chong Fanyin issued a temporary transfer order. An hour later, Tang Zhe was sent to the decontamination room with the goods. After experiencing the baptism of various gases and liquids, he was finally sent to the conveyor belt cleanly. Before entering the unpacking port and being cut into pieces, he was lifted from the conveyor belt and put into a cart. In this regard, Tang Zhe has the following 6 points to say. He did not lose consciousness, but because he had exhausted his physical strength, he felt everything that a violently treated cargo could feel while being awake but unable to move. Arriving at Area A, he could only be manipulated at will. After passing through doors, elevators, and conveyor belts, he finally reached his destination. This was a bright room, and the ceiling was much wider and cleaner than Area B, which showed that the area here was quite large and the facilities were good. He lay there, and a figure suddenly appeared in the narrow window above the goggles. The man looked him up and down, his face coming and going in the window, as if judging Tang Zhe's condition. A few seconds later, Tang Zhe felt his protective shield being knocked by someone. Take it off for him. Without any room for answer or resistance, Tang Zai felt hands reaching out from all directions, turning him over and over. Half a minute later, the heavy sentinel shield was removed, and everything in front of him appeared clearly in front of him. It's clean here. No need for protection. Tang Zai looked over and met a gaze. He was slightly startled. How could someone show such a look? Those eyes were full of confidence in their strength. And now they were also a little curious. And there was a hint of condescending playfulness. Most importantly, those eyes looked bright, as if there was light in them. So far, all the B-level people Tang Zai had seen had gray eyes, as if they were corroded by polluted smoke. But this person's eyes were so clear, which was incompatible with the world he had seen. Area A. Area A that can move without any protection. Area A that has the privilege of crushing Area B. Area A that is tilted by all the superior resources. Can such a look exist? In an instant, the darkness in his heart grew a little more. I thought the sentinel who could carry out 38 missions was a tough guy. But I didn't expect him to be so thin. The man spoke. His voice was as bright as his eyes, without any heavy meaning. Your protective shield is too heavy. More than 50 kilograms. No wonder you can't get up. Here. Try now, and see if you can sit up. Tang Zai retracted his increasingly gloomy gaze, tried obediently, and found that after removing the protective shield, the movement was indeed not so strenuous. Seeing him sit up, the man nodded with satisfaction. The next second, Tang Zai fell heavily to the ground again because of exhaustion when he tried to stand up. The man raised his eyebrows and watched Tang Zai's futile efforts for a while. Then he mercifully lifted him up and put him back on the bed. If you are not particularly strong, then you have other special abilities, right? The man leaned over and looked at Tang Zai in front of him. You are not afraid of pollution. Or, you can reduce pollution, right? Tang Zai froze. He did not answer, but showed the panic of a low-level person and cast a trembling glance at the man. Deep in his eyes, there was a venomous killing intent. Who is this person? The man leaned over and stared at him for a while, as if he wanted to see through him. Not long after, the man stood up again, showing an indifferent expression, looking him up and down from a distance. They will send you for a full body checkup later. Don't worry. The hospital here is much better than your B district. Any misdiagnosis can be checked for you. The man grinned and raised his chin to him. Fang Xiyu, captain of the Special Operations Team of District A. Chapter 7 Death Penalty. Fang Xiyu? The confusion in Tang Zai's eyes was covered up by his panic. Never heard of it. Never heard of it at all. To be precise, he had never heard of anyone in Area A. For Area B, the entire Area A was extremely mysterious. Like a black box. No one knew what was inside, but it only looked dark enough from the outside. Fortunately, Fang Xiyu seemed to just introduce himself and had no intention of confirming Tang Zai's reaction. The next second, he waved his hand and said to the others, send it for a full body check. Go through all the items on the list, especially the genome, and copy and analyze them all. Tang Zai's pupils shrank suddenly. There was no doubt that Fang Xiyu knew about Cybe. But how did he know? Isn't this the first time this has happened? The genetic test of Area B was obviously fine. No. Fang Xiyu said that the test of Area A was more advanced and could detect misdiagnosis and misdiagnosis. He also wanted to sequence and analyze all of Tang Zai's genes. Tang Zai felt a buzz in his head, and he couldn't hear what Fang Xiyu and others were saying. He looked around blankly, trying to find out if there was any energy that Cybe could absorb, so that he could make a last-ditch effort and take the opportunity to escape if he said no. However, the fact was just as Fang Xiyu said. This place was very clean, without even the lightest smoke. Finish it as soon as possible and put him in the capsule. I don't think he can hold on for much longer. Fang Xiyu's voice came over. How long will it take for the test results to come out? 3 days? It took 3 days to test 50 people before. And today there's only one person. The results should come out in 2 hours. Right? Can 10 people give birth to a child in a month? Okay. Whatever you say is what I want to say. 3 days. At most 3 days. I must get rid of him after 3 days. In Tang Zai's ears, this sentence meant death penalty. But 3 days of reprieve. Only 3 days, but there are still 3 days. Tang Zai was pressed down on the bed. But this time a group of medical staff surrounded him and quickly put various unknown instruments on him. He was given a needle, connected to a tube, and put on a breathing mask. He didn't know what kind of research was being done on his body. The light on the ceiling began to become dazzling, and soon there was only white in his eyes. As time passed, the remaining physical strength in his body was exhausted again, and his consciousness became blurred. He fell asleep. When he opened his eyes again, the light in front of him was much softer. He struggled to raise his hands, and found that the tubes that bound him were gone. Not only that, his hands and feet moved much more easily. Tang Zhe was a little confused. In his memory, his body had never been so comfortable. He tried to take a deep breath, and found that his breathing was also very smooth. Then he saw a string of bubbles coming out in front of him. He was in the water? Tang Zhe was startled, and his breathing became disordered. Suddenly, many bubbles of different sizes appeared in front of him. He instinctively wanted to hold his breath, but because of panic, his breathing became more rapid, and he choked a few times. The liquid suddenly rushed into his mouth and nose, and poured into his trachea, but this did not make him feel suffocated, but brought a refreshing feeling. Tang Zhe took a few more breaths before he got used to the feeling of being immersed in this liquid. Looking closely, the liquid was light blue, and it was not completely flowing, but it felt a bit like jelly. Like jelly? He tried to move his hands and feet a few times, and his body began to swim. He slowly turned around and found himself immersed in an egg-shaped transparent container, which was immersed in another larger cylindrical space. In the cylinder, there were dozens of similar transparent eggs, each with a person inside. He realized that this might be the capsule that Feng Shuyu mentioned. The sensor in the liquid detected signs of awakening, activated the automatic program, and a mechanical tentacle quietly stretched down from the top of the cylinder. By the time Tang Zhe noticed it, the tentacle had already clamped the egg he was in and pulled him slowly up. He saw that the people in the eggs around him were all sleeping, just like babies. This scene made him feel very novel, and even this blue color was quite beautiful. In his impression, he had never seen such a bright color in Area B, except for Safar's eyes. Before he had time to think about it, the egg where Tang Zhe was had floated to the top of the cylinder, and then was dragged into a pool next to it. The eggshell was punctured, and the light blue liquid inside all flowed out, and soon disappeared into the sewer. Tang Zhe looked down at his body, and found that there was no trace of wetness on his clothes. Soaking time, 42 hours. All functions are well restored. A voice rang out nearby. Superiors have been notified. Ding! Transfer application approved. Tang Zhe looked around and saw no one. Then he realized that the voice was an intelligent broadcast. It sounded more like a real person than those real people in Area B. The conveyor belt in the pool started to work, and he was soon transported to a trolley. Everything was going on in silence, and in an orderly manner, until Tang Zhe realized a problem. How long did you say I was soaked? Reply, 42 hours. The body function is too weak, and the recovery time is 800% higher than the average. So, there is only 1 day left before his death sentence? Transfer is about to begin. Destination, Laboratory 313. Wait. Tang Zhe instinctively struggled to break free from the trolley, but he succeeded. He tried to roll over and roll down from under the trolley, landing on the ground beside the conveyor belt. The conveyor belt detected the weight change and stopped immediately. Please put the items back to the correct position, the humanized voice said. Automatic search is about to begin. As soon as the voice fell, several tentacles stretched out from all directions and began to move around the trolley. Tang Zhe kicked hard and rolled to the side, brushing past a tentacle that stretched out. Before he could catch his breath, the tentacle reached out to him again. In panic, he pushed his hands and stood up with his legs, then jumped away, driven by instinct. The tentacle missed again. Tang Zhe widened his eyes. What happened? This body was so flexible and powerful that it seemed not his own. Could it be that Sive had absorbed a lot of pollution during this period and started to upgrade? In any case, a body that would not drag him down was obviously very beneficial. He quickly looked around and found a place that looked like an exit, and rushed towards it. The exit suddenly opened, and Tang Zhe had no time to slow down and went straight through. But the scene outside the door made him shudder. Unlike the soft lights and beautiful light blue liquid before, there was an elevator pipe outside the door that could not be seen to the bottom, leading to the abyss. The warning red light shone from below the abyss, and there was a ghostly whisper echoing. listening carefully. It turned out to be the wailing of countless people. Tang Zai took a breath and took a step back. Target object detected. As soon as the voice fell, a tentacle tightly clamped his waist. Send to destination. 313 laboratory. Tang Zai only felt that his body was suspended in the air uncontrollably, and then was lifted above the abyss. Then, the grip on his waist loosened, and he fell into the abyss. No. Puff. Cough. Cough, cough, cough. Tang Zai sat up suddenly and found that he was wearing an oxygen mask on his face, and water was still dripping from his upper body. Because of his struggle, a few mouthfuls of water choked his trachea, causing him to cough violently. This is? He raised his hand blankly to wipe the water off his face, blinked hard, and his vision slowly became clear. He was indeed immersed in liquid. But this was ordinary liquid, not a gel-like liquid that would disappear for no reason. He was also in a capsule. But it was not a transparent egg-shaped object, but a container similar to a cuboid that could accommodate one person lying flat. As for his body, it was still full of various pipes, restricting him from moving. What happened? Did he have a nightmare? Just like most dream memories fade quickly after waking up, the nightmare scene that frightened him was also quickly forgotten by him. In the blink of an eye, he had forgotten most of the scenes in the dream, and only remembered the blue, the wailing, and Laboratory 313? Maybe he passed by such a place after entering Area A, so he unconsciously incorporated it into his dream? Tang Zai thought. In the moment of thinking, he forgot the beautiful blue again. Identity, blank 007. The body functions normally, and can leave the capsule on its own. At the same time as the broadcast ended, the tubes connected to Tang Zai's body fell off, and the force restricting his movement was lifted. He then stood up with the help of the container and raised his legs to step out. The liquid flowed down his legs and accumulated a puddle of water next to the container. The water stains reflected a row of indicator lights, one of which was flashing. Superiors have been notified. Waiting for instructions from superiors. The flashing indicator light went out, and no other sound came. Tang Zai ignored the sound and continued to walk forward. I don't know if it's because of the immersion in those liquids. He feels that he has more strength now. At least he can walk freely. Now he is in a separate small room. Not much bigger than the high-risk testing room in Area B, but much cleaner and brighter. There are not many equipment in the room, and it seems to be used to store the capsule. Tang Zai has not forgotten the 3-day deadline Fang Qiyu said. Before his gene sequencing comes out, he must save himself. The captain has specially investigated him, and seems to know a lot of things. But if he just wants to know the sequencing results, he only needs to extract the DNA and save it. There is no need to let him come to Area A. And there is no need to keep him now, and let him soak in those liquids. Surely there is another purpose? Experiment? A word seemed to flash through his mind. What is it, laboratory? Tang Zai tried to think about it, but still couldn't think of anything. While he was thinking, the extinguished indicator light came on again, and this time it was always on. Superior's instruction, send it to the Special Operations Team. Received. Send immediately. The door suddenly opened, and several people rushed in, carrying him to the bed, and pushing him away without saying anything. Although his physical strength has improved a lot compared to before, he can only walk independently. To resist these people and fight a way out, it's still a delusion. So he was carried all the way to Fang Qiyu, when he was almost unable to move. The people who pushed him withdrew almost immediately, leaving Tang Zai and Fang Qiyu staring at each other. Tang Zai sat up blankly, and before he could make any expression, Fang Qiyu on the opposite side smiled and raised his hand to throw something at him. Here. It's for you. The thing was very light, and it didn't hurt when it hit him. Tang Zai picked it up from his clothes and took a closer look. It was a bullet. Chapter 8. Isn't that a coincidence? Tang Zai's pupil shrank, and he stood up suddenly. Has he been soaking in the capsule for a long time? Has the 3-day deadline come? Is he going to be executed on the spot? He hasn't. Don't be nervous. It's an empty shell? Fang Qiyu laughed. Look! Isn't this bullet different from the ordinary ones? Tang Zai frowned and raised the shell, and looked at it in front of his eyes. He didn't know much about weapons, but he felt that this thing seemed to be bigger and longer than he imagined. But the mass was not that heavy. It's a newly developed thing, specially used by the special forces, but it hasn't been debugged yet. Fang Qiyu continued. Tang Zai looked up and saw Fang Qiyu with his back to him. fiddling with something in his hands. The next second, he suddenly turned around to face Tang Zai and raised his arm to him. The light shone on the gun in his hand, which looked very dazzling, and the muzzle was black. Tang Zai's eyes dimmed. You must have never seen this kind of gun. The length is just right. Not as small as a handheld gun, nor as large as a shoulder-carrying multi-row gun. It is very convenient to draw when moving. It can hold 2 kinds of bullets. When necessary, the barrel can be divided into 2 halves to fire at different angles. It can be used separately or combined into one. In other words, this gun has 3 uses. Fang Xiuyu changed the position of his arm and showed Tang Zai the side of the gun. Look at the shape. Isn't it cool? I bet you this is the coolest weapon you have ever seen. Tang Zai, we sentinels have never used weapons. He put away his dark eyes and whispered, "Oh, so this is the first gun you have ever seen?" Fang Xiuyu was a little surprised. That's amazing. You've seen such a powerful thing right at the beginning. Ordinary guns will not be in your eyes in the future. Tang Zai couldn't tell what this man wanted to do. He didn't kill him immediately, but threw a shell at him and showed him a newly developed weapon. This was a demonstration no matter how you looked at it. But with his status, Fang Xiuyu didn't need to worry about him at all. So why bother showing off like this? Or did Fang Xiuyu know Sai's ability, but didn't know how powerful it was? So he didn't dare to act rashly, and just use this method to test him? It must be right? Thinking of this, Tang Zai decided to hide his true thoughts for the time being and continue to deal with Fang Xiuyu. Fang Xiuyu couldn't figure out his depth, so maybe he wouldn't act easily, and he could buy more time. At the same time, Fang Xiuyu was still admiring the new weapon in his hand. Okay, you can modify it later, and try it with bullets tomorrow. I must take it with me in 2 days. After he said that, he threw the gun in his hand to the side, right into someone's arms. Tang Zai looked over and found that there were people in the corner in the distance, more than one. The light in that corner was much darker than outside. At first glance, it looked like a cave, and it was difficult to notice at first. There were some blue and green lights in the cave, like indicator lights. Looking closely, I found that it was the light spots reflected on the helmet by the screen. There were several figures moving inside, and the light spots seemed to flicker. These are ambushes? Tang Zai became alert again in an instant. You guys come out. People have been here for a long time, but they don't come out to meet me. Fang Xiuyu shouted. How rude. Tang Zai instinctively took a step back. Those people have been in there for a long time, and I don't know what they are doing secretly. And they have guns. How are they going to greet him? He clenched the shell in his hand and quickly looked around to see if there was a place where he could hide or escape. Just then, Captain. Hello. New colleague. Hello. A sparse and spiritless greeting sounded. For people came out of the cave, a red-haired girl who looked about 15 years old, who was holding the gun, a tall and thin rough man with band-aids all over his body, an old lady with glasses, and 2 serious criminals wearing prison uniforms and long hair covering their faces. Why are you so listless? What will your new colleagues think? Fang Xiuyu scolded. Speak louder. Hello. Captain. Hello. New colleagues. They repeated it again. Tang Zai. Captain Fang. Who are these? Special Operations Team members. Fang Xiuyu said. Because you were in Area B before. You were delayed for a few days and joined the team last. These colleagues came earlier than you. If you don't understand something, you can ask them if I'm not free. Oh, they may not understand it either. The expression on Tang Zai's face changed several times. What colleague? This time it was Fang Xiuyu's turn to be surprised. Don't you know what you are doing here? Tang Zai shook his head. No one told you. Oh, it must be old Chong. Manager Chong didn't inform them in District B. This old Chong. Will he die if he says a few more words? Fang Xiuyu tsk. And then cleared his throat. Well, in short, I saw your potential. So I applied to District B to transfer you to the Special Operations Team. The Special Operations Team is newly formed, so the format is different from the previous combat team. In 2 days, we will make our debut and let those pedantic old men see what a new era combat team is. As soon as the words fell, the whole place fell silent. Tang Zai, the look of caring for a fool.jpg. So that's it. Uh-huh. He pulled the corner of his mouth and showed a weak smile. I wonder what I can do to help your team. What's your team? It's our team. Fang Xiyu corrected. This person seems a little strange. Or should I say, very strange. But I'm probably safe for the time being. I've read your past mission records, and found them very interesting. I also have some guesses about your special physique. Fang Xiyu smiled inexplicably. But we still have to wait for your test report to be confirmed. So to be precise, your stay or departure has not been completely determined. And now it is pre-admission. Tang Zai's eyelashes trembled. If Captain Fang wants to know why I am so lucky, I am afraid that genetic testing cannot give an answer. Fang Xiyu chuckled and waved those people back to the cave. Those people were relieved and disappeared into the darkness. Then, he walked towards Tang Zai. Lucky? The captain of Zone B may believe this. But I won't, he said with his head down. The captain of Zone B didn't believe it either. Tang Zai thought secretly. Fang Xiyu looked at his evasive eyes and narrowed his eyes. After a while, he stood up and patted Tang Zai on the shoulder. Follow me. Tang Zai followed carefully, and followed Fang Xiyu all the way to a room deep inside. After he entered, the door closed behind him. The room was dark, with only the light from the holographic image suspended in the middle. Pale green plant? Do you know what this is? Fang Xiyu asked. It should be the plant before the mutation attack. In the past 200 years, plants and animals in the traditional sense have become extinct, leaving only humans and mutants. Mutants are a fusion of mutant plants and animals. Their forms and skills are difficult to grasp. Some are very hidden and require the help of special instruments to detect. Why does everyone have to recite what's in the textbook after reading it? Fang Xiyu said TSK again. I found this thing from the depths of the database. It's one of the few plants with accurate species records. It has strong vitality and can survive with water. In the past, people would plant it indoors to absorb some gases that are harmful to the human body. It absorbs those toxic substances, and then releases fresh oxygen after processing. He made an appreciative sound. If this thing hadn't become extinct, I really wanted to plant it inside and outside the gathering area. Hey, if this plant was placed all over the world, would all the pollution be absorbed? Tang Zai. If it can really resist pollution, it shouldn't be extinct. Right? Yeah. It's really a magical plant, he said. But what does this have to do with me? Fang Xiyu looked at him. Don't you think you are very similar to it? Tang Zai. You must have a special physique that can absorb pollution and then filter it into harmless gas and exhale it. So every time you are in a place, the pollution level around is very low. Tang Zai? He seemed to guess right, but it seemed that something was wrong. In short, you are a human-shaped green ivy. Your lungs must have some special functions, Fang Xiyu said. So I asked you to come here, mainly to let you breathe deeply when you are on a mission. Tang Zai blinked and did not answer. The future missions of the Special Forces may be very dangerous. Fang Xiyu's voice dropped. Currently, the exploration missions of Area B are all within the exploration area planned by the bunker decades ago. The exploration area is a relatively stable place. Although there is still pollution, there are almost no high-risk mutants. The scope of this area was explored by predecessors with their lives. There are almost vacant buildings inside. As long as the pollution level is qualified, you can go in to search for supplies and energy. But this will inevitably encounter a problem as time goes by. The explorable area will become smaller and smaller. Fang Xiyu waved his hand, and the holographic image in front of him suddenly changed. The map of the exploration area, human settlement area, and quarantine area appeared in front of them, which was only the size of a palm. And beyond this, there was a dark unknown area. The Special Forces are to explore areas that have never been explored by anyone. Tang Zai's lips moved. So no one is willing to participate. Fang Xiyu shrugged. As a frontline sentinel, you have participated in several high-risk missions. Of course, you know what danger is better than anyone else. But even if you have a special physique, you may still be seriously injured in the unknown area. I want to make this clear to you. It's not too late to quit now. Tang Zai was about to speak when Fang Xiyu interrupted him again. But if you refuse, you will be sent back to Area B. You should know better than me what you will experience in Area B. It is very likely that you will not be able to retire smoothly. You are doing the same thing here as in the Sentinel team. And we have good food and holidays. Because overtime pay is very expensive. We will never let you work overtime. Tang Zai, you are not in good health. I will not let you do heavy work. The protective suit in Area A is very light. You will definitely not be unable to walk when you wear it. And you can run away if you encounter something wrong. Fang Xiyu continued. The mission is not difficult. Really. I will go in with you. Just follow me. No other requirements. Just be able to breathe. If it doesn't work, I will tow you with a trailer. Ahem. Captain Fang. Tang Zhe quickly interrupted him. I'll do it. Really? Really? Fang Xiyu breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he didn't ask for extra money. He couldn't give much. That's good. Well, you go back and rest. I will ask them to speed up the remaining procedures. Fang Xiyu patted Tang Zhe's shoulder. Tang Zhe responded and slowly retreated. Isn't that a coincidence? He said in his heart. He asked me to go to the highly polluted area and breathe deeply. Sahib. Chapter 9. You're so lucky. Shielded room. The results of the gene test for that B-level person are out. Abnormal? Of course there are abnormalities. The abnormality level reaches 40%. A voice that is difficult to distinguish between a human and a machine came from the shielded room. As if talking to himself. Which B-level person's genes are not abnormal? If they are not abnormal, they will not be classified as B-level. Hey, this is his innate genetic abnormality level, which is consistent with the test data when he left the bunker. The degree of acquired mutation is not high. Fang Xiyu also wants to know the innate part. Okay. I will send him the test results after checking them. And you can keep the complete one. Is it really okay to let him come? That's right. There's nothing to worry about this person. The main thing is the few people who are watching him. Well, that's it. Area A has a lot of things going on recently. Let's communicate next time. As soon as Tang Zhe left the Special Operations Team's office area, someone immediately approached him. Tang Zhe's sentry. This is your temporary ID card. The official one will be made after the genetic test is completed. Before that, you can use this card to pass through Area A. Of course, you only have the authority to some areas. I will send the specific content to your panel. Your system identity is also temporary, and it will be officially entered after the ID card is made. Tang Zhe nodded. This person should be a service soldier, with Yisu written on his chest. You are still in Area B, and Area A is just seconded. However, you can enjoy most of the same treatment as A-level people. And I will send the specific content to your panel. Your dormitory is in Unit 96-007. Accommodation Area 9. Basic supplies have been put in. I will take you there now. Okay. Yisu made a gesture and walked forward. And Tang Zhe followed him all the way. He has no problem walking on his own now. Probably because of the repair of the capsule. But he can't bear more intense exercise. Area A is much larger than Area B. But the number of people is only 1/5 of Area B. So it is spacious and a bit empty. Tang Zhe was like a sardine that had just been released from a can. And was a little uncomfortable for a while. You are so lucky. Yisu said after entering the elevator. Well, I really didn't expect to enter Area A. It's not difficult to enter Area A. But it's difficult to enter the Special Operations Team. Yisu curled his lips. Who doesn't want to act with Captain Fang? After a while. That's Captain Fang. Tang Zhe was a little surprised. Aren't the tasks of the Special Operations Team very dangerous? Can't they recruit people? Yisu glanced at him. Who told you this nonsense? Oh, it's the other captains who are set off and are dull and dim? It was your Captain Fang who said this himself. Tang Zhe thought. As soon as the news of Captain Fang forming an independent team was released, the number of applications exploded. Everyone was scrambling to get in. Even the management team leader level people wanted to participate. And I heard that there were inspectors who signed up. Captain Fang can't recruit people? What a joke. Only people he doesn't like. Huh? Tang Zhe thought of the colleagues who didn't want to pay attention to him just now. And his heart was full of doubts. The team led by Captain Fang has a very high safety factor. And it is common for everyone to escape unscathed. If it were in other teams, the possibility of infection or serious injury would be much greater. Tang Zhe nodded. After all, it is a matter of life and death. And it is understandable to seek benefits and avoid harm. But this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is Captain Fang's personal charm. A rare emotion appeared on Yisu's face. Perhaps fanaticism. Tang Zhe. Personal charm, huh? Otherwise, why would so many non-combat team members want to join? Yisu's eyes lit up. Speaking of which, this is also the first time that a combat team has accepted personnel from other organizations. Well, although the last one is a bit extreme. 6 of them are not combat personnel. But it's Captain Fong. He must have his own considerations. Tang Zhe recalled the faces of his colleagues again. This is a makeshift team. Are they really not trying to swindle funding? Do you know the identities of the other team members? He asked. Yi Su hesitated. Why are there people wearing prison uniforms? Well, according to discipline. I shouldn't discuss this with you. Anyway, you will know it soon. Yi Su said seriously. We will go through the underground corridor and enter the dormitory area. Please remember the route and operation. Tang Zhe knew that Yi Su would not say anything more. But it didn't matter. He didn't care much. He followed Yi Su all the way forward. Yi Su emphasized which places were forbidden to go and which places had curfews, and asked him to practice several times with his ID card. After a long journey, he finally entered the number 9 accommodation area. Tang Zhe looked at the time and saw that an hour and a half had passed. This commuting time is really... When you become proficient, the travel time can be shortened to 50 minutes. Yi Su said. It's close. Tang Zhe, smile. I will send you the precautions at the same time. Remember to check and don't miss them. There are still 2 days before you officially take up your post. During this period, you must familiarize yourself with the various rules and procedures of Area A as soon as possible. And of course the map. I have added your panel. If you have any questions, you can ask me during working hours. Tang Zhe nodded and thanked him. Then turned and walked into the dormitory area. It took some time to find Unit 96007. Tang Zhe did not expect that his dormitory was actually a complete single room. When in Area B, all sentinels lived in a hall with no ceiling, and each person had only one bed. These beds were stacked up, and from a distance, they looked like a huge beehive. When they were on duty, densely packed people crawled out of the beehive. When it was time to rest, they swarmed in again. Tang Zhe showed a hint of mockery at the corner of his mouth. Maybe in the eyes of others, they are just bugs. The current dormitory is not only completely separated from the outside, but also has a shower area and a rest area. The walls are clean and smooth, without any unknown stains or leaking pipes. The bed looks very comfortable, and the bedding has been prepared and placed on it. The leaders of Area B may not have this treatment, but any low-level soldier in Area A can get it. In the eyes of others, is he considered to have made a leap to the sky? No. People in Area B are in danger of their own future and have no time to take care of themselves. Indifference is the norm, and they don't care what happens next to them. And people in Area A, they probably don't know what kind of life B-level people live. This bunker-like place separates more than 2 worlds. Tang Zhe snorted and slowly sat down on the bed. Saib? He tried to shout. Area A is incredibly clean. Originally in Area B, even if there was not much pure pollution, you could see gray smoke of varying depths everywhere. But since he entered Area A, he has not seen a single ray of darkness. Saib has not made a sound for a long time, and Tang Zhe wondered if it had starved to death. I will be going in and out of the heavily polluted area frequently soon, so I can't die in the darkness before dawn. He thought to himself. Still alive. Don't wake me up unless there is food in the future. Saib said weakly. You are too energy consuming. I see your captain has plenty of yang. Go find him to replenish your energy. Going to sleep. Do not disturb. Tang Zhe did not know whether the yang Saib mentioned was a kind of pollution or a special way of energy supply for A-level people. Let him think about it slowly after he is more familiar with this place. He opened the panel casually, logged in automatically, and a flood of information came in at once. At the top was a group called Loving Family, with a red 99 plus in the upper right corner. Tang Zhe clicked Read All. It should be a system message. Useless. Next came various documents sent by Yi Su, covering all aspects of food, clothing, housing and transportation, as well as the correct social etiquette for A-level people specially provided to him. Tang Zhe discovered that the A district actually implemented a 10-hour work system with 4 days off per month. In total, they could take a full week off per month more than the leaders of the B district. As for the sentinels, there was no such thing as working hours. As long as there was a mission, they had to work at any time. He was now calm in the face of various privileges. After spending 2 hours reading all the precautions, he opened the last message. Sender, Safar. Tang Zhe was a little surprised. His current identity information was blank 007, and he was in the A district. He didn't expect Safar to send him a message. However, Safar himself was an inspector and should not be restricted by the management of the AB districts. It was not surprising that he had authority. Safar. Tomza. How are you doing now? I have already reported the bunker. Reporting the illegal call of Area A. The response period of the bunker is 1 to 99 working days. Maybe it will take a while. Maybe soon. Did the A-level people blame you? Did they abuse you? If so, you must tell me. I will try my best to find a solution. Tomza looked at the time of sending the letter, 1 day ago. It was about the time when he was sent for testing. Was this identity made from the beginning? Did Fang Xiyu want him so sincerely? But think about it. After all, he was just a sentinel with a particularly strong function to Fang Xiyu. Without Saib's buff, he would have been used to death. It doesn't matter who Fang Xiyu is, or what position he holds in the hearts of the people in Area A. He is the same as those high-ranking people. Once he can't absorb the pollution for him, he will be ruthlessly discarded. A general's achievements will last forever. How many bodies of sentinels from the hive are needed to pile up the achievements of these combat teams in Area A? Tang Zhe thought about it, and replied to Safar. He received Safar's reply almost immediately. Most people in Area B work when they are awake. Even the inspectors are no exception. Safar. It would be good if it were like this. But you should not take it lightly. I don't know how the people in Area A act. They always act in a high-handed manner, and don't care to say anything during meetings. I don't know what they are thinking. You said they asked you to be a sentinel? Then why don't you directly command the sentinel team in Area B? They originally had this authority. It's still very strange. Tang Zhe didn't intend to tell him about his special ability to avoid unnecessary trouble. So he didn't reply. After a while. Safar. When I left the bunker, one of my fellow tribesmen was assigned to Area A. Maybe I can try to contact her and see if she can help me take care of you for the sake of being a fellow tribesman. Oh, I shouldn't have told you so early about something I'm not sure about. If you get rejected, you'll be disappointed. Anyway, I'll try my best. Please tell me if you encounter any problems. Tang Zhe thought about it and replied. Thank you. I should rest now. Otherwise, I don't know how many more messages this Safar would have sent. Help? Care? He doesn't need it. No one can help him. Only Saib. This mutant living in his body and gaining mobility by eroding his genes can help him. He didn't rest immediately, but just turned off the lights quietly and sat in the dark. After an unknown amount of time, the panel lit up again. A message from an unknown sender. J103. Fog month 44. 2 a.m. 5th floor. Number 2 hospital. Area B. Investigation report on the invasion of unknown mutants. Top secret. Chapter 10 Investigation report. Tang Zhe's breathing stagnated. This incident happened a long time ago. With his identity and authority, he could not see the specific investigation report at all. He only knew that hospital number 2 was closed, and the other survivors should return to the team after being cured. After that, no one mentioned this matter again. He opened the message. Note. The following content contains sensitive documents and evidence. Do not spread it. Violators will be dealt with according to Article 23. The bright red prompt font jumped out first. Who risked being dealt with by Article 23 to send the content to him? And why did they send it to him? Tang Zhe did not have time to think about it, and continued to click. The following content shocked him greatly. The incident report clearly recorded that among the 71 people except him, nearly half suffered different degrees of trauma caused by non-gas pollution. Therefore, in addition to the gas pollution spread through the ventilation ducts, an unknown attack object also appeared that night. And this attack object may have a physical body. The report speculated that this was an invasion of mutants. Tang Zhe frowned. The human gathering area is the last line of defense to avoid pollution and mutant attacks, with solid tower defenses and barriers. If gas pollution is pervasive and difficult to completely avoid, then being invaded by mutants means that this line of defense has completely collapsed. He continued to read. Wound examination. Non-penetrating wounds appeared in the body of a person suspected of being attacked by a mutant. Specifically a 10 to 25 centimeters channel that penetrated into the human body, with a diameter of 5 to 8 millimeters. The channel was not straight, but rather zigzagged like a snake crawling. The diameter of the channel at 2 centimeters from the end was different from that of the previous channel. It is speculated that it was attacked by a tentacle-like mutant. Tang Zhe read this section over and over again. The report recorded that there were 31 patients with similar wounds this time. The same number as the number of scrapped In other words, those who the degree of mutation after infection exceeded the safety threshold. The patients who were sent away did not die from the pollution leak, but from this kind of wound. The senior management of Area B concealed this matter, probably to prevent panic. After all, the severity of the mutant invasion and the gas pollution leak is not at the same level. However, what Tang Zhe cares more about is the number 31. In his ward, there are 31 patients besides him. If he had not witnessed the shooting process, Tang Zhe might have thought that the wound was caused by the tentacles of the mutant. But in connection with the scene he witnessed, those wounds are clearly traces of ballistics. The other 31 patients in his room died of shooting. As for why this matter was not discovered, he thought that someone took advantage of the chaos to disperse the people in the ward after the alarm sounded. The bodies of the patients who were shot were swapped with the patients in the other 2 wards, making it look like people in all 3 wards were attacked and killed. The so-called gas pollution might have been planned to cover up the shooting massacre. After he collapsed due to exhaustion, he was taken for examination because he survived. The people staring at him in the room were captains and above. It can be imagined that there was something complicated behind this. You can't believe a word of what those people said. Maybe they were all lies to cover up the truth. Mu Zhiming. Did Mu Zhiming have other intentions when he questioned him at that time? Did he want Tang Zhe to see something and say it? Or was he the one holding the gun? Tang Zhe frowned. There is another confusing point in the wound examination. These wounds are non-penetrating wounds, and no traces of bullets were found in the body of the deceased. Ordinary guns will never cause such an effect. The gun is likely to be specially made. He carefully recalled the appearance of the muzzle in his mind. Unfortunately, the light was too dim at the time, and he only saw the general outline. The man held the gun with one hand, and it was definitely not a large firearm such as a rifle. As for the more detailed parts, he didn't know. But this makes the whole thing even more confusing. Who planned the shooting? Why did he make such a big fuss? Why did he attack the entire ward and let him go? And who sent him this message now? Tang Zhe felt uneasy. Zone B seemed to be even darker than he thought. Just then, 3, 2, 1. The bright red countdown filled the screen. And then without any warning, the message disappeared. Tang Zhe thought he had touched something by mistake, and turned the panel upside down, only to confirm that the message was indeed gone. Read and burn. After making sure that he had read the contents, the sender did not leave any clues that would cause trouble. Really, risking being punished to reveal the news to him? Tang Zhe only felt a sense of weirdness. A feeling that began when Saib took over the 5th mission. It seemed as if there was a thread guiding his every move. Hiss. Tang Zhe felt a sharp pain in his arm, and twitched reflexively. However, as if he was being pulled by something, he not only failed to retract his hand, but was pulled to the side by the force, lost his balance, and fell heavily to the ground. After the panel was closed, the room fell into darkness again. Tang Zhe couldn't see what it was, but felt that he was caught by instinctive fear and struggled violently. Unfortunately, his current physical strength was still not enough to allow him to escape from any danger. The rope-like thing wrapped around his arm was getting tighter and tighter, and the pain made his face twisted. "Help! Help!" he shouted with difficulty, raising his other hand to try to activate the panel to send a message for help. The unknown rope seemed to see through his intention and wrapped around his other hand. What is going on? Tang Zhe couldn't see anything, but he could feel the cold air passing through his body from the ground. It was like an invisible snake, earthworm, or something else, squirming and entangled wantonly on the ground and around him. In the blink of an eye, those things wrapped around his limbs and torso, almost tied him up. "Let go, where are you taking me?" The ropes bound him up, and then suddenly began to exert force in one direction, dragging Tang Zhe up. Tang Zhe tried to dig his fingers into the ground, but the ground was coated with a smooth isolation coating, making his efforts futile. The ropes took off their strength and dragged him forward. Tang Zhe slid out, until his back hit something hard, and then he stopped with a bang. Cough cough. He must have hit the door. The ropes wanted to drag him out through the crack in the door. This time, it was the ropes that failed. Tang Zhe was blocked in the crack of the door, and the ropes on his body were getting tighter and tighter. He felt that his body was about to be strangled into several pieces. I don't know what happened. The rope suddenly loosened, giving Tang Zhe a brief respite. At this moment, footsteps seemed to be heard outside the door. The instinct of survival gave Tang Zhe strength. He raised his hand with all his strength and began to knock on the door. Is anyone there? Help! Help! The footsteps disappeared. Perhaps the person was afraid to approach. Or perhaps it was Tang Zai's illusion. He was almost suffocated by the stranglehold, and it was difficult for him to even shout. So he could only knock on the door more and more weakly. Alarm. That's right. There seems to be an emergency button on the door of the dormitory. He used up his last bit of strength and gritted his teeth to crawl towards the button on the door. Before he lost consciousness, he finally touched the button and pressed it. Beep beep beep. Level 1 alarm. Intrusion detected. Guards assemble immediately. All entrances and exits are closed. A sharp alarm sounded. Hey! Wake up! The suffocation slowly disappeared, and the fog in front of his eyes also dissipated. Tang Zai woke up and found himself sitting against the door. It was still dark around him, but there was no alarm. Not a single sound. It was like he had just slept and escaped from a nightmare. And he was still a little dazed. This feeling was familiar. Saib? Every time Saib ate, he would lose consciousness for a short time. This time, he also had reason to believe that what was entangled in front of him was pollution. And Saib ate it. Tang Zai supported himself and stood up, turned on the light, and leaned to the side to breathe. Why didn't you move earlier? I was almost strangled to death, he said, and the alarm was pressed. Fortunately, it didn't go off. Otherwise, who knows what would happen. Saib, open your eyes and look at the door. Tang Zai looked at the door suspiciously and was stunned. There was no emergency button on the door. But just now, there is an emergency button on the door. This cognition seemed to suddenly run into his mind. Before that, the dormitory instructions and the document said by Yi Su did not mention this. Now he remembered that using a button to call for help should only exist in Area B, and most of the commands in Area A are completed through the panel. What happened? Is he really dreaming? Saib, something did come in through the crack of the door just now, and it made me get stuck in the gap between my teeth. To be honest, I haven't eaten for too long, and my teeth have shrunk. But I want to clarify one thing. I am very sensitive to food, and I ate it as soon as it came in. Then how could I be entangled and dragged over? Is it because you can't do it? If Saib had a physical body, he would be so angry that he would tremble now. Who can't do it? I can't do it. So there is no mutant in this world that can do it. I am an S-class person at the top of the food chain. Even if I am starving, I am much stronger than those small fish and shrimps. You know nothing about my strength. You? Tang Zai rubbed his temples. After a burst of output, Saib finally said the key point. You just crawled over by yourself. There was nothing entangled with you. You fell off the bed by yourself, and then crawled all the way to knock on the door. I think your physical strength has improved now, and you dare to do such a difficult move. You feel short of breath not because of anything else, but because you are tired after exercise. What did you say? Is it really an illusion? Tang Zai recalled the scene just now in confusion. The feeling of being entangled was real. The suffocation was real. The fear was real. The footsteps outside the door and the buttons on the door were also real. Wait, could it be the person in the door at that time? He found this idea hard to believe. But the more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was the case. What he just experienced was the experience of the person who pressed the distress button in the hospital contamination incident. The footsteps outside the door were not from anyone else, but from Tang Zai, who escaped from the ward at that time. The rope on his body loosened because Saib sucked the contamination from the crack of the door. Emergency button. Intrusion alarm. These are all the configurations of the B area hospital. Saib, don't you know what I saw in my mind? I am just living in your body, not becoming you. How can I know what you are thinking every moment? Tang Zai realized that his consciousness and Saib's consciousness could not be completely integrated. Just like when Saib smoked, he would lose consciousness. Sometimes, Saib would also lose consciousness. I seem to have experienced the experience of others just now. It should be the patient who was inside the door when the hospital was contaminated. Do you know what this is? Is it still like this? Saib fell into deep thought. Maybe the energy just now contained the consciousness or memory of that person. What does this mean? Pure energy does not carry any information, but secondhand energy does. Because once they enter the human body, they will inevitably merge with the human body, and may carry some of the thinking data of those people. Wait, what I just ate was secondhand. No, it looks very pure. Someone recycled that part of the waste gas and purified it. Saib is not feeling well. I ate sewer gas? Vomit. Tang Zhe stood up immediately after hearing this. Let's confirm one thing first. It's very important. After saying that, he opened the door and walked out. The corridor was brightly lit. Unlike Area B, Area A doesn't seem to need to save energy. Anything unusual under this kind of light is obvious at a glance. But Tang Zhe walked along the corridor and didn't find any black or black smoke. In other words, the purified waste gas just now was deliberately placed in his room. Is someone watching him? What does this action mean? A warning? In Area A, who would know what happened at that time? Tang Zhe's face darkened. In any case, life in Area A cannot be taken lightly. Chapter 11: The Special Operations Team debuts. 2 days later. A district meeting hall. Fang Xiu. What are you thinking about? I know you are pretending to listen to the report, but you are actually secretly opening the panel. Right? The news came to him unexpectedly, shocking Tang Zhe. Now it is a regular meeting of a district. Regular reports of officers above the captain level. Originally, they were not qualified to appear here. But because today is the day when the Special Operations Team officially debuts, they are waiting in the last row. They are the makeshift team of the Special Operations Team. I didn't expect that loving family. It turned out to be a message group of the Special Operations Team. However, it seemed that all members had the same idea as Tang Zhe, and all of them read the message but did not reply. After Fang Xiu sent 99 plus messages alone for 2 days, he started a random private chat mode. What is the difference between this and being called upon to speak in an open class? Tang Zhe looked diagonally forward. Fang Xiu was in the first few rows, so he should not be able to see them standing in the corner dozens of rows behind. This sentence should be a trick on him. Right? Tang Zhe silently closed the panel, intending to reply after the meeting. Sorry, Captain. I was listening to the meeting before and just saw it now. Unexpectedly, the message popped up again. Fang Xiu. Where's the manners? Tang Zhe thought of the etiquette for people in Area A, which seemed to have a sentence promptly perfunctory superiors. For Sai to have enough food in the future. He still replied with 2 words. Tang Zhe. Received. Fang Xiu. Oh, you are the first one to reply to my group message. You are really my good teammate. Next time if there is anything good, I will count you in. Tang Zhe turned his head and found that the other people tacitly closed their eyes and rested. The tall and thin one winked at him for a while, then waved his hand, meaning ignore him. Tang Zhe. I was tricked out after all. Fang Xiu. I got your test report. The abnormality rate is 40%. You can be said to be gifted thumbs up. JPG. I said I have a good eye. Your weakness and purification ability are caused by this congenital abnormality. It's a pity to put you in the Sentinel team. Tang Zhe. Thank you for the compliment. Captain. Tang Zhe. I heard that there are actually many people who want to join the Special Forces. Is it that the captain doesn't want them? Fang Xiu. Is that true? But the people I found don't seem to be very willing. And there are still some who refuse to agree to it even if they die. Sigh. Although I have the authority to force people to join, it is better for everyone to volunteer. Fang Xiu. You should be volunteering. Right? Tang Zhe. Voluntary. Voluntary. Tang Zhe answered this. But he still turned his head to look at the other teammates. Are these people also volunteering? Fang Xiu. No more talking. It's my turn to go on stage. Tang Zhe closed the panel and saw that the teammates, who were pretending to be dead beside him, secretly opened their eyes. Fang Xiu smoothly switched from slacking off mode to acting like a human being. Today's meeting session is different from the past. I think everyone should know it. The Deputy Director of Management, who presided over the meeting, said. The Special Operations Team formed by Captain Fang Xiu will officially debut today. Captain Fang will report next. Amid symbolic applause, Fang Xiu walked onto the stage. Originally, I was supposed to report to everyone. But due to the special nature of the missions that the Special Forces will undertake in the future, I specifically applied to the Management Committee to have all my team members come to the scene. Fang Xiu said. I hope everyone can give them applause. 2. Tang Zhe felt that Fang Xiu's eyes seemed to be looking at them, and thought it was not good. Sure enough, after he finished speaking, the leaders in front all turned their heads, and their eyes were all focused on him. Tang Zhe turned his head to look to the side, and found that the 5 people actually squatted down in unison. Captain Fang, why don't your team members dare to show their faces? A voice rang out. Are they afraid of being arrested and put back in jail? The venue suddenly became chaotic. I heard that Fang Xiyu went to the prison several times to pick up people. Is it true? Hee. There were also people who were stopped from the death penalty. I heard that he went to Area B to get a sentry. Sentry? Huh? If it weren't for the fact that everyone else had already looked over. Tang Zhe really wanted to squat down. Is Fang Xiyu completely unable to consider this kind of scene? A-level people have a sense of superiority. Not to mention these officials. Did he bring them here to publicly execute them? Please allow me to introduce my team members seriously. Fang Xiyu raised his voice. And his tone was different from usual. With a hint of command that could not be questioned. The discussion below soon calmed down. And the venue returned to silence. With all eyes on Fang Xiyu. Questioning. Laughing at the joke. All kinds of emotions flashed on the faces of the participants. Fang Xiyu calmly opened the public release. And soon, the ID photos/prison photos of several team members appeared on everyone's panel. The 5 people next to him buried their heads even lower. In order to prevent the distance from being unclear. The captain's move was really considerate. He was so close that he didn't care about their lives at all. The moment they saw the detailed introduction. The audience was in an uproar again. So the rumors are true. There is not a single combat team member. And the others are all old. Weak. Sick and disabled. Captain Fang wants to prove that he can do this mission alone? Faced with these voices. Fang Xiyu was uncharacteristically expressionless. He coldly scanned the whispering people until they felt bored and quieted down. Then he continued to speak. First of all, the weapons research and development of the special forces. Lu Ji. The Lu family was responsible for the establishment of the weapons system of Area A, and has been devoted to upgrading and iterating weapons against mutants for generations, making great contributions to the early establishment of the human exploration area. After humans switched from active pioneering to passive retreat, all offensive departments were marginalized. However, after the department was abolished and the funds were withdrawn, the Lu family always used the efforts within the family to promote research and accumulated the most advanced mutant weapon technology in the world. The Special Operations Team needs to expand the human activity area and will inevitably encounter attacks from various mutants. In the double-blind test of the mutant source, the existing defensive weapons were vulnerable, and only the Lu family came up with weapons that could compete. The one who made that weapon was Lu Ji. Tang Zhe saw the red-haired girl squatting beside him raised her head and stared at the panel in a daze. Next is the mutant biological research of the Special Forces. Lu Tianyi. The panel then switched, and a clearly old face appeared. Lu Tianyi, at the advanced age of nearly 60, stayed outside the bunker, which was unheard of in the entire activity area. As a genius researcher, Lu Tianyi has been continuously advancing research related to mutants since joining the biological team of Area A, and has won advanced technology commendations every year. 20 years ago, the biological team excluded Lu Tianyi from the core research circle on the grounds that she was old. Since then, new faces have appeared in the biological team every year, but no breakthrough research results have been produced. To this day, the biological team is still using the research framework left by Lu Tianyi 20 years ago. The whole audience was in an uproar. Several of them looked very unhappy. They were from the biological team. Fang Xiyu continued. Guan Yingjian, a former commando, has real combat experience in facing mutants. He was seriously injured in the last mission, and the commando was disbanded. He withdrew from the front line and conducted tactical research in the rear. Guan Yingjian has studied combat-related weapons and technologies, and can coordinate biological research and weapons production very well. At the same time, he is very familiar with combat scenarios, and is good at flexible scheduling according to actual conditions. He is a rare team commander. Brothers Yuk and Yuri, full-field system program builders, responsible for unified digital deployment of personnel, equipment, and site imaging. At the same time, they also have a strong ability to collect information. By the way, they were imprisoned because they accidentally found evidence of a senior official abusing his power and operating illegally while digging for information, and were locked up by other self-intimidated superiors in the name of invasion of privacy. The audience was dead silent, and no one raised any objections. Looking at the side, the group of people squatting down stood up at some point, and stood straight. Finally, someone shouted, "Even if these people are pearls covered in dust, what do you mean by finding a B-level person?" As we all know, B-level people have serious genetic defects. Fang Xiuyu did not answer immediately. But after confirming the person who spoke, he walked straight to the person. The division of personnel in Area AB is based on the abnormality of genes. Abnormality is not a defect. It can also be a gifted talent. Tang Zhe is the sentinel on the front line and has completed 38 missions. The officers who are proud of their superiority here. Do you want to try to enter the abnormal area 38 times to see if you can still sit here and talk nonsense? The man closed his mouth, his eyes still full of contempt, and was forced to lower his head by Fang Xiuyu's burning gaze. Fang Xiuyu looked up and looked around. There are combat troops here. Your mission times and safety factors are there. Area B sacrificed a large number of frontline exploration team members in exchange for your safe entry and exit to gain fame. I don't need to say this clearly. Right? Non-combat managers. Forgive me for being blunt. But who fought so hard to get you to sit in the fortress of Area A and have time to engage in power struggles? People who have never shed blood. What qualifications do you have to be so high and mighty? Don't you know to respect those who have shed blood and sacrificed? Fang Xiuyu's eyes swept across the meeting room coldly. And everyone he saw either lowered their heads or looked away. In order to reduce unnecessary casualties, the initial exploration operations of the Special Forces will be undertaken by me. And Tang Zhe will be my teammate who will go in and out of unknown dangers with me. In the future, please respect my team members. Whoever makes me hear words like B-level and defects again, or does some unpresentable tricks, you all know what kind of person I am. No one dared to speak again. And no one dared to smile again. Fang Xiuyu snorted, and then shouted to the back of the meeting room. Special Operations Team. Follow me. The voices of several old, weak, sick, and disabled echoed in the meeting hall. Yes. Captain. Chapter 12 Captain. I can do it. Fang Xiuyu. Are you really cocky now? What the hell did you say at the meeting? You have to offend every department. Right? Cheng Fangyin had no time to hide. And he pointed at Fang Xiuyu's nose and started to scold him. You knew from the beginning that your recruitment was against the rules and was easy to be criticized. But didn't everyone agree to let you recruit in the end? People have come in. So what's wrong with others whispering behind their backs? You have to expose their shortcomings in front of all the leaders like this? Their shortcomings are all exposed. Do I need to expose them? It's not shameful not to say something that everyone knows. Oh! Fang Xiuyu was hit on the forehead. But he did not dodge. Just stood there and let Cheng Fangyin scold him. I say you have such a temper. There is no one like you in the whole A area. What kind of treatment is given to you less? Can't you just take the benefits quietly and do what you need to do? Fang Xiuyu muttered. Didn't I learn it from you? If you say it again, cough. Cheng Fangyin saw the staff members peeking in the distance and quickly restrained his expression. I will be it if I take care of your old Fang family's children in the future. Isn't Director Chan also half of the old Fang family? No more. No more. Fang Xiuyu stopped joking in time and put on a serious expression. I don't care what others think of them. What matters is how they think of themselves. You also know how important cohesion and morale are. Now they all know that they are important in the Special Operations Team. And they also know that the captain will support them if the sky falls. Only such a team can let go and complete the impossible mission. Right? You? No wonder so many soldiers under you are so loyal to you. Cheng Fangyin shook his head. But the gun hits the bird that sticks out. Don't you understand? You have performed so well in the combat team. And many people have already disliked you. You can rely on the fact that Area A can't do without you for the time being. But I warn you. If your Special Operations Team can't make a name for itself with such a big fanfare, there are many people who will find ways to deal with you. Don't worry about that. Fang Xiuyu patted his chest. It's okay. I'm leaving. Seeing that Cheng Fangyin didn't move, Fang Xiuyu walked out with a swagger. After a 20-minute journey, he returned to the office area belonging to the Special Operations Team. Before being educated, the tasks for the team members had been arranged, and now they should all be doing their duties. Tang Zhe was waiting in his office area. Have you rested enough? Fang Xiuyu reached out and patted Tang Zhe on the back a few times. As a greeting. Come on. Follow me to the training ground. Tang Zhe, cough cough, cough cough cough. These slaps almost made his lungs burst. Ah? Did you hit me too hard? Fang Xiuyu was startled, seeing Tang Zhe leaning against the wall with his back bent. He was a little at a loss for a moment. Are you okay? Do you want to go to the infirmary? Oh. I forgot to recruit a doctor to accompany the team. Wait. I'll pick it up in the next 2 days. Tang Zhe recovered his breath and stood up straight. I'm fine. Captain, cough cough. You got injured before you even started. No. No. Let's train another day. You rest first. No. Tang Zhe shouted hurriedly. Train today. I can do it. Before Fan Xiyu came back, Tang Zhe had just heard that there were actually mutants in Area A. At first, they were only used for biological research and captured and raised. After the special forces were established, Fan Xiyu applied for a batch of them to be placed in the training ground as an action simulation. As long as he goes to the training ground, Saib can have a hot meal. And maybe he can find some clues about the sewer gas. Tang Zhe thought. He showed a firm look and looked up at Fan Xiyu, indicating that he was fine. However, he had just finished coughing and was still breathing slightly. His eyes looked wet and red. So from Fan Xiyu's perspective, Tang Zhe's eyebrows were slightly tufted, and there seemed to be mist in his eyes. Looking pitiful. Fan Xiyu, is he begging me? The team members are so active now. And their spirits are very good. Okay. Let's go through the formalities today and recognize the venue. Tang Zhe breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, Captain. This time Fan Xiyu didn't dare to touch Tang Zhe casually. He had to protect the door thresholds along the way, for fear that he would fall or bump into the door. Tang Zhe was born slender, and he was the type who would fall without being pushed. His skin was so thin that it was almost transparent, and you could see the pale pink and lavender blood vessels deep inside. After observation, Fan Xiyu came to a conclusion. It was right to treat him like a porcelain doll. The two of them walked through the corridor and took the elevator down. After about 20 seconds, the elevator stopped. The door opened to an empty corridor without a door. After walking along the corridor for a long time and turning several corners, they came to a place like a checkpoint. There were several armed soldiers on duty at the checkpoint, wearing full body protection, which was very different from the plainclothes worn by most people in Area A. After the two people's ID cards were checked, a soldier led them to a small room next to them. Put on full protection. The full protection in Area A was also quite heavy, but it was much lighter than the sentries. Tang Zhe came out after changing into protection, and saw that the layout of the checkpoint had completely changed. The dim light, the walls, and the ground wrapped in metal. It was different from Area A that I had seen before, and it had a bit of the flavor of Area B. We are on the 13th floor underground, connected to Area B, Fan Xiyu said. In order to achieve the effect of simulated training, the training ground needs a partially exposed environment. The breeding of mutants also needs to be away from human gathering areas. It turns out that humans also breed mutants, Tang Zhe said. I thought everyone was avoiding them. It is an extremely early and mild plant system. After many generations of artificial cultivation, its lethality can be said to be negligible. Of course, for ordinary people without protection, it is still quite fatal. The breeding of mutants is mainly used for biological research. It is a cooperative project between Area A and B. Speaking of which, this place is closer to Area B than Area A. Is this the first time I know about it? Tang Zhe nodded. Mutants are risky, and will undoubtedly be placed near Area B. Could the pollution leak in Area B that day be related to the breeding area? Is the protective suit heavy? Is it tiring to walk? Fan Xiyu suddenly asked. I'm fine. I can still walk to the training ground. Guan Yingjian mentioned to me the technology of internal support for protective suits, which can reduce the impact of the weight of protective suits on activities and provide some power. Future exploration operations may require us to move faster, and the existing protective suits are too slow. I asked him to study with Lu Ji and Aunt Lu and make them as soon as possible. So, don't worry too much. Yes, Captain. We've arrived at the training ground. Fan Xiyu stopped and swiped his ID card into a hidden card slot next to him. The seemingly ordinary metal wall had a door on both sides. The training ground has 2 layers. The outer layer is some common terrain obstacles, used to practice movement and avoidance. The inner layer holds the mutants. We'll take a look at the outer layer today. Tang Zhe was a little disappointed, watching Fan Xiyu take out the gun that has 3 uses. Very cool. And make an aiming action in front of him. Hey. The barrel opens and closes more smoothly. Worthy of Lu Ji. Fan Xiyu looked at the sight, and a smug smile rose at the corner of his mouth. Loading. Chambering. Firing. Changing lanes. Everything works well. Fang Shuyu's voice was faintly excited. As if he was immersed in it. He completely forgot about Tang Zei's situation and raised his elbow to nudge him. Come on. Try it. So Tang Zei was stunned as Fang Shuyu stuffed the gun into his arms. Bang. Tang Zei fell to the ground with his gun. Fang Shuyu gasped. People, guns, not people. Tang Zei got up with a grin and saw a shallow pit on the ground caused by the gun and protective clothing. He quickly looked at the barrel. Fortunately, it was not broken or deformed. But he didn't know if there was any problem inside. Fang Shuyu seemed to be using it lightly. Who knew it was so heavy? Captain. I'm sorry. Fang Shuyu saw Tang Zei holding the gun carefully and raised his face in panic. The goggles revealed his eyes, which seemed to be filled with tears. Suddenly, a wave of guilt surged into Fang Shuyu's heart. I'm sorry. I forgot. Hey, are you okay? Where does it hurt? I asked Lu Ji to modify this gun to be lighter. No. Let her make you a small one for self-defense. If you don't want to, don't bring a gun. Anyway, I'm by the side and won't let those things get close to you. Tang Zei. Captain, I will work hard to train. I can't let the captain suffer so much alone. Why are you being polite to me? Everyone has their own specialty. Fang Shuyu's expression suddenly changed. He picked up the gun, turned back, and squatted down. Almost at the same time, a gunshot rang out in the training ground. Tang Zei was blocked by Fang Shuyu and didn't know what happened. Fang Shuyu raised his hand and fired another shot at the center of the field, then took him by the collar and led him to the side of the field. At this time, Tang Zei saw what happened clearly. The inner field of the abnormal object is a cylindrical translucent black field, in the middle of the training field, extending from the ground to the ceiling. Now, for some reason, a small hole of 30 centimeters square opened in the lower half of the cylinder, and black things were coming out of it. The inner room was open for some reason. Did I just shake it open? Your weight can't shake it that far. Besides, there are usually 2 locks on the inner room, so it can't be opened easily. Now it's obvious that both locks have been taken away. Without the locks, the door buckle may be opened. Fang Shuyu frowned. TSK. I don't know who did it, but it's not a big problem. The door has a mechanism. Only one is released at a time, and then it will close. Your body hasn't recovered yet. Let's get out now. Fang Shuyu stared at the front and stretched out his hand to push Tang Zei to the door. But Tang Zei retreated very slowly. The mutant means there is energy. Saib hasn't tried it yet. Strange. Why is there no black gas? He said in his heart. That thing is also energy for mutants, most of which are waiting to burn in the body. Cut a hole in their energy shield, and the energy will surge out. Energy shield? Some are outer shells, and some are hidden deeper. Something like a heart. But if it is a low-level plant system, breaking a branch is enough. Tang Zei opened his eyes wide and looked around. Fang Shuyu fired 2 shots just now, and he should have hit something. As long as the bullets brush against the mutants, energy will leak out. The training ground simulates a real scene, and there is no lighting, so the visibility is not high. In front of them, there were layers of ruins, sharp decayed metal, poisonous pools, etc., which further affected their observation. The lights on the 2 people's heads swayed around, and suddenly they all shone at the same place. Bang. Swoosh. A hydrangea with fangs and eyeballs flew up from behind the broken wall in front of them and rushed towards them at an incredible speed. Fang Shuyu's bullet was almost sent out immediately, and the mutant suddenly burst into a burst of black gas like fireworks, which was sucked in by Saib. Tang Zei felt that his limbs suddenly became much stronger. But this thing, mild? Plant type? It's not the one I shot before. Damn. There may be several running out. Fang Shuyu frowned and shone the light on the central cylinder. The hole was still open. Damn. I know. The trap door is stuck. Fang Shuyu cursed. It may be a mutant stuck. You go out first. I'll go and kill it. Otherwise, the hundreds of them inside will run out. Look at the ground and back away. Run out when the door opens. And be careful not to let anything run out. After Fang Shuyu finished his instructions, he jumped onto a low wall in front. Tang Zei also ran forward. Bang. Fang Shuyu killed another thing in front of him that looked like a combination of 80 earthworms and 40 centipedes. And Saib swallowed the rising black gas. Tang Zei got the energy and actually jumped forward. Fang Xiyu turned around suddenly and found that Tang Zhe was following not far away, and was shocked. What are you doing? Go back. I don't have too many bullets. If I don't close the door as soon as possible. Then, bang. Tang Zhe nodded and took a big breath. It's just a simulation training. It's not worth getting hurt. Be obedient and go back. As he spoke, Tang Zhe had secretly pulled off the filter on his mouth and absorbed the energy in the air more fully. It was like being in a deep forest, really refreshing. Seeing that he refused to go back, Fang Xiyu had no choice but to jump back to his side, intending to carry him out first. A vine covered with mucus snaked along the broken wall, corroding a passage along the way, and bubbling. When Fang Xiyu raised his foot, the thing wrapped around him. Hot air came out of the protective suit. This was corrosive mucus, and although the protective suit had a certain anti-corrosion function, it could only last for a few seconds. Over time, it would still be burned through. Fang Xiyu had already carried Tang Zhe on his shoulders, and now he could only turn around with one leg supporting him and shoot with his right hand. He knew this kind of mutant. The vines could extend for dozens of meters, and each one was different. This one might be corrosive, and that one might be covered with thorns. The place where these vines finally gathered was the body of this thing. He first knocked off the vine under his feet, and then looked at the place where the broken vine retreated, while looking around for traces of other vines. But he waited for 10 seconds, and there was no movement around. No vines moving, and even no sound. At this time, Tang Zhe on his shoulder suddenly made a trembling voice. Captain, behind, there is a snake. Fang Xiyu turned around, and the gun was already pointed over. But, what the hell? Behind the two men, there was a standing snake head that was 4 or 5 meters tall, and its tongue was longer than a human leg. Those things just now were not plant vines. Its main body was this snake, and those were its tails. When did they raise this thing? It's okay. This gun is still enough for this snake head. I specially asked Lu Ji to add the capture mode, which can open a capture net. What the hell? Before Fang Xiyu fired, the snake head seemed to sense something and actually retreated a little. Before Fang Xiyu could catch his breath, he found that the ground in front of him suddenly surged. Hundreds and thousands of snakes. When he looked up again, the huge snake head and belly seemed to have decomposed instantly, and each scale stretched out flesh buds, turning into a surging snake. These countless snakes were strung on the same huge snake, dancing in all directions. Tang Zhe, don't be afraid. Damn! What the hell is this? Is this a level? Fang Xiyu jumped back, looking for the location of the emergency button and the escape route. E-level. TSK. I don't even like this thing. Sive snorted. It looks like an animal type, but it's actually a plant type. Just the branches look like snakes. The main body moves slowly, so it's easy to beat. But it is big and has a lot of energy. Let the captain kill it quickly, so I can have a good meal. As he spoke, there were 2 more bang-bang sounds. Fang Xiyu fired 2 shots at the original position of the snake head, and 2 streams of black air suddenly gushed out from there like a fountain. But the action of that thing did not seem to be affected much, and it seemed to be enraged. Why is it useless? Tang Zhe asked in his heart. Hit the snake at its weakest point. The enraged mutants moved even faster. First, the snake group on the ground chased them relentlessly, and some standing snake heads attacked them in the air. Fang Xiyu carried Tang Zhe to dodge, and could only occasionally fire back, but none of them hit his vital points. Finally, Fang Xiyu ran to a wall and used his elbow to knock down the emergency button on the wall. This action did not allow him to get into a shooting position in time, and the gun in his hand was suddenly knocked out by a snake vine in the air. He instinctively used his free hand to protect Tang Zhe's head. Bang! There was another loud noise, and this time, it was Fang Xiyu who was hit. The alarm sounded. Emergency alarm. Please support immediately. Please support immediately. Beep. 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 Chapter 13, Why did the captains fight for me? Tang Zhe and Fang Xiyu fell out together. He was not hit directly, but was thrown out. Fang Xiyu always protected him and cushioned him when he fell to the ground, with a full protection buffer. He was not seriously injured, but for his body, this level of impact was enough. He raised his body with difficulty. Captain? Fang Xiyu did not move, and the communication panel did not respond. The gun fell a few meters away from them. The alarm filled his ears, and after a few seconds, Tang Zhe could distinguish other sounds from it. He turned his head and saw the huge snake vine that was ready to move. The main body of the snake vine swayed rhythmically from side to side. While slowly standing up, the vines on its body danced with the demons, like the automatic car wash machine in the basement of Area A. If the vines were not covered with mucus but detergent, such a fast swing should be able to clean the poisonous dust on the surface of the transport vehicle. Right? Tang Zhe thought. It can also be polished. The place on the head of the snake vine that was hit by Fang Xiuyu at the beginning was still puffing and spewing black gas. As it stood up, it was like a waterfall flowing down from the sky. The snake vine seemed to be completely unaffected, and it was a little manic because of anger, and moved much faster. Captain? Tang Zhe reached out and pushed Fang Xiuyu. Fang Xiuyu did not respond. The alarm sounded for about 10 seconds, but it seemed to Tang Zhe that more than 10 minutes had passed. There was no sign of rescue outside. This place was deep underground in Area B, surrounded by closed corridors, and it was unknown how long it would take for the nearest rescue to arrive. This was when they acted immediately after hearing the alarm. Isn't its energy leaking out? Why does it seem that its attack power has become stronger? Tang Zhe asked. It didn't hit the vital point. These two holes are just small blood vessels that have been broken for it. If it hits the aorta, the energy will swoosh out of the ground. Tell me who can hit the aorta now. The shaking of the snake vine suddenly stopped, as if it had pressed the pause button, and faced the two people from a distance in the sky. Tang Zhe had no intention of relaxing, but instead took a breath of cold air. This is the posture of the snake about to attack. Fang Xiuyu, get up quickly. Hiss. In the surveillance video, thousands of twisting vines suddenly twisted into a giant rope, swooping down towards the place where Tang Zhe and Fang Xiuyu were with the momentum of breaking through mountains and rivers. The figures of the two people were instantly submerged by the snake vine, and there was nothing else that could be identified in the surveillance except for the inexplicable noise. Ding ding ding. The door of the training ground was forced open, and dazzling flashes lit up from the open doorway at the same time. These were the mutant attack bullets used by the rescue team of Area B, which were eliminated from the early days of Area A. The snake vine was silent, as if it had been killed by these weapons. Captain Mu, do you want to go in and rescue it now? A team member asked. Be careful. We can't be sure that this thing is dead. Maybe it is trying to lure us in, and then catch us all in one fell swoop. Mu Zhiming sighed. This place is a training ground requested by Area A. There must be A-level people in it. These reckless and useless young men usually pretend to go to the cleared exploration area to take a look. Why are they setting up a hunting ground now? Do you really think that mutants can be kept for fun? If they die, they deserve it. Mu Zhiming sneered in his heart. After hearing what he said, the other team members did not move forward, but just kept their guns raised. How could there be such a thing in the gathering area? Mu Zhiming frowned. Even if it was used for research, it was impossible to keep such a huge and dangerous thing. This is definitely not normal. Captain Mu. This snake tree, this thing seems to be deflated. Mu Zhiming shone the light up and down, and found that the snake vine with a diameter of 2 people seemed to be slowly collapsing. It was like a balloon that was deflated. After waiting for a while, the shrinkage of the snake vine became very obvious. The shrinking speed was getting faster and faster. In the blink of an eye, the snake vine turned into a piece of bark, which covered the ground of the training ground softly. Captain Mu, do you want to go in now? Mu Zhiming made a gesture. Go in. Several people walked very slowly, and they never dared to relax, until someone stepped on the snake's skin by mistake and found that there was still no movement. They began to believe that the mutant was really dead. It took a few more minutes for a team to reach the place where Tang Zhe and Fang Xiuyu fell. Thick bark was piled here, which was exactly the position of the original snake head. Several team members looked at Mu Zhiming and asked him what to do. Cut it open and dig the person out, whether the person is dead or digested into a pool of mucus. Digging up the ID card is considered a job. Tang Zhe opened his eyes. The ceiling in front of him was familiar. The lights were familiar, and the noise next to him was familiar. For a moment, he didn't understand whether he had just woken up from a long dream or just entered a dream. This is the high-risk detection room in Area B. The degree of his mutation this time is 0.1%. I don't want to hear this number again. Mu Zhiming's voice came over. Is his gene an atomic clock? So accurate? I think it's best to give it to the bunker to make a perpetual calendar. So there's no need to adjust the calendar all the time. Tang Zhe. He must be dreaming. So he closed his eyes tightly, trying to escape this nightmare by falling asleep. Where is that A-level person? Mu Zhiming's voice came again. Tang Zhe opened his eyes. His mutation level is only 0.1%. Area A has contacted the hospital just now, and it seems that they want to take him back for further examination. Tang Zhe's thoughts gradually became clear, and he finally remembered what happened. He rushed over and called Fang Shuyu's name at the end. And then he found out the reason why he lost consciousness. His goggles were cracked, and there was a hole in the full protection. Fang Shuyu was probably corroded by pollution. At that time, the gun was still several meters away from him. His only hope was to get the gun and hit the snake vine in the vital spot. But he could neither move so quickly nor lift the gun. The snake vine swooped down, and he lost consciousness for a short time. When he regained consciousness, he found himself sitting on the ground with the gun in his arms, having completed an impossible action for him. A big mouth appeared in the vital spot of the snake vine, and black energy gushed out. The snake vine blocked the surveillance when it swooped down. Otherwise, the surveillance room would have seen Tang Zhe suddenly burst out with amazing power at that moment. Sprinted a few meters away at an incredible speed. Picked up the gun, turned around and shot accurately. The action was done in one go, as if he had trained in the commando for 7 or 8 years. It was because Saib absorbed enough energy at that time that he was able to complete an explosion. Tang Zhe thought. After doing this action, the energy absorbed from the small blood vessels in the front was exhausted, and he fell to the ground. Then the main artery of the snake vine began to gush, and the huge energy suddenly made him faint. When he woke up again, he was here. Saib? Suddenly, he seemed to hear the sound of smacking lips. You are really full. Burp. You fainted for a long time. I thought you couldn't bear this little energy. TSK. Don't worry. This time you eat enough. It will be enough for you to use for a long time. Maybe it can bring some other changes. What changes? Let's talk about it when there are changes. Everyone's physique is different. Ah. Saib yawned. I feel sleepy when I'm full. I'm going to sleep first. Don't disturb me. Tang Zhe could only retract his thoughts and listen to the conversation between Mu Zhiming and the doctor. It seems that Fang Shuyu is not in any serious trouble. Bang. The door was opened from the outside. Tang Zhe heard chaotic footsteps, which seemed to be coming towards the direction where he was lying. But then, the person who came was stopped again. I'm here to confirm the safety of the team members. It was Fang Shuyu's voice. If there are no other problems, I will take him back to Area A. Your team members belong to Area B, and Area B will naturally treat them properly. Mu Zhiming responded coldly. His condition may not be suitable for immediate movement. He is weak, and the medical conditions in Area B cannot allow him to recover properly. He has been in and out of high-risk mission areas many times, and all of them were treated and rehabilitated in Area B. His medical records are very thick, and Area B has more targeted treatment experience. When his body is strong enough for long-distance movement, we will send him back, just like we did before. There was a silence, and after a while, Mu Zhiming sneered softly. Please ask this A-level officer to go back first. The advanced medical conditions in Area A are definitely more suitable for you. However, I'm afraid you can only take a transport vehicle to the cargo port and then lie on the conveyor belt to go back, Mu Zhiming said. After all, there is no other way from Area B to Area A. For some reason, Tang Zhe felt a little strange when he heard this. Did Mu Zhiming know the situation when he was sent there? Was he defending him? Absolutely impossible. He should just be disgusting Fang Shuyu out of disgust for A-level people. Area A will send a special car to the gate of Area B. He will ride with me, so you don't have to worry about his comfort, Fang Shuyu said. I am very grateful for your team's rescue in this accident. When the team members are out of danger, I will formally ask Area A to express public gratitude. One of your team members was in danger, but my 10 team members went in to rescue at the risk of being wiped out. Thank you? Instead of thanking afterward, why not do something at all? What do you think, Captain Mu? Another familiar voice sounded. It was Safar. Safar's voice was still the same as always, like a feather brushing against armor, which greatly eased the tit-for-tat atmosphere. Sentinel Tongza is very important to both districts AB, and the two captains also proposed these plans out of concern. In view of the fact that Sentinel Tanza is still in a relatively weak physical condition, I suggest waiting until he wakes up and then decide on the situation. What do you think? There was another silence. Then, the same syllable sounded in the air at the same time. Hum. Hum. Chapter 14. What secrets do you have? Another suffocating silence. Even without opening his eyes, he could feel the tension in the air. Tang Zhe, are you going to leave or not? Fang Xiu and Mu Zhiming didn't know what they were thinking. Tang Zhe only felt that one gaze after another was cast on him. If their eyes were lasers, he would have been burned through with the bed. Why don't you two go back first? It was Safar. I never realized that Safar was so considerate. His weak voice sounded like a spring breeze at this moment. I didn't expect Mu Zhiming to refuse without any hesitation. This accident is very strange. Some things need to be asked as soon as he wakes up, in case he misses something due to unclear memory, or because he met someone. He sneered. Deliberately conceal or falsely report misleading information. So this is the purpose of Mu Zhiming staring at him. Tang Zhe thought. He really has no good intentions. Just because he is always suspicious. Maybe he wants to force out all the previous things. Yes. I also think I must be there when the team members wake up. Fang Xiu responded coldly. If he is taken away by some people with bad intentions and tortured, it will be a big deal. Tang Zhe. For a moment, he wanted to sleep forever. Well, in that case, how about I guard it? Safar interrupted them softly. I am the inspector, responsible only for the bunker, and have no interests with Tang Zhe's sentry. I am more suitable than the two of you. Seeing that neither side refuted, Safar raised his voice slightly, and his tone was also a little tough. The patient needs to rest. If you two have official business to discuss, it is more appropriate to go outside the ward. If Tang Zhe's sentry is awake and can have a normal conversation, I will call you both in at the same time. Tang Zhe vaguely heard the two people swallowing a deep breath, and didn't say anything else. Soon he heard the door open and then quickly close. And then, the burning feeling in the air disappeared. There was a noise next to the bed. It was Safar who moved a chair and sat next to him. It's okay. They are all gone, Safar said softly. In fact, you have woken up a long time ago. Right? Tang Zhe had to open his eyes. How did you find out? When people are in a coma, their breathing is very light and slow. Once awake, the body consumes more energy, and the breathing will unconsciously become heavier. I see. The two looked at each other in silence for a while, and it was Tang Zhe who spoke first. Captain Mu changed his job? He was not clear about Mu Zhiming's specific position, but only knew that he would be seen in a few large-scale cleanup activities. The captain who commanded the 3 sentinel groups in the first high-risk mission was Mu Zhiming. Today's rescue mission was obviously not within the scope of the sentinel team's work. Even if Mu Zhiming also managed the rescue team, he should not have led the team there in person. Captain Mu's actions today can be said to be overstepping his authority, Safar said. He belongs to the External Affairs Department of Area B, and his work is related to exploration operations. He should not intervene in the internal affairs of the gathering area. But at that time, no rescue could arrive faster than them. And he did save the people in Area A. So he should not be held accountable for this matter. Why did Captain Mu appear there? Safar shook his head. I don't know either. But that place does not completely belong to Area B, but is an unmanaged underground passage between Areas A and B. And the division of responsibilities is very vague. If Captain Mu claims that they are just patrolling outside the gathering area, it makes sense. Tang Zhe frowned. Why did it have to be Mu Zhiming again? Apart from the fact that enemies often meet on narrow paths, his various behaviors are really abnormal. Have the results of the investigation of the incident come out? I heard from Captain Fang that the door of the inner field was broken, which caused all the abnormal objects inside to rush out at once. I don't know about that. Safar smiled apologetically. When I went to see the scene, the inner field had been locked, and only the remains of the mutant were left inside. The mutant was really huge. There were only 2 of you, and your body was like this. I didn't expect that we could defeat it and escape safely. I'm so lucky. Captain Fang was brave, Tang Zhe said. You said at that time that you would still be a sentinel in Area A, so I was worried that you would be sent to a worse place. I didn't expect that when I saw you again this time, you had been put in a place with mutants. I'm worried that Area A plans to send you to explore the most dangerous places in the area in the future, or to enter the high-risk area that has been determined to be unsuitable for exploration again. Their plan is worse than you think. They are sending them to an unknown place outside the exploration area, where they will inevitably encounter mutants. Tang Zhe thought. Fortunately, he is not afraid of the erosion of pollution. On the contrary, he is very happy. Compared to this, I would like to ask you how much you know about the pollution invasion incident when we first met. Safar's eyes widened. That incident? That was a long time ago. At that time, there should be an unknown polluted gas leaked into hospital number 2 and spread along the ventilation duct to 3 wards. The result of the subsequent investigation was that the ventilation system of hospital number 2 had been in disrepair for a long time and cracks appeared. Because of the high cost of repair, Area B decided to abandon hospital number 2. That's all I know. Not only did Safar not know that the corpse had strange non-penetrating wounds, he also didn't know that this was suspected to be an invasion of mutants. It seems that as an inspector, he was indeed excluded from the core affairs of Area B. Who was the person who sent the read and burn top-secret file to Tang Zhe that day? By the way, I said before that I could contact my fellow tribesmen in Area A, but I'm afraid I can't do it. I couldn't contact her, and later I found out that her file had been cleared many years ago. Maybe she has returned to the bunker. Maybe she is gone. Safar lowered his head. Anyway, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said this in the first place. Your expectations were in vain. Before Tang Zhe could speak, Safar hurriedly said, but it's okay. The bunker hasn't responded yet. Maybe it will be dealt with soon. I will report what you encountered this time. Sorry. The last sorry was because Safar's panel suddenly received a message, forcing him to stop the conversation. After a moment, Safar raised his head. There is an urgent task that requires me to go out. Don't worry. The 2 captains are gone for the time being. I will come back as soon as I finish dealing with the matter. I will also make instructions for the hospital so that no one will disturb you. Just take a rest. Tang Zhe nodded. Safar looked at him worriedly, then left quickly. The door closed, and the testing room was quiet for a while. The door was opened again. Send to the special care unit. Tang Zhe heard a voice say. The testing room is needed at any time. How can it be occupied all the time? It's not right. He closed his eyes and pretended to sleep, but opened a crack to look out, vaguely seeing a corner of the medical gown. It should be a medical staff. He was carried on the mobile bed as usual, and was pushed to the intensive care unit like a cargo. The mobile beds in Area B are much bumpier than those in Area A. Even vegetative patients can be awakened by the shaking, but people pretending to sleep cannot. The light changed as the bed moved. He felt that he was pushed into a dark place, and then moved to another bed. Then, the door was closed. The room was very quiet, and it seemed that no one was there. Tang Zhe felt that the place he was in was pitch black. Even the emergency lighting, or the light coming in from the corridor, was too weak to be seen. Only a few small indicator lights on the medical equipment were on. He thought of the equally dark ward. It was in such a dark place that a stranger came in and pointed a gun at everyone. Tang Zhe suddenly opened his eyes, and his pupils shrank violently. The green light of the indicator light was reflected on the metal barrel of the gun, and the black muzzle was facing his face at this time. Who is it? It's too dark. I can't even see the lines on the gloves on my fingers. How could there be a gun? This must be a dream. As if to prove that this was not a dream, the muzzle of the gun stretched forward, almost touching his forehead. He could feel the coolness emanating from the muzzle of the gun. What did you see that day? What do you know? The voice was low and cold, as if it came from the abyss. What secret do you have? What? Which day? On the 41st day of the fog month of J103. A mission area that was determined to be low risk suddenly experienced a mutation attack, and all 3 groups of sentinels were wiped out except you. On the 44th day, an invasion occurred on the 5th floor of hospital number 2, and all the wards you were in were attacked except you. And when you were discovered, you appeared in the corridor outside the ward. The muzzle of the gun took another step forward. This time it was really on Tang Zhe's forehead. The 33 sentinel missions you participated in afterwards, no matter what the risk level was, were almost unaffected by contamination. This time you encountered such a powerful mutant, and you were buried under it, and still escaped unscathed. Who are you? Tang Zhe frowned. Captain Mu? Mu Zhiming did not answer directly. Tell the truth, or see if you can dodge the bullet. Tang Zhe was silent for a while, and suddenly laughed weakly. If Captain Mu shoots, the bullet will definitely go through my skull. Right? I don't know much about weapons. I don't know if there is a gun in the world that can hit a person but not penetrate the body, and the bullet will disappear out of thin air. The muzzle of the gun shifted slightly, as if the gunman was distracted. At this moment, the door was kicked open heavily. A sharp sound cut through the air, and the gun was hit hard to the side. The lights came on immediately. Get away from his bed. Mu Zhiming lost his balance due to the inertia of the impact. He steadied himself and stood up, looking at the light at the door, squinting. My noble sir, do you know which district this is? Even if you are a tiger, you have to keep a low profile when you enter a valley surrounded by wolves. After all, it is easy to enter the mountain, but difficult to leave. The zone has never received A-level people, but I really don't know how to show hospitality properly. If I don't know how to handle it properly, it can only be said that it was an unintentional mistake. Fang Xiyu walked calmly to Tang Zai's bedside and looked at Mu Zhiming across the bed. If you can't even hold the gun steadily, don't say these bluffing words, he said, and threw the thing in his hand to Mu Zhiming. Mu Zhiming caught it steadily, looked down, and his face changed color quietly. It was an old gun that was almost rusty, with a strong recoil, and it was difficult to aim at a target that was a little further away. Not to mention the light just now. Fang Xiyu's equipment was taken away during the rescue, and this gun must have been found by him in a corner of the hospital. This A-level person is not simple. Mu Zhiming's eyes darkened. The car of Area A has arrived. We will go by ourselves without your permission, Fang Xiyu said coldly. In the future, Area A will also send more people to maintain the training ground, and the captain of Area B's external affairs team will not have to lead elite soldiers to patrol the 13th floor underground. Goodbye. Tang Zai on the bed was picked up by Fang Xiyu, and then walked out in front of Mu Zhiming. Before leaving the ICU, Tang Zai accidentally met Mu Zhiming's eyes. The eyes behind the goggles were mixed with doubt, coldness, hatred, and many inexplicable complex emotions, covered under the dark shadow. Is he the one who sent the top-secret file to himself? Chapter 15, the main point is an incredible one. Fang Xiyu held Tang Zai and walked along the corridor. His eyes were firm, and his steps were steady. After a long time, he stopped and said nothing. Tang Zai. He spoke slowly. Are you awake? Tang Zai nodded in his arms. Do you know where this is? Tang Zai turned around and saw a wall in front of him. Obviously, this is a dead end. Tang Zai. It turned out that Fang Xiyu asked a sincere question. This is my first time in Area B. I don't know the way, Fang Xiyu said. You are familiar with this place, so you should know how to get out. Right? Are we going to the main gate? It looks like. Not the main gate. Fang Xiyu looked around cautiously and lowered his voice. District A didn't send a car at all. I lied to them. Tang Zai. Then we should have no way to leave District B. Who said that? We can just go back the same way we came. Fang Xiyu smiled confidently. I was half awake at that time and knew they drove the transport truck up from the underground passage of the training ground. At the end of the passage, there was a place similar to a parking building, which could go up to the ground. From the exit on the ground, it took a short while to drive to the hospital. We can go to the hospital parking lot first, get a car to drive there, and then we can go back to Area A through the underground passage connecting the two areas. Tang Zai. Or we should wait for Areas A-B to coordinate and go through official channels. Captain Fang is here. It shouldn't take too long. Why are you making such a fuss about such a small matter? You don't know how troublesome the approval procedures in Area A are. It may take several days to hold meetings. Don't worry. I'll take you back in minutes. Wait for me to find the way first. Tang Zai found it difficult to understand Fang Xiyu's idea. After all, with his status and treatment, neither Area A nor Area B would make him uncomfortable. Although Mu Zhiming said something a bit exaggerated, he actually couldn't do anything to Fang Xiyu. Not to mention that Fang Xiyu was the first-tier combat captain. Even an ordinary A-level person could easily remove Mu Zhiming from his position. Or, Area B was really so unbearable for him that he couldn't even wait for a while? Yes, for people who have lived in Area A from the beginning, it would be good if they didn't vomit or faint after suddenly entering an environment like Area B. However, from Fang Xiyu's state, he really didn't have any serious problems this time. Perhaps because Saib cleared the energy. The remaining trace pollution only caused 0.1% mutation in his genes, and his body functions were not affected. Thinking of this, Tang Zhe raised his hand and pointed. I remember there is a freight elevator in the hospital. It is not easy to run into people. It should also lead to the underground. Maybe in that direction. Fang Xiyu immediately walked over there. Although Tang Zhe has been to the hospital many times, he is not familiar with the structure of the hospital. However, based on his understanding of the architectural style of Area B, he can roughly guess what some passages are used for, and who may be behind some closed doors. Under his guidance, the two people actually arrived in front of the freight elevator very quickly. I don't know where my gun is placed. Fang Xiyu stopped in front of the elevator door. Lu Ji made the first combat version. The actual test data is very important. I want to take it back and ask her to modify it. Do you know where it might be placed? It shouldn't be kept in the hospital. Generally, before entering the hospital, the weapons equipped by the soldiers will be unloaded and transported for unified management. Captain Mu may know. Forget it then. Fang Xiyu clicked his tongue. Go back and ask Lao Chong to contact them to send it back. Just throw it on the conveyor belt. As soon as the voice fell, the elevator had risen. The elevator door slowly opened, and the dim light shone on them. Fang Xiyu was a little surprised. Don't you need to swipe your ID card to enter and exit the elevator? I swiped it. It's on me. You still carry your B-Zone ID card? Tang Zhe shook his head. B-level people have microchips embedded in their bodies. Wherever I go, I will be recognized as a B-level person. But this also means that the elevator has no special permissions. Otherwise, with my level, I should be intercepted. Tang Zhe felt the hand holding him tighten slightly. What's the matter with the chip embedded in the body? It's inserted when you leave the bunker. Each person has a code. A genetic fingerprint. The captain is A-level, so it's understandable that he doesn't know. Fang Xiyu walked into the elevator in silence. The overhead light cast a shadow on his face, and his expression could not be seen clearly. I told you not to let me hear words like A-level and B-level in the future. You too. Don't say it again, he said. I'll have someone take it out for you when we get to Area A. You won't be back, and it won't be needed, Tang Zhe responded, thinking that it wasn't a chip in the conventional sense. And it wasn't something that could be easily erased. Fang Xiyu didn't know this, but there was no need to point it out. He just said that he wouldn't go back to Area B. Was that true? Will he die in Area A? Or die in the wild? The equipment in Area B was old, and the elevator made a sound of being overloaded and ran very slowly. Even though there were only two people in it, in such a confined space, silence seemed a bit strange. So Tang Zhe moved his body a little. Captain, I can stand on my own now. Most of the buildings in Area B are old and cracked, and the isolation effect is not good. Protective clothing must be worn in the hospital. Fang Xiyu's protective clothing was damaged, and he was replaced with the version in Area B, which was much heavier than the previous one. Then he carried Tang Zhe, who was also wearing a protective clothing. All the way, Tang Zhe felt that it would be a bit rude to lie down again. Besides, his weakness was pretended. This time, the snake vine really provided a huge amount of energy that had never been seen before. And even Saib was very satisfied. After Tang Zhe woke up, he could feel a force surging in his blood vessels, which was sent to his fingers, soles of feet, and even the ends of his hair. He felt that even his pulse was much stronger, and he was even worried that his sudden strongness would arouse suspicion. However, none of this was detected. The degree of genetic mutation was still 0.1%, and other physiological indicators were also within the weak range. Saib said that because he was now using a new energy drive, humans did not have relevant detection methods. Or, humans have not yet realized the existence of this method. Fang Xiyu looked at Tang Zhe deeply. At that time, my goggles were cracked, and pollution poured in, and I lost my ability to move. But I was still confused. The elevator shook slightly and stopped. Fang Xiyu whispered a word before the elevator door opened. So, I know everything. Tang Zhe's pupils shrank suddenly. The elevator door opened, because the light outside was even dimmer. Before the eyes adapted, it looked like it was pitch black outside the door. Fang Xiyu did not let go of his hand at all, and just walked into the darkness with him. The light behind him disappeared as the elevator door closed, and the scene in front of him slowly emerged. This seemed to be a place to park transport vehicles. The layout was simpler than other places in Area B, and there was a lot of dust. On the wall was a modeled LG3. The two stood quietly for a while, and there was no movement or sound around them. Now was not the time for transportation. It seems that the first step was going well, Fang Qiyu said. Tang Zai felt that the hands holding him had increased their strength, holding him tightly, as if to prevent him from struggling and escaping. Was he discovered? He frowned. It will be over soon, and we will return to Area A soon. By then, Fang Qiyu's words rang softly in his ears, as if a threat. Go back to Area A, and then use more advanced equipment to study him? Study the truth of his purification ability. Study why he can suddenly burst out and shoot. No. We have to stop this from happening in Area B. Tang Zai's eyes darkened. Fang Qiyu is now holding him horizontally, and one of his hands is on Fang Qiyu's shoulder, very close to his neck. The most important thing is that Fang Qiyu's hands are now occupied, and he can't fight back all at once. And he has no weapons. Although the protective suit is separated, it can't be fatal at once. But with his actual physical strength now, he can take advantage of Fang Qiyu's unprepared time to open his mask and cause him to panic. And maybe he can get out of control and run away or hide. In Area B, he was always more familiar with the route than Fang Qiyu. That car has the thickest dust and looks like it hasn't been used for a long time. Even if it's driven away for a while, no one will notice it. But for the same reason, it may not have been maintained for a long time, or even have no power, or simply broken down. Fang Qiyu picked while walking. This car looks like it's just been used. But for a car that is used frequently, someone might suddenly return to check or take out something they left behind, and the entrance and exit should be familiar with this car. So it's not easy to fool them. Now, Tang Zai thought, they were in the car group, so it was easy to hide and maneuver. At worst, he could go back to the elevator alone. Fang Qiyu could not pass the authority verification of Area B, so he could only be trapped here and could not move. Then, he would subtly inform Mu Zhiming. I know. You rushed towards me at that time, Fang Qiyu suddenly said. You want to help me block the attack, right? Tang Zai. It took him 2 seconds to realize that Fang Qiyu was continuing the previous words, talking about the last attack at the training ground. I just wanted to wake you up with a slap and let you get up and shoot, Tang Zai thought. I asked you to leave before, and you didn't go back because you wanted to help me filter the pollution, right? So even though I was exposed to the mutant, the final mutation level was only 0.1%. Tang Zai, it doesn't seem right, but it seems to be rounded up. Yeah. I also saw you take off your mask in the middle. To be honest, I was very touched. But this is just training. There is no need to fight so hard. Fang Qiyu changed his tone to be serious. Fortunately, the mutant this time was not too strong, and it exhausted itself at the last moment. So you are fine. But don't do this again in the future. Tang Zai, yes. Captain. He didn't know the last part? No. Maybe it was a disguise. So don't take it lightly. Tang Zai quietly moved his fingers, thinking whether to take action. And then he heard Fang Qiyu say, this is the one. Then, with a click, the car door popped open. Tang Zai? It's much easier to steal than the cars in Area A. I'll have them upgrade them after I go back. Before Tang Zai could react, Fang Qiyu had already stepped over and was about to put Tang Zai in the car. The dark and enclosed space stimulated Tang Zai's nervousness, and his hand moved reflexively, reaching for Fang Qiyu's neck. A small hole was torn at the connection of the mask, and a wisp of black smoke flashed before Tang Zai's eyes. Then, swoosh, Tang Zai's brain went blank for a second, and when he reacted, his face was already buried tightly in Fang Qiyu's neck. Fang Qiyu? Tang Zai. Can you consider the occasion when you eat next time? Chapter 16 Fog. Lost. From Fang Qiyu's perspective, his weak and helpless sentry team member was frightened by the dark carriage, and hugged him in fear, pressing his face tightly into his arms. He didn't know whether Tang Zai's behavior was due to some unpleasant experience in the past, which caused a sudden stress reaction. So he gently patted Tang Zai's back and comforted him. It's okay. The captain is here. What are you afraid of? Tang Zai. How to explain that he actually tried to murder you just now, and was controlled by the buff on his body to get close to you, and then silently replenished a little energy for future mutations. Forget it. I won't explain it. Your understanding is good. Sorry, Captain. Tang Zai quickly pulled away a little, lowered his head, and said softly, I'm worried. If there are mutants ambushing inside. Fang Qiyu began to feel strange, and then thought, Tang Zai, as a sentinel, was always the first to enter the exploration area, and he might have encountered a sneak attack by mutants in the corner. So he was so afraid of dark places. He suddenly felt a sour feeling in his heart, or was it heartache? It's okay. You will act with me in the future, and as long as I can still move, I will do my best to protect you. In my team, the survival of the team members is always the most important. He patted Tang Zai soothingly, and then turned on the lights in the car. Look, there's nothing. Tang Zai nodded and slowly relaxed. Fang Xiyu immediately stepped on, and put Tang Zai on the passenger seat next to him. And then, he closed the car door. However, when I tell you to retreat in the future, you must retreat. Before starting, Fang Xiyu said, what you need to do most is to obey orders. Without waiting for Tang Zai to answer, he said hold on tight, and the car made a loud engine sound and drove out. Is Fang Xiyu reminding him that if he had retreated obediently at that time, these things would not have happened? Tang Zai thought. Indeed, at first, only a small mutant appeared, and the plant attributes were also obvious, and it didn't look difficult to deal with. If Fang Xiyu could move to the inner field quickly, maybe he could just close the door, and it would be over. The premise is that the huge thing came out during this delay. Tang Zai quietly clenched his fist. The power in his palm was something he had never felt before. So you can imagine how powerful that thing was. He recalled the scene at the training ground. The light was very dim at the time, and there were shadows in many places. Even if there was black air scattered in it, he might not be able to distinguish it. Fang Xiyu found that the door to the inner field was not closed properly, because a small mutant attacked. But did the door to the inner field open just after they entered? Is it possible that the door has been open for a long time? The huge snake vine that appeared later was still very slow before being attacked by Fang Xiyu, and it was unlikely to squeeze out the exit in front of them in such a short time. Maybe it had been hovering in the outer field for a long time, but it just raised its body when they walked in step by step. Tang Zai frowned. Fang Xiyu said that the breeding of mutants was a cooperation between AB District, and was only used for biological research, and he applied for it for training for the Special Operations Team. The number of people who can access that door is quite limited. For such a dangerous project, the possibility of not checking it carefully is even more slim. Besides, the door was stuck. How small is the possibility of a pure accident? Was it done on purpose? To target the Special Operations Team? Tang Zai turned his head to look at Fang Xiyu. He stared at the front, as if he was driving seriously. This level, Fang Xiyu couldn't have thought of it. Right? What's wrong? Fang Xiyu suddenly spoke. No. Tang Zai was startled. Yes. I just found a small hole in the connection of the captain's mask. Really? Fang Xiyu raised his hand and touched his neck. Really? Captain, use my mask. A small hole. It won't be a problem. This area is relatively clean, and the car also has a filter. Plus the isolation of artificial skin is enough. Fang Xiyu glanced at him. Besides, are you still here? Little green radish? Tang humanoid green radish Ben Luoze. Fang Xiyu couldn't see the pollution, and didn't know that he was almost corroded. The location of the hole was very delicate, very close to the filter at the mouth and nose. If there was a crack in the inner artificial skin, it would be easily sucked in. Before Tang Zai touched it, the pollution had been hidden in the interior layer of the protective suit. Obviously, it got in when the protective suit was torn, and then was sealed inside by the folds of the mask. This protective suit is from Zone B. Tang Zai doesn't think they dare to let an A-level person wear a damaged protective suit. It's possible that it was accidentally torn after Fang Xiyu put it on. Torn? Fang Xiyu? Neck? The thickness of the protective suit can't be cut easily. Even a sharp knife needs to saw for more than 10 seconds. Or use bullets, laser knives and other weapons to do it. There is another possibility. It's a mutant. Tang Zai once again aimed at Fang Xiyu. With his skills, it's not easy to leave an attack wound on his neck. Fang Xiyu himself didn't notice the gap, which means the attack was very sudden, and it might be a sneak attack. And that pollution was exactly the pure black that Sive liked. This couldn't be something that was dissipated in the air. Fang Xiyu must have come into contact with the source of pollution. In the hospital in Area B? Fang Xiyu seemed not to notice Tang Zai's gaze, and continued to drive the car without looking away. Or maybe, he just pretended not to care. The car drove to the border of Area B at this time, and stopped in front of the gate. The prompt of the identification system flashed for a while, and the green light turned on. Sentinels and transporters are low-level personnel who often enter the contaminated area and have the right to enter and exit the gathering area. Unexpectedly, Tang Zai's identity as a sentinel actually helped at this time. The car drove out of the exit and headed into the fog. Fang Xiuyu suddenly spoke. Tang Zai, do you know the inspector of Area B? Tang Zai frowned slightly. My scope of responsibility will not overlap with that of the inspector. What's wrong? Before you woke up, there was an inspector in your testing room. Later, he sent the others away, saying that he would guard it. And then he left. There was no one guarding outside. And the captain of Area B? I came back late. Tang Zai noticed that he said back. After he left the testing room. Until he rushed into the ICU. Where did he go, and what did he do? Did the captain take a rest? Tang Zai asked tentatively. Well, I just wandered around. Fang Xiuyu's tone was a little unnatural. It's my first time in such a place. I can't find the toilet. Yeah. Are the inspectors in Area B so active? I thought they just sat in on meetings and occasionally inspected the work progress symbolically during quarterly reports. I don't know about that. Sentinels usually only have contact with their direct leaders. They only meet doctors and other patients when they are hospitalized. But the contact time is very short, and there is almost no communication. Oh, so you didn't meet the inspectors when you were hospitalized for testing before? Tang Zai's eyes flickered. I don't know, Captain. Maybe the inspector showed up. But I took him for an ordinary medical worker. Fang Xiuyu chuckled. That's right. You haven't woken up today either. I should be on guard. He shook his head. It's not important. Well, you said that the person you had the most contact with before was the direct leader. So what kind of person was your former captain? It was a lot of people. A lot of people? Almost every time it was different. Because the Sentinels suffered heavy casualties. There was no fixed team. And every time they called people temporarily before the mission. The leader, teammates, they changed every time. Fang Xiuyu was stunned. So I am the first fixed captain you have met? Yes. Then, I am honored. Fang Xiuyu laughed again. The two fell silent again. Tang Zai noticed that the fog ahead was getting thicker and thicker. The car lights only showed a gray area. And even the outline of the building could not be seen. Tang Zai was not unfamiliar with this scene. Every time they went on a mission, they had to pass through a large foggy area. But this also meant that they were heading to the wild. Captain, is it this road? Fang Xiuyu coughed awkwardly. Well, tell you something. Captain, please go ahead. This transporter seems to be able to only follow a set route. So, we will drive to the cargo port and stop. Tang Zai. Then we can only take the conveyor belt back. But it doesn't matter. I will ask Lao Chong to arrange for additional transportation immediately. So you don't have to wait too long. You have also had experience once. So it should be okay. Right? Tang Zai. Any suggestions on the conveyor belt? Tang Zai, lie down and let those robotic arms fiddle with you. Don't have any subjective thoughts. Fang Xiuyu said, oh, as if he understood. The fog is very thick. He suddenly sighed. Maybe it's because it's a foggy month. But this year's foggy month is longer than in previous years. Captain, your hands are off the control panel. Fang Xiuyu looked at the front window indifferently. It's okay. This car is self-driving. Tang Zai. Then what kind of serious driving were you doing earlier? The fog is getting thicker. And the foggy month is getting longer. Doesn't it mean that pollution has worsened? Unfortunately, we can only avoid pollution. But we have never been able to truly absorb and change it. Fang Xiuyu said, suddenly turning around and looking at Tang Zai seriously. You are the only person I have ever seen with this talent. Tang Zai was shocked. But he didn't show it on his face. He didn't know how much Fang Xiuyu knew about his talent. Or maybe he was just testing him. Unexpectedly, Fang Xiuyu just patted his head. So, don't listen to other people's nonsense. And don't belittle yourself because of your past identity. They asked you to go to an inappropriate place. So you naturally didn't get the desired results. That's because they don't have vision. I'm different from them. I have vision. Huh? Tang Zai blinked. And his slightly cold eyes instantly turned pitiful. Yes, Captain. From now on. Boom. Squeak. The car hit something violently, making a loud noise. Then the car started the automatic brake. And the harsh friction sound, an unknown noise intertwined and filled his ears. For a moment, Tang Zai felt that he could not hear anything. He was thrown aside by the inertia of the car's rotation. When he came to his senses, the car had stopped. The headlights still shone on the gray fog. But at this time, several distorted shadows appeared in the fog. The shape of the shadow was somewhat familiar, as if he had seen it many times before. Tang Zai's eyes widened suddenly. Where is this place? There seems to be some partitions over there. What are these? Mutants? Captain, this car doesn't seem to be a car for transporting supplies. It's a car for transporting scrap personnel. This is the quarantine area. Isolation. There are more and more black shadows around. Chapter 17 Isolation Zone. Tang Zai is not unfamiliar with this form. In several high-risk missions, the alienated sentinels will appear like this. But that was only the early stage of the mutation, and the degree should be less than 30%. As the pollution further erodes, people will develop in all kinds of incredible directions. What is this place? Why have I never heard of it? Fang Qiyu asked. It's an isolation zone. People whose mutation exceeds the safety threshold will be sent there. Area A has good protection, and it is difficult for people to exceed the safety threshold. This is under the jurisdiction of Area B, and most of them should be sentinels and action team members. Fang Qiyu didn't know what to say for a moment. Just bit his lips. There are rumors that the quarantine area is actually a place of execution, and everyone sent here will be executed. But now it seems that those people are just locked up here to fend for themselves. Tang Zai said. Without water and food intake, the mutated body can't last too long and will eventually die, unless they eat each other. Fang Qiyu carefully observed the car window. There are quite a few mutated people. It seems that they should have been sent here not long ago and have not yet entered the stage of killing each other. There should be no high-risk missions in the past few days. High-risk missions usually kill people directly on the mission site. The transport trucks brought in those who were found to be above the standard in the regular physical examination of Area B. Even if they did not participate in too many heavy pollution missions, they would be exposed to pollution when they went out to the field or even just in Area B, and the standard would be exceeded as time went by. Tang Zai's voice was cold, without any emotional ups and downs. People in Area B all spoke in this tone because they knew their fate long ago. Because normal exposure will also bring about an increase in mutations every day. And because of the extremely strict retirement conditions, the quarantine area can also be said to be the graveyard of Area B, who made them born with genetic abnormalities and inferior. The shadow moved on the ground in various incomprehensible ways, gradually approaching the car. Tang Zai knew that people had an instinctive tendency to move towards light after the mutation, thinking that there would be food near the light source. If they were not careful, the two of them might really become food. Fang Qiyu studied the control panel and pressed something to cancel the automatic driving mode. The car rushed forward a few steps. Are you scared? He turned around and asked. Tang Zai shook his head. I've seen a lot of them at the mission site. That's good. Fang Qiyu laughed. Go in and take a look. Tang Zai actually had no objection. This is a vehicle for transporting scrap personnel, and it has been reinforced to prevent attacks. Humanoid mutants are subject to the hardness of human bones and the limit of muscle strength, so the upper limit of their attacks is not high. As long as they are not bitten directly, they are not a big threat. Besides, he actually wants to know what the quarantine area looks like. Fang Qiyu drove slowly. He was not very skilled in operating the transport vehicle in Area B, and the fog around was too thick, so he drove very cautiously. Just then, Tang Zai heard a sound like reptiles' footsteps. Crackle, crackle, crackle. The clapping sound, accompanied by the sticky sound of water, came from the direction above his head. He looked up, and the next second, the sound had moved to the front. A long black shadow suddenly appeared, slid down from the roof, and slid in an arc on the front window. The two people were killed face to face, but they were very calm. The shadow could vaguely recognize the deformed face. The arms became extremely thin and long, covered with mucus, from the chest to the feet. The whole thing became a long strip. It looked like a big loach with arms. For a mutant, this appearance is very friendly. The big loach slapped the car window, but it was no problem for the thickened glass. Just a little blocked the view. Fang Qiyu drifted and tried to throw it off, but he didn't expect it to stick very tightly, and actually coiled in front of them steadily. Fang Qiyu had to stop the car first. Are they still conscious? He asked. I'm not used to attacking my own kind, Fang Qiyu said. unless it's absolutely necessary. But if the captain doesn't attack them, they will attack us. After being mutated, people's appetites will become very large, and attacking and eating are instinctive. It's meaningless to discuss whether they are conscious or not at this time. Even if they are, they can't control themselves. Doesn't the direction of mutation vary from person to person? There should be some who won't attack or eat. Right? For example, someone like you will probably become like a small grass, quietly nestling aside to absorb the pollution in the air. Fang Xiyu quickly stopped talking. You won't be mutated. As soon as the words fell, a voice sounded in Tang Zai's mind. Huh? An A-level person who has never seen the world. Saib said. Let him see how powerful I am one day. Let him see what it means to be open-minded. Tang Zai. Sorry. I've already been mutated. I have a big appetite. But I'm a bit picky. The big loach was crawling on the front window, leaving turbid mucus wherever it passed, further obstructing their vision. But it was originally a foggy situation, so it didn't make much difference. Fang Xiyu found that the thing couldn't be shaken off, so he turned on the wipers. But the thing got entangled with the wipers again. He groaned, and simply activated the sensing system and rushed forward. The scene outside was instantly blurred. The car window turned into a display screen with a frosted background, and all the synth light spots appeared on the screen. The white line in the distance should be the fence of the isolation zone, and in the middle are unevenly distributed red dots. These red dots are clustered in several areas, and now they are all moving in one direction. This direction is their car. Fang Xiyu turned off the car lights, which reduced the gathering of mutants around to a certain extent. But at the same time, it was difficult for them to recognize the scene outside with the naked eye. There are more alive than I thought, Fang Xiyu said. Does Area B send people here frequently? Aren't all these people sent here recently? It depends on the mission density and climate conditions. If there are not many exploration missions recently, the frequency should be about once every 40 days. What do you mean by climate conditions? Particle storms and the like. If there is a polluted wind, the frequency may increase to once every 20 days, or even higher. I heard about it, but I haven't encountered it yet. It's also possible that the news is inaccurate. After all, only Area A has accurate news, and Area B only has rumors. For some reason, Fang Xiyu felt that he was being implied several times. So, the mutants in the quarantine area are not yet in the stage of killing each other. But many have not died yet, he said. How is this possible? Have these people mutated to the point of breaking through the energy needs of the human body? Tang Zai turned his head and looked at the side window without saying a word. It was dark outside, and the side window reflected his faint reflection like a mirror, with green pupils like snakes. Have these people also started to use another source of energy like him? Squeak. The harsh brake sounded, and inertia made Tang Zai's body lean forward suddenly. He turned his head and saw Fang Xiyu looking straight in one direction. This shadow is not right. I'll turn on the searchlight, and let's take a closer look. The screen on the front window showed a row of red dots very close together and neatly arranged in front of the car, which looked like a red rectangle at first glance. This means that there are many mutants in formation. Tang Zai put his head against the side window and raised his face to the corner. Fang Xiyu's head soon came over and overlapped his head. Then, the searchlight on the roof turned on. In front of him was a giant tree several stories high, with a diameter of several meters. The trunk was formed by numerous thin roots embracing and gathering, inside and outside, layered. A few wisps of black air escaped from the gaps in the tree trunk. Saib was obviously excited. Fang Xiyu didn't know what he saw, and he squeezed over all of a sudden, with most of his body pressed against the side window. Tang Zai had to hide a little back, finding a gap between the seat and him to breathe. Fang Xiyu's eyes suddenly widened. That's not a tree root. It's a hand. A human hand. Tang Zai was shocked and squeezed back quickly. The searchlight moved up and down, and at first glance, it was all thin and long branches. Only after careful identification, you can find some deformed strips between the branches. This tree is made up of countless thin and long arms, just like the thin and long arms on the big loach, but even longer. The ends of these arms were not connected to the trunk, but seemed to grow out of the ground. Paw! Paw! The big loach suddenly slid down excitedly, zigzagged quickly on the ground, and then plunged into the trunk. Bang! It was slapped far away by a hand on the trunk. The loach was not discouraged. It rested on the spot for a while, and then rushed towards the trunk again. This time, it was blown away by several hands at the same time. What is this? Fang Shuyu's face sank. The mutants we encountered in the past were all single mutants. And this is obviously a collective mutation. We are still in the exploration area. How could this happen? Has the mutant type begun to evolve? Tang Zhe did not answer. He was trying his best to control his hand, trying to stop it from shaking. A force was surging in his body, making him a little excited. There was a faint urge to eat. Yes, only a small part escaped. And there was a more powerful energy in the middle. Can you feel it now? Very good. Slowly your 5 senses will open up, and you will be extremely sensitive to the existence of energy. You will crave this kind of food like me. Bang! Tang Zhe's hand gently hit the side window. Fang Shuyu turned around when he heard the noise, and met Tang Zhe's erratic eyes that he tried hard to restrain. Looking down, his hand was curled into a fist against the side window, and it was still trembling slightly. Naturally, Fang Shuyu took this as a sign of fear, so he stretched out his hand to block Tang Zhe and comforted him. Don't be afraid. Tang Zhe stared, not daring to speak or move, for fear that he would not be able to help himself, and flipped Fang Shuyu over. Then opened the car door and rushed in to eat. At this moment, he caught a glimpse of the big loach doing what he wanted to do outside the window, and then failed. Don't forget to break the container, Sive said. With your current strength, you will probably end up being beaten, and you are not resistant to falling. So I guess one time will be enough. It's better to ask your captain to break the container. Tang Zhe turned his eyes to Fang Shuyu again, but it was obvious he had no weapon now. The gun was still in Area B, in some warehouse. Fang Shuyu obviously wanted to meet this weird collective mutation, but he looked at Tang Zhe, then at his empty hands, and finally sat back in the driver's seat with a pursed mouth. This thing can't run away for a while, so just treat it as a road test. Collective mutation may be a new trend, and we have to prevent it. We have to study the things in the training ground. As soon as the voice fell, the tree suddenly rose from the ground, and it increased by more than 10 meters in vain. It turns out that it is not only made up of thin arms, but also thin legs hidden underground. These legs had been curled up or kneeling before, and they looked like tangled roots, which made them mistakenly believe that this tree would not move. Now, these legs have stood up and are walking towards their car. Chapter 18 Special Forces Action. Tang Zhe. Fang Shuyu. Before all the legs were pulled out of the ground, Fang Shuyu decisively turned off the searchlight, slammed the control panel, and the car immediately turned around and drove back. Fortunately, the thing had too many legs and feet, so it was restrained at this time, and the hands and feet up and down fought each other. The height of more than 20 meters also made it difficult for the trunk to maintain balance, and it could only follow the car with a drunkard's pace and stagger. At this time, the transport vehicle looked like an ant running for its life under a giant tree. Captain, will it follow us all the time? Tang Zhe asked. The quarantine area has a wall, but given the height of this thing, whether the wall can stop it is still a question. But then again, since it can move autonomously, why would it stay in the quarantine area? There is more serious pollution in the wild, and the time interval is too long to wait for people from Area B to come. Also, where did this strong black air in the middle come from? The mutants before were fine, but why did such a big thing chase us? We are not even enough to fill its teeth, Fang Shuyu replied. Now the lights are off. Can it really see us? As he said, Fang Shuyu suddenly turned the car in a direction, and the car drove sideways to the side. As expected, the tree did not react accordingly, and continued to move in the original direction. The car gradually drove to a relatively safe distance. Fang Shuyu stopped the car, and the two looked at it from a distance through the blurry front window. In the fog, only a black shadow that was darker than black could be seen, and its specific shape and movement were difficult to discern. I doubt it wants to eat us, or even chase us. Fang Shuyu frowned. Maybe it just reacted instinctively after being disturbed, and it does not have consciousness or tracking ability. This is consistent with the results of previous investigations on low-level mutants. The only difference is that it is much larger than the size of the mutants in the records, and even larger than the thing in the training ground. It is still based on the human body. Is this size possible? Tang Zhe turned his head with some doubt. He didn't know whether Fang Shuyu was discussing with him or talking to himself. The next second, his doubts were answered. It is difficult for a single mutation to reach a volume dozens of times the original. But collective mutation is possible. This tree and the previous vine show similarities, both of which are formed by the fusion of a large number of similar mutants. Each mutant is no longer complete, and only retains part of the original form. The lost part of the form should have disappeared during the fusion process, used to provide materials and energy for expanding the body. A voice that did not belong to them rang out in the car. It was Lu Tianyi. Fang Xiuyu did not know when he had connected with her, and was now communicating externally. Judging from the image just now, this tree should have melted away all parts of the mutant except the limbs, and the extra cells and nutrients were used to extend the limbs. However, any cell form has a volume limit. For an animal body, the larger the volume, the more strength, toughness, and flexibility will be sacrificed, and the energy consumption will increase exponentially. In other words, this thing will tire itself to death after running a few steps. And the trunk looks thick, but it is actually vulnerable. Fang Xiuyu asked. Lu Tianyi was silent for a few seconds. That's the theory. But this is based on animal data. What do you mean? Vine and tree both show characteristics of both animal and plant. It's just that vine is more plant-like, while tree is more animal-like. Unlike animals, the cell wall structure of plants can form a strong and tough body. Maybe the tree we see now has undergone changes similar to plant cells. So it may be, specifically, samples are still needed for research. I have taken samples of vines here, as well as other mutants killed by the captain in the training ground. And perhaps we can find some common points. It would be better if we had a sample of this tree. Right? Yes. After all, the two have both similarities and characteristics. If this tree is formed naturally by human mutation, it will be of great research value. Got it. Fang Xiuyu cut off the communication and sat there without saying a word. And the car suddenly fell into silence. Tang Zai's mind echoed his words, got it. And he had a bad feeling in his heart. Sure enough, not long after, Fang Xiuyu spoke again. Are you afraid? Captain, we don't have weapons. Is Fang Xiuyu planning to hit us with a car? Tang Zai frowned and thought. There is an attack cannon on the car, which should be used to prevent accidents. But it can only be used once. There are a few guns under the seats. Long-range ones. The bullets will explode after hitting. And they are still quite lethal. But they can't compare with the long-range defense of Area A. Fang Xiuyu said as he reached under the seats of the two people. And after touching the guns, he grabbed them in his hands on the left and right. It's a bit heavy, so you don't have to take it. Tang Zai? How does the captain know so much about the isolation transport vehicle in Area B? I don't know. I just asked Yukuri to hack into the operating system. Guan Yingjian and Lu Ji are also analyzing the weapons and combat environment on the vehicle, and will soon come up with an implementation plan. Tang Zai was stunned. When did you and them? When we were in Area B. Fang Xiuyu said casually. Before we decided to steal this car. It seems that tonight is the first time the special forces will take action. Fang Xiuyu freed one hand and patted Tang Zai's shoulder. After the mission, I'll let you take a few days off and apply for a dinner party. Well, so this is considered a vacation, not overtime. Tang Zai lowered his eyes and said nothing. You can just stay in the car. If everything goes well, we shouldn't have to get off. Fang Xiuyu finished speaking and tapped Tang Zai's helmet with his fingers. Don't worry. Tang Zai bit his lips tightly, and after a while, his voice came out muffled. It's the first mission. Why don't I need to do anything? We are still in the exploration area. There is no need. I'm not afraid. Captain, I can get off the car. If he is left in the car, even if the container is destroyed by Fang Xiuyu, he can't absorb the energy from such a long distance. Tang Zai thought. From past experience, if you want the energy to enter your body, you must touch it. If you don't get off the car, there is no chance at all. It's enough for me to act on my own. The requirements I give them are also plans within my ability. If I can't complete it, the action can be cancelled. Fang Xiuyu said. Tang Zai was silent for a while. It seems that everyone has already held an action meeting. Was it when I was unconscious? Or, when the captain was driving seriously in front of me? I was with the captain, but I was the one who knew nothing. His voice was still cold and indifferent. For some reason, this time he seemed to reveal a little grievance. Fang Xiuyu's heart was instantly alarmed. As the captain, It is his responsibility to make every team member treat the team as their home. Everyone should be close to each other so that they can work together. At the beginning of the collective action, some team members felt that they were excluded. This was his negligence and a taboo for leading the team. No, don't misunderstand me, he explained quickly. I didn't know that this car led here. I just asked them to help me find a fully equipped car. Just in case. After we were taken to Area B, they have been analyzing the traces of the training ground. You said this is an isolation area. I decided to come in and see them. I just connected with them at that time, and just turned on the video transmission and asked them to stand by. Your health is not good to begin with. After experiencing so many things, you just woke up and were tossed all the way. I was afraid that you were too tired, so I didn't drag you into the meeting. Besides, it was just a side trip, not necessarily to gain anything. Our current situation is much more favorable than in the training ground. We still have a car to escape. There is no need for you to drag your sick body into battle. Don't think too much. After Fan Shuyu's reminder, Tang Zhe realized that he should be very weak now. So weak that he might not be able to speak. However, in fact, he was not tortured in the training ground. But it was like drinking a big bowl of chicken soup. His legs and feet were strengthened, and he could even get out of the car and run a few kilometers. Maybe he could even carry a gun. Tang Zhe woke up from a dream, coughed quickly, and pretended. Cough. Thank you for your understanding, Captain. I feel okay now. About the same as before entering the training ground. Fang Xiyu understood Tang Zhe's feelings very well. Despite his background and weak constitution, Tang Zhe still had a strong desire to prove himself and the courage to face difficulties. This was a quality he valued very much. He couldn't bear to refuse Tang Zhe again, so he gave in. The weapons on the car may not be able to knock that thing down. The main goal of the operation is to obtain samples. I may need to contact the mutant. You will cooperate with me when the time comes. Tang Zhe nodded quickly. Just thinking about it, Guan Yingjian set a combat plan. Report to the captain. We sent out drones for assistance. At present, the tree detected is an unfathomable tunnel under it, and the tree just blocks the entrance. Drones can only scan within 10 meters underground, and cannot tell how deep the tunnel is or where it leads to. But the roots of the tree are only about 2 meters below the ground. Fang Xiyu nodded. After you drove away, the tree did not move away from the cave entrance, and a part of its roots always remained in place. Now, the tree has gone back again. It can be seen that its range of activities will not leave the cave entrance too much, and it will not chase you closely. The previous behavior should not be chasing, but expelling. In other words, the tree is just preventing you from getting close to the cave entrance. Prevent us from getting close to the cave entrance? What? Is there a treasure in the cave? Fang Xiyu snorted. No matter what. As long as the tree is moved away, the tunnel will be exposed. It seems so at present, but it is hard to say what is under the cave entrance. Maybe there will be higher level mutants. With your current equipment and number of people, it is recommended not to knock down the tree completely, and it is best to keep a part of it to block the cave entrance. Does it mean that with our current equipment, we can destroy the tree? Yes, Guan Yingjian said briefly. Tree roots. The roots are not deep and have obvious weaknesses. As long as you find the right place, you can knock them down. But the roots and trunks of the tree are always moving, so the weak points will also change constantly. If we miss, we might be in a passive position. No if. Send the plan. Guan Yingjian quickly sent the action plan. Fang Xiyu flipped through it twice and was confident. He pressed a few times on the control panel, and then pushed a part to Tang Zhe. Tang Zhe saw a red button-like object sliding in front of him. Car-mounted attack cannon. Fang Xiyu said while checking the gun in his hand. You press it. Tang Zhe? There is only one situation where you need to press it. I lose consciousness. If that happens, you press the fire button, and then use the time you have gained to leave as quickly as possible. Don't worry about anything. Just drive away. No matter if I'm in the car or not. Captain, it means it won't be used at all. Keep it to prevent accidental touch when the car shakes. Fang Xiyu knocked on his helmet. I will give the driving authority to Guan Yingjian for remote control later, and I will open the sunroof to shoot. You sit tight and protect the button. Tang Zhe nodded. The next second, a gust of wind poured in from the top of his head, and gray mist rushed in. the later in Fang Shuyu's mouth, means immediately. And in a blink of an eye, he has jumped onto the roof of the car with 2 guns. Captain, your mask. Tang Zai thought of the hole in Fang Shuyu's protective suit, and wanted to exchange his mask with his. But Fang Shuyu opened the window, and went out so quickly. Artificial skin is far less wear resistant than the outer layer of protective suit, and the protection level is not enough in high exposure environment. This is the quarantine area, and the amount of pollution in the air is much stronger than that in Area B. Fang Shuyu obviously forgot this. He didn't take the hole seriously at first, but he was an A-level person who had been under strict protection for a long time, and his immunity to pollution was even lower. What if he came into contact with the mutant? Bang! There was an abnormal sound from the roof, which was obviously not the sound made by Fang Shuyu's active movement. It sounded like he fell on the roof, accompanied by a sound of being dragged. This is the quarantine area. In addition to the tree, there are all kinds of mutants around. Captain! Tang Zai stood up and struggled to climb up to the roof. Chapter 19 Falling. Gray smoke hits in the face. This is a very familiar smell. Just like every time he enters the mission area. Tang Zai leaned out of the skylight and waved his hands in front of him a few times, but failed to dispel the turbid smoke. Even for the mission personnel in Area B, the pollution concentration here is still too high. He looked around and soon saw a crawling figure in the middle of the rear compartment. Fang Shuyu did fall down. He lay there motionless, and it seemed that he was no longer able to do it. Tang Zai lifted the mask a little, tried to take a breath, and was immediately choked. Most of the pollution here is the exhaust gas that Sai doesn't even bother to look at. Various types are mixed together, making it smell particularly deadly. Tang Zai looked at the shadow in the fog inside. He jumped up with all his strength, trying to use inertia to let his upper body jump up directly. But he didn't expect to slide back into the car. He looked down at the mucus flowing on the front of the protective suit and fell into deep thought. It was probably left by the big loach when it hit on the roof just now. In other words, Fang Shuyu might have just slipped. Tang Zai breathed a sigh of relief, but he didn't dare to take it lightly. He adjusted his plan and tried to climb up again. After trying 6 times, he finally managed to lie on the roof successfully. Fang Shuyu's shadow was a little farther away than when he saw it before. The rear compartment of the transport vehicle is very large, and it can accommodate dozens of people and a large amount of supplies at a time. So there is a lot of room for activities on the top. I don't know if Fang Shuyu moved over by himself, slid over, or was dragged over by something. Captain! Tang Zai shouted. The noise around was not small. In addition to the shouts and movements of various mutants from far and near, there was also a buzzing sound coming from nowhere. Coupled with the isolation of the protective suit, his voice was like a stone thrown into the water and was instantly drowned. So he opened the communication and sent it again. The other party is busy and has blocked your communication request. Tang Zai sent it twice again, and received the same error message. It seems that it was not because of the bad signal, but Fang Shuyu himself refused to communicate. Tang Zai had no choice but to crawl forward with doubt. There was more mucus under him than he had imagined. It seemed that the big loach had crawled all over the roof. In such mucus, Tang Zai could only crawl forward, and soon he became a big slimy loach. In this way, he finally approached Fang Shuyu. Captain! Fang Shuyu's head moved and turned slowly. After seeing Tang Zai, he showed a surprised expression. Why are you here? Without waiting for Tang Zai to answer, he pointed to his ear again. I'm connecting with Guan Yingjian. I'm about to reach the tree. The roof is too slippery, and it's hard to control while standing. I'm preparing to aim. You lie back a little and don't look up. Tang Zai nodded, took 2 steps back, and was about to lie down when he suddenly noticed that Fang Shuyu's legs were a little abnormal. Not only were the angles of his legs very strange, but one of them was sticking out of the roof of the car, swinging back and forth with the vibration of the car, and seemed to be slowly sliding down due to the flow of mucus. This posture was not only uncomfortable, but also very dangerous. If there was any obstacle on the side of the road, it might hurt the outstretched leg, and it was not impossible to knock him off. Fang Shuyu couldn't have been unaware of this. Unless, Tang Zai narrowed his eyes, raised his head, and tried to look for a while, and finally found a different color of smoke in the mist. The smoke was grayer than the surrounding area, and at this time, it had formed a stable airflow, flowing towards Fang Shuyu's neck. That was exactly where the hole in Fang Shuyu's protective suit was. Tang Zai bit his lip, thinking that something was wrong, and then struggled to crawl forward again. Sahib, he shouted in his heart as he crawled. Wake up! Fang Xiu woke up from his trance. He tried to concentrate, and tried to move the finger holding the trigger to confirm that his finger could still support him to complete the task. But other parts. There was a sudden movement beside him, and there seemed to be a faint pressure on his almost numb shoulder. Fang Xiu reluctantly turned his head, and saw the top of Tang Zai's helmet. Why are you? Go to the back quickly. It's dangerous here. Tang Zai didn't answer, but just leaned over him, and buried his face deep in his shoulder. Fang Xiu's body was already numb, and only his hands could barely move. But he was holding the trigger and aiming at the angle. If he pushed Tang Zai away, the reaction force would definitely pull his body off. It was hard to say whether he could still shoot at that time. Fang Xiu glanced at Tang Zai, but finally didn't move. It was too late. He turned his head, and focused on shooting again. The white mist exhaled from his mouth covered the goggles, and did not disappear for a long time. The protective suit has the function of waterproofing. But now the water vapor is dissipating more and more slowly. Obviously because the function has begun to fail. From the moment his feet suddenly became numb, Fang Xiu knew that there was something wrong with his protective suit. Perhaps it was because the mucus on the roof was corrosive, and artificial skin was not so resistant to corrosion. But he had to go to that place. Fang Xiu's panel did not send any information. In fact, after listening to the tactical plan from Guan Yingjian, he cut off the real-time communication. He said that real-time information would affect his judgment. So he asked Guan Yingjian to operate the vehicle according to the plan. And then he closed all personal contacts. If Guan Yingjian knew his current situation, he might directly control the car to drive outside. But if he didn't see it now, he might never have another chance. According to his estimation, the speed at which the pollution on his body spread should be enough for him to catch up with the shooting. Who? Cough. Fang Xiu's brain suddenly went blank, as if he had also entered the fog. This trance lasted for only 2 seconds, and then the white fog on the goggles dissipated, and his brain became clear. The arm seemed to have regained some consciousness. Before he could think about it, he felt a real touch on his body. Tang Zai was half lying on his back, his head buried tightly in his neck, and occasionally arching it gently. Is he afraid? No. This action is more like protecting him. Fang Xiu was moved. Even though he was so weak and could escape unscathed by staying in the car, he still struggled to climb up and use his body to protect him. Although this did not actually provide any protection, Tang Zai's action still gave him strength. The panel in front of him suddenly lit up red, drawing Fang Xiu's attention back to the present. The target was within reach, and he had to do his best to knock down this strange tree and see what was strange inside. What he didn't know was that in the half-minute before this, Tang Zai, the pollution has seeped into his protective suit. We have to get it out quickly. Sahib, you can eat it. Right? Sahib, are you kidding? 40% purity. What the F-dash? I would rather starve to death than eat this kind of thing. At worst, I can hibernate. Anyway, the food I have now is enough to sustain me for a long time. Tang Zai, then I will use my original body to absorb it. If you don't eat it, my body will be damaged by the pollution, and you will have nowhere to stay. You know how bad my body is, right? There is nowhere to hide now. I will die in a minute if I am exposed to the pollution. Before Sahib could emphasize his noble status of S level, Tang Zai suddenly crawled forward 2 steps and put his head close to Fang Xiu's neck. Sahib, are you still human? I will die even if I die. Gurgle gurgle. Ugh. What the hell is this? Ugh ugh ugh. Gurgle gurgle. Where did this disgusting stuff come from? These things don't even eat the mutants of F-dash. It seems that they have been inhaled and discharged by several mutants for at least 5 hands, and then fermented in a clay pot for half a month. I really want to vomit. I have never been so wronged in my life. Whoa whoa whoa. Gurgle gurgle. You? I don't know if it was affected by Sahib. Tang Zai also began to feel nauseous. He tried hard to suppress the urge of his stomach churning. If he accidentally didn't hold it back, Fang Xiu's protective suit would be filled with more than just pollution. At this moment, Fang Xiu, who had been motionless, suddenly raised his hand and patted his helmet. It will be over soon. Wait. Tang Zai faintly heard the gunshot and caught a glimpse of a dark blue light flashing by. That was one of the weapons commonly used in Area B. which had an effect similar to electric shock, and could be transmitted along the roots or nerves of the mutants, thereby causing partial paralysis. Almost in the blink of an eye, the blue light lit up in another direction. Tang Ze could feel something huge whizzing past his head, barely passing over his body. Then there was a continuous sense of oppression, as if many things were attacking them. It should be those hands. Fang Xiyu suddenly turned over and reached out to protect Tang Ze in his arms. This action exposed the hole in his protective suit again, and the heavy pollution instantly poured in, causing him to choke. He coughed hard twice, and fired 2 more shots while his vision was not completely blocked. The attack branches and roots smashed against the roof of the car, and were thrown away by the car's movement, each time hitting only near them. There were thumping sounds all around, accompanied by repeated vibrations, like a rainstorm. Not long after, the vibrations suddenly disappeared, and the branches seemed to disappear as well. The car suddenly drove out of the storm into silence, and the gray fog was replaced by darkness. They had left the strange tree, but not to a safe place. They were falling. It's like the eye of the storm. Fang Xiyu seemed to laugh. After passing through the most violent storms, you will suddenly enter a calm place, which makes people mistakenly think that they are away from the storm. In fact, it is because they have entered the center of the storm. The eye of the storm is the calmest place. The tree was hollow, and they passed through the outer wall of people and fell straight into the hole. They would fall into an abyss that the drone could not detect. Tang Ze felt that his body was weightless and floated up, and only Fang Xiyu, who was close to him, was solid. He could not see anything through the goggles, so he could only try to turn on the sensing function. Then, he saw a darkness darker than darkness. A force suddenly surged into his body, and because it was too strong, he fainted. Before losing consciousness, he felt that he was hugged by someone and seemed to have landed safely somewhere. It's okay. Sleep well. Chapter 20, So You Are Awesome? Tang Ze opened his eyes. In front of him was a beam of light, and there was nothing in the light except fog. And outside the light, there was only darkness. He was in a car. The sunroof was closed, and the filtration system in the car was back in operation, and the air became much fresher. Tang Ze moved his head and found that something was still connected to his face. He touched the mask on his mouth and nose and found that there were several tubes connected to the mask, all the way to the compartment behind the seat. He pulled the mask open a little, and a cool air flow hit his face. It turned out that this was the car oxygen supply. Fang Xiyu was not beside him. Tang Ze threw the mask aside and sat up. He activated the panel inside the car and found that several hours had passed since he climbed onto the roof. There was also a message on the panel. Wake up and send me a message. Don't leave the car. Fang Xiyu. Tang Ze frowned and tried to recall what happened before. Fang Xiyu opened a gap in the tree, exposing the middle passage, and they fell down the passage with the car. Just like the vine was hit, Fang Xiyu's behavior also released the energy of the tree, which was what he felt was darker than black. He was overwhelmed by this energy again. There is no doubt that they should be at the bottom of the tunnel now. He didn't know how deep the tunnel was, nor how Fang Xiyu made them, and the car landed safely. He just vaguely remembered that he was tied up and tightly protected before he lost consciousness, and was not completely in a state of free fall. It seems that Fang Xiyu used something like a climbing rope to fix it somewhere and brought him down safely. Tang Ze looked around and didn't notice anything unusual. Now it seems very clean here. After the pure energy was absorbed by Scythe, there is not even a trace of gray in the air. He then pushed open the door and jumped out of the car. There was a muffled thump sound from the ground, and Tang Ze's feet landed steadily on the ground. He walked forward a few steps and squatted down to check the ground. The ground was full of mud, but it was much flatter than he imagined. There were no fallen leaves or rotten things, and it didn't look like the bottom of a cave that had not seen the sun for a long time. Tang Ze turned around a few times within the range of the car lights. When he walked, he felt that his steps were very light. Even when he was jumping and squatting, he was effortless. It seemed that the energy this time had increased his strength a lot. It was just that his stomach, I don't know why it was not very comfortable. He didn't find anything unusual, but he felt that the soil was not very solid and seemed to be diggable. Finally, he found a place where the soil looked looser, stretched out his feet cautiously, and used his boots to dig. He dug down 20 to 30 centimeters, and the tip of his boot was blocked by a hard object. Tang Zai paused and quickly pulled his feet back up. He poked his head out to see what was inside. But the light of the car lights could not reach into the pit, and he could only see the earth wall in shadows. As for what that hard object was, he would probably have to reach out and touch it to know. He would never touch it rashly. Past experience told him that the best way to face broken walls, cracks in all places where there was no light, was to lie down and lie farther away. Besides, this is an empty pit in a quarantine area full of mutants. Tang Zai raised his head and looked around. As far as he could see, there was nothing else except the mud on the four walls, and there was no trace of mutant activity. But inside, it was full of pure black huge energy. There are only two possibilities for the current situation. First, this is just a tunnel. Second, the mutants are hidden in the mud on the four walls. It is even possible this tunnel is part of the body of a huge mutant. The car lights suddenly flickered, and the passage in front of him added some indistinguishable shadows. In a trance, those shadows seemed to have moved, as if something would break out of the ground at any time. Fang Xiyu, where is he now? Tang Zai's breath was choked, and he was surrounded by a sense of panic. He turned around and ran towards the car without hesitation. Almost at the same time, there was a noise from the pit he had just dug. A black shadow jumped out at lightning speed, and the moment he turned around, it suddenly wrapped around his legs. Bang! Tang Zai fell heavily to the ground. He instinctively wanted to struggle, but his fingers embedded in the soft soil. But he grabbed nothing, and his body was pulled back heavily. He supported his body with his elbows and pushed forward with force. But he never thought that the black shadow would quickly climb up on him again. That thing was like a vine, and also like a snake. In the blink of an eye, it wrapped around his whole body, tying him up like a sausage. The vines tightened, as if they were going to cut him apart. Ugh! His stomach was oppressed by the vines, and the nausea came out again at this time, making him unable to suppress vomiting. Ugh! Ugh! Cough, cough, cough. Tang Zai's body twitched violently. As he coughed, a large cloud of gray smoke came out of his mouth, like charcoal that had been burned several times, and it looked turbid. The vines wrapped around him suddenly loosened a little, and some of them slid to the ground, winding all the way to his side. Then, with a whoosh sound, the gray air he exhaled was sucked clean. Tang Zai was about to take a closer look at the thing that was wrapped around him, but he suddenly felt a sense of oppression in his stomach, making him nauseous again. Cough, cough, vomit, cough, cough, cough. This time he exhaled more smoke, almost covering his face. The vines on his body suddenly loosened up excitedly, and swam to the ground beside his face, sucking in the gray smoke in big mouthfuls. In the next few minutes, the vines did to Tang Zai, which was to tighten his stomach, make him spit out smoke, and then eat it. Tang Zai. This is treating him like an automatic feeding machine. Finally, no matter how the vines on his waist squeezed, Tang Zai couldn't vomit anything. The vines realized that there would be no more food, slowly let go of him, and then lay softly on the ground beside him. Tang Zai breathed a sigh of relief. The nausea and discomfort in his body before had disappeared. Finally, I'm done vomiting. Saib suddenly became energetic. Do you know what it feels like to eat when you are nauseous? It makes you want to vomit more. If I didn't think that so many good things should not be wasted, I wouldn't force myself to eat it. What the hell were you sucking before? Only the minions like this like to eat. Oh, they are really not picky. I admire them. Tang Zai turned over, half lying and half sitting on the ground. What are these? Things that are less than F level. You have seen them before. Where? Training ground. Tang Zai was stunned. And then he recalled the huge snake vine in the training ground. It was in the form of a snake vine. And if you look closely, it is composed of countless small snake vines. And what is next to him now is the smallest unit that makes up the snake vine. If the snake vines in the training ground are a collective, then this is a single? That's right. The collective is only E level. And this thing is not even F. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have looked at it before. Tang Zai looked at the snake vine on the ground, and then looked at his hand. That snake vine is E-class. And you are S-class? Are you that powerful? Nonsense. As long as I fully recover, I can crush those things as I pass by, just like an elephant crushing an ant. Tang Zai looked at the vine that strangled him half to death, and thought about the huge complex. It was hard to imagine what it would be like if Saib was right. Can it flatten the gathering area? Several small vines lay softly on the ground, completely different from the fierceness when they entangled him before. And once these vines are gathered together in large quantities, they will become something as terrible as the one in the training ground. Vine and vine, could it be a coincidence? Why aren't they moving now? Tang Ze asked. What you spit out is secondhand smoke that has been filtered through another layer. This kind of low-quality stuff is harmful to the body and makes it easy to lose energy. Ah yawn, I feel much better after spitting out. And suddenly I think F is a little cuter. Ah yawn. I feel sleepy when I'm full. I'm going to sleep first. Don't disturb me. Side was silent for a while. At this time, there was a faint sound at the end where the car lights could not reach. Tang Ze didn't notice it at first, but the snake vine on the ground raised its head first. They didn't know what they saw. And suddenly their bodies froze. And then, they slid back into the hole they had originally drilled out of, as if they were running for their lives. However, they hid too quickly, piled together like a ball of tangled wool, and blocked the hole tightly, which made them a big target. Tang Ze only saw a flash of blue light on the struggling vine. And then the blue light spread along the vines. With 2 gunshots, the vine twitched and then collapsed to the ground. Footsteps sounded immediately, approaching Tang Ze quickly. Why did you come out? Fang Shuyu's figure appeared in the light. Didn't I tell you to contact me as soon as you wake up? Fortunately, I caught up this time. Otherwise you would be entangled alone. He strode in front of Tang Ze, kicked the vine away, then squatted beside him, lifted his hands and feet to check. Tang Ze was covered in mud when he struggled, but he did wipe out the traces of vines. Fang Shuyu didn't see any obvious signs of injury, and he relaxed a lot. You weren't attacked? Are you feeling uncomfortable? He asked. Tang Ze shook his head. Fang Shuyu put the gun on his waist, stood up and carried Tang Ze horizontally. He didn't put Tang Ze in the passenger seat, but walked to the back of the car and opened the door of the trunk. Tang Ze was put in the trunk and wanted to close the door when he saw Fang Shuyu. Disobeying orders? Put in solitary confinement. Climbed onto the roof and lost the weapon button on the roof. He rushed forward when you asked him to hide. After waking up, he got off the car without sending a message. These are just the last few times, not counting the previous ones. Tang Ze had a wronged look. Captain, Fang Shuyu chuckled. I'm just teasing you. The protective suits are all dirty. There are spare ones in the car. Change into one. Don't dirty the seats. Seeing that Tang Ze didn't answer, he asked again, can you change by yourself? Do you want me to help you? Tang Ze shook his head quickly. Well, change and come out by yourself. If you're too tired, send me a message and lie down in the back to rest. There's something to check here. I'm going to drive forward. It'll take a while to get back to Area A. After that, he nodded to Tang Ze and closed the back door. Tang Ze quickly changed into a new protective suit. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Fang Shuyu waiting for him. Without waiting for him to jump down, Fang Shuyu turned his back and carried him on his shoulders. He carried him all the way to the co-pilot seat and put him in place. He then fastened his seat belt and let him go with satisfaction. Tang Ze noticed that Fang Shuyu was also wearing a new protective suit. Captain, are you not injured? Do you need to call for support? The pollution level here is very high, and there may be a risk of mutation. I have roughly tested it with the instruments in the car, and there are no obvious problems with either of us. Fang Shuyu turned around and looked at him, tapping his helmet lightly. I know your temper, but it's okay this way. When I really go outside the exploration area in the future, I still need someone to walk with me. Side by side, Fang Shuyu didn't answer, but just put away the smile on his face and closed the car door. There's something wrong with the gathering area, he said. This isolation area is not simple either. The tunnel may be connected to areas A-B. The exposure pollution in the air of area B may be related to this place. Chapter 21 Turning Point. Tang Ze blinked and waited for Fang Shuyu to continue. However, Fang Shuyu did not speak again. The car drove forward steadily, and the sound of the engine echoed throughout the passage. Tang Ze did not know what was ahead, but Fang Shuyu had probably checked it out before, and only came back to drive when he thought there was no problem. The slime on the front window of the car had been almost wiped clean, and the vision was clear. The panel was also hidden, and only the 4 corners showed some driving parameters. 20% energy remaining, 40 meters from the ground, and so on. Tang Ze could not understand how this car could fall vertically 40 meters and still be safe and sound. Come to think of it, he didn't see any passage behind or above the car. It seemed that the place where the car was parked when he woke up was a dead end. What exactly happened? Tang Zhe woke up as if from a dream, and quickly turned his head to look around. He turned his head, and found that there was no mucus on the backrest. Before he and Fang Xiyu fell, they were clearly like loaches. Thinking carefully, the protective suit he was wearing when he woke up did not have mucus on it. But it was only stained with dirt after he fell to the ground after he went out. Did Fang Xiyu wipe off the mucus on the car and their bodies before putting him back in the car? Tang Zhe looked at Fang Xiyu in surprise. He was exposed to pollution and looked half dead a few hours ago. Isn't it too fast to recover? Captain, he spoke first. Just now. The thing that was entangled with you just now is a specialty here. It is everywhere. But it is not very lethal. They are hidden underground and will break out of the ground as soon as there is movement. Fang Xiyu said and glanced at him. Did you notice? This thing is very familiar. I didn't have time to look at it carefully, but it feels very similar to the vine in the training ground. It should be something similar. I scanned it and took samples. Here are the preliminary analysis results. You can take a look. Fang Xiyu immediately raised his hand, and the half panel in front of Tang Zhe was activated, and the information of the vine appeared on it. Genealogy number? To be named. Attribute, plant mutation. Low-level vine system variant. First collection. Features. It is divided into root system and vine. 2 parts. With thorns all over the body. The root system is immutable, and the vine can entangle and crawl. When dormant, it is buried under the soil layer and shrinks into a tight, hard vine stick. When hunting, the vine breaks out of the soil and moves quickly. Wake-up method, vibration, speculation. Attack method, entangle to death. Some vines shrink into sticks and can hit. It seems that he not only dug the vine accurately, but also kicked its dormant body directly. How can this not be considered extremely lucky? Tang Zhe's mouth twitched. Captain, do you think this place is related to the breeding area? He asked. Collective mutation. Fang Xiyu said him. The tree at the entrance was produced by collective mutation, and the vine in the training ground was also produced by collective mutation. And the phenomenon of collective mutation has never appeared before. In addition, a large number of vine monomers appeared in the passage. So it is not surprising to suspect that this place is related to the breeding area. In theory, the isolation area and the breeding area are jointly controlled by the 2 areas AB. And even the A area has higher management authority. But in actual operation, both areas are controlled by Area B. That's why Fang Xiyu mentioned exposed pollution in Area B. What I find strange is that this place is so clean. Fang Xiyu suddenly said. The ground is a heavily polluted area, and the entrance is a giant mutant. But the passage is as clean as Area A. I've tested it, and there's almost no pollution in the air. Tang Zhe suddenly thought of the vine sucking the waste gas he exhaled. Could it be absorbed by the mutant? He said. There are so many vines here. Maybe they will absorb the pollution. Fang Xiyu glanced at him. If there really is a mutant that can absorb pollution, I will definitely plant one around the planet. With such a good thing, pollution will not exist. Tang Zhe. That's right. And if those things really absorb pollution, they won't be distributed in such a clean place. They should grow on the ground, where there is a lot of pollution. Fang Xiyu didn't know that there was originally a huge amount of energy hidden inside the channel. But he was right. These vines and trees don't directly absorb pure energy. They just grow around the energy and wrap it up. Container? The word flashed through Tang Zhe's mind, and he remembered the huge composite snake vine at the beginning of the training ground. Could it be that the complex formed by collective mutation is used to store energy? They may not be formed spontaneously, but are manufactured, whether it is vines or trees. There are a large number of monomers on the ground and in the passage, but they did not spontaneously produce collective mutations. In other words, they have only seen 2 collective mutations so far, both of which are related to huge pure black energy. There is a problem here. No. There is a problem with the people in the gathering area. Tang Zhe's eyes darkened, and he stopped talking, just quietly looking at the front of the passage. In the special task force group, the rest of the team members have been on standby. When Fang Xiyu explored alone, he should have contacted them to investigate the situation in the passage. So there was nothing to communicate at this time. The drone detection is useless at this depth, and we can only roughly determine the corresponding area on the ground based on the direction and distance of the car. After a while, Guaningjian's message came from the panel. You are currently on the median between areas A-B, 3 kilometers away from the midpoint of the connecting line. Before this, the channel has been extending northeast, and the end point of the extension line is Area A. Tang Zhe understood what he meant. Their current location is equal to areas A and B. If the channel extends in a straight line like before, without a turning point, they will eventually drive to Area A. But this if it didn't happen. A sharp turn soon appeared ahead. The car could only turn along the passage and then head northwest. From this point of view, the end of the passage is most likely close to Area B. Could it be that the air pollution in Area B really did not diffuse in from the outside, but from this passage? Tang Zhe frowned. Fang Xiyu did not show any surprise, as he had walked here before. After turning the corner, the road surface became obviously rugged, and the originally flat land was full of deep and shallow pits. After a closer look, it was discovered that there was a bunch of twisted vines lying in each pit, but now they were all drooping and looked lifeless. This is exactly the state they are in when they are hit by the electric shock gun. There are more and more of these things as we go forward. They may be barriers near the exit. Fang Xiyu said. The killing power of a single vine is not great. There is no need to waste bullets. We just drive over. This car can defend it. The car drove forward a little more. The potholes on the ground became more and more dense, and the dead vines even covered the ground. After a while, living vines finally appeared in front of them. This is the turning point for Fang Xiyu to act alone. It's just that the vines here, are they too many? Tang Zhe looked at the vine wall that blocked the entire passage. Get it? Fang Xiyu suddenly pushed something over. Tang Zhe looked down and saw that it was the red button again. I guess the passage ahead is filled with vines. We are at least 1 kilometer away from the AB zone connection. We must be prepared for this distance to be full of vines. I will rush over quickly. If we can't break through, use the attack cannon to clear the way. Before Tang Zhe could answer, he heard a voice saying hold on tight. The car accelerated suddenly, and he was pressed heavily against the backrest. However, the intrusion was not as smooth as expected. It can be said that the density of the vines and the resistance they brought were beyond his expectations. Tang Zhe found something wrong. The previous vines were just rooted in the ground, so running over them would not have a big impact. The vines in front of them were rooted in the 4 walls, filling up the space above, below, left and right, which is why they look so dense. After they approached, the outermost vines began to move, like countless snakes waiting to hunt. After the transport vehicle plunged into the vine pile, it initially rushed out a long distance by inertia. But under the heavy siege from all sides, the speed of the vehicle gradually slowed down. The snake vines on both sides began to move, and some of them even climbed onto the vehicle by chance. These climbing vines further hindered the operation of the vehicle, and soon, the wheels were also stuck. The car was forced to stop, and the window was instantly covered by the snake vines. The panel showed that they had only driven more than 400 meters, and there was still more than half the distance to the expected exit. At this time, the vines that they had previously knocked away also slowly surrounded them, wrapping the car tightly from the back to the front. They were like prey caught in a spider web, entangled in layers and unable to move. Fang Xiyu held the control panel tightly. Are you ready? Tang Zhe understood what he was saying, held the button, and nodded. The next second, the car suddenly accelerated and started. But it did not drive forward, but swung its tail violently. The transport vehicle swung out an arc in the passage with difficulty and turned on the spot. When the front of the car turned to the back, Fang Xiyu shouted, "Fire!" Tang Zhe pressed the button. The view from the front window was suddenly flooded with lightning. The vines surrounding from the back were blown away instantly, and the car was pushed out violently due to the impact of the reverse direction. Tang Zhe only saw the golden light that was getting farther and farther away, and the dense vines were pierced through a big hole in the middle, and were retreating rapidly. The car retreated so fast that only blurred after images could be seen from the front and side windows. Not to mention that there was no light in the direction of the car's retreat. He had no idea what was behind the passage. After retreating for half a minute, the impact of the attack cannon gradually disappeared, and the speed of the car slowed down. Fang Xiyu used the car's engine to continue to accelerate and back up, driving for another 10 seconds. When the resistance was about to stop the car, the back of the car suddenly lightened, and then it accelerated and slid out. They had left the vine array. Fang Xiyu braked and quickly turned the front of the car, and the car body drifted again, finally turning back to the front and stopped. The vines behind them were still making rustling sounds, but they were obviously out of reach. The headlights illuminated the front, which was a slightly wider cave. There were no vines in the cave, so it could be said that there was nothing. But for some reason, Tang Zhe felt that this place was full of indescribable things. After a long time, he finally understood the source of this feeling. Smoke. There were wisps of smoke scattered here. This smoke was a little different from the pollution smoke he had seen in the past. Their shape was not completely ethereal, but like countless transparent snakes with their tails tied together, twisting in the air. The situation in front of him flickered, as if covered by flowing frosted glass. It seemed to be seen clearly, but it seemed that what he saw was all an illusion. Fang Xiyu became cautious. He did not continue to drive forward, nor did he get off the car rashly, but started the detection equipment and searched the open space in front of him bit by bit. A prompt sound suddenly sounded on the panel, indicating that there was a foreign object on the ground. The image automatically zoomed in, and a square object appeared on the front window panel. It seemed to be a metal plate with faint writing, perhaps a label or something. It was just too dark in the place where it was, and the writing was difficult to discern. Fang Xiyu turned on the searchlight and shone the light on the location of the metal plate. The detection device read for a moment, and finally presented the image clearly. It was a nameplate of Zone B, and everyone in Zone B would wear it on their chest. The words on it were, Mu_. Captain Mu? Chapter 22 Confrontation. Tang Zhe was very sure that when he last saw Mu Zhiming, his name tag was still there. This meant that Mu Zhiming came here after they left Area B. But where is he now? This name tag brought too many doubts. Why did Mu Zhiming come here? And how did he get in? It was obvious that he could not have taken the same route as Tang Zhe and the others and walked ahead of them. So he could only have come in from another exit of this tunnel. Where does that exit lead to? Why did he only have his name tag left here? While Tang Zhe was thinking nervously, Fang Xiyu next to him suddenly operated the panel and pressed a few keys. A hidden gun muzzle in the front of the car quietly turned its direction, and then a white light flashed, and a bullet flew towards the nameplate. The bullet brushed past the nameplate and hit the ground next to it, splashing a pile of dust. The nameplate bounced up from the ground, as if it hit something, and fell back to its original place. Fang Xiyu's face sank. It's glass. Captain. You mean? A single-sided transparent glass door. The other side can see us, but we can't see them. Tang Zhe understood in an instant why the smoke in front of him looked so strange. They had long been blocked by a whole wall of glass that prevented them from seeing the road ahead. And the shape of the smoke was also affected by the glass. Fang Xiyu sneered, Guess. Is there anyone on the other side of the glass now? Tang Zhe didn't need to answer. The answer was already in front of him. The confusing passage suddenly broke in the middle, and it looked darker than before. A few gray blocks slowly appeared in the darkness, which looked a circle larger than their transport vehicles. That was combat vehicles. Fang Xiyu frowned and said. Tang Zhe was a little surprised. Combat vehicles? In Area A? Area B does not have special combat vehicles. People are usually transported to designated locations, and then get off to explore. The transport vehicles will be equipped with weapons to deal with unexpected events. Theoretically, the vehicles specially used for combat are controlled by Area A, and are equipped with more advanced large-scale strike weapons. However, now Area A rarely dispatches combat vehicles. Most of the clearing activities are remotely controlled by the tower, and combat vehicles have withdrawn from the stage of history. Area A eliminated combat vehicles that Area B does not have. Why are they here? Fang Xiyu did not make any moves, and neither did the other party. The vehicles on both sides just stood there, as if testing each other. Tang Zhe suddenly realized that they were riding in the transport vehicle of Area B. If the people on the other side were from Area A, they might attack directly without confirmation. Losing people and things in Area B is not a problem. Spending time to confirm is not only troublesome, but may also cause complications. Fang Xiyu also thought of this, so he chose to reveal his identity to the other party first. Transport vehicle, Fang Xiyu. Captain of the Special Operations Team in Area A. The panel was silent, and no response came from the other side. After a while, Combat Vehicle 1, get off. Fang Xiyu frowned. Transport Vehicle, what are you going to do after getting off? Combat Vehicle 1, we will send someone to drive the transport vehicle away. Transport Vehicle, are you from Area B? No answer. Transport Vehicle, There are still protection and weapons on the vehicle. But there will be nothing after getting off the vehicle. You are not going to wait for us to get off and then shoot. Right? Combat Vehicle 1, you can choose not to get off the vehicle. We will fight directly, and see who has a better chance of winning. Fang Xiyu bit his lip. He looked down at the gun beside him, as if he was planning something. And then he turned to look at Tang Zhe next to him. He put the gun down. Transport Vehicle. The A-Zone combat team is already on standby outside the passage. Combat Vehicle 2, get off the vehicle. We have no intention of starting a war. The transport vehicle belongs to Zone B. We just want the vehicle. Transport Vehicle, let's get off the vehicle at the same time to prevent unnecessary misunderstandings and suspicions. The other side was silent for a few seconds. And suddenly, the door of the combat vehicle in front popped open. Then, the doors of the vehicles behind also popped open at the same time. Fang Xiyu pressed the door opening button. The next second, he and the person on the other side jumped off the vehicle at the same time. Tang Zhe also wanted to follow him down, but saw Fang Xiyu quietly gesture to him to stay in the car. He nodded, and Fang Xiyu then closed the car door. Through the front window, Tang Zhe saw Fang Xiyu approaching them to negotiate, and he didn't know what he was talking about. The person opposite was wearing a heavy first-level protective suit, with no shoulder straps or name tags on his clothes, and it was hard to tell where he came from. Fang Xiyu seemed to have an argument with them, and the two sides were deadlocked. Fang Xiyu put his hands on his waist and finally kicked the ground angrily. A metal block was kicked up by him and hit the wall beside him. The metal block made a slight impact sound, and the air suddenly became quiet. The next second, there was a rumbling sound from the walls, and the ground began to shake. A message popped up on the private panel in Tang Zhe's helmet. Unlock the car door, but don't get out yet. Stand by. He did so. A large vine suddenly grew out of the wall near the original glass door in the passage, rushing like a raging river. Fang Xiyu's figure flashed, and was immediately submerged by the vines. Those who were standing in the open space to negotiate with Fang Xiyu dodged, watching the vines blocking the passage ahead. The combat vehicle parked opposite Fang Xiyu were nowhere to be found. The remaining few people in the open space dodged the vines while approaching the transport vehicle where Tang Zhe was. Tang Zhe heard their voices through the crack of the open car door. The door is not closed yet. If the previous accident happens again, I won't be able to explain to the superiors. One person said, let's get on this transport vehicle first and see if we can rush over. There are people. The car door was opened, and Tang Zhe met the man. At the moment when the man was slightly stunned, Tang Zhe raised his gun. This was the gun in Fang Xiyu's hand, which he didn't take away just now. And now Tang Zhe is fully capable of dealing with these people. The iron wall of the car door just blocked Tang Zhe's hand, just like it blocked his whole body just now. The people in the distance didn't see what he was doing. They only heard the man in front of him shout. So he walked over here. Tang Zhe pulled the trigger and thought about the order to deal with them. These people may have been at the same level as him, but he did not think they were compatriots. No matter whether they were A-level or B-level people, no one could be trusted. There was only obedience and use. At this moment, a dazzling light suddenly came from the opposite side. With a loud noise, the vines were broken and a combat vehicle rushed out. The combat vehicle sped and made a difficult sharp turn in the open space. The rear of the vehicle turned directly and hit the transport vehicle. Those people quickly moved aside to avoid being hit by the combat vehicle. The combat vehicle formed a tricky angle with the wall of the passage, and was still retreating rapidly until it was flush with the transport vehicle. The door opened, facing Tang Zhe. Tang Zhe didn't even think about it, and jumped forward with all his strength. The people on the opposite side seemed to have just reacted, and then they took out their guns and started shooting. The combat vehicle cleverly turned the angle, and all the bullets flew past the glass. Under the cover of the car door, Fang Xiyu leaned out half of his body and reached out to pull Tang Zhe back. Bang! The car door was closed heavily, and the bullet was blocked outside. Fang Xiyu continued to control the combat vehicle, and soon used a serpentine movement to move away from the open space and drove to an unknown place. After the car drove more steadily, Tang Zhe slowly raised his head. Fang Xiyu still had one hand around his waist, and now he raised it and patted him on the back. You know to use a gun to protect yourself. Good. Tang Zhe's eyes showed just the right amount of weakness. Fortunately, the captain arrived in time. Otherwise, those people would have been dead on the scene. Tang Zhe was not surprised that Fang Xiyu could hijack a combat vehicle of the other camp in a short time. But he didn't know how Fang Xiyu suddenly let out a large group of vines in a clean open space. He wanted to raise his head to ask. But his head hit Fang Xiyu's arm that was controlling the car. He quickly lowered his head again. Then he realized how strange his current posture was. Just now, he jumped out of the car and was taken in by Fang Xiyu. As soon as he got in, Fang Xiyu closed the door. After that, they were eager to get away from the trouble, and he didn't have time and space to climb to the other side of the seat. So now, he was curled up on Fang Xiyu's legs, like a belt around him. After coming to his senses, he was somewhat embarrassed. But fortunately, there was no hole in Fang Xiyu's protective suit this time. Fang Xiyu seemed to have noticed something. So he patted his helmet and said, "It's not out of danger yet. You have to be patient for a while." Half a minute later, the arm blocking Tang Zhe's head moved away. Fang Xiyu lifted him from his knees with both hands and put him on the seat beside him. Tang Zhe finally saw the light of day again and breathed a sigh of relief. "Captain, what road are we on now?" Obviously, they were not on the way out of the original passage, nor were they on the way back. They seemed to be on a road that had not appeared before. "The passage here will change. Originally I was just guessing, but now it has been confirmed," Fang Xiyu replied. "Most of the vines we encountered at first were hidden in the soil and only came out when they encountered a sound. Later, a large piece of vines blocked the entire passage. So I guess it may not be vines hidden in the soil, but there is soil where the vines stay. In other words, the soil we see is actually something like the secretion of the vines. The vines appeared first, and then the soil appeared around the vines. So we can see the vines filling the passages, but the soil has not yet covered them. In other words, these passages were originally formed by the direction of the vines." Tang Zhe nodded. "Then how did the captain lead out the vines in the wall? They didn't appear even though we made so many noises before. And I thought it was clean there." "Because?" Fang Xiyu didn't finish. The two people were silent at the same time, because the back of their heads were pressed against by something at the same time. "You have investigated a lot. Both of you." A cold voice came from behind. Chapter 23. Be open and honest. Tang Zhe turned his head slightly. "Captain Mu." Mu Zhiming poked his head out from behind. "You don't look surprised. You guessed it was me? Because of the captain's name tag, eh?" The light shone on Mu Zhiming's chest, and Tang Zhe saw a name tag Mu Zhiming pinned on it. "What's that on the ground?" Fang Xiyu stopped the car suddenly. "Why do you think I hijacked this car instead of the one parked in front? Some people hid in the gun room to sneak in. If others find out when they take weapons, I don't know how to avoid punishment." Mu Zhiming humphed. "Then you shouldn't give up the transport vehicle." He put away the gun pointed at them. Although the combat vehicle has stronger attack capabilities, it is only useful in combat. They are willing to offend Area A to get the intact transport vehicle, which means there are important things inside. But you actually abandoned it. Fang Xiyu raised his eyebrows. "I know what they want," he said. "So don't worry. I have taken care of it." Mu Zhiming looked at him with some surprise. "You better be telling the truth." Tang Zhe was confused. Apparently, during the few hours he was unconscious, Fang Xiyu did much more than he expected. The transport truck must have been turned upside down by him. So it's no surprise that he found some secrets. But what exactly is this secret? Not to mention Mu Zhiming. Fang Xiyu reached into his pocket, took out something, and threw it into Mu Zhiming's arms. "You can explain it." Tang Zhe saw that he threw the name tag that fell on the ground. "Do you still have time to pick up the name tag?" Mu Zhiming stroked the name tag with his fingers and uttered another humph. But it was a different emotion. He lowered his head and looked away. "Why should I explain to the people in Area A?" Fang Xiyu pointed at Tang Zhe. "You can explain it to him." "Tang Zhe?" Mu Zhiming turned his head to look at Tang Zhe. His eyes changed again and again, and I don't know what he was thinking. After a while, he carefully put away the name tag and then spoke. "The name tag belongs to my sister, Mu Zhijin." Tang Zhe suddenly realized. At first, he only saw the first two words on the name tag, and naturally thought it was Mu Zhiming's. "I didn't expect he actually has a sister?" Her original position was one level higher than mine, and her work ability was much better than mine. I used to be a young boy, reckless, always causing accidents, and in the end, she handled it properly and turned the accidents into achievements. She is my idol. Mu Zhiming paused and seemed to sigh. She disappeared 2 years ago. He continued. She met the retirement criteria and could return to the bunker. In fact, she met that criteria a long time ago. But she repeatedly applied for extensions. She said she would stay with me until I retired. But that time, she suddenly said that she had to go back to the bunker to see what happened. She didn't tell me what it was. She disappeared during the last mission before she left. Tang Zhe frowned. Captain Mu suspected that there was something fishy? Mu Zhiming looked at him meaningfully. Don't you realize it yourself? Seeing that Tang Zhe didn't understand what he meant, Mu Zhiming continued, I've been keeping an eye on you, because you will soon reach the retirement standard for sentinels. Tang Zhe said, It seems that Area B often uses this method. That is, to deal with people who are about to return to the bunker by assigning high-risk tasks. The tasks that Tang Zhe participated in when he was close to the retirement standard became more and more deadly. And he was even ordered to give up rescue. I'm afraid Mu Zhiming was treated the same way. Mu Zhiming pays attention to him because of this? No. But Captain Mu seems to have started to pay attention to me a long time ago. Mu Zhiming looked at Tang Zhe and didn't answer immediately. After a while, he turned his gaze to Fang Xiyu. Tang Zhe understood that he was concerned about Fang Xiyu. Fang Xiyu didn't seem to notice Mu Zhiming's expression at all, and even didn't seem to be listening to their conversation at all. After a while, Fang Xiyu suddenly said, Give me back the gun. Mu Zhiming was stunned for a moment and looked away. It's not with me. I saw it. This kind of weapon that has never been seen before must be sent back for inspection and analysis. Area B has no authority to study weapons in Area A. You don't want to copy it privately, do you? Fang Xiyu didn't even turn his head, but just stretched his hand in front of Mu Zhiming. The gun is still in the experimental stage. There is only one, and the data is very important. I want to take it back to continue improving weapons research and development. Fang Xiyu, after it is finally confirmed, I will give you one. Mu Zhiming raised his eyebrows. Really? Fang Xiyu did not answer him, but turned to look at Tang Zhe. I think I am more or less trustworthy. Tang Zhe did not know whether he should answer anything, but just said him blankly. Then he saw Mu Zhiming also turn to look at him. And after a while, he reluctantly took out the gun and put it in Fang Xiyu's hand. It's worth it to exchange the gun for my sister's brand name. Fang Xiyu took the gun, looked it over, and then held it in front of Tang Zhe. Isn't it handsome? Mu Zhiming, not bad. Fang Xiyu, my weapons research and development is the best. Each of my team members is the best in their respective fields. Mu Zhiming, not bad. Fang Xiyu, so, I believe in my own vision. Mu Zhiming, it's okay. Tang Zhe, can you two talk face to face? And stop staring at me. An outsider? After a moment of silence, Fang Xiyu and Mu Zhiming finally retracted their gazes and looked ahead. I think our goal should be the same, Fang Xiyu said. At least, for now. Can you help me find her? Maybe. It's much easier than for you who has no authority. Mu Zhiming's breathing became noticeably heavier. I will apply for a thorough investigation of the breeding area, and may even let Area A take over. It's too late. They are already clearing the traces. There is always a loophole. What if there are still some clues? Fang Xiyu said. In this matter, it would be good for both of us to be open and honest. Isn't it? Tang Zhe suddenly understood why Fang Xiyu changed his attitude towards Mu Zhiming. They were in danger at the training ground, and Mu Zhiming was the first to arrive, which means he was originally nearby. From what Safar said, we can know that it was not Mu Zhiming's activity area, but because the supervision in that area was vague, Mu Zhiming had the opportunity to take advantage of it. Mu Zhiming was supposed to go to investigate the breeding area. Judging from the situation in this passage, it is basically certain that it is related to the breeding area, and the two are even connected. If so, then the previous person's words, if there is any accident again, may refer to the giant snake vine entering the training ground. Isolation area, passage, breeding area, training ground. They are connected into a line, buried deep underground, surrounding the entire B area. The purpose is unknown. Mu Zhiming nodded slowly. We can reach a short-term cooperation on this matter. However, I will prioritize my position. Of course, Fang Xiyu said. But, I have a condition. Say it. Fang Xiyu pointed at Tang Zhe. Don't hurt him. Fang Xiyu suddenly turned his head and stared at Mu Zhiming. I will also prioritize my team members. If I see a situation like the one in the ward again, No matter what you have in your hand. Don't expect me to be polite to you. Mu Zhiming pulled the corner of his mouth and sneered. Don't worry. I just want to know the information he concealed. And I have no intention of hurting him. Captain Fong. I've been eyeing him for much longer than you have. Tang Zhe. How come the topic is about me again, when we're talking face to face? Seeing the two captains staring at each other, the atmosphere became tense again. And Tang Zhe quickly interrupted them. That? Two pairs of angry eyes suddenly turned to him. Who should we start with? Tang Zhe said awkwardly. Mu Zhiming, of course. You first. Fong Xiyu pushed back. Mu Zhiming rolled his eyes. I noticed that Tang Zhe was on that high-risk mission. 48 sentinels. 47 of them died. Anyone would be suspicious of the one who was alive. Right? Why can't he be gifted? Fong Xiyu interrupted him. The main thing is not that he is alive, but that those 47 people should not have died. Or, so many people should not have died. Mu Zhiming said. The mission rating is super micro. Do you know how the mission levels in Area B are divided? Large venues and super micro missions are basically at the level of picking up leaks, and are used to brush performance. That's why they asked to send out 3 groups of sentries. But who knew that not long after arriving at the scene, the super micro became high risk? Mu Zhiming said, pointing at Tang Zhe. He was at the scene, so he must know more about what happened. We monitored the accident in the car, and there was less than a minute before and after the accident, so there was no time for rescue. What's more strange is that I checked the message records at that time and found that the retreat order issued by the tower was 0.3 seconds earlier than the retreat threshold was reached. This means that someone knew that this was actually a high-risk mission. Fong Xiyu said. Mu Zhiming nodded. It's just that everything happened too fast at the time. The sentinel signals were alarmed one after another, and the panel was full of various messages. So we didn't notice the 0.3 second advance. After receiving the order, the mission field was almost completely occupied. We had no choice but to order all the subsequent teams to retreat. Who would have thought that the field monitoring 2 days later would actually find life signals? Mu Zhiming said, looking at Tang Zhe. In that case, someone stayed in the mission field for 2 full days, and the degree of mutation after coming out was only 0.1%. Before Tang Zhe could speak, Fong Xiyu blocked his words again. I said that my team members are all the best in their respective fields. Then let's say he is gifted. So he also escaped unscathed in the pollution leak incident on the night he was admitted to the hospital. Fong Xiyu frowned. He didn't know the whole story of this pollution incident, so he looked at Tang Zhe with a little worry. You saw something that night, right? Mu Zhiming said. What do you mean by bullets that leave no trace? Tang Zhe lowered his eyes and spoke after a while. That night I saw someone enter the ward where I was with something like a gun in his hand. He shot at the bed from the side closest to the door. But I didn't hear the gunshot. He didn't get close to me. And within a few minutes, the man left. I was scared, so I struggled to escape. But as soon as I got to the corridor, the alarm went off. But for some reason, when I woke up, I found that the incident was recorded as a pollution leak. Fong Xiyu and Mu Zhiming looked at each other in surprise. What else? Mu Zhiming asked. After I arrived at Area A, someone sent me an anonymous message, and it was self-destructing. What? Fong Xiyu grabbed Tang Zhe's arm. Why didn't you tell me? That was when I just got a temporary identity in Area A and hadn't officially joined the Special Forces. Tang Zhe lowered his voice. And it was about Area B. So, Fong Xiyu slowly let go of him. What did the message say? I was sent an investigation report on the hospital leak. The report said that it was suspected that there was an invasion of mutants in the hospital that day. In the eyes of the two people, Tang Zhe continued, the people sent to the quarantine area had non-penetrating wounds on their bodies. The scars were like snake-like curved channels, about half a centimeter thick, and penetrated 10 to 30 centimeters into the human body. Therefore, the report speculated that the scars were caused by the tentacles of mutants. I looked, and the number of people with scars was consistent with the number of people who were shot in my ward. The air was quiet for a while, and after a long time, Mu Zhiming broke the silence. You asked me if there are bullets that do not leave traces and do not penetrate the human body. What do you mean? Because you saw that they were shot, not the so-called mutant tentacles. Tang Zhe nodded. I don't know if there are guns that can cause such damage, Mu Zhiming said and looked at Fong Xiyu, who also shook his head slowly. Maybe both guesses are right? Fong Xiyu said. Captain, what do you mean? You didn't hear the gunshot. Maybe the gun didn't shoot bullets at all. Don't you think the shape of the traces is very similar to something we often see recently? Tang Zhe and Mu Zhiming lowered their heads and thought for a while, and suddenly shouted in unison, "Vines. Let me ask another question. Where were those who were shot finally put?" Isolated area. Chapter 24. You want me to be a traitor? The air was silent for a few seconds. Several clues converged, and the truth was about to come out. But it seemed there was still a very important part missing. They only caught a thread in this mess, and the real veins were still hidden in the chaos. In this chaos, a thought suddenly flashed through Tang Zhe's mind. Did the person who pointed a gun at him that night really not shoot? He unconsciously raised his hand to cover his chest. There was no gunshot. Not bullets. Shooting in sequence. The smoke rose from other people's bodies because they were eroded by pollution. But he escaped underside shelter. Could it be, that night, he had actually been shot? But there were no scars on his body. And he was also sure that there were no vines or tentacles or anything like that shooting out of the muzzle of the gun at that time. Even if they were really shot, it was something very small and difficult to distinguish with the naked eye. Just thinking about it, Fang Shuyu's voice came over. "How did you get here just now?" Tang Zhe withdrew his thoughts and looked at Mu Zhiming. "I found a combat vehicle in an abandoned warehouse in Area B. I heard someone coming, so I just found one and hid in it. As for the route to here, I don't know." Mu Zhiming pointed to the control panel. "There should be records on the car. Call them up and have a look." Fang Shuyu activated the front window panel and operated it. And a warning line popped up on it. No access permission to TSKS came from the car at the same time. It seems that those people have considered that the combat vehicle may be discovered, so they have added permissions to the driving records. Tang Zhe thought, "I don't know where these people come from. It seems that they are not only guarding against Area A, but also Area B. It's okay. This thing can be checked later," Fang Shuyu said and closed the panel. "First, tell me, why were you near the training ground last night?" Statement: I didn't know what kind of training ground you had in advance. I went there after hearing the alarm. Mu Zhiming responded coldly. Before that, I was checking the breeding area. This is not difficult to guess. What's wrong with the breeding area? Fang Shuyu asked. No obvious abnormality. Especially that night. Oh! No abnormality is the biggest abnormality. As far as I know. The breeding area will definitely sound an abnormal alarm on certain days. It's just that the confidentiality level of this alarm is very high. And I just accidentally glanced at it a few times. Mu Zhiming said. Last night was supposed to be the day when the alarm was sounded. So I brought some trusted people to stake out the situation. As a result, nothing happened in the breeding area. But not long after, an alarm sounded in the nearby training ground. He shrugged. I thought it was just an A-level person playing a hunting game and got too excited. But who knew that I would see him again? Tang Zhe was startled by Mu Zhiming's gaze and quickly lowered his eyes. Another escape from death under extreme conditions, with a mutation level as accurate as an atomic clock of 0.1%. I have seen the same thing too many times. But this time, he is finally not the only one who survived. There is actually a person next to him who is even more lucky. Mu Zhiming moved forward and put his head side by side with the two people in front of him. I'm really curious. How did you avoid such a large mutant falling from the sky? Fang Shuyu raised the gun and showed it off as if nothing had happened. It's probably because the weapon is okay. Mu Zhiming instantly revealed a look of I want it so much. He quickly swallowed his saliva and sat back. My sister doesn't need such fancy things. She can still make meritorious deeds. Fang Shuyu ignored him and put the gun away. The inner field of the training ground is connected to the breeding area. There is a channel for transporting mutants inside, which is managed in a unified manner with the breeding area to prevent pollution leakage. Fang Shuyu said. Obviously, the alarm that was supposed to be issued in the breeding area was transferred to the training ground this time. The content of the alarm should be the huge complex snake vine. We decided to go to the training ground at the last minute. It is unlikely that an ambush was set for us. That thing may have escaped from the breeding area by accident. The people who handled it did not have time to react, or even noticed it at all. He turned back to look at Mu Zhiming. What is the pattern of the alarm in the breeding area? Mu Zhiming thought about it. Usually, it is the day when the quarantine area is regularly transferred. And then 3 to 5 days later, the alarm will be handled within the same day. And the handling time should be after the curfew of Area B, so that no one will find it if someone visits the next day. Area B just finished a transfer. Exactly 5 days ago. That is to say, according to the previous rules, last night was the deadline for abnormalities in the breeding area. Tang Zhe thought. The snake vine might have run away from the breeding area a long time ago. It also destroyed the door of the inner field of the training ground and has been entrenched in the dark outside. It was not discovered until he and Fang Xiuyu entered the training ground and angered it. However, the person who secretly handled the alarm should not want the matter to be exposed in this way. Before coming here just now, I went to inquire about the training ground, but it was occupied by the internal affairs personnel of Area A and Area B. Mu Zhiming added. I also sent a team to the scene. But it is said that because the terrain of the training ground is complicated and there may be hidden mutants, the people on the scene refuse to let them conduct a detailed investigation. Some people also propose to close the venue and conduct a comprehensive cleanup inside. Wouldn't that mean watching them destroy the evidence? Mu Zhiming sneered. Captain Fang, aren't you from District A? Why are you being obstructed by District B? Hasn't District B always obeyed the orders of District A? Or are there people from District A who want to stop the investigation of this matter? Fang Xiuyu turned his head and looked forward, pursing his lips, and remained silent for a while. The quarantine area and the breeding area are nominally operated by the two areas, but they are actually controlled by Area B. Area B does cooperate with Area A in other matters, but is very strong on the issues of these two areas. It took me a lot of trouble to apply for the training ground. The current venue is not what I expected, but it is the result of mutual compromise. He said, maybe there are some transactions between the two areas that we don't know about. Transaction? You don't think that the remote command of Area A alone is enough to make so many people in Area B willingly obey? The people who formulate complex rules and regulations and strictly enforce them are not from Area A. Mu Zhiming was silent for a few seconds, and finally uttered a few words with gritted teeth. Section B Senior Management. Even a loyal dog will only work if he is fed. Not to mention. Fang Xiuyu paused. These senior management control the soldiers in Section B for Section A. In exchange, they should have made some demands. Do you think their demands are the control of the quarantine and breeding areas? Whether it is control or not, it must be related to these two areas. I am afraid that no one in Section A knows about the passage we are in now except me. Perhaps this is the calculation of the senior management of Section B. The breeding and quarantine areas are far away from the daily activity areas. If they are controlled, Section A will not get involved in the connected areas in the middle. They can use this large area without interference to do something without attracting the attention of the bunker. Fang Xiuyu turned his head. So to figure this out, it's best if someone investigates within Area B, and this person has a certain degree of freedom and access to higher-ups. Mu Zhiming showed a thoughtful expression. You want me to be a traitor? You feel so strongly about Area B? Mu Zhiming sneered in response. Fang Xiuyu narrowed his eyes. If you're worried about the punishment after being exposed, I have the authority to recruit players from Area B. I don't feel a sense of belonging to any organization, and I don't think it's an honor to be a superior person in Area A. Mu Zhiming glanced vaguely in Tang Zhe's direction. Besides, let me be your subordinate in the next life. As soon as the voice fell, he and Fang Xiuyu looked in opposite directions, and snorted at the same time. Tang Zhe. The two captains are still as tacit as always, but they don't get along well. In other words, Fang Xiuyu's plan can be said to be perfect, as long as they are sure that Mu Zhiming is not on the opposite side of them. He is definitely the best candidate for cooperation. This may be the purpose of Fang Xiuyu's hijacking of this car. He wants to ensure that Mu Zhiming will not be exposed. Otherwise, there will be no subsequent cooperation. Just to confirm that Mu Zhiming is at the scene and did not threaten this matter. When did he know? Was it during the carjacking? Or when he saw the brand? Tang Zhe cast a cautious look at Fang Xiuyu. Just now, when Mu Zhiming asked how did they avoid the giant snake vine, Fang Xiuyu lightly changed the subject. Did he notice something? Just thinking about it. Fang Xiuyu spoke again. I'll just assume you agreed. You don't need to do anything extra. Just continue to investigate the things you are interested in, and then let me know when the time comes. Of course, I will tell you when I have the information. Mu Zhiming raised his eyebrows. Captain Fang, Tang Zhe and I have talked a lot, but so far, I haven't heard you say what you have found. You can only trick people, but you can't be called sincere. Fang Xiuyu didn't answer immediately, but opened the panel. After a while, the data analysis of an item appeared on the front window. What is this? A set of protective clothing in Zone B. You should be familiar with it. The clothes have been disposed of, but the data that should be scanned has been scanned. What you see now is the analysis of the scars on the neck of the outer layer of the protective clothing. Tang Zai's breathing stagnated. Who is wearing the protective clothing? Mu Zhiming asked. I'm wearing it. Fang Xiyu stretched out his finger and gestured at his neck. After we were driven out by the inspector, I was walking along the corridor to go back to the lounge, and I felt someone following me from behind. At first I thought it was you. I stopped after passing a corner, and after a while, I saw the sneaky figure. We exchanged a brief fight, but the man was very agile and actually dodged. Then he pulled out a gun and pointed it at me. Fang Xiyu laughed, but the laugh was cold. I heard a strange sound in the air, the sound of a silenced bullet scratching the air, but his gun didn't fire a bullet at all. It was a long time later that I realized that the neck of my protective suit was scratched. He said, looking at Mu Zhiming and Tang Zai. Do you think this gun is the same as the one Tang Zai saw before? Chapter 25 changes. Tang Zai was stunned. Indeed, the hole at the neck of Fang Xiyu's protective suit did not seem to be caused by an ordinary sharp weapon, which meant that he had at least experienced a fight or a trap. But in this case, it was impossible for him not to notice that the protective suit was torn. The gun did not fire bullets or other visible objects, but it could really cause damage. It was exactly the same as the massacre in the ward. And if Fang Xiyu did not enter the place he should not have entered, then the pure black energy hidden in the interlayer of the protective suit should be left by the invisible bullet. Tang Zai thought. Could it be that the gun shot out pollution? What do you mean by I thought it was me at first? Mu Zhiming asked. Do you know the identity of that person? I don't know, but it's definitely not you. Why? You can't even hold the gun steadily. How can you escape from me? Mu Zhiming. For some reason, despite the mask, Tang Zai could still feel Mu Zhiming's face turning green. The man was wearing full protective clothing, and even his body features could not be seen clearly. But his protective clothing seemed to be too big. Maybe he was thinner and shorter than me. In addition, he can move freely in the hospital, excluding seriously injured patients and staff on duty. There should not be many left. It shouldn't be hard to check this guy. Right. Captain Mu? Mu Zhiming panted heavily, and after a long while, he squeezed out a word from his teeth. Yeah. That's all for now. We'll know the rest after we finish touring this underground passage. Do you know where to drive? Drive back. Go back to the abandoned warehouse where you hid. Before Tang Zai and Mu Zhiming could react, Fang Xiyu pressed a few keys on the control panel, and the protective suit data on the panel disappeared instantly, replaced by a bunch of complicated codes. Yuka Yuri. Is the cracking done? A loud response suddenly came from the car. Report to the captain. The entire vehicle system has been cracked, and access is available at any time. As he was talking, the red part of the code turned green, and then entered the administrator operation interface. The spatial data of the entire vehicle was displayed in front of them. Another task was issued without anyone noticing. Tang Zai thought, what a captain who does not work overtime. Only adjusts the rest time. Fang Xiyu operated it for a while, and the front window panel immediately entered the map interface, showing the most recent driving record. Mu Zhiming had never experienced this situation, and it took him a few seconds to react to what happened. The emotion of super envy flashed in his eyes, and then he had an indifferent face again. Captain Fang, didn't you say that the underground passage will change due to the distribution of vines? When you hijacked the car just now, the passage for the combat vehicle was already blocked. Now even if we drive back along the original route, we can't go back. At least we know where the destination is. With the direction. Are you still worried about not finding the way? Fang Xiyu pointed to the panel, and the last part of the driving route was hidden, leaving only a small section at the start. Then, this section of the route was extracted and overlapped with the surface map of Area B. The starting point marked in red suddenly appeared in front of them. It's that hospital! Tang Zai shouted. The starting point was not somewhere else, but the place where the pollution leak accident was located. Abandoned Hospital Number 2. Mu Zhiming did not answer, but stepped back a little, his body and face hidden in the shadows. Tang Zai was a little surprised. After a while, he remembered that Mu Zhiming had said that he found the combat vehicle from an abandoned warehouse. And now, the abandoned warehouse has become an abandoned hospital. Captain Mu doesn't seem surprised by this result. Fang Xiyu said. The driving records show that the combat vehicle's route is from that hospital to the breeding area and the isolation area, and it did not pass through other places in Area B. Where is the abandoned warehouse that Captain Mu mentioned? Mu Zhiming laughed softly, with no warmth in his voice. If Captain Fang can really drive there, why not go and see it with your own eyes? Who? The heavy breathing echoed in the helmet, so that Tang Zai could hardly hear the conversation between Fang Xiyu and Mu Zhiming. Or maybe they were not communicating at all. He didn't know. He couldn't figure it out. After Guan Yingjian sent the new planned route, Fang Xiyu turned the car around and started driving in the opposite direction. The passage changed because of the distribution of vines. I don't know how they determined the new route, but the car drove smoothly and seemed to be getting closer and closer to the target. During this process, Tang Zai's body was surrounded by more and more discomfort. First, he felt slightly dizzy, and his limbs became weak. Then, his consciousness began to blur. The scene in front of him and the sound in his ears seemed to be covered with fog, becoming as ethereal as a dream. Now, more than half of the journey has been passed. They did not encounter any attacks from the mutants, nor did they encounter any other people or cars. The journey was smooth, but Tang Zai's heartbeat was getting faster and faster, and his body could not help twitching. His leg hit the bottom edge of the console, making a dong sound. Fang Xiyu noticed something was wrong and stopped the car. What's wrong? Before Tang Zai could answer, Fang Xiyu came over and saw the fog on the goggles, and his face changed. He lifted Tang Zai's mask and saw that his face was covered with cold sweat and his lips had lost their color. He only noticed that Tang Zai suddenly stopped talking and did not move. He thought he was too tired and fell asleep, so he did not disturb him. Unexpectedly, was he touched by the vines before? Or was he tired when changing cars? Tang Zai, where do you feel uncomfortable? I will give you oxygen first. Hold on. Fang Xiyu reached out to touch the back of the seat, but he did not find what he wanted. He raised his hand and fumbled on the roof above, and found that it was also a piece of iron. The operating table in front of the seat. The gap under the seat. There was no oxygen supply equipment. All the space seemed to be used for reinforcement and weapon storage. This is a combat vehicle, and its main goal is combat. As for the emergency treatment of personnel, it is not considered. Tang Zai turned his head with difficulty, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he just blinked pitifully twice. Mu Zhiming also came up. How did you manage to complete so many missions when you are so fragile? Fang Xiyu had no time to argue with him, but turned to operate the filtration system of the entire vehicle, trying to increase the supply of oxygen in the vehicle. But they had already gone deep underground. The air was already thin, and with a gradual increase in pollution, the filtered gas was even less. Even Fang Xiyu and Mu Zhiming would feel a slight discomfort. For Tang Zai's physical fitness, it would be even more fatal. Fang Xiyu's brows knitted tightly. I can't stand it just here, and I don't know what to do when I reach the destination, Mu Zhiming said. Is the pollution there very serious? That place is not the conventional pollution, but something else. It seems that he can resist the pollution, but not that kind of thing. Mu Zhiming shrugged. What do you think, Captain Fang? Do you plan to rush in and take a look regardless of the lives of your subordinates? Or go back home when the target is close at hand? Tang Zai opened his mouth with all his strength. Captain, I can. He vaguely felt that the source of his discomfort was not the destination that was getting closer and closer, but the passage. Somewhere in the passage, something was approaching. Now, the best way is to leave the passage quickly. He needs to let Fang Xiyu know. Fang Xiyu did not answer immediately, but patted Tang Zai's shoulder soothingly, and then looked at Mu Zhiming. I want to hear what District B will decide in this situation. District B has only one solution, and the mission is prioritized. As many people as you want. Seeing Fang Xiyu's expression, Mu Zhiming smiled indifferently. I'm sorry. Zone B is not qualified to do any humanistic care. He is not the only sentinel. I am the same, and can be abandoned at any time. How else can we ensure the safety of the noble A-level people? Before Fang Xiyu spoke, Mu Zhiming continued to talk. Sometimes I wonder if one day the bunker really stops sending people out, and all the B-level people are dead. At that time, will the A-level people be forced to start sacrificing? Will you become like Zone B now? People are indifferent to each other. And the lower level people are not even as good as supplies. If so, I am still looking forward to it. It feels like these meaningless sacrifices in Zone B seem to have meaning. Fang Xiyu looked at him steadily. Area A and Area B have never been enemies. Our common goal is to preserve the human race in the bunker from the pollution invasion. For this, both Area A and Area B will eventually sacrifice. But this is our mission. Then why is Area B the first in all exploration and clearance missions? Area B risked its life to detect unknown pollution. And you didn't even need to go out. And directly canceled the mission area. Mu Zhiming shouted. Why do you firmly grasp the advanced combat weapons and inspection and medical systems? Monopolize most of the supplies. And don't distribute them to Area B, which needs them the most. Like these combat vehicles. Area A doesn't even use them. Why don't you give one to Area B? Are your weapons really used to fight mutants? Fang Xiyu's face darkened. What else do you know? Go to that abandoned hospital, and you'll know what I know. He looks like he's going to die soon. So what? There are so many sentinels in Area B. You can take as many as you want. And it doesn't matter if all of them die. Fang Xiyu snorted. Only an incompetent captain would make his team members sacrifice in vain. In my team, there is only the option of everyone retreating together. After saying that, Fang Xiyu shouted to the panel. Go up. To the ground. Are you crazy? Where's the road to go up? This is a combat vehicle. Why don't you use so many weapons to clear the way? Captain. No. Tang Zai's words were drowned out by the sound of the weapons being activated. And Fang Xiyu didn't hear them. The muzzles of several anti-aircraft guns were raised. And the attack targets were displayed on the panel. Guan Yingjian was making a quick calculation to confirm the success rate of different launch points. Mu Zhiming in the back row seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Tang Zai tried to raise his hand, and tried to grab Fang Xiyu's arm hanging on the control panel. At this moment, the calculation on the panel ended, showing a high success rate. Fang Xiyu pressed the launch button without hesitation. Tang Zai's hand missed him. In a strong vibration, his body lost control and fell softly to the side. Before closing his eyes, he saw a light on the other side of the passage. A light that did not belong to their car. Chapter 26. Too late. The first weapon fired by Fang Xiyu hit the cave wall diagonally above. And as expected, it triggered a wave of vine attacks. These vines rushed towards the gap that was blasted open, but left a new passage next to it. But the next second, the vines suddenly changed direction and rushed straight towards the combat vehicle. Boom! A strong vibration broke out at the light on the other side of the passage. And the messy vines suddenly rose like waves, and then flew outward with the light as the center, making a crackling sound. Someone fired a weapon, and it was obviously much more powerful than the one carried by the combat vehicle. Fang Xiyu and Mu Zhiming saw the situation clearly in an instant. With such great lethality, are they clearing evidence? Mu Zhiming said. The clearing must start from a certain starting point. Those people will just keep firing weapons forward until all the vines are wiped out. And wipe them out as well. Fang Xiyu did not answer, but quickly operated the combat vehicle to retreat. But before they retreated far, the vehicle body suddenly shook violently. And then it lost its strength as if it was stuck in a swamp and could not move anymore, because of the firing of those unknown weapons. The vines hidden in the earth wall suddenly came out, and the passage collapsed. All the soil, walls, turned into countless dancing vines, growing and moving forward like crazy. Some of them collided with each other. Some were entangled with each other. It was like a strange picture of restlessness. These vines were running for their lives. The passage is gone. Where can we go? Mu Zhiming shouted. The ground under the car also surged like waves at this time. The combat vehicle was bumping up and down, like a small boat at the mercy of fate. Fang Xiyu frowned, and while launching 2 attacks in other directions, he continued to try to control the vehicle to move. But he still didn't succeed. The reaction of the vines was completely different from before. Not only did they not avoid the attack, but they stepped over the corpse in front of them and surged forward one after another. The combat vehicle's weapons can't divert the vines at all. The opponent's weapons are too powerful. They must be specially made to deal with this kind of thing. These vines are crazy. They won't dodge when they are hit. And they will jump up. Damn. There will be a stampede. Not only some innocent vines are trampled, but also innocent people. Dozens of meters underground. There are vines twisting like snakes in all directions. Different from the previous vine wall. They are not completely scattered, but twisted together, moving in units. At first glance, it looks like a huge snake vine in the training ground. Hundreds of them appeared at once. There was another explosion not far away. Several vines protruded forward with the sound, and were caught up by the ones next to them. The vines that were blown away and the vines that were fleeing were mixed together, and it was hard to tell which were dead and which were alive. The roots of plant-based vines should not be able to move. Only branches can grow. Lu Tianya's anxious voice came from the car. The underground soil layer cannot be formed entirely by vine secretions. There must be attachment points for the roots. There may be a support structure in the channel to support the ground and fix the roots, but it is usually surrounded by vines and cannot be seen. But they are moving now, Mu Zhiming said. This does not conform to the current law of mutant research. If you observe the roots moving, it must not be the mutant moving on its own, but driven by other forces. Is it the bracket that is moving? Fan Qiyu asked. It's possible. The problem now is that there are too many vines, and it is impossible to distinguish other structures. If we can clear as many vines as possible, perhaps the real structure under the ground will be revealed. Fan Qiyu took a deep breath. I know. He turned sideways to check Tang Zai's condition, and found that Tang Zai had lost consciousness, and his breathing was very weak. His face sank, and he pulled Tang Zai's mask back on, then reached out and dragged Mu Zhiming forward. You will control the weapons of the combat vehicle. My team members will take over the driving system and help us evade. Mu Zhiming nodded, and just when he was about to ask, what are you doing? He saw Fan Qiyu open the skylight and jump up. In his hand, he held the special gun made by the special forces. The gun in the captain's hand is currently the most effective weapon to deal with mutants. Maybe we can compete with the other side. Guan Yingjian's voice came out. Captain Mu, we have taken over the vehicle control. I will post the on-site analysis and operation probability on the panel. Please choose to execute according to the actual situation. Got it. Mu Zhiming replied briefly. Guan Yingjian looked for gaps between the vines and kept moving the vehicle to avoid them, preventing the combat vehicle from being swept away by the vines. But in this way, the vehicle not only bumped up and down violently, but also often turned at a great angle and acceleration. Sitting in such a car, let alone precise operation, it was good enough for people to stay in their seats. Now, Mu Zhiming understood why the opponent took over the entire vehicle system and still needed him to manually operate the attack. The situation on the scene changed rapidly, and there was no other way except to rely on the intuition of long-term actual combat. Fan Qiyu should be squatting on the roof at this time, in order to prevent external pollution from affecting Tang Zai. He closed the sunroof after going up. Mu Zhiming didn't know how he could keep his balance in this situation and shoot with a weapon at the same time. If he could really do it, he would definitely be a god of war. No, a divine object. So far, there has been no movement on the roof. Maybe the person has been swept away. Just as I was thinking, a bright light suddenly flashed in the vines in front of the car. This light was not as bright as the usual shells, but it was as fleeting as lightning, submerged in the vines, making people suspect that it was just an illusion. But the next second, something that the car-mounted shells could not do happened. In the messy picture, a vine clearly stretched forward a long distance, twitching rapidly and greatly, as if it was hurt. However, while they were swinging, they were also shrinking and dying rapidly, and finally collapsed on the ground in pieces, which was very similar to the dead snake vines in the training ground. Before Mu Zhiming could think further, he saw a narrow passage where the vine died. It was like a hole in a wall, and a stream of water gushed out of the hole. When the water ran out, the hole remained in the wall. The vine wall was penetrated. Captain did it. Guan Yingjian couldn't help but cheer. How did this happen? The vines are all tangled together. The captain needs to find the node with the most vines connected. After hitting it, the attack will spread along the node. If the node is found well, hundreds of vines can be cleared at once, and our guns can fire 2 shots at the same time. In the best state, a piece of net can be cleared in an instant. Find the key nodes in these wildly twisting vines? Not to mention that they are all tangled together. There are thousands of nodes, and he needs to squat on the roof to shoot without being fixed. And the car is moving around irregularly. Is this a person? Mu Zhiming has not recovered from the shock yet, and he saw a fleeting lightning flash at the side and rear. Then, another piece of the vine wall in front of him fell down, revealing a wider passage, with room for maneuver. Guan Yingjian immediately turned the car around and moved in a direction away from the unknown attack. When the car turned urgently, Tang Zhe on the co-pilot was thrown against the side window, making a solid bang. Mu Zhiming glanced over at the sound and saw that Tang Zhe seemed to be awakened by the collision. His head moved and his arm was slightly raised. He breathed a sigh of relief and retracted his gaze. The situation has changed. We have encountered some troubles. But don't be too nervous. Your new captain has some skills. He should be able to. Tang Zhe? Tang Zhe sat up suddenly. The force of his movements was not what he could do before he fell into a coma. The sound caused Mu Zhiming to look at him again. And he was facing his turned face. Under the mask, Tang Zhe's green eyes seemed to be glowing. And his pupils were almost shrunk into needles, making him look like a cat ready to hunt, no, like a snake. Mu Zhiming's breathing stagnated. There was a crash on the roof. And Tang Zhe instantly looked away and looked at the roof. The mask blocked his face, and he looked no different from usual. Mu Zhiming quietly reached for his waist and grabbed his pistol. There was another bang on the roof. And this time it seemed to be farther back than before. Tang Zhe stared at the direction of the sound for 2 seconds. And when Mu Zhiming was about to take out his gun, he suddenly jumped up, opened the sunroof and jumped out. The speed was comparable to Fang Xiuyu. No. He's going to attack. Forget it. It's too late. Mu Zhiming gritted his teeth, quickly closed the sunroof, sat back in the driver's seat, and continued to operate the vehicle's weapons. Captain Mu. What happened? Guan Yingjian asked. Nothing. Mu Zhiming said coldly. The real-time monitoring screen that these team members can see should not include the full view of the roof. If Fang Xiuyu did not send out a call for help in time, they would not know what Tang Zhe did when he jumped up. Did the accumulated pollution invasion of 38 missions finally trigger a mutation at this time? Yes. Who is really not affected by pollution? Why is there no movement from the captain? The difficulty of the operation should be reduced now. Looking at your current location, you are very close to the abandoned hospital. Just perform the same operation a few more times. Your captain may not have enough ammunition. Mu Zhiming said. First, cooperate with me to see if we can escape from the blasted passage. There were several more collisions on the roof, further back and with a somewhat chaotic rhythm. But Mu Zhiming could no longer care about so much. He now had only one goal, to escape with the secrets of this underground. Chapter 27. Who is hunting? The combat vehicle turned around and rushed towards the newly appeared passage. There were fewer vines, so there was no need to dodge as quickly as before. Through the car window, Mu Zhiming saw that the vines on both sides of the passage were indeed, like what the female voice said, clinging to some kind of bracket. Could this be the real structure under the ground? Just as he was thinking, Guan Yingjian's voice interrupted his thoughts. Captain Mu, there is an obstacle ahead. You need to use the vehicle-mounted weapons to clear it. The captain is still on the roof and may be scratched. He turned off the communication. So I can only ask Captain Mu to follow my plan and try to avoid the impact of the vines on the roof. Fang Xiuyu has lost the communication? Mu Zhiming frowned. I see. The several continuous attack points given by Guan Yingjian were all high up in front of him. Now it looked like there was a blind spot. So he needed to move forward and find the opportunity to fire. It was difficult to accurately predict the direction of the vine after being hit, so he could only rely on Mu Zhiming's experience. Mu Zhiming was ready, and when the car moved to the predetermined position, he pressed the first launch button. A large piece of vines fell down, and the car moved aside. But this attracted the attention of some vines on the side, and they began to wave in a disorderly manner. Mu Zhiming adjusted the angle and fired another attack to the side. There was a rustling sound on the roof, like raindrops hitting it. It was fallen vines. It didn't sound like much, so it shouldn't cause much damage. Other than that, there was no sound of human activity. Fang Xiuyu had been completely knocked down by Tang Zhe. Mu Zhiming didn't know to what extent Tang Zhe's accumulated strength for a sudden burst sentinel would mutate. Maybe hundreds of tentacles would grow from his throat and suck Fang Xiuyu clean. Or, both of them would mutate. Their limbs would all fuse together, leaving only one mouth on their faces. Or maybe two, and then swallow everything they encountered. Maybe it would be safer to throw them off the roof? Several more light spots of locked targets appeared on the panel. Mu Zhiming came back to his senses, selected a target, and then clicked to fire. Unexpectedly, he chose a large node this time. The vehicle-mounted weapons were not as effective as Fang Xiuyu's gun. This action not only failed to create a channel, but also stimulated a group of vines to rush towards the central channel. The combat vehicle dodged violently and was not directly attacked, but a half-meter thick vine still swept across the roof. If there was someone on the roof, he would have been swept away. This is good. He doesn't have to worry about it anymore, Mu Zhiming thought, and planned to continue firing expressionlessly. At this time, a sound came from the roof. It was like the sound of fast-moving footsteps, followed by the sound of collision and sliding, which quickly sounded from the rear of the car to the top of his head. Before he could react, a masked face suddenly hung upside down from the front window of the car. Then, a vine suddenly hit the front window like a whip. In just a moment, the body of the man flashed past the front window. The next second, another face jumped out of the front window and hit it hard. It was Fang Xiyu. Fang Xiyu slid out from the roof of the car, and when he found that he had missed, he stood up all of a sudden. Then, the sunroof was suddenly opened. Mu Zhiming raised his head and almost bumped into Fang Xiyu's head, who was hanging upside down. He didn't know whether he should kill him immediately. Fang Xiyu looked normal, but who knew if there was a human body or something else under his protective suit? Drive the car back, Fang Xiyu shouted. Mu Zhiming pulled out his gun. Tang Zhe was swept away. Fang Xiyu grabbed his wrist. Turn the car around. Chase the vines. And rescue him. Are you crazy? There are vines everywhere. And there are clearing weapons on the other side. He can't survive. Fang Xiyu didn't answer him, but his tone was unquestionable. Guan Yingjian. Reset the target. It's useless to save him, Mu Zhiming shouted. He has changed. He hasn't. Fang Xiyu raised his gun to Mu Zhiming's chest. My team must retreat unscathed. If you don't like it, you can get off the car. Mu Zhiming bit his lip. Fang Xiyu didn't hear the answer, but saw Mu Zhiming's eyes were dazed for half a second. And then his pupils shrank suddenly. He seemed to realize something, and quickly shrank back, turned around and squatted steadily on the roof of the car, with the muzzle of the gun facing forward. Then he saw that in front of the car, there were vines that were 100 times and 10 times more than before. And now they were like a tsunami, sweeping towards them. Tang Zhe was hanging in the air, his limbs and body tightly entangled by the vines. The vines completely rubbed through the protective suit in the back and forth friction. Now the vines were attached to the artificial skin, and he could almost feel the pain of the thorns on the side of his neck. The mucus flowed down along the tear in the outer clothes, making a sizzling sound on the artificial skin. Pain? He was numb. Tang Zhe opened his eyes, and finally saw his situation clearly. He was wrapped in layers of vines and entangled in the center, like prey caught in a spider web. At any time, the spider would come close and suck him clean in one gulp. Saib, he shouted in his heart. Look at what you have done. Don't be too desperate, Saib stammered. The captain said he would come to save you. Why do you trust him so much? Tang Zhe looked at the endless vines weakly, unable to even sigh. This number. I'm afraid all the vines underground that have not been cleared by weapons are gathered here. Even if he really wants to, he can't get through. His guns and the weapons on the car can't break so many vines. He knows this situation and won't come to die. This is different from before. There is no. A vine wrapped around Tang Zhe's neck. His breath was oppressed, and his thinking was interrupted. Chance of winning. The vines got tighter and tighter, leaving a deep mark on his neck. Finally, the artificial skin that served as the last barrier was broken. The thorns pierced his neck, and blood oozed from the wound, mixing with mucus and flowing down. Tang Zhe almost stopped thinking. Memory replaced the current situation and occupied his brain, and he seemed to have returned to 10 minutes ago. He opened his eyes and felt a dull pain in his body. The smell around was strange, and there were all kinds of smoke in front of his eyes. He remembered that he fainted in his seat, but now he was on the roof. He turned his head and saw Fang Xiyu lying beside him. His whole body was almost wrapped in vines, like a mummy. No, Fujanoi. His body was covered with mucus and broken thorns, and he was holding half a vine in each hand. Tang Zhe. What the hell? He was not prepared for the situation in front of him. When he came to his senses, he seemed to have suddenly lost control of his body. A vine suddenly jumped up and slapped him in the face. Snap. The helmet buzzed, and Tang Zhe was completely awake. Saib, what did you do? He shouted in his heart. The captain was trapped by the vine. If he continued like this, He would be swept away. I came to save him. What does it have to do with you, if he was swept away? Wasn't I lying in the car? Tang Zhe carefully avoided a whipping vine, and barely supported himself. It's fine if you let me jump up. I didn't bring any weapons. I just used my hands. How could I save him? Tang Zhe felt very strange. According to past experience, Saib was quite protective of his body except when he encountered a big meal. So why did he rush out with him to save Fang Xiuyu? You couldn't get out without him. Although these are all F gadgets, they can't withstand so many, and the movements are still chaotic, and random punches can kill the master. You were asleep at that time, and you didn't know how brave your captain was. There are so many broken vines, and you can pull them all at once. Anyway, you can't do it with your broken body. Ah, so flexible and powerful. Tang Zhe finally understood. Are you attracted to his body? What? I'm not. You want to dump me and attach yourself to him? Tang Zhe's eyes widened. He never thought that he was already miserable enough to be treated as a worthless person by everyone. And now, he would be abandoned by the thing in his body. It's just that we are both strong people who appreciate each other. No. I can't leave your body after we combine. Stop talking nonsense. Save him! This made Tang Zhe feel relieved. Thinking about it carefully, Saib was right. If he didn't save Fang Xiuyu, he and Mu Zhiming would not be able to escape in the current situation. But he didn't have the strength to remove so many vines with his bare hands. Saib's rescue actually meant that Tang Zhe should pull those vines, and then provoke them to wrap around him. Tang Zhe felt that his arms, legs, waist, were all crawling up by poisonous snakes. More and more vines were attracted to him. But there were too many vines on Fang Xiuyu's body, and it seemed that there was no reduction at all. It wouldn't be long before the two of them would be entangled into a big cocoon by the vines. Just then, he saw Fang Xiuyu's wrist move. He immediately understood what Fang Xiuyu meant, and he moved over and tried his best to pull out some gaps in the vines that were wrapped around Fang Xiuyu's wrist. The vines angrily climbed up along his wrists, tightening his arms in circles. Through the protective suit, Tang Zhe could feel the blood pressure in his arms suddenly rise, and the slender muscles were almost burst. The next second, an inconspicuous lightning flashed on his wrist. Then, all the vines on his arms, his body, and Fang Xiuyu's body twitched. A large amount of gray smoke rose up and quickly dissipated. The vine shrank and turned into a pile of light and soft dry skin. Fang Xiuyu brushed off the vine skin covering his body and pulled him into his arms. Are you going to die? Forget it. Let's talk about it when we get back. Fang Xiuyu squatted up and hid Tang Zhe behind him. I can handle it next. You must not move. Don't worry. It will be quick. After saying that, Fang Xiuyu let go of him, took 2 steps forward and stood up. Tang Zhe sat curled up, blocked by Fang Xiuyu's tall figure. The vines on all sides were always ready to move, and a few of them found this prominent target and waved over. Fang Xiuyu raised one arm, and was immediately entangled by several vines. He did not rush to get rid of it, but instead used his arm to circle several times, squeezed the vines into a strand, and then pulled it back with force. Fang Xiuyu was very strong, and the roots of the vines and the entangled branches were also pulled together, and a vine wall on the upper left began to shake slightly. He did not rush to shoot, but continued to attract the vines, and then held the combined stock in his hand. He pulled and looked around, as if to confirm the range of the overlapping vines. Tang Zhe realized that the reason why Fang Xiuyu was buried by the vines was because he was playing with fire. It's really as messy as always. So this is how the captain found the node, Saib said. It's worthy of being. Saib's speech was interrupted by FS vines. Almost all the vines above and on the sides were attracted by Fang Xiuyu, and gathered in his hands from all directions. However, at this moment, the vehicle-mounted weapon suddenly hit another node. Why start at this time? Tongza! A large piece of vines fell down and covered them tightly. Fang Xiuyu quickly jumped back and reached out to find Tongza. Before he could hold Tongza's hand, the car suddenly made several sharp turns, followed by a flash of weapons. And the vines that were hit fell one after another. The vines that were wrapped around Fang Xiuyu's hands before restrained him at this time. His hand passed by Tongza under a flurry of punches. At this moment, Tongza flew out from in front of him. Tongza! Who? Cough! Scared who? Who? The stinging pain in his neck forced Tang Zhe to wake up, and he gasped heavily. The thorns of the vines pierced his blood vessels, as if sucking his blood. Perhaps because of the new food. The vines that had been trying to strangle him slowly loosened up, allowing him to breathe deeply. Saib? Do I still have waste gas in my body? This time. Saib took a few seconds to answer. Do you think they are sucking waste gas like this? No. Although they like that stuff. There are so many vines that the total amount that your body can store is not enough for them to eat collectively. They are now using more advanced stuff. Tangze quietly turned his neck, and the stinging pain made him pause again. You mean, the pure black ones? That's right. Look up. Tangze raised his head despite the severe pain, and was surprised to find that the vines were no longer as messy as he had seen before, and they were no longer flying wildly. They neatly surrounded a huge passage, which looked like a delicate and stable woven structure, quiet and peaceful, like an artificial building. I don't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that when he raised his head, the end of the passage also rose a little. Remember the E-level stuff in the training ground? What drives them is the pure energy inside. That energy is in your body now. That means I can drive them now? If I take out that part of the energy to power them. Tangze was stunned for a moment. His eyes gradually darkened, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Then I will become a giant snake vine? Great. I still want to save it. TSK. The next second, Tangze's eyes emitted a green light. His pupils shrank into needles, like a snake entrenched in a cave, and like a cat lurking in the dark night, with his body as the center. The same green light spread on the overlapping vines. He who was tied in the center of the vine web was clearly the hunting king spider. Chapter 28. What will you do to me? Again? Fang Shuyu frowned and raised his gun. The next second, his expression changed. No. No! The vines in front of him were different from before. Although there were group movements before, they were also small groups. And now, all the vines were twisted together, driven by the same force, and turned into an extremely huge vine python. This vine python was hundreds of times larger than the one he saw in the training ground. Compared with it, their combat vehicles were not even the size of a scale. Captain, please get in the car quickly. The message from Guan Yingjian finally came in successfully. Now all the vines are gathered together, and they are very aggressive. But the good news is that the skeleton of the passage that was originally covered by them has been exposed. If you escape at full speed, the success rate is very high. Escape. Fang Shuyu's face darkened. Captain, this vine python is different from the one in the training ground, and it may have undergone further changes. For safety reasons, please leave as soon as possible. Lu Tiani said. A drop of cold sweat dripped down Fang Shuyu's forehead. Got it. The next second, he opened the sunroof and jumped into the car. Mu Zhiming didn't say anything, but just held the control panel tightly. At the moment the sunroof closed, the combat vehicle suddenly turned around and started to drive at full speed. Almost at the same time, the vine python had already pounced on the original position of the combat vehicle. It was so huge that it seemed to have set off a huge wave deep underground. If they were not careful, the wave would overturn them and swallow them up. The huge wave chased them closely, forcing them to tighten their nerves and not dare to relax for a moment. Both of them were so nervous that they were in their throats. We are almost at the exit, Guan Yingjian said. At the exit? Won't it chase us out? Mu Zhiming's face was as pale as death. It's so big. It can crash the building. Fang Shuyu panted, staring at the vine python chasing him relentlessly. It was just a little bit. If he had caught him just now, in the belly of the giant python. He clenched his fist. There is a giant steel frame structure at the exit, which is less than half the diameter of this vine python. In addition, the building has several meters thick isolation metal plates. So the vine python will be stopped, even if it is stopped as a whole. Don't forget that it can be divided into small groups or even a single body, Fang Shuyu said while looking behind. It has been following us at a speed that is about to catch up, but not really catching up. It is obvious that as long as we make a strong move, this thing has a more complex consciousness. It must have some purpose in doing this, and it will never let us escape so easily. Okay, I will try the deep scan analysis again. Captain! The skylight was opened without warning, and Fang Shuyu jumped up. With his back to the direction the car was moving, he was staring at a giant monster with a diameter of more than 10 meters. I saw the central node of these vines, Fang Shuyu said. Hit the snake at its 7 inches. He pulled the trigger. Tangze adapted to this new armor, and successfully made it move under his control. These are all the vines alive underground. Even though so many have been processed, there are still such a huge number. This shows how many of these things were buried in this land originally. Energy can gather these things together, and a small vine can become a huge monster with strong attack and defense. I guess you have D level now, Saib said. But you have to take it easy. To drive such a big thing, the original energy will not last long. Anyway, it's not far from the exit. Tang Zhe turned his head slightly, trying to see clearly what was in front of him. His own eyes could only see the overlapping vines. But after connecting to these vines, he could also see something through the eyes of the snake vines. However, the imaging of the eyes of the snake vines is different from that of human eyes. Everything around is compressed. You can see a 360-degree view, but it is all distorted. And for some reason, it looks bloody. Tang Zhe tried hard for a while before he could identify the combat vehicle. A small white dot like a period. If the vines are all attracted to me, then there should be no vines in the passage ahead, he said. The combat vehicle should have time to drive away. He could feel something chasing him from behind. That kind of thing frightened the vines. And now, this fear was also transmitted to him through thousands of vines. Even if these vines have condensed into giant pythons through energy, they are still afraid of that kind of thing. What is it? Tang Zhe didn't have time to think about it. A red light appeared at the edge of his vision, and the tail of the vine python had been damaged. It's only a matter of time before those things catch up and clean up the vines. Before that, the combat vehicle must escape from this underground area. He concentrated his attention on the little white dot and tried to control his body to surge forward. The vine python can block the attack from behind, and can also make the ground of the passage surge like waves, pushing the combat vehicle forward faster. If everything goes well, he only needs to control these vines and the combat vehicle to the exit together, and then find a way to get out of it. Tang Zhe's pupils suddenly shrank. A lightning-like pattern appeared in the center of his vision, like a crack. Half a second later, the crack suddenly expanded to the entire field of vision, as if tearing a big hole in the world, and only seeing a bloody red. The eyes of the vine python were destroyed. Before Tang Zhe could figure out what was happening, he saw that the edges of the layers of vines in front of him suddenly lit up with tiny lightning-like lights. These lights spread towards him from all directions at an extremely fast speed. This light is very familiar. Quickly pull out the thorns, Saib shouted. Tang Zhe reacted and stretched his neck in the opposite direction with all his strength, pulling hard with his bound arms, trying to pull out the thorns that had pierced his blood vessels. The vine python was attacked from both sides and had lost its vitality. But the vines that bound him were still tangled and could not be freed. The lightning had already arrived in front of him. Swoosh! The vine python raised its head high, swinging wildly like an uncontrolled water pipe. It has lost control. As expected, Fang Xiu thought. The team members on the other end of the line cheered in surprise. And soon their emotions were controlled by the tension that followed. Captain, hold on first. The vine python struggled desperately while swinging, but its body had already begun to fall. A few seconds later, this body that was more than 10 meters thick would hit the ground heavily, and could no longer be lifted. The combat vehicle began to flee at full speed even more frantically. Fang Xiu squatted on the roof of the car, looking in the direction of the vine python. After being hit, the vine python quickly withered and disintegrated, and the individual vines turned into paper-like vine skins, falling from above like dust. Before it fell to the ground, the vine python had already withered halfway. Did the snake vine they encountered in the training ground die like this? Fang Xiu stared at it steadily. Perhaps. He still. Captain, bow your head. The combat vehicle had already moved to the steel frame structure of the exit. The heavy steel pipe on the top had been twisted and deformed, barely enough for the combat vehicle to pass through. Fang Xiu had been looking at the vine python, and now he was facing away from the steel frame, and was about to hit it. Swoosh! Fang Xiu seemed to have eyes on his back, and he leaned over and lay down. The steel frame narrowly passed over his head. The combat vehicle continued to move forward, and the scene in the passage quickly moved away from his sight. He saw that the exit was a deformed isolation door. This type of isolation door is very common in the gathering area. It is one of the outermost defenses, and is very heavy. In other words, they left the underground passage and returned to a certain place in the gathering area. The isolation door was very dilapidated, and there was no light from the power supply. It looked abandoned for a long time. The vine python was not dead yet. There were still some broken branches sticking out from it. And soon the several-meter-high isolation door was blocked. Then, these vines turned into dry skin and buried the exit. The combat vehicle stopped. The skylight suddenly opened, and Mu Zhiming stuck half of his head out from inside. "Get in the car." Fang Xiyu didn't answer, but stood up silently, then jumped off the roof of the car. "Do you know where this is?" "The abandoned area has no protective effect. It's almost the same as being in the wild. There are even more dangerous things." Fang Xiyu raised his head. "What is more dangerous? Man-made pollution, biological, chemical, or nuclear?" Seeing Fang Xiyu standing there in a daze, Mu Zhiming added, "Some places are dirtier than you think." Fang Xiyu turned his head and still looked in the direction of the passage. "I know. You go in. What are you touching yourself about? He can't be alive like that. Unless he becomes a mutant." Mu Zhiming shouted at his back. "Are you looking for a dead person whose body may not even be there? Or a mutant that is more terrifying than the vine?" Fang Xiyu stopped. "He won't mutate easily. He is different from others. Besides, he may not be dead." He turned his head and looked at Mu Zhiming. "We were swallowed up on the training ground. And you dug us out. You should know what it will be like." Mu Zhiming did not answer again. Fang Xiyu dragged his gun forward. The combat vehicle had already driven out of the passage for dozens of meters. He was wearing a heavy protective suit and was walking very slowly due to long-term physical exhaustion. Besides, the gun in his hand was of no help in digging out the huge vine python wreckage. He could only use his own hands to dig the pile of dead vines. But he didn't want the same thing to happen again. He had a record of leading a team with almost all members alive. With only one exception. That one time was enough. Just as he was thinking, a beam of light suddenly came from behind him. The combat vehicle had already driven next to him. "I parked the car near the exit, so it's more convenient," Mu Zhiming said. "You can't use vehicle-mounted weapons. It will hurt him." "I know." Mu Zhiming stopped the car, opened the door, and jumped out. "I dug it once. I have some experience. Maybe it's faster." "Yeah." The noise in the passage had completely subsided. It seemed that there was nothing but the corpses of countless vines. The two dug for an unknown period of time. The water collection chamber of the sweat drainage system was full several times, except for the vine skin. Finally, Fang Xiyu felt a hand in the dead skin. He quickly reached up along the arm and brought the person out by the shoulder. "Tang Zai." Tang Zai closed his eyes and fell softly into Fang Xiyu's arms. His protective suit had been torn by the vines, and there were even some places where his skin was exposed. Fortunately, his skin did not seem to have any wounds. Fang Xiyu put his fingers to his exposed neck and felt a faint beating. "He's still alive." Mu Zhiming came over, opened his mask, and stuffed a small bottle into his mouth and nose. "Emergency rescue tank," Mu Zhiming said. "It can supply oxygen, activate the heart and lungs, and wake up the brain. It will only be used when it is judged that the soldiers are in a coma caused by non-mutation, so that they can hold on until they return to the hospital for treatment. It's enough for 10 minutes. If they can't wake up, there's nothing we can do." When the emergency rescue tank was 20% left, Tang Zai coughed violently and gasped for air. Fang Xiyu straightened him up a little and pinched his shoulders. "Don't be afraid. The captain is here." Tang Zai slowly opened his eyes, and his pupils had returned to normal. He looked at the blurry figure of Fang Xiyu in his vision. He looked very tired, but his face was a little happy, as if he cared about himself. There were withered and scattered vines all around, and there was no end in sight. They must have been digging for a long time. Fang Xiyu saw Tang Zai's distracted eyes and shook his hand again. "Hold on a little longer. I'll take you back to the hospital. Have a good rest afterwards. And don't go on missions." After that, Fang Xiyu stood up and carried him to the exit. Mu Zhiming dragged his feet and followed behind. Tang Zai didn't even have the strength to answer. Maybe he had the strength, but he didn't want to say a word. He looked at Fang Xiyu's profile, and through the goggles, he could see the firm eyes. "Captain, in order to protect a weak team member like me, you can fight alone. Or you can come back to save me regardless of the danger. But if you find out that what you are trying to protect is the terrifying mutant you knocked down, what will you do to me?" Chapter 29: The Truth of the Collective Mutation. Safar. "Tongza, why did you leave suddenly?" "I was called to an emergency meeting. I didn't see you in the ICU when I came back. And I didn't find any records of you entering and leaving. Did the people in Area A take you away? How are you now? Have you arrived in Area A? The medical conditions in Area A are better. If they are willing to provide you with treatment, it is still a good choice. Tomza blinked and turned off the built-in panel. After this operation, Saib's energy has been completely exhausted. Now, like him, it has returned to its previous extremely weak state. Even worse, Tomza understood one thing, how the big snake vine in the training ground was formed. Snake vines are containers made of many individual vines, storing energy. They do not directly absorb this high-purity substance, but only protect it from escaping. In other words, the snake vines in this underground area are all used to store energy. The channel they saw is actually a space that holds energy. But for some reason, a breach appeared in the quarantine area, causing energy to escape from that breach. The people in the quarantine area who had already mutated were attracted by that energy, and they gathered around and finally combined into a tree. The energy attracted the mutants to approach, inducing them to further mutate and form more powerful mutants. The new mutants have stronger defensive capabilities. They seem to be attacking externally, but in fact they are preserving their own integrity. That is, the integrity of their energy. Is this the truth of the collective mutation? Tangze closed his eyes. He was so weak that he didn't even have the strength to open his eyes. Saib is different from these mutants. It does not store energy, but actually uses energy. Another point, Saib has autonomy, while those mutants do not. Trees and vines are driven by energy itself, while Saib can drive energy. What exactly is energy? He asked in his heart. Energy is energy. Don't look for me. I'm too weak. I want to sleep. Tangze didn't answer again. He almost didn't have the energy to think. It's just that he vaguely felt that energy was not that simple. Energy seemed conscious. He fell into a state of half sleep and half wakefulness again, and was held in Fang Shuyu's arms and walked forward. And he didn't feel any bumps. He seemed to be surrounded by a warm medium. That thing didn't look like liquid, more like jelly, but it didn't make him feel suffocated at all. He had used up the emergency rescue bottle, and Mu Zhiming took another oxygen bottle to cover him. Tangze knew that the captains of Zone B would be issued emergency bottles, each of which was less than the size of a palm and in capsule form, and could be worn in the protective suits they carried. This thing was relatively scarce, and only one set was issued every few months. Sentinels, who consumed a lot of it, would definitely not have one. This should be what Mu Zhiming brought with him. But he probably only had one set, which was used to extend the waiting time for rescue under extreme conditions of being temporarily trapped. Why did they suddenly give them all to him? After an unknown amount of time, they finally returned to the combat vehicle. Tangze was placed in the weapons room behind the vehicle, lying on a blanket used for cushioning. The filtration system in the vehicle made him feel a little more comfortable, and after sucking 2 emergency bottles, he finally cheered up a little, but his body was still too weak to move. I'll change you into another set of protective clothing. Lie still and don't move, Fang Qiyu said. We've already reached the gathering area. We'll be back soon. Tangze responded weakly, letting the 2 men fiddle with him and change his protective clothing that was covered with mucus and scars. He pulled out the thorns that pierced his neck at the last moment, but was still affected by the weapon attack. The energy Saib used to drive was not recovered in time, and was cut off along with the vines. But although this action made him lose the energy he had accumulated so far, it also saved his life. Fang Qiyu wiped off the stains on his face and exposed skin, and examined it carefully again. No visible wounds, no bleeding, but some signs of impact. Portable mutation detector. Green light. After saying that, he raised his head. Captain Mu, how do you judge this level of injury by the standards of Area B? It is highly likely that he will be brought back for rescue. So he is almost uninjured. Mu Zhiming frowned. He is really different. He can reduce the pollution value, and his body will not be damaged too much. Area A has conducted a detailed genetic test on him, and 40% are abnormal. His cell operating mechanism is different from that of ordinary people. 40%. He actually still looks like a human being. Mu Zhiming's eyelids twitched. Is this really a kind of talent? People in Area B have no less than 10% genetic abnormalities, and the degree and direction of abnormalities vary. In theory, there should be mutations that are conducive to adapting to polluted environments, Fang Qiyu said. I have been paying attention to the personnel in Area B. The Sentinel's working environment is most likely to screen out people with excellent mutations. There is no doubt that Tang Zai's genes can resist pollution damage. So that's it, Tang Zai thought secretly. Fang Xiuyu has always used innate genetic mutations to understand his performance. And he didn't know that there was energy at all, let alone the unknown species Cybe that can absorb the energy of mutants. As long as he continues to pretend to be a sentry who is conscientious and caring for the captain, he can stay in the special operations team, go in and out of those dangerous occasions, and quietly become stronger. But Tang Zai's eyes sank. Whether now or in the future, he must never show any abnormality in front of Fang Xiuyu. He must always be a weak person. In any case, the damage to the protective clothing is still very dangerous. The direct contact between the human body and the mutant is more likely to cause mutation, Mu Zhiming said. Let's leave him behind to observe, and then go back for a detailed examination. After Mu Zhiming's reminder, Tang Zai realized that they said he had no wounds on his body. How could there be no wounds when he was clearly pierced by the thorns? He thought of the shot in the ward again. At that time, he had no wounds on his body. So he thought he was not shot. Now that he thought about it, maybe like today, he should have. The non-penetrating wounds, like the tentacles. But for some reason, the wounds healed themselves. Tang Zai felt a chill. If the mysterious man did not jump over him when he fired that night, he would definitely be noticed if he was unharmed after being shot. But after that, he did not encounter any harm against him except for being sent on normal missions. Perhaps that person has been watching him secretly, waiting. A sudden touch on his shoulder interrupted Tang Zai's thoughts. Fang Xiuyu patted him gently. It's okay. Just take a nap. Tang Zai came to his senses and found that he had changed into a new protective suit. Mu Zhiming stood up and seemed to be going back to the driver's seat. According to Fang Xiuyu, they would both go back to the front car, leaving him lying here. He had no objection. So he said when he walked to the door. Fang Xiuyu turned around again. I turned on the life monitoring for you. If the signs are not right, I will come right away. If you feel uncomfortable, send a message to my panel. Don't force yourself to hold it. Tang Zai didn't have the strength to raise his head to respond. So he sent a received message to his panel. Fang Xiuyu then turned around and jumped down. Not long after, Tang Zai felt the combat vehicle restart. In this bumpy ride, he fell into a deep sleep again. Life monitoring, normal signs. Warm touch. Slight pressure. But not so oppressive that it makes people uncomfortable. Like water. But not like water. The body seems to be suspended. And it seems to be lying somewhere safely. What is this? Where is this? Tang Zai seemed to have regained consciousness in a dream. But his body was still sleeping and out of control. And he couldn't even open his eyes. He tried to open his eyes. But he just took a deep breath. The indescribable thing that enveloped him suddenly rushed into his mouth and nose. Oh no! I'm going to suffocate. No. It's not. The thing was like mucus. Or jelly. And it entered his nasal cavity and trachea with his breathing. But it was surprisingly comfortable. He still didn't open his eyes. But he saw the color of the thing, blue. He also saw that he was in an egg-shaped container. And this container was in a larger container. The next second, his consciousness finally took over his body. And he successfully opened his eyes. The warm blue color quickly disappeared the moment he opened his eyes. Instead, there was a dark pool of water. He sat up suddenly. The pipes around him moved because of him. And the liquid soaking him also rippled. This was the treatment capsule of Area A. It was not the first time he was soaked here. But what was the blue thing he saw? In the gathering area. In the wild, he had never seen such a bright and beautiful blue. How did that blue get into his mind? Tang Zai held his forehead and tried to recall. The capsule detected that he was awake and immediately notified the medical staff. In less than half a minute, several medical staff came in and carried him to the bed. The notice was also sent to Fang Xiuyu at the same time. Tang Zai noticed that 2 days had passed, and the situation was similar to the last time. In other words, his physical condition returned to the state before joining the team overnight. Fang Xiuyu also said that he would rest well after returning and not go on missions for the time being. Tang Zai sighed in his heart. According to the cleanliness of Area A, he would only get weaker the more he rested. It was time to think about how to get the captain to agree to take him on a dangerous mission. He was not pushed to the special operations room. but just waited in the medical area. Not long after, Fang Xiyu walked in. "Captain!" Tang Zhe tried to look more energetic. "Captain, don't worry. I feel I have recovered well. Whether you have recovered well or not is not up to you to say." Fang Xiyu smiled. "I know you are eager to show your ability. You have done very well this time, so I can reward you with a week off. We'll talk about the rest later." Tang Zhe. He was just thinking about how to change Fang Xiyu's mind when he suddenly felt a cold pressure on his wrist, followed by a click sound. He looked down and saw Fang Xiyu buckling a metal ring on his hand. "Specially made," Fang Xiyu said. "Once buckled, even a cannon can't blow it off." "Tang Zhe?" "Captain." Fang Xiyu smiled proudly. "This way. I won't be afraid of you running around." Chapter 30. Come find me. Tang Zhe's eyes widened. They didn't need to cuff him, did they? He raised his hand and found that his movements were not restricted. "This thing is just a ring. I asked them to improve the existing ones and speed up the production," Fang Xiyu said. "It's quite light, right?" Tang Zhe nodded. The ring looked metallic and surprisingly soft. After it was buckled, it stuck tightly to his skin, like a strange decoration. His wrist moved very freely, and he couldn't even feel it. "This thing can monitor your vital signs and locate you. It's nothing special, but it uses a new way of sending messages. It does not need a base station or power supply. It will not interrupt sending messages under any conditions. The signal can be detected even through 3 layers of defense. That means it will not lose connection under any conditions." Fang Xiyu paused and showed a proud expression. "So, I gave it a particularly appropriate name, Wireless Loop Finder." Tang Zhe. "The most amazing thing is that it will not fall off. I have tested it. No matter whether it is physical, chemical or biological methods, it cannot be removed. There is no need to worry about the most extreme environment and mutant attacks." "Well, but if the hand is broken, there is nothing I can do." Fang Xiyu seemed to be thinking. "How about putting it around your neck?" Tang Zhe. "Anyway, this situation will never happen again." Fang Xiyu patted his chest and said, "Even if you are swept away, I can find you immediately. They say that the principle of this thing is similar to quantum entanglement, transcending the limitations of time and space. Whatever happens to one party, the other party can know it at the same time at the end of the universe." Tang Zhe raised his eyes. "The other party?" Fang Xiyu raised his hand in front of him. "Here, Tang Zhe. You might as well cuff me." Fang Xiyu once again forgot Tang Zhe's weakness and explained to him the wireless loop finder, has various characteristics and principles, and occasionally asked a few questions. "Isn't it handsome?" Tang Zhe's eyes had darkened. This ring would transmit his position and physical condition to Fang Xiyu in real time, without any interference or signal failure. This meant that he couldn't act secretly during the mission. Even a sudden burst of power would be recorded. If Fang Xiyu found that his body flexibility increased greatly at certain times, and his body moved abnormally fast, it would be a problem whether he could still hide it from him. But if he didn't actively absorb energy, he inside would continue to be weak. It's really troublesome. Due to technical limitations, the functions cannot be too complicated. There is only a simple call function, and no conversation can be carried out. But under normal circumstances, it is enough to use the communication panel for assistance," Fang Xiyu said. "This time, I have encountered so many problems before leaving the exploration area, but it's good to find and solve them in time, so that we won't be caught off guard when we really reach the unknown area." Tang Zhe withdrew his thoughts. "Captain, have you found the results of the investigation of the abnormal objects in the training ground? And that underground passage? Is there any problem between areas A-B?" Fang Xiyu's expression froze suddenly. "I took samples before and asked them to analyze them. According to preliminary results, the vines in the underground passage and the training ground should be of the same origin. But their aggregation methods are different. There should be a secret behind this. Then, can the results be found?" Fang Xiyu shook his head. "Difficult. The 2 aggregates finally fell apart, and sampling and analysis can only find information about the monomers, and the information about the aggregate structure has been destroyed. At present, we can only speculate, but the models are not very satisfactory." Tang Zhe quietly breathed a sigh of relief. The 2 districts are still negotiating about the breeding area. District B is still relatively strong, and there is no result at present. "I didn't say that I found the underground passage. Although District A may be able to use this issue to put pressure. If the negotiation fails, all the evidence may be destroyed. Captain, do you want to go there to investigate further? Fang Xiyu looked at him and suddenly raised his hand to his mouth. Sure. Tang Zai's eyes suddenly lit up. When they relax? Fang Xiyu lowered his voice. They must be on high alert these days. After saying that, he patted Tang Zai's shoulder and leaned close to his ear. I know you want to go on a mission, but bear with it for a few days and take good care of your body. When the time comes, I will take you away at any time. Tang Zai nodded meekly. Fang Xiyu sat back again, his expression unchanged from before. He symbolically said some insignificant things, then emphasized again that Tang Zai needed to rest for a week, and then left. Direction 114.20, 215.43, minus 38.32. Tang Zai was awakened by an automatic notification on the panel. Some messages are not affected by rest time, and will pop up even if the panel is closed, usually with eye-catching font size and eye-catching volume. He used to receive them frequently in Area B, mostly mission departure notifications. A area has few missions and strictly abides by the rest system, so he hasn't received any for a long time. Not to mention this string of password-like things. Tang Zai frowned, thinking that it might be another message sent by someone that will be burned after reading. So he sat up and checked. The message could not be clicked for details, nor could it be replied to. It just remained on the screen. Tang Zai? Virus? 2 minutes later, his panel received a new message. Fang Xiyu, are you awake? Tang Zai, stand by. Fang Xiyu, I'm waiting underground. Please familiarize yourself with the function of the wireless search ring and follow the location prompts to find it. Tang Zai finally reacted and raised his hand to look at his wrist. The ring was attached to his hand without any feeling. These days, he was just doing daily activities and often forgot that he was still wearing this thing. At this moment, the wireless search ring close to his skin, emitting a faint red light, with a line of white numbers on it. A closer look revealed that the 3 numbers were the same as the ones on his panel. These were the coordinates. Fang Xiyu had said that because this ring was made of special materials, its function became very simple when it came to manufacturing and signal assurance. If it couldn't connect to the panel, it seemed that not much information could be transmitted. Tang Zai felt relieved. He wanted to study the functions and limitations of this ring. Maybe there was a way to bypass its monitoring and get energy in the future. He closed the panel and stared at the numbers on the ring. He was lying on the bed before, and the numbers didn't change at all. After he stood up, the numbers changed slightly. 114.03, 212.98, minus 38.32. It seems that these 3 numbers do not represent absolute coordinates, but relative coordinates centered on him, which respectively represent the distance between the other party and him in 3-dimensional space. When all 3 numbers become 0, he should be able to find Fang Xiyu, Tang Zai, except for the 3rd number, which can basically confirm that Fang Xiyu is underground 38 meters away from him. The other 2 positions can only be tried out bit by bit. In the complex gathering area, this is too difficult. Tang Zai sighed and decided to start from the underground. He took the elevator to the bottom floor, but found that the last number was still negative. 135.27, 252.54, minus 8.89. Tang Zai was puzzled. This location is almost the bottom of Area A. There are accommodation areas nearby, and no warehouses or anything like that. Fang Xiyu couldn't have dug a tunnel these days. Right? Wait. A tunnel. Tang Zai suddenly realized and immediately turned back, relying on his memory to find the road he had walked before, the training ground connecting the 2 areas. As he got closer and closer to the training ground, the first 2 numbers were getting smaller and smaller. After he passed the checkpoint of Area A, another message popped up on the panel. Fang Xiyu, I'm almost there. Great. When the first number becomes 0, open the wall on the left. Tang Zai didn't understand what was going on, but he did as he was told. The passage between the 2 areas was lined with metal plates, and the previous training ground was behind one of the metal plates. Now it seems that there may be a lot of hidden spaces on both sides of the passage. But people who don't know the secrets, so they naturally won't think of opening them. 0. 18.33, minus 5.42. Tang Zai stopped. The wall on the left looked darker than other places. as if no one had cleaned it for a long time. Looking again, the joints of the metal were deeper and darker than other places. Tang Zhe used his ID card to gesture up and down near the joints. And he didn't know where the sensor was touched. And the metal wall made a beep sound. With a sound, it opened. It was still pitch black inside, and the structure could not be discerned. Tang Zhe shone the light, but he could not see anything, and could not even discern the structure of the ground. He hesitated. Fang Xiyu, why are you not moving? Tang Zhe stepped in. However, he missed. His body fell rapidly, and the number on the bracelet kept getting smaller. He did not step into a hole in the ground, but onto a long slope, which allowed him to slide down quickly without getting hurt. Finally, when the last number became 0, he stopped. The slope reached the bottom, and in front of him was something like a door. Tang Zhe walked forward and pushed it, but the door fell down completely. The light appeared in front of him, and a car stopped there. Fang Xiyu leaned on the car door and walked towards him. Not bad. Captain, I was a little worried whether you could walk so far alone. Although the vital signs data did not seem to have any major problems. The physical energy consumption should be relatively large, considering the time spent searching. Fang Xiyu looked at the panel. 1 hour and 23 minutes. The newly developed internal support protective suit provided great help, and it was not so tiring to walk. Then our technical team is still capable. Much better than the things issued by the office staff. Fang Xiyu made a satisfied sound. Next, our equipment, weapons, and even systems will be developed by ourselves. As he said this, he went around Tang Zhe and put the door panel he had taken down back in place. Captain, did I break it? How could you break something? This panel was originally brought in from outside and is only used to cover the exit. Cover the exit? Yes. Fang Xiyu looked up. The place you just opened is an abandoned space, and it didn't lead to the underground. I asked them to dig this passage. The area we are in now was originally there, because we are not sure if anyone will come. It is safer to cover the exit. Tang Zhe, did they really dig a tunnel? Are we near the training ground now? Yes, but no. Fang Xiyu laughed, walked over, held Tang Zhe's shoulders, and pushed him towards the car door. Come on. I'll show you the places you didn't see on the day you came back. Chapter 31 Invisible Eyes. Tang Zhe walked to the front of the car in a daze. Fang Xiyu should be talking about the place he passed by from that unknown place back to Area A after being rescued from the vine. At that time, he was almost in a coma and had no idea how long it had been or what had happened. When he woke up again, he was in the capsule a few days later. These days, Fang Xiyu didn't mention this matter at all. The car door opened, and Tang Zhe was about to get in when he was shocked. Hello, everyone. I thought I was traveling alone with Fang Xiyu. But why was the car so crowded? Your speed would ruin others in one try. Mu Zhiming behind him made a disgusted sound. It seems that you lowered the overall score of the previous mission by several points. Look for the reasons in yourself. Fang Xiyu turned around and made a warning gesture. The captain is the first to lead the team poorly. Then, the two looked at each other for a few seconds, and then they uttered a humph at the same time. Tang Zhe. It seems that the relationship between the two is really hard to shake. What surprised him was that Guan Yingjian and Lu Tianyi also came this time. Guan Yingjian was understandable. As a tactical commander, he could play a better role on the scene. Because Fang Xiyu decided to act at the last minute, he could only command through real-time transmission, which was limited by the perspective. Now, he brought a large set of equipment, and the back of the car was converted into a command room. As for Lu Tianyi, it should be to collect the freshest mutant samples. Mutants are also living things. As time goes by, cells will die and lose some biological information. But Tang Zhe didn't expect that Fang Xiyu would let her, a 60-year-old old man, leave the tightly protected A area and expose herself to the polluted environment. However, it didn't take long for him to dispel this doubt. The old man was much stronger than him. Yuka Yuri will cooperate with us in the operations room. Lu Ji only needs to continue to improve the weapons at this stage. So today we are going on the road together. Fang Xiyu said. This car will be the Special Forces combat vehicle in the future. The configuration is top-notch. And some are limited. We are the only one in the entire gathering area. Those guys above are unwilling to support us and let us solve it ourselves. TSK. What kind of people are in our team? Are you afraid that we can't do it? Guan Yingjian behind him immediately echoed loudly. We do it ourselves, and have enough food and clothing. Lu Tianyi also spoke. We are not afraid of the limitations of conditions. As long as we are determined, we can do anything. Okay. Fang Xiuyu raised his voice. Let them see what good stuff we are using. Don't ask us to share the technology for mass production in the whole district. I won't give it to you even if you ask. Tang Zhe. Where did those colleagues who read but didn't reply and pretended to be deaf and dumb go? Fortunately, he was not the only one who couldn't accept this in the car. Mu Zhiming looked at them with a ghost look for a while, and finally turned his head away with his eyes rolled. This spirit is too advanced for District B. Tang Zhe looked at their high morale and quietly opened the private chat window. Tang Zhe, Captain Mu. Did District B protest against District A after that day? When confronting the combat convoy, Captain Fang revealed his family background. I was worried. Mu Zhiming, humph. Were you so considerate to your teammates before? Although you are still in Area B, you were already in Area Midley. Mu Zhiming, there is no action at the moment. After all, those people don't look presentable. But your captain may be watched by someone. He may do something secretly. But he doesn't seem to care. Tang Zhe thought. That's right. Tang Zhe, thank you. Captain Mu. Captain Mu will not be affected when he returns. Right. Mu Zhiming, no need to pretend to care about me. Tang Zhe, I'm very grateful for the emergency bottle that day. Mu Zhiming, don't try to be so mean. I hope there's a normal person left in this car. Mu Zhiming rolled his eyes and closed the private chat. At the same time, the three people next to him were still discussing passionately. Finally, Fang Xiyu gave the order, let's go. There was no lighting under the ground. In fact, they were moving forward relying on the instructions of the car lights and scanning detection. The front window panel displayed the scanning results in real time, and the outline of the object kept changing on it, which looked like normal visual imaging. However, this imaging is limited to known objects. For new unknown mutants, the scanning equipment has no way to accurately identify them, and it depends more on the human eye and other detection methods. So far, they have not encountered any mutants. Judging from the location, this underground area should still be near the gathering area, in the area between areas A-B where supervision is unclear. Therefore, unlike the wild, the environment here is still basically under human control, and it is unlikely that uncontrolled mutants will appear. Captain, are we heading to the breeding area? Tang Zhe asked. This doesn't look like the passage we walked through before. Fang Xiuyu was silent for a while. The place where we met Tung last time was not a real breeding area. At best, it was just a conveyor belt. Conveyor belt? You were still awake at that time, so you should have seen Tung suddenly start to escape in one direction. Right? And Lu said that for mutants like vines, the vines can stretch freely, but the roots cannot move. So the escape we saw was actually the movement of the brackets that fix the vines. Later, for some reason, those vines became aggregates and all gathered in one place, which should have induced a collective mutation. It was also at that time that the real building structure under the ground was exposed. It is a double pipeline. One layer is a fixed bracket, and the other layer is movable, embedded in it in a way similar to a slide rail. When the inner layer starts to slide, the things in the middle will move with it. We see those vines changing their movement direction, which is actually the distribution of these pipes changing. Tang Zhe suddenly realized, although the vines have a certain degree of autonomy, if the bracket does not move, their extension range is very limited. Once there is a large-scale change in the channel, it must be the bracket that fixes the vines that is moved. He still remembers that after falling into the tree hole, he did not see any hole above the channel when he woke up, as if they appeared out of thin air deep underground. Now it seems that the opening or disappearance of the tree hole is controlled by the movement of these pipes. But this also shows that there are human factors behind the channel. Does the movement of the bracket follow a certain operating procedure? Or is there a person, manually controlled? Were there actions that day controlled by someone from beginning to end? Tang Zhe felt uncomfortable behind him, as if an invisible eye was staring at him in the dark. This feeling has been with him since the mission with Saib. We said it was like a conveyor belt because we restored the running path of some pipelines through the information we collected after returning, and found that they would go back and forth between certain points. Fang Xiuyu continued. It's like a transport vehicle. It's just that we didn't find anything like a car. It seems that the transport is the pipeline itself. But the pipeline is full of vines and soil. What is it transporting? We haven't figured this out yet. Tang Zhe pursed his lips. It's energy. Someone is creating energy in this underground passage. The breeding area and the isolation area must be part of it. Either a collection port or a delivery port. But those people didn't expect that energy can also drive mutants. One section of energy even caused a collective mutation, allowing a part of the vine to escape with it to the training ground. If it weren't for the snake vine, no one would ever know about this. Tang Zhe frowned. Someone in the gathering area knows the existence of energy, even its function, and can create it. Who are these people? Are these people the ones staring at him? Energy. Channel. Wait! We're almost there. Fang Xiyu interrupted his thoughts. Tang Zhe raised his eyes and saw the outline of a gate on the front window. The gate was very low, just enough for combat vehicles to pass through. Besides that, the architectural style was very familiar. It looked like the building in Area B. Go in here. It should be a place you are familiar with, Fang Xiyu said. Abandoned Hospital Number 2 in Area B. Tang Zhe's eyelashes trembled. The next second, he was shocked by Fang Xiyu's next words. In other words, we are about to enter the breeding area. Chapter 32. Welcome to the breeding area. The abandoned hospital is the breeding area? Tang Zhe was stunned. He guessed that the abandoned hospital was related to the breeding area, but he speculated that it was just a connection of a channel that caused the energy leakage. But he didn't expect that the hospital was actually the breeding area. The injured at that time. And him. Both. It's a bit dirty inside. Be prepared, Fang Xiyu said. Go in. The door made a heavy sound, and then it opened without any identification signs. This is not the original way the door was opened. It seems that the door was powered on extra, and then activated by invading the control unit. It should be the handwriting left by Fang Xiyu and Mu Zhiming when they passed by last time. After the combat vehicle drove in, the door was closed awkwardly again. There was no light in this area, nor the buzzing sound of mechanical operation. The background sound that was everywhere in the gathering area completely disappeared here. The environment was strangely quiet, and the engine of the car sounded like thunder. Even if it was not a hospital, this place looked abandoned for a long time. Tang Zhe looked at the outline of the object identified on the front window panel and tried to identify the structure, because the protective facilities were not in operation. All parts of the building showed signs of pollution and natural erosion. Unspeakable stains, corroded pipes, broken metal walls, various colored effusions of unknown composition. The most common thing is the dark gray fog everywhere. It has been nearly half a year since the pollution leak incident at Hospital Number 2. Not long after the hospital incident, the entire area was indeed sealed off. We are now on the 18th floor underground, and the hospital we know of only has the 17th floor underground, Mu Zhiming said. The entrance and exit here are not connected to the regular entrance and exit of the hospital. There is also a seismic isolation ground mezzanine of about 5 meters between the roof and the 17th floor underground. So no one knew about it before. Tang Zhe nodded. Fang Xiyu did not tell him about the abandoned hospital in advance. But it seemed that Guan Yingjian and Lu Tianyi were prepared and were busy now. Mu Zhiming's words were explained to him. The area of this floor is several times larger than the building area of the hospital, and the floor height is more than 10 meters. In addition, it is deep underground, so the movement of the building will be very large. So we speculate that this area was not secretly excavated after the hospital was built, but existed before the hospital was built, Tang Zhe said. Although the gathering area is relatively safe, there is a certain concentration of pollution in the air. Therefore, when the building is in disrepair and cannot effectively isolate the pollution, it needs to be abandoned and rebuilt at a new site. The site selection must be measured and approved layer by layer. The senior management of Area B should know the scope of the breeding area. Right, Tang Zhe said. So they agreed to the location of Hospital Number 2 above the breeding area? Or did they do it on purpose? Who are the senior executives in Area B? What does Captain Mu mean? From the time when Hospital Number 2 was located, many people have been replaced. Maybe the people who demarcated the breeding area and confirmed the location are not the same group of people. This kind of thing is not impossible to have no handover. Here is the problem. The breeding area seems to be managed by a specific group of people, Mu Zhiming said. I don't know who these people are, but they seem to control almost all the affairs of the breeding area. And this part of the content will not be communicated to officials other than them. Tang Zhe looked at Fang Xiyu, who seemed to agree with this. It's the same in Area A. There are many factions at the top. fighting each other. And many things are wasted on these meaningless struggles. But the problem in the breeding area is more complicated. Not a simple factional problem. The people in charge of the breeding area have their own goals, strict discipline, and relatively independent power from the affairs of each area. This group of people is not only in Area B, but also in Area A. They seem to be above the management of the two areas. Tang Zhe blinked. Above the two areas, is it the bunker? It may indeed be a department directly under the management of the bunker. Fan Xiyu said. The bunker instructed to build a breeding area? Why? The existence of the breeding area should not be of much significance to the bunker. Right? The bunker preserves all the power of mankind. And the AB area is the engineers who search for resources for the bunker. For the bunker, the most important thing is whether there are enough resources. Not to fight against the mutants. If the construction of the breeding area is for the two areas AB to better study the mutants, it is understandable. But the bunker? Fan Xiyu shook his head. When you see the breeding things, you will be more confused. The car drove to the center of this area. Fan Xiyu stopped the car, turned off the headlights, and the surroundings suddenly fell into darkness. After adapting to the light, the abnormal scene appeared. Tang Zhe first saw a little bit of fluorescence in the sky, like the Milky Way in historical materials. Then he saw these light spots floating with the mist, and there seemed to be very thin luminous threads between them. After a while, he finally recognized the things that filled this underground space. There were countless silk threads as thin as spider webs, almost wrapping the air inside. The nodes of the silk threads were stuck with the glowing things, forming a net that could not be escaped. If the silk threads were not too thin, the dense scene would be enough to make people's scalps numb at a glance. Don't get off the car, Fan Xiyu said. He activated the automatic collection function, and the car body vibrated slightly. After a while, the panel showed a green collection successful. Subsequent analysis will be handed over to Aunt Lu. Yes, Captain. Tang Zhe turned his head blankly without knowing what was going on. This is a seed, Fan Xiyu said. Seed? It may be a vine. Or it may be something else. These seeds are still dormant now, and they will start to grow when they encounter a specific environment. It's like an embryo. Embryonic cells are the most versatile cells. As long as they are given the right induction conditions, they can differentiate into any type of cell in the human body. Lu Tianyi said. This seed is also an all-potent embryo, with the potential for differentiation in multiple directions. That is to say, under different environments, it can become many kinds of mutants. The vine may be just one of the differentiation directions. Tang Zhe understood a little. The vines in the underground passage before were all transformed from the seeds here. Because the environment there can make it look like a vine. They study this kind of thing to deduce the law of mutation caused by pollution and find a way to prevent people from mutation. If the mutation can be cured, the people in Area B will not need to be scrapped in batches. Most of them can live safely until retirement, and then return to the bunker to spend the rest of their lives. Fan Xiyu was silent for a while. Maybe that was the purpose of the research at the beginning. But later, the plan went astray. Captain, what do you mean? This seed has another function. Fan Xiyu turned around and said, You and I have seen it before. Tang Zhe thought hard for a while, and suddenly his heart sank. Bullet? That's right. The silent gunshots and the rising smoke that days seemed to appear in front of Tang Zhe again. And he felt a chill. The human body, isn't it also an environment? The gunman shot the seeds of these mutants into these patients' body. Except for him, 31 people had strange non-penetrating injuries in their bodies. What did these seeds become in their bodies? What did those people become? In astonishment, Fan Xiyu patted his shoulder again. Tang Zhe came back to his senses and saw Fan Xiyu pointing in a direction outside the window, motioning him to pay attention. The next second, Fan Xiyu fired several lighting discs into the air, and the space 10 meters above was instantly illuminated. Seeds. The faint light was hidden in the lighting, and was replaced by a large number of irregularly shaped objects, suspended in the air and floating with the mist. These things were much larger in size, but more difficult to identify. It took Tang Zhe a while to figure out what they were. Incomplete, deformed, human skeletons. He stared at a human sternum. There was even some rotten flesh on the sternum, and in the gaps between the rotten flesh, something like mud algae came out from it. After seeing the light, the mud algae began to dance wildly, like a group of revelry snakes. The sternum also began to swing like a swing because of the dancing of the mud algae. The next second, among the thousands of skeletons hanging in the air, this kind of thing suddenly emerged. The dancing mud algae intertwined into a manic picture. The skeletons collided and tore, and the quiet air was filled with buzzing sounds. This sound was like a sharp laugh, and like a roar from the bottom of the throat, one wave higher than the other, sweeping them in the center into the vortex. Chapter 33 Trust Crisis. Tang Zai's stomach was churning with discomfort. He moved back involuntarily, but was held up by a hand. Fan Xiuyu patted his back. Don't be nervous. Those things won't move. They just cling to the corpse. Lu Tiany's voice came from behind. The shape of this thing is similar to vines, but it has no roots and cannot take root and grow and attack like vines. Because the two have the same origin, we temporarily call it snake algae. In general, the attack power of snake algae is much weaker than that of vines, and there is no sign of collective mutation. Tang Zai. I groaned, but the discomfort in my stomach did not ease. There is no doubt that the growth environment of algae is these rotten corpses, compared with the vines growing in relatively clean soil. The carrion algae appear black and sticky, and their movements are more like crawling and sliding, like earthworms that have been beaten to a pulp. Not to mention, the place where they cling is a pile of corpses hanging in the air. The degree of corrosion and decay of these corpses varies. The skeleton is an unclean yellow-brown color, and the skin and flesh on it are all in pieces. The shape varies from reddish-brown blocks to black bubbling mucus. The pieces of algae attached to them slide like poisonous snakes with strange patterns, and the impact of the picture is doubled. Tang Zai covered his stomach, as if something was moving inside. The marks in the body of the person who was shot. Is this something? We need to test the body at that time to draw a conclusion. But it is probably this, Fan Xiuyu said. The person who shot was probably doing an experiment. Experiment? Yes. Fan Xiuyu was silent for a while. I don't know what the purpose of the experiment is. They seem to want to combine the seeds with the human body environment. The human corpses hanging here should be soldiers abandoned at the mission site, or people sent to the quarantine area. The shooting you encountered may be those people who want to test the effect of the environment in the living body on this kind of seeds. Let these seeds take root and sprout in living people. But it should have failed, because those people did die. The seeds may have sprouted briefly, but they only left them with incurable scars. And then they died together. Fan Xiuyu sighed, moved his hand to Tang Zai's shoulder, and gently squeezed it. Fortunately, you are fine. Tang Zai felt the surging feeling in his abdomen getting stronger and stronger, as if something was about to break out of the ground. He knew that these were all psychological effects. After that day, he had undergone multiple full-body examinations in Area B and Area A, and there was no trace of any abnormal objects left. The seed didn't enter his body at all, or it was digested by Saib. In short, he did escape. But even so, he couldn't stop the nausea in his heart. The seed seemed to have taken root in his mind, growing along his blood vessels to all parts of his body, becoming a part of him. Is this what those people want to achieve? He suddenly thought of another question. How did Saib combine with his body? The smell of food. Saib suddenly made a sound. Tang Zai swallowed his saliva and asked calmly, where? Above. Tang Zai thought, I would rather die than eat the energy hidden in these things. But why are these smells a bit strange? As if mixed with some familiar smells. I remember the smell that leaked from the crack of the door when you were in Area A. You said you seemed to see someone's memory. I smell it again. It must be that sewer gas. Tang Zai's breath was choked. Saib said that if energy enters the human body, it may carry the characteristics of that person when it is discharged, such as memory. Obviously, the owner of the memory he saw at that time was also hung here. The energy that passed through that person's body was purified and placed in Tang Zai's dormitory in Area A. He was indeed targeted by that group of people. Tang Zai bit his lip. Experiment. They were doing an experiment. He was also an experimental subject. They were secretly observing him. Did they think that the seeds had successfully taken root in his body? These people's hands not only touched Area B, but were not restricted even in Area A. They might be watching Tang Zai's every move and the changes in his body, using them as experimental data. The problem is that there is indeed a mutant hidden in his body, and it feeds on pollution. It is said that it can reach S-level mutant after resurrection. If any flaws are revealed, Saib's existence may be discovered. Tang Zai turned his head to look at the hand on his shoulder, thinking secretly, is Fan Xiuyu one of those people? At the beginning, It was Fang Xiyu who used means to transfer Tang Zhe from Area B, and the special operations team was right under his nose. He also knew in advance that Tang Zhe was in the dormitory in Area A, and it was easy to put sewer gas in it. If he was one of those people, he would be the most convenient person to observe Tang Zhe. Otherwise, how could he be so sure to choose an ordinary sentry in Area B, where he knew nothing, and put him by his side based on the mission records alone? Just as he was thinking, a sudden increase in force came from his shoulder. Tang Zhe came back to his senses at once. "Are you okay?" Fang Xiyu asked. Tang Zhe looked up at him without answering. Was this man called Captain defending him again and again? Saying that he was gifted for some other reason? Was he saving him again and again out of the protection of experimental data? Was he doing everything now to deceive his trust so that he would relax his vigilance? Seeing that Tang Zhe did not answer, Fang Xiyu came closer, almost touching his head to his mask, and looked inside through the goggles. He held Tang Zhe's head and checked it, until Tang Zhe could not help but call him Captain. He was relieved and let go. "I thought you were like before. You were in pain but didn't say a word. And then you passed out." He patted Tang Zhe's head, as if to comfort him. Well, but the wireless ring didn't alarm, so there shouldn't be any problem. After his reminder, Tang Zhe remembered that he had just been put in another shackle. In connection with the previous analysis, the result is very clear. Fang Xiyu is most likely the experimenter. His pupils shrank involuntarily, which was caught by Fang Xiyu, who naturally took it as a sign of fear. So Fang Xiyu patted his head more gently. "It's okay. It's all over. Area A is very safe. And such a thing will never happen again." An intolerable cough was heard behind him. Fang Xiyu turned back in confusion, his hand still supporting the back of Tang Zhe's head. Mu Zhiming looked ashen. "What are you two doing? It's okay that you made us wait for him for a long time. But now we have to watch you guys dawdle here. Haven't we collected the seeds? Isn't it time to move on to the next step?" Mu Zhiming rolled his eyes to the sky. "That's just because I spoil you. If I take the lead every time, I wonder if you can still be so careless." The confusion on Fang Xiyu's face suddenly turned into hostility. Captain Mu doesn't seem to understand the care for the team members. A team that can't understand each other and work closely together will only increase casualties. Why is the loss in zone be so heavy every time? Shouldn't the team leader reflect on his own problems? You have seen our cooperation, and you should know whether it is a state of laxity or slowness. My team members have special physiques and lack of physical strength. In addition, they have just escaped from a difficult mission, so they need a more relaxed execution method. This is not an urgent task, so there is no need to rush and waste physical energy in vain. Seeing that the two were about to quarrel again, Tang Zhe quickly interrupted them. "Captain, I'm fine. Don't delay the progress later. You always said I'm fine." Fang Xiyu looked at him helplessly and let go of his hand. "Aunt Lu, are the samples enough?" "Report to the captain. Seeds, mycelium, algae slices, and environmental sampling are all completed. Okay, let's move on." Tang Zhe sat back in his original position and turned his head to look out the window. The dark buildings and the corrosion were retreating, turning into strange green shadows in his eyes. The lighting panel gradually dimmed, and those disgusting things disappeared in the shadows. But a voice suddenly sounded in my mind. "There are so many foods. Tang Zhe, get out of the car quickly. Pure energy. Dig it out. I want to feast on it." Chapter 34. A lot of energy. Like a fountain. Tang Zhe quickly suppressed Saib's thoughts. "Don't mess around. There are so many people here. If you manipulate my body, you will explode." Saib licked his lips. "Of course I know. But you have to find a way to get out. Right? Those things are hanging up there. Even if I get out of the car, I can't fly up to the sky for you to inhale, unless I find a way to get Fang Xiyu to shoot them all down," Tang Zhe said. "But in the car," Saib interrupted him. "Who told you to inhale those things? The sewer gas is so dirty. I want to vomit when I think about it." Tang Zhe's stomach started to feel uncomfortable again after hearing this, and he closed his eyes and took a deep breath. The energy of the things above is not much. Not even as much as the air outside. Low-level stuff. Not even as good as that broken vine. There are other energy sources hidden here, and they are clean things. Other energy sources? Yes, there are a lot of them. They are well stored. Much more than the two big things he ate before. Like a fountain. Tang Zai's eyes slowly changed. What will happen if you eat them all? It can probably recover to the combat power equivalent to D+. No. It is possible to recover to C level. To emphasize, I mean the attack ability, not the rating. That's because I lost almost all my physical strength. I'm S level. As long as I have enough energy. D level is almost enough. Tang Zai murmured. The level of the mutant is determined according to the degree of mutation and the attack range. The previous single snake vine was F-, which means it is close to the initial plant form, and the attack range is within 2 people. The complex giant snake vine in the training ground can reach E level. It has a certain range of mobility, and the attack range is within 10 people. At D level, the attack range can reach more than 10 people. And it requires the cooperation of multiple people to contain it. As far as the combat troops in the AB area are concerned, it is already a high-level target. C level, the attack range can reach more than 50 people. And the movement speed is very fast. In the exploration area, there is no record of encountering C level or higher mutants. And even D level is rare. In the long history of the AB area, those battles were also very tragic. As long as he reaches D level, these people in the car will not be a big deal for him. But don't be too happy too soon. How much combat power you can exert depends on your own quality. Your body will be discounted. What if you concentrate your strength for a short-term burst? Tang Zai asked. Can you reach Fang Shuyu's level? It can last for 1 or 2 minutes. But you will definitely be exhausted. You will not be able to recover even if you soak in the capsule for 7 days and 7 nights. I advise you not to think that I will use it up after taking it. Otherwise your body will not have time to change, and the energy will be gone. To make your body really change, you have to wait until I recover to C level or above. The car continued to move forward. But no one spoke. The reflection of the building kept changing in Tang Zai's eyes. But his eyes became more and more gloomy. If there is really a group of people who are above the jurisdiction of the 2 districts AB and secretly engaged in the breeding and experiment of mutants, they may be lurking in the dark. However, their number should not be too large. If their attack ability can reach the level of C level, he can also fight with them. But to be on the safe side, he still had to quietly absorb the energy as much as possible. Before Sai's power grew stronger, it was best not to show his hand easily. Once Sai's ability recovered to above C level, we're almost there. Fang Shuyu's voice came over. Tang Zai put away the gloom in his eyes and looked towards the front window. The panel showed an extremely narrow door, which looked thicker than the previous one, and could barely accommodate 2 cars. Be more careful when entering here, Fang Shuyu said. In order to prevent pollution erosion, I will close the air exchange with the outside after entering the door, and only use the existing oxygen in the car for internal circulation. Everyone, avoid emotional fluctuations, avoid strenuous activities, and save oxygen. Under energy-saving conditions, the oxygen stored can allow us to stay inside for about 30 minutes. Understood? Understood. Captain Mu and I passed by here once before. But at that time, in order to pass through as quickly as possible, we chose the shortest path to ensure safety. And it only took more than 10 minutes to go full speed. The area inside is very large, and there are many areas with abnormal detection indicators. The focus of this operation is to explore this part. The environment needs to be monitored. Guan Yinjian and Lu Tianyi are ready. Mu Zhiming looked out the window without saying a word, but his body was obviously tense. Tang Zai didn't know what to prepare yet. When he felt his hand being gently patted, Fang Shuyu gently squeezed his hand, as if to comfort him. It may not be easy for you, but in order to reach the unknown area, this is a necessary exercise. Fang Shuyu said softly. My hand is here. If you are afraid, hold on tight. Tang Zai was very confused and didn't respond. He was a battle-hardened sentinel after all, and he had experienced so much in the training ground and the isolation area. Fang Shuyu had no reason to think that he would be a coward. Right? Along with a green notification on the panel, the extremely heavy door in front of him was slowly opened. Fang Shuyu drove straight in without hesitation. After passing through, Tang Zai found that this door was much thicker than he had imagined, with a thickness of 5 or 6 meters, just like 2 mountains combined together. Not only that, this was only the first door. After passing through, there was another 3-meter thick door made of different materials. What on earth needs such a thick isolation door? As the car moved inside, Tang Zai felt a surge of unexplained restlessness and uneasiness in his body. This uneasiness became more and more intense. So much so that his breathing became rapid. This is the last barrier. In front of the last door, Fan Qiyu said. At this time, the mountain-like door at the beginning had closed behind them. Tang Zai's hands began to tremble uncontrollably, and were held tightly by Fan Qiyu. Strength was transmitted through the protective gloves. But he did not feel better. On the contrary, he felt that he was almost fainting. Everyone is ready. And the formal action begins. Tang Zai? Tang Zai. Tang Zai's body rose and fell violently. Not only his chest, but his whole body was bent like a shrimp, twitching as if he was possessed. He could no longer hear the voices beside him, and his vision became extremely narrow. He could only see a narrow glimmer of light in front of him, and everything else was dark. In the only remaining vision, there were countless screaming, roaring black smoke. They were not humanoid, nor any kind of mutant, but an indescribable mixture of changes, a collection of all fears. They scratched his iris, the bottom of his eyes, and went straight to his brain from the optic nerve. The vision turned into a harsh sound, and an image that could not be eliminated even if he closed his eyes. Like a spear, a scorpion tail, and a long whip soaked in poison. They invaded his brain recklessly, and the chaotic noise and images left him no time to think. And the pain flowed through his body like an electric current. His bracelet showed abnormal numbers in bright red, changing dizzyingly. The heavy protection on the car was like a piece of insignificant window paper in front of these things. Tang Zai! A shout came from a distant place, pushing through the chaos and reaching his ears. It seemed to be a familiar voice. Tang Zai opened his eyes, and saw that the edge of his vision seemed to light up a little. The next second, he felt like he had landed. Screams, fear, pain, all receded like a tide in an instant. He was pulled into a person's arms and held tightly. The person held his back with one hand and patted his head with the other hand, as if to comfort him. It's okay. The captain is here. Chapter 35. He didn't know what he had exposed. Tang Zai gasped for air, and his vision finally became clear. The restless black shadow disappeared and turned into a shadow on the protective suit. He raised his head and saw the bottom edge of Fan Qiyu's mask. He was being held in Fan Qiyu's arms like a baby. Better? Well, the oxygen consumption seems to be recovering. Fan Qiyu patted his back. It's okay. It's just that the reaction was a bit strong when you first came in. But it will be fine later. Tang Zai's senses were not fully awake yet, and his brain was a little dull. He turned his head and saw the three people sitting in the back through the gap between the seats. Although he often hangs on, or is hung on Fan Qiyu due to physical reasons when on missions, it seems that this is the first time that so many people are present. Guan Yinjian and Lu Tianyi looked at him nervously, and after confirming that he was fine, they went about their business, and seemed to be used to his posture. Mu Zhiming, on the contrary, did not seem to be worried about his physical condition, but rather a little disgusted with this scene. Why does it seem to be more serious this time? I thought you would be immune to it. Mu Zhiming said TSK. It's better to be unconscious. Tang Zai was a little confused. Immunity? Last time we passed here, you also reacted strongly, Fan Qiyu said. But you were already asleep at that time, so you probably have no memory of it. You were lying in the back compartment, and the life monitoring suddenly showed abnormality. When we went to check, you were twitching and rolling, and trying to take off your protective suit. I thought you were going to mutate. Mu Zhiming rolled his eyes. You look scarier than the soldiers who exceeded the threshold in the mission field. I almost shot you directly. Fan Qiyu immediately protected Tang Zai and turned back to stare at him. If you want to hurt him, get rid of me first. Okay. Next time you mutate together, I will give you a quick death. How many times do you want me to say? Tang Zai has a special physique and is sensitive to the environment. Of course, his body can't stand this heavily polluted environment, but his DNA can resist the damage caused by pollution and will not be induced to mutate. Tang Zai. He had no idea what happened at that time, in his memory, except for the part before getting on the car. He only woke up in the capsule. Now it seems that during the time he was unconscious, Fan Qiyu and Mu Zhiming also went through a very difficult journey. The breeding area in front of him was full of corpses and seeds, and the place in front of him gave him a warning as soon as he came in. In addition to this, I don't know what else there is. He also didn't know if he had exposed anything in his coma. Tang Zai felt that those black shadows should be related to energy. Saib said there was a place where pure energy was sealed. And it should be here. Perhaps it was because of the excessive energy that made his body restless. Moreover, Saib would make him lose consciousness when eating. So he asked in his heart, Saib? But Saib did not move, as if he had fainted. At this time, the quarrel between Fang Xiyu and Mu Zhiming also stopped, and the car became unusually quiet. Tang Zhe suddenly came to his senses and became alert. The two of them would not usually quarrel for just a few sentences. There must be something that forced the two of them to stop at the same time. Tang Zhe then looked over in the direction of Fang Xiyu's eyes and saw the display on the front window panel. Oxygen storage 80%. His struggle actually consumed so much oxygen. The oxygen consumption in the awake state is indeed higher than that in the coma. I didn't think about this enough and failed to prepare. Guan Yingjian said. I'm afraid we can't complete the planned exploration mission this time. We will complete as much as we can. If we can't, we will come back next time. Fang Xiyu's voice returned to a steady state. Just treat it as a field simulation. They took the trouble to set up a place close to the unknown area. How can we not make full use of it? Tang Zhe was stunned. The environment here is actually a simulation of the unknown area. They simulated the environment of the unknown area underground in the exploration area. But it is not surprising if you think about it carefully. The exploration area is a relatively safe area. The pollution value is relatively controllable, and the corresponding mutant level is not high. If you want to further study the rich variety of high-level mutants, you naturally need to simulate a more extreme environment. Unknown areas are always places where you can never return and make people terrified. But this is also the future mission field of their special operations team. Tang Zhe felt that his physical strength had recovered a little, and he quickly stood up from Fang Xiyu's arms. Captain, I'm fine. Fang Xiyu glanced at him, didn't seem too worried, and nodded. Then sit down, relax, and keep your breathing steady. It doesn't matter if it's not stable. If you want to breathe deeply, just breathe deeply. I'll watch and arrange the route. Tang Zhe responded and returned to his original seat. He looked at the scene outside the window. This place was darker than the previous place, and there was no trace of any buildings or displays. There were not even a few pillars, and it looked very empty. And except for the black shadow that inexplicably caused him hallucinations at the beginning, there was no other abnormality. Fang Xiyu fired several lighting discs, but those lights seemed to be swallowed by the darkness, and the surroundings were still dark and elusive. The combat vehicle seemed to sink into the abyss. All the unknowns were watching in the darkness to see where the ignorant and tiny prey came from, and they were unaware that the sheep had fallen into the tiger's mouth. The environment here is complex and difficult to analyze through vision and scanning. We have measured the hardness of the ground before and roughly found a road. The terrain outside the road is broken, probably made up of hillsides, abnormal vegetation, swamps and rivers. This time we need to collect as much information as possible about the rest of the terrain. That being said, the collection and analysis work was basically done by Guan Yingjian, Lu Tiani and Yuka Yuri on the line. Tang Zhe did nothing except sit there and try not to faint. But his mission in the team was just to breathe there, thinking of his job. Tang Zhe felt something was wrong. If Fang Xiyu regarded him as an experimental subject, then he was taking him to various places in the name of missions. But in fact, he was observing the effects of different environments on his body. But what is the purpose of these people? Is it to create an extremely powerful mutant? Or to transform the human body? Tang Zhe thought of the algae crawling on the rotten corpses, and couldn't help but feel uncomfortable again. Just then, Saib woke up. What happened just now? Tang Zhe frowned. I want to ask you something. What are those black shadows I saw? Why can they affect me through the combat vehicle and protective clothing? Also, did you eat secretly? Am I the type who eats anything when I'm hungry? I don't know what all the mess is. It's like vomit. I don't even have time to vomit. And I won't eat even if you force me to. Tang Zhe. But the combat vehicle has closed the air exchange. Why is there so much pollution coming in? Is it because they are very permeable? They said that when I passed by here last time when I was unconscious, my body also reacted strongly. What's going on? It's induction. I said that your body will change slowly. At first you can see the energy, and later you can feel it a little. I guess when you were in the underground passage, your body combined with the vines, and some changes occurred. Now your 5 senses of pollution are opening up, which is a good thing. Then why do I feel so uncomfortable? Of course it's because this thing is too unclean. Ugh. It's like putting 100 F-class mutants in a jar to ferment. And what comes out in the end is that kind of marsh gas. I was knocked unconscious as soon as I came in. Tang Zhe recalled the sharp tinnitus and couldn't help frowning. Is it induction? What kind of energy can have such screams and movements? Thinking of the space in front, the answer seems not difficult to guess. It's people. The black air containing the memories, fears, and anger of countless people was constantly fermented in this heavily sealed space, and finally formed something with huge impact. What is going on here will only be more tragic experiments. Captain, there seems to be some movement under the ground in the left front, Guan Yingjian said. Detailed report. The ground is like a swamp. Something seems to have sunk in it, but it is not completely submerged. It should be of the same density as the swamp, forming a balance. There is a certain possibility of collection. Got it. And we will start collecting. The car carefully approached the swamp. This is a dangerous terrain. When there is no disturbance, the swamp will look very calm, even like a peaceful land. Once it is disturbed, such as stepping on it or stirring up the mud and water, the balance of the swamp will be destroyed, and it will become a huge mouth that swallows everything. You must be very careful when fishing out of the swamp. Otherwise you will be trapped in it and unable to escape. Guan Yingjian began to collect things with full concentration, and the car fell into silence. The key to successful collection is slowness. But at the same time, the oxygen storage is also decreasing bit by bit. It is estimated that there will be 20 minutes before the oxygen storage in the car will be exhausted. Before that, they must leave. I can see the shape. It should be a protective suit, Guan Yingjian said 2 minutes later. From the weight, it should belong to Zone B. But the shape is not like the current version. There is no human body inside, and there are no mutants clinging to it. It seems to have been just abandoned here. Captain, do you need to salvage it? Before Fang Xiyu could speak, Mu Zhiming suddenly rushed to Guan Yingjian's side and grabbed his arm tightly. Sail it out. We don't have much time. It takes too much time to salvage things from the swamp. Besides, it's not worth much. It's better to find other information that can be collected. Captain Mu, don't get excited. The oxygen storage will drop faster. Fang Xiyu turned around and looked at them, in Guan Yingjian's eyes asking for help. Fang Xiyu nodded slowly. Sail it out? Some things need to be explained. Chapter 36 Unprecedented Mutations. Tang Zhe also turned his head. Through the protective suit, Mu Zhiming's expression could not be seen clearly, but judging from his slightly trembling body while holding Guan Yingjian's hand tightly, his eyes should be red now. Tang Zhe saw that his other hand was tightly holding something, and then he understood why he was so excited. Famous brand Mu Zhijin. This was also the reason why Mu Zhiming participated in the investigation. The oxygen storage suddenly sounded a 1% drop, and Mu Zhiming forced himself to calm down. Hurry up and salvage it, he said in a hoarse voice. Fang Xiyu looked at him without saying a word. As the salvage continued, they realized that the protective suit was not complete. The part below the chest was torn off from the side, leaving only one sleeve and a torn trouser leg, and the circulation pipe was exposed outside. This does not bode well, because the protective suit was incomplete. The subsequent salvage was much faster. Not long after, the entire protective suit was lifted from the swamp, and the mud and muddy things like loaches hanging on it kept dripping down. The mud on the surface can be used to study the swamp environment, so it's not a loss, Guan Yingjian said. Mu Zhiming pulled him. Take it closer. According to the process, the item sampled in the field must be hung in the sampling box first, and then they can be isolated and processed before they can be studied closely. In such a complex environment, even turning on air exchange is dangerous, let alone putting external items directly in. Captain Mu can't possibly not understand. Right? Mu Zhiming let go of his hand and fell back into his seat. Then can you move closer to the window? Seeing no objection, Guan Yin manipulated the robotic arm to hoist the protective suit to the side window where Mu Zhiming was. That was the side window on Tang Zhe's side. The robotic arm moved too close, and the protective suit stuck to the window. Tang Zhe only saw a large piece of gelatinous and mucus stains flowing down the transparent window, blurring his side vision. Mu Zhiming moved closer and looked at the window. This protective suit was already very worn out, and it was covered with a thick layer of mud. If it weren't for the help of scanning, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to tell what it was. Besides, it is difficult to determine the specific style, let alone find features such as brand names and numbers on it. Mu Zhiming wanted to find clues with his naked eyes. But the possibility was very small. I will let you know when the analysis results come out, Fan Qiyu said. It's almost time. Let's go back first. As long as we don't alarm them, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Mu Zhiming still didn't move. He leaned against the window with his fists clenched, and his mask was almost next to Tang Zai's ear. Only Tang Zai heard the words he squeezed out with gritted teeth. You are the only one who has a long future. Tang Zai's eyelashes trembled, and he suddenly woke up. The people in Area B have never been treated as human beings. They are objects, which can only be used to their full potential in the shortest period of time, and then discarded. What awaits them is not retirement, but to be sent to the quarantine area after mutation. Now they know that the quarantine area is not the end, and they will be sent here next to become part of the experiment. Finally, they will become a broken protective suit. Tang Zai understood Mu Zhiming's anger in an instant. In his heart, is it not the same feeling? Because the genetic test was classified as low class, and then it was justified oppression. The fate of the people in Area B has never been a choice. Mu Zhiming may lose the opportunity to participate in the next mission at any time, while the people in Area A never have to worry about this problem. Fan Qiyu can of course say lightly that the security team members are the most important, and there will be opportunities in the future. But Mu Zhiming had no choice. Even though he was the captain, even if he was facing the lives of 48 team members, he couldn't save any of them. It wasn't that he didn't want to. It wasn't that he was incompetent, but that he was powerless. Just as he was thinking, Mu Zhiming next to him suddenly shouted, "There's something here." Tang Zai looked over and saw Mu Zhiming pointing at a place with his finger. It was a complete sleeve of the protective suit, which had peeled off a little because of the mud, revealing a mark on the cuff. This mark was not originally on the protective suit, but was added later. It looked like a corrosion-resistant material, and even though the clothes were already tattered, the mark was still very intact. The mark was printed with a strange polygon, and it seemed to have several colors. They really have an organization. This is the organization's mark, Mu Zhiming said. I've seen this thing. It's in the things my sister left behind. Later, I went to the breeding area because I found this mark in the garage. The organization's mark? Fan Qiyu asked. It's for sure. They are related to my sister's disappearance. They know where she went and what happened to her. It's right here. This is their base camp. News about my sister must be here. The oxygen level began to drop again. Captain Mu. Fan Qiyu frowned in a low voice. Keep calm. Mu Zhiming panted and turned to look at him. You've seen it once before, so you should know that the environment here doesn't allow us to relax. Fan Qiyu's voice was still steady. We will naturally investigate the markings when we return. Area A can mobilize more resources and has higher authority. I believe the information it can find out will not be less than what you found in Area B. Now please sit down quietly. We are leaving here. Retreat is more dangerous than advance. We must concentrate. Mu Zhiming did not speak again, but his breathing calmed down visibly. The oxygen consumption rate began to slow down and soon returned to its original level. At this moment, the oxygen consumption rate suddenly soared again. Several people instinctively looked at Mu Zhiming and found that Mu Zhiming was also looking around in confusion. The next second, they realized the source of this change. Tang Zai, who was sitting in front. Tang Zai, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? Fan Qiyu's tone suddenly became anxious. It's okay. The captain is here, He held Tang Zai's hand and moved closer, but found that Tang Zai's condition was different from when he came in. There was a reason for his abnormality. Not because of the heavily polluted environment, but because of a mutation that was close at hand. The protective suit moved. Aunt Lu, Guan Yingjian, quickly confirm what happened. Fan Qiyu couldn't help but be surprised when he saw the scene through the side window. He had seen all kinds of mutants, plant-based, animal-based, hybrid of plants and animals, non-human-like, but he had never seen a thing without any life characteristics that could mutate. The protective suit twitched violently, and the sludge and oil remaining inside splashed out with the squeeze, casting large clumps of stains on the side window. It danced with its hands and feet, hitting the side window with its empty sleeves and collar, making the side window even muddier. Strange, no traces of mutants clinging to the inside were detected. Guan Yingjian muttered. It is impossible for a lifeless thing like a protective suit to mutate. There must be something controlling it. Fan Qiyu pulled Tang Zai into his arms. There is no mutated object clinging, That is mechanical power. It is impossible for there to be mechanical power that can be driven when soaked in that corrosive mud. It is life. This protective suit has life. What nonsense! Fang Xiyu gritted his teeth. And without caring about much, he turned the car around and drove back at full speed. Guan Yingjian. Throw that thing away. The mechanical clamp has been loosened just now. This thing is not clamped by the mechanical arm. It is clinging to the car by itself. What? After Tang Zhe was pulled into Fang Xiyu's arms, his original position was vacant, and Mu Zhiming squeezed forward. He pressed close to the car window and used cold fluorescent light to confirm the condition of the protective suit. The mud is sticky. It has completely stuck itself to the car window, and now it is attacking. Maybe trying to break in. No signs of corrosion on the car body have been found for the time being. Mu Zhiming simply stood up and studied the protective suit more carefully. The mud covered most of the car window, and he could only look out from the uncovered gap. The action of the protective suit raising the sleeves and knocking looked like a person. Although this thing has no joints and muscles, its limbs move in accordance with the joint limits of the human body, indicating that its behavior is dominated by human will. He said, "Is someone controlling it remotely?" Fang Xiyu asked. "Remote control also requires power. This thing is moving by itself. I think it may be a new type of mutant, with a part of a human being integrated into it. But isn't it empty inside? It just looks empty, because its shape is not like a vine, algae or other mutants that have a relatively independent entity." Mu Zhiming's voice sank. What if this mutant is a thin piece, like skin, clinging to the inside of the protective suit, and moving with it? Skin. Everyone understood this description, but it also made some bad associations, and the car fell into silence. Human. Skin. Where did the flesh, organs, bones, wrapped in the skin go? And Tang Zhe knew that Mu Zhiming's guess was almost right. The protective suit suddenly emitted a strong and dirty energy, mixed with a lot of illusions and real pictures, which invaded Tang Zhe's body at once. Dirty. Very dirty things. Tang Zhe felt a pain spread throughout his body, as if he was squeezed madly, and he almost vomited his internal organs. Then, there was another crazy tearing, almost tearing him into several pieces, and flesh and blood gushed out. This is not energy mixed with various consciousnesses, but comes from a person's pain and memory. In this area, there is a lot of energy that has carried their traces after passing through the human body. Due to the enhanced sensitivity to energy, Tang Zhe can read the foul breath inside even if he does not inhale directly. He can experience the pain and despair as if he were experiencing it personally. The protective suit is still attacking frantically, as if venting its anger. Fang Xiyu hugged Tang Zhe a little tighter. "Captain Mu, don't get so close. The car is a little out of balance." Mu Zhiming turned around. "What did you say?" "Don't press on the door. The center of gravity of the car is leaning to that side. We are moving at full speed now. If we don't maintain the center of gravity of the vehicle, it will easily overturn." "The center of gravity is leaning this way?" Mu Zhiming repeated. "Damn it!" Mu Zhiming quickly jumped in the opposite direction, and the alarm in the car sounded at the same time. Abnormal on the right side of the vehicle. Abnormal on the right side of the vehicle. Rollover warning. Rollover warning. What the hell is going on? Fang Xiyu turned the car sharply, trying to balance the body of the car through centripetal force. But the effect was minimal. The protective suit has become heavier. Mu Zhiming shouted. The mud outside is getting thicker and thicker. It's not what it originally brought, but it's sucked up from the road. Fang Xiyu paused. Then, as if taking Mu Zhiming's words seriously, a large piece of mud hit the front window, blackening the right half of the window. The combat vehicle made an abnormal sound of unbalanced operation, and the rollover warning and oxygen consumption warning sounded at the same time, interweaving into one. The mud in the swamp along the road rushed towards the place where the protective suit was attached like a fountain. The left wheel had been lifted off the ground. Quick! Abandon the car. Chapter 37 Abandon? Don't abandon. Fang Xiyu glanced at the map on the panel. They were still about halfway to the exit of this area, but as long as they drove forward for a few more minutes, they could leave the swamp area and enter the relatively safe ground. At the same time, the right side of the vehicle was getting heavier. Even if all of them had gathered on the left side and used equipment and weight to balance the increasing silt on the other side, it would have little effect. If they abandoned the vehicle, they would be completely exposed to a harsh environment comparable to the unknown area. The vehicle would eventually sink into the swamp. All the collected data would be lost. And they might not be able to leave alive. If they don't abandon the car, they will sink into the swamp with the car. Fang Xiyu gritted his teeth and made a decision in half a second. He pushed Tang Zhe towards Mu Zhiming, protect him. In Mu Zhiming's surprised eyes, Fang Xiyu opened the sunroof again and jumped in. The vehicle entered the trusteeship mode, and the system and Guan Yinjian were responsible for control. However, due to the serious imbalance, the driving route still deviated to the right and was about to fall into the swamp. A dim cold light flashed by. The weight on the right side was suddenly reduced by half, and the left wheel fell back to the ground. The vehicle regained control, and Guan Yinjian seized the opportunity to speed up, and the car suddenly rushed forward a long distance. However, the good times did not last long. Soon, the mud rushed up again with more force. This time, their target was not only the right side of the vehicle, but also Fang Xiyu, who launched the attack. Everyone felt that the speed of the wheels suddenly slowed down, and it became very difficult to move forward. The weight came from the entire roof and body of the car, pressing the wheels almost to sink. The cold light flashed a few times at a faster frequency, but it only brought them a moment of respite. The car was still moving slower and slower. Mu Zhiming cursed softly. He put Tang Zhe in the driver's seat, then opened the sunroof and jumped in. Tang Zhe caught a glimpse of him holding a gun that was exactly the same as the one specially made by Lu Ji. The moment the skylight opened, the strong smell of pollution hit Mu Zhiming's body and made him sway. Not far away, Fang Xiyu, who was mostly covered by mud, saw him and was surprised. "Why did you come up?" Mu Zhiming cursed and raised the gun in his hand. "Stop talking nonsense. If you don't deal with these things, none of your team members will get out safely." He dodged a pool of mud that splashed up, laid down on the roof, and leaned out from the left side of the car. "Didn't you say that your gun is the most effective weapon against mutants? I want to see how powerful it is." The lying posture made Mu Zhiming sink into the mud faster. His legs were buried in an instant, but he seemed unaware. This angle allowed him to aim at the protective suit hanging on the car door from a high position. At this time, the latter's sleeves were still knocking on the car window frantically, but the lower part of his waist was firmly fixed on the car door. Motionless, Mu Zhiming narrowed his eyes and fired at the collar. The cold light penetrated through the collar and disappeared in an instant. Half a second later, the protective suit suddenly stopped twitching, and then the upper body fell softly, folded from the waist and hung on the car, like a piece of rag fluttering in the wind. Its sleeves fell to the ground and were dragged in the mud. It seemed that it had no ability to attack. Mu Zhiming breathed a sigh of relief and stood up to meet Fang Xiyu. But he tripped. When he came to his senses, he found that the mud on the roof had covered his waist and almost buried him. The next second, the protective suit hanging below suddenly stood up again, as if it had suddenly woken up. "It can't be killed?" Mu Zhiming gasped. "This thing is so weird," Fang Xiyu said. "It can't be killed, but shooting can make it temporarily lose its mobility. The mud on the roof also reacts to shooting. I suspect there are mutant components in this mud." "What? Maybe it's a mutated microorganism? I don't know. But now I can only delay time to let the car drive out," Fang Xiyu shouted. "Mu Zhiming, open the double barrels." Mu Zhiming responded, and in an instant, a cold light flashed on the roof of the car. The intensive attack had a lot of effect in a short period of time. For a while, the mud on the car turned into sewage and flowed down. But soon, they pounced on them again with more force. The two people could only increase the speed of shooting as much as possible, while paying attention to not letting the mud cover the key parts such as sensors and wheels. "Almost. Hold on for another half a minute, and you can leave the swamp area," Fang Xiyu said. His body was covered with mud again. In this heavily polluted environment, the existing protective clothing can only play a 60% role, and the direct contact with pollutants makes his body constantly eroded. His shooting speed slowed down significantly, and later, it seemed that he even had trouble holding the gun. "Fang Xiyu?" Mu Zhiming noticed his abnormality and cursed in his heart. As a person from Area B, he had been exposed to pollution for a long time, so his resistance was slightly stronger. In addition, he came 2 minutes at night compared to Fang Xiyu, so he could still move at this time. But he soon felt powerless. It seemed that thousands of needles grew in his lungs, piercing his cells bit by bit. The muscles became as heavy as 1,000 pounds, and the protective suit made him breathless. While they were gasping for breath, the silt covered the roof again, and the speed of the vehicle slowed down instantly. If this goes on, they won't be able to leave here for half an hour, let alone half a minute. Both of them used their willpower to force themselves to shoot, but they could not resist the gradual fading of consciousness, and their bodies began to lose control. Previously, for the convenience of shooting, Fang Xiuyu was half crouching. Now his body began to shake, and he was about to fall backwards. A familiar scene, he thought vaguely. Bang! There was a muffled sound from the roof of the car, and a piece of mud loosened. In that direction, the skylight was opened again. Tang Zhe showed his head, and it was obvious that he had used up all his strength. His arms tried to paddle forward, and Guan Yingjian below supported him, and finally sent him to the roof of the car. He raised his hand towards Fang Xiuyu, who was almost losing his balance. The familiar scene made Fang Xiuyu suddenly sober up, and he subconsciously reached out to Tang Zhe. This action changed the direction of his body's center of gravity, and fell forward. Why did you come up? Always so disobedient. Fang Xiuyu touched Tang Zhe's helmet with difficulty, and patted it very lightly. Now he and Mu Zhiming were both crawling on the roof of the car, together with Tang Zhe, who had no strength at all. They were 3 living earthworms. Tang Zhe raised his hand. The captain's vital signs showed abnormalities. Wireless ring search. It flashed red. But this time it was not Tang Zhe's problem, but Fang Xiuyu's. I'm here. Captain. Do you feel better? Tang Zhe coughed twice. The air here was incredibly foul. Not only Tang Zhe, but Saib also had to make great efforts to barely swallow it. After this period of tossing, Saib has already mastered the skill of eating first, and then vomiting to deal with the impurities he was forced to eat. In any case, the effect was immediate. Fang Xiuyu was closer to Tang Zhe, and recovered quickly. Mu Zhiming was less injured and recovered by half. The 2 captains cheered up, and continued to fight. The car's speed increased, and escape was within reach. Fang Xiuyu finally received the news that they had passed the swamp area. The mud stopped coming up, and he and Mu Zhiming cleaned it up for a while, and the mud on the roof turned into sewage and flowed away. The 2 men sat on the roof with their guns supported, breathing heavily. The mud stained their helmets and protective clothing, like blood stains. It's like this. Let's not get in the car to consume oxygen, Fang Xiuyu said. Leave this place. The air will be much more normal. Then we can turn on the filtration system and discharge the pollution. Mu Zhiming had no objection, so he pointed at Tang Zhe. Send him in first? Yes. It's much more difficult to put someone down carefully than to drag him up. In addition, Tang Zhe changed into a new protective suit with internal support, which was heavier than the protective suit in Zone B. The 2 of them had suffered a lot of damage, so this action was not so smooth. Captain, I can stay on the roof. It's okay. There was another problem with this experimental version of the internal support protective suit. It was very helpful for upright actions, but it was useless when crawling. The heavy internal skeleton pressed on Tang Zhe, imprisoning him like a cage. Fang Xiuyu hesitated. He saw that the exit of the area was not far away, and he could leave in 5 or 6 minutes. It might take this time to carry Tang Zhe like this. So he turned and half lay beside Tang Zhe, patting his head comfortingly. Okay. Hold on a little longer. Tang Zhe did not answer again. His body was under double pressure from inside and outside, as if something was churning inside him, trying to tear a hole in his skin and rush out, but was trapped in his body by a force. He had no choice but to go on the roof of the car. If they could not escape the swamp area, they would all be swallowed by these things. Saib did not identify what the silt was. It only felt that there was a lot of pure energy hidden here, but it was obviously not the kind in the swamp. Even if there was pure energy, it was covered by these dirty things. Tang Zhe coughed hard twice again. These things were too dirty. He felt that his internal organs no longer existed, and his body was full of rotten algae. What made him even more uncomfortable were the hallucinations that lingered in his mind, which were more disgusting than algae. Suddenly, Tang Zhe saw a strange scene. He seemed to be rushing towards something, trying to dig something off with force. The next second, the scene was completely reversed. He was the one being rushed, and a malicious energy was approaching from behind him. He felt his body become heavy, and then light again. He seemed to be flying. Captain? He shouted blankly. His vision became clear again, and he felt that Fang Xiuyu had grabbed him with all his strength, and did not miss him like he had been captured by the vine in the underground passage before. But the result was that both of them flew out together. Chapter 38 Run. Run! Mu Zhiming just took a breath. And before he could relax, his whole body tensed up again. He only heard a very light discordant sound mixed in the car engine. When he reacted, the abnormality was already in front of him. A black shadow passed by him, accompanied by an unpleasant breath. He instinctively raised his hand to block it, but caught nothing. The target of that thing was not him. The next second, the black shadow swept back from the opposite direction. But this time it became bigger and heavier. It took Tang Zhe away. Mu Zhiming thought it was not good, and quickly reached out to stop it. But the black shadow moved too fast, and he didn't even touch Tang Zhe's legs. At the same time, Fan Xiu, who was standing next to him, leaped forward and seemed to have successfully grabbed Tang Zhe's arm. However, this action did not prevent Tang Zhe from being taken away. The two were dragged down from the roof of the car. Mu Zhiming took a few steps forward and looked down, only to see a large black shadow falling into the shadow behind the car. Except for a few flashes of light occasionally, it was difficult to discern its whereabouts. From those flashes, it seemed that they were moving away from the direction of the car. Mu Zhiming cursed. Obviously, it wanted to drag them back to the swamp. The black shadow was nothing else but the tattered protective suit. It took advantage of their attention on the roof of the car and kept lying on the side of the car, moving quietly along the muddy ground. No one expected it to suddenly jump out from the back and rush into their midst. Mu Zhiming squatted on the edge of the roof, looking at the unfathomable darkness in the distance. There were 3 other people in the car, including him. Judging from the current situation, they could probably leave smoothly as long as they continued to drive. The mud on the car body, the sample data, and the vehicle driving records were enough to analyze the special environment here, and perhaps even detect the unheard of mutants. If they turned back to rescue Fan Xiu and Tang Zhe, they might be imprisoned again after finally escaping danger, facing the risk of annihilation. As a captain who had led dozens of teams and organized several large-scale cleaning activities, this choice was not difficult. Mu Zhiming bit his lip and put away his gun. Tang Zhe felt both light and heavy. The light part was that he was lifted up by a force and flew out rapidly, as if he was on a zip line. The heavy part was that the force pressed tightly on him, making him breathless. He didn't know what this strange feeling was. He only vaguely saw himself sliding all the way out of the roof and falling to the ground. Maybe it was the cushioning of the protective suit, or maybe he was numb. He didn't feel any pain. After landing, he was dragged on, but the mud on the ground was scraped and splashed, covering his goggles. He had no feeling and no strength, so he could only let the force take him away. Tang Zhe. Tang Zhe. Tang Zhe. He heard someone calling his name, and it seemed like someone else was calling another name. There was more than one voice, and he didn't know if the tone was kind, but it made his head ache even more. He felt one of his hands being grabbed, but it wasn't just a part of his arm, but every inch from the wrist to the shoulder was tightly grabbed. Then, his other hand was also grabbed, but this time it was only the forearm. The pressure didn't make people feel disgusted, but made people feel at ease. Tang Zhe, don't be afraid. It will be fine. He heard a clear voice ringing in his ears, different from the turbid voice that called his name before. This was the sound that brought him back to reality from the illusion. Tang Zhe suddenly opened his eyes, and his senses suddenly became clear. 2 lines of bright red words appeared on the built-in panel of the helmet. Protective suit pressure warning. Protective suit damage warning. Below was a row of small red words. 0.013. 0.052. 0.104. Fan Xiu's voice came again. Hold on a little longer. The cold light flashed on Tang Zhe's back several times, and he felt that his speed of movement slowed down. The pressure on his back suddenly eased, then resumed the weight, and then eased again, and so on. But he couldn't break free. He couldn't see the scene on his back, and didn't know how the protective suit climbed up from the mud and put on his body. At this moment, the torn protective suit had already attached to Tang Zhe's arm, back, and one leg. His body was divided into 2 distinct parts, the original protective suit and the mutated protective suit. Fan Xiu tried hard to tear open the strange mutated object. It seemed to want to become a part of Tang Zhe. Once it successfully put on his body, it would quickly produce black root-like mucus. If it is not peeled off in time, the mucus will solidify and become something like blood vessels. And it will be difficult to separate it afterwards. Even a special gun can only temporarily paralyze its movement. The protective suit is still moving, and they are about to return to the swamp. Fang Xiuyu tried to hold Tang Zei's body, peel off the protective suit, and find a way to shoot. The bigger problem is that as they get closer and closer to the swamp, the mud seems to start to obey the call and come back. It seems that they are inevitably sliding into the abyss. Tang Zei felt his neck suddenly lighten, and his breathing became smoother. Then, the sense of relief moved to his shoulders. Mu Zhiming grabbed the collar of the protective suit and lifted it up suddenly. Thousands of slime were torn out from the inside of the protective suit. It had not yet formed, but it broke in two under the tension, splashing a bunch of mud spots. "I'll pull this thing up, and you break all the silk inside," Mu Zhiming shouted. "We'll be in the swamp soon. If we can successfully peel it off before then, we can use inertia to throw it back into the swamp." Fang Xiuyu had no objection, and he couldn't think of anything else at this time. The next second, he immediately took action. The effect of the two people's cooperation was immediate. Although the protective suit was still struggling, it failed to successfully occupy more space. It was peeled off inch by inch, and in the end only the forearm was still connected. At the cuff of the forearm, a strange polygonal mark shone. As the cold light flashed, the last inch of the connection was also cut off. The protective suit was stripped off, and Tang Zei suddenly felt relaxed. The force pulling him forward disappeared, and the speed of advancement slowed down. Mu Zhiming picked up the protective suit in his hand and threw it towards the swamp. The three people collided and stopped heavily. Fang Xiuyu held Tang Zei in his arms and hurriedly confirmed his condition. "Is the protective suit not damaged? Is there any injury?" Tang Zei sent him his internal inspection report, indicating that his protective suit was struggling on the edge of damage, but finally withstood the pressure. "It's just that the internal support frame was damaged and may not work properly. Other than that, the body is very weak. Nothing else." Fang Xiuyu breathed a sigh of relief. While panting, he raised his head and smiled. "I didn't expect you to come down," Mu Zhiming snorted. "I was originally planning to leave faster. After all, from the perspective of the overall interests, cutting off the wrist is the best solution." "Then why did you change your mind? If you can all be rescued, the result will be different. Then let this slim probability come true." During Fang Xiuyu's slightly surprised pause, Mu Zhiming rolled his eyes. "Why? You are allowed to show off? The people in Area A are too unreasonable, aren't they?" Fang Xiuyu laughed a few times and stood up from the ground holding Tang Zei. "Our team is indeed a little short of combat players. It seems that we should expand it to cope with actual combat," he said, looking at Mu Zhiming meaningfully. Mu Zhiming also stood up. "If you want me to be your team member, wait for the next life. Well, there can also be a vice captain. I won't listen to you. Dream on." Tang Zei leaned in Fang Xiuyu's arms, listening to their quarrel in a daze, as if they had not just experienced such a thrilling battle, but as usual. This atmosphere made him feel safe. But after gradually waking up, uneasiness rose from the deep black water. He saw a flash that shouldn't be there. Tang Zei slowly raised his hand, wanting to point something out, because it was too dark around. It took a long time for the other two captains to notice this action. Tang Zei pointed at Mu Zhiming's hand. "Captain Mu. What is that?" Mu Zhiming looked over, and his pupils shrank suddenly. Something appeared on his wrist, the colorful polygonal mark. It must have been rubbed on when he peeled off the mutant protective suit from Tang Zei. Now the mark looks newer than before. The dirt on it has disappeared, and the symbol is clearer, even emitting a faint fluorescence. Only then did they see that there were several straight lines inside the polygon, dividing the entire figure into 5 pieces, each with a different color. It looked like a gem. Mu Zhiming stopped and tentatively used his other hand to pull the mark, trying to remove it. Unexpectedly, he took a lot of effort to barely pull the mark open by a few millimeters. In this gap, he saw countless black pipes that had already formed. At the same time, he felt a sharp pain in his arm, as if all the blood vessels were squeezed together and pulled out by the roots. He was shocked, and his hand loosened, and the mark was immediately tightly sucked back. The strange feeling in his body suddenly became clear at this moment. Something was growing rapidly along his blood vessels, muscles, bones, so fast that it invaded half of his body from his arm. Mu Zhiming took a few steps back. "Run!" he shouted. "Run!" Fang Shuyu realized what was going on in an instant. Mutation. Mu Zhiming was invaded. The several missions he had with Tang Zhe made him ignore the risk of mutation. But Tang Zhe had a special physique. But others did not. Mu Zhiming was invaded by the mutant. And there was only one way left. Fang Shuyu gritted his teeth and ran forward holding Tang Zhe. Guan Yingjian. Speed up the reverse. Open the rear door. His order was well executed. The car opened its door in 2 seconds and appeared in front of him. He kicked his legs and jumped on it. Tang Zhe tilted his head and vaguely saw Mu Zhiming's figure in the distance. After they left, Mu Zhiming's body suddenly became shorter and his legs bent to a strange degree. Before the car door closed, he saw a few cold lights flashing around Mu Zhiming. At the same time, Tang Zhe received 2 messages on his panel. Mu Zhiming, I am also a captain who can protect my team members. Right? Mu Zhiming, if you are really different, stay in Area A and live well. Then he fell down and disappeared in the mud. Chapter 39 What if it was me? After returning to the car that day, Fang Shuyu was silent for a long time. Strictly speaking, they were not out of danger yet. The environment inside the car had been completely exposed. There was not enough oxygen. And the sewage could not be turned on. It was equivalent to saying that there was no difference between the inside and outside of the car. Such an environment was a great test for everyone. The vehicle could still be controlled by the system, but they could no longer withstand any unexpected attacks. The result this time was far beyond Fang Shuyu's expectations. In silence, Guan Yingjian handed over 2 bottles. What is this? Fang Shuyu asked. Emergency bottle. One with repair function, and one with only oxygen supply function. Left by Captain Mu. He said this is their new addition. Quota system. No more. Fang Shuyu took the emergency bottle, put one on Tang Zhe, and then put another on himself. Fang Shuyu didn't say anything extra until he returned to Area A. He just asked everyone to focus on treatment and repair, and put work aside for the time being. They didn't have any urgent tasks for the time being. Before turning around, Tang Zhe heard his very light sigh. The treatment lasted longer than before. The difference is that this time Fang Shuyu also went into the capsule for half a day to repair. The pollution in the unknown environment is very serious. Even in the exploration area, there are high-risk areas that can cause extreme mutations. Outside the exploration area, I'm afraid there are places like this everywhere. Area A has to lead the way for Area B to carry out the mission. So it's normal that the acceptance of pollution is lower. Another week passed before Tang Zhe returned to the office area of the Special Forces. Fang Shuyu sat silently aside to check the repair of the weapons, while the other team members were all huddled in that dark cave-like place. Tang Zhe slowly walked in front of him. Captain. Fang Shuyu raised his head and smiled at him, but not as relaxed as before. It looks like you have recovered well, and it seems to be better than the last time. The pollution has little effect on me, and this time the protective suit is not damaged, and the exposure time is not long, so the situation is much better than before. I didn't suffer any external injuries this time, except for a few fractures after falling from the roof. It will take 2 days to repair in the capsule. What Tang Zhe didn't say was that although Side didn't absorb any real energy this time, his physical condition did seem to be a little better than before. Maybe it was caused by the capsule's repeated repairs, or maybe it was other reasons. The impact of that place on him was far greater than expected. Now his physical fitness in a static state can almost catch up with 1/3 of Lutiani. Of course, it's still hard to move. Fang Shuyu responded and patted his hand. That's good. The internal support protective suit has defects, so you won't wear it for the time being. Next, we will comprehensively upgrade all weapons and equipment according to the situation this time. And the exploration mission will be suspended for a while. Tang Zhe, Saib is going to be hungry again. However, after that trip to the experimental field, Saib also had some traumatic stress disorder. Now he is in hibernation at any time and does not urge Tang Zhe to find food. It said, it is better to have nothing than to have something bad. The pain of eating dirty things will take the rest of your life to heal. After a long silence, Fang Shuyu spoke again. You seem to be quite calm. Huh? Tang Zhe was stunned for a moment. And then he suddenly realized, Captain Mu? Fang Shuyu nodded. In fact, Tang Zhe was not completely unconcerned. After leaving the capsule, he replied to Safar's message and asked indirectly about Area B's attitude towards Mu Zhiming. The answer he got was that he seemed to be recorded as missing. As the captain, Mu Zhiming had a certain degree of freedom, especially in foreign affairs. As long as he didn't get into trouble in the gathering area, no one would care about him. Or rather, no one would care. This kind of thing is quite common in Area B. It can be said that we lose companions every time we go on a mission. The only difference is the number, Tang Zhe replied. He also led the Sentinel team you were in before. The Sentinel team is reorganized every time. And the captain is changed. I actually didn't meet him during the mission we were on together. Fang Xiu sighed. I also thought Mu Zhiming was cold and irresponsible before. When his companions were in crisis, his first reaction was to run away first. Maybe Districts A and B are indeed different. If I were serving in District B, I wonder if it would be the same. Life in District B is precarious, Tang Zhe said. For District B, missions are important. Results are important. And people are the least important. The population of District A is less than 1/10 of that of District B. But the personnel renewal rate of District B is dozens of times that of District A. In Area A, you can still see some older people. While in Area B, people are forever young. They can't live to grow old. People in Area A naturally can't understand the crowded dormitories like beehives, with people everywhere who will never see each other again for the rest of their lives. Everyone is just a worker ant who executes orders. They don't need emotions. And even better, they can't think. Of course, there is mutual assistance. But it is just a simple trade-off based on losses and gains. If the cost of rescuing a person is higher than the loss caused by abandoning him, then he will be abandoned. What surprised Tang Zhe was that Mu Zhiming finally chose to jump out of the car to save them, which was not in line with the usual decision-making method of Area B. Fang Xiu suddenly raised his eyes and looked at Tang Zhe steadily. If it was me who had the mutation that day, would you have been so calm? Tang Zhe was stunned for a moment. Captain. He couldn't figure out the meaning of Fang Xiu's question and suddenly became nervous. Is this a loyalty test? No. Maybe it's to see if his way of thinking is normal, so as to observe the impact of the mutation? Seeing Tang Zhe panicking visibly, with a confused and tangled face, Fang Xiu felt relieved instead. He waved his hand, indicating that there was no need to force an answer. Unfortunately, he hasn't found out the truth about Mu Zhiming yet, Fang Xiu said. That place itself is the answer. Fang Xiu's expression softened a little. But we have only found the place. We still don't know what those people are doing and what Mu Zhiming has experienced. He has been obsessed with this for so long. And he died just when he had a little clue. But the captain gave him our newly developed gun, Tang Zhe said seriously. I don't think Captain Mu has failed to fulfill all his wishes. This time it was Fang Xiu's turn to be stunned. That's right. He smiled, then stood up and walked towards Tang Zhe, hugging him in his arms. Tang Zhe was caught off guard and didn't know what to say. He could only blink in panic. I will protect you. Fang Xiu leaned his face against Tang Zhe's head and said softly, I will protect my team members. After a while, Fang Xiu let him go, and his expression returned to his original state. We will also be busy next. But we don't need to leave the gathering area. Just finish it in the office area, he said. We must study the things we brought back this time. When we enter that environment again, we will be prepared and at ease. Captain, will we go in there again? Before we officially enter the unknown area. It's the best full-scale simulation training ground. The official mission will only be more dangerous than that. We must be fully prepared. They spent a lot of effort to create such a place. Wouldn't it be a pity not to make full use of it? After saying that, Fang Xiu patted Tang Zhe on the back and pushed him towards the war room. Come on. We're going to start the war meeting. Tang Zhe thought of the swamp, which was full of thick black air, and who knew where the pure energy like a source was sealed. A smile appeared on his face. Yes. Captain. Chapter 40. Where are all the familiar colleagues? Special Operations Team Operation Room. The weapons we studied before were all spread through the biological structure in the mutant body, so as to achieve the effect of destroying the mutant body after hitting it. Lu Ji said. This attack method has achieved good results for known animal and plant mutants. Fang Xiu nodded. It was very effective in the previous battle against single and collective mutant vines. And it was also effective against the more animalistic trees. But this time, facing the new mutants in the swamp of the breeding area, our weapons have great limitations, and the attack cannot be spread at all. Lu Ji lowered her head and remained silent. After being in the Special Operations Team for so long, This was the first time that Tang Zhe participated in such a general discussion meeting. As you can imagine, Fang Xiuyu has held many online and offline meetings with others. But he has never let Tang Zhe participate. Only before the mission, he would give him some simple explanations alone. However, most of the time the meeting took place when Tang Zhe was in a coma, receiving treatment, and recuperating, so he couldn't say anything. In his impression, this was the first time Tang Zhe had close contact with Lu Ji. His understanding of Lu Ji was limited to the introduction when Fang Xiuyu appeared with the Special Operations Team. Lu Ji came from a family with a long history of weapons research in Area A, but was selected into the Special Operations Team entirely based on strength. She looked no more than 14 or 15 years old. Still a young girl. Most of the time she was silent, always expressionless, and lowered her head, revealing only a fiery red high ponytail, like a red tasseled spear. Tang Zhe didn't know how Lu Ji appeared in Area A, because all children would be protected in the bunker, and would only be sent out for service when they were old enough. Maybe she just looked young, right? The next second, Lu Ji suddenly raised her head, and her fiery red ponytail swung back. Who cares about that broken new mutant? I am the second heir of the 8th generation of the Lu family, with hands kissed by God and a brain like a diamond. The opposite of darkness. The protector of the wings of light. I will definitely develop a more powerful weapon to turn all mutants into ashes in seconds. Tang Zhe. 14 years old. No more. I heard that there are also a few exceptions in the gathering area that allow births. But people born outside the bunker will never be able to enter the bunker. Maybe Lu Ji is such a child. Fang Xiuyu was obviously very satisfied with Lu Ji's reaction. Wait for your good news. After he said that, he looked at Lu Tianyi. Auntie Lu, explain to us the newly discovered mutants this time. Lu Tianyi took a step forward and turned on the holographic projection in front of everyone. What appeared in front of them was a pile of unpleasant sticky mud. Take a small sample from it, and it is still the same mud mass after enlarging it. Repeat the same method again, and the result is still the same after enlarging it. After repeating it several times, a recognizable structure appeared in the mud mass, a bunch of black bubbles wrapped in mucus. We can analogously regard the mud in the swamp as a collective mutant, but the difference is that its constituent units are very small as cells. Lu Tianyi said, calling up the file of this mutant. Genealogy number, W1001? Mud cell. Attribute, cell body mutant. Unknown source. Initial collection. Features. The monomer is only at the cell scale, and can be combined in any number to form a polymer mutant of any volume. Aggregate mutants are semi-fluid colloids, and most attacks cannot effectively kill them. Attack method, unknown single attack capability, collective attack method, covering, drowning, others to be identified. In our archives, mutants are classified and organized into pedigree numbers. Previously, there were only 2 pedigrees, C and D, which were used to represent plant and animal systems. All the mutants we have seen can be classified into these 2 categories. Either they have more plant components or more animal components. Lu Tianyi explained. And the mud cell is the first type we have seen. For this reason, I created a new classification, using W to represent its pedigree, and numbered it 001. This marks that the types of mutants have officially expanded to the field of microorganisms. Tang Zhe vaguely remembered that among the pile of files he received after entering Area A, there was a part about the description of the mutant genealogy number. The first letter indicates the genealogy to which it belongs. With the newly created W category, there are currently only Z, D, and W in the following numbers. The first digit indicates the level of the mutant, because the same type of mutants may evolve. This number will also increase accordingly. All mutants discovered for the first time have a level of 1. The second to last digits indicate the serial number of mutants discovered in the same category. The last letter is the rating based on the attack power. Among the mutants Tang Zhe had come into contact with before, the genealogy number of the small snake vine was the 1107F, indicating that it was the 107th plant-based mutant, the primary type of vine, and its attack ability was F-. The subsequent aggregate snake vine was Z2107E, indicating that it was the second-level evolution of the small snake vine, with an attack power of E. The aggregate vine python was Z3107D. This time, the mud cell was a newly created microbial type mutant, with a serial number of 001. But Tang Zai didn't understand why its attack power rating was still blank. Fang Xiyu asked this question for him. Why is there no attack power rating? Is the existing data not enough? Lu Tianyi hesitated. Because its attack range may have no upper limit. Captain. Fang Xiyu frowned, waiting for her explanation. The aggregation method of animal and plant aggregates is complex. They are fused into a whole in some way, and act as a whole. As long as the vital point is hit, all the constituent monomers will die. Because strictly speaking, monomer no longer exists in them. They themselves are a huge new type of monomer. Tang Zai understood what Lu Tianyi meant. Even if the entire underground passage is full of vines, without the guidance of energy, they will always be scattered monomers. And they will not become snake vines or even vine pythons even after hundreds of years. After the collective mutation, a new upgraded version of monomer is produced. The original units have become cells of this collective, and they prosper together and die together. But the mutant cells are different. They are aggregated in a very simple way. To put it bluntly, they are stuck together. In these aggregates that are stuck together, the monomer is still a monomer, and can be stuck or detached at any time, and is not affected by the life and death of the collective. Lu Tianyi continued. So the aggregate of the mutant cells has no vital points. Our weapons attack it, at best, breaking up the connection between them, and they can immediately aggregate with other cells to act together. Unless we kill all the cells at the same time, it cannot be knocked down. This also determines that as long as the number is sufficient, it can form an infinitely large collective mutant in a short period of time, such as the swamp we saw. Judging from the size of the swamp, the number of mutant cells is extremely large. Its attack power has no upper limit. Tang Zai blinked, as if he thought of something, but he didn't mean to say it out loud. Fang Xiyu saw his expression in his eyes, but didn't speak, but turned his eyes to the other side. Guan Yingjian, have you collected the terrain data of the swamp? Guan Yingjian immediately pulled up a terrain demonstration map and projected it onto the public panel. Our equipment can scan 5 to 15 meters below the ground. The swamp has complex terrain, and the final effective detection depth is only 5 meters. The terrain of the area we entered that day was like honeycomb coal. The relatively solid ground was full of holes, and these holes were filled with the silt mentioned earlier, forming a swamp. In the 5-meter depth detected, all the holes were filled with silt. Lu Tianyi agreed. It's unfathomable. But the distribution density of silt in some holes has changed, and it can be inferred that they have reached the bottom. That is to say, the shallowest ones in the swamp may be about 5 meters deep? Fang Xiyu asked. Guan Yingjian nodded. At that time, I randomly sampled the nearby swamps, and found that some of the samples were mixed with impurities. I speculate that there are other structures under the swamp, or something else is sinking in it. However, rash sampling again may cause new mutant attacks, so it is recommended to operate a drone. Fang Xiyu also gave him an appreciative look. Okay, we can prepare for action after the meeting. Yes. Everyone's eyes naturally returned to the sludge. How did this mutant cell body form? Fang Xiyu asked. The mutation at the cellular level should be simpler than that of plants and animals. Right? Not really. Captain, this shows that the mutation is more thorough. Oh! Lu Tianyi shook her head slowly. The mutants of the Z and D series have the characteristics of organisms. Cells throughout the body have the same DNA. But cells in different parts may have different forms to maintain the structure and activities of the organism. Therefore, these cells will obey the instructions of the entire organism and work together. But this time, the mutant is completely the opposite. I investigated dozens of cells in the sludge sample, and found that the DNA of each one is different. But they can actually make a concerted external action. It's like bringing together some completely different cells, but they can be driven by the same force. But we can't see where this force comes from. It can be said that these mud cells have no collective. It can also be said that these mud cells all belong to a collective. Hearing drive and force, Tang Zai's eyes trembled. Fang Xiyu caught it keenly. This time, he chose to look over. Tang Zai, do you have anything to say? Tang Zai lowered his eyes and put on a timid expression. No. Captain, you have been with me most of the time, and have been in close contact with mutants and polluted environments. Your experience is also very important information. Fang Xiyu patted him gently. It's okay. You can say anything you think. Tang Zai wanted to evade the question, but he saw Fang Xiyu looking at him with a smile and an encouraging look. When he looked up again, Several other team members also showed encouraging looks. Tang Zhe. Where are my cold and socially anxious colleagues? Ahem. I just thought of that protective suit, he said. Is the action of the protective suit also driven by the mud stuck on it? Lu Tiany's eyes changed. Even if the mutant cells gather together, they are not rigid and cannot control the protective suit to climb or hit. Doesn't that mean there are other mutants in the swamp? Perhaps the cause of the mutation is somewhere else. Or perhaps the driving force is somewhere else, Tang Zhe said. The other people looked at each other, and only Fang Xiu smiled at him. Go on. How does this mud cell attack? Does it just gather together to drown and suffocate people? Or does it cause human body mutation through large-scale contact? But when the two captains and I were on the roof, we were all covered in mud. Maybe the protective suit can effectively block this cell body. But in the end, there are other ways to cause Captain Mu's mutation. It's the moving label. Fang Xiu patted Tang Zhe with satisfaction. I think the key is here. No matter how powerful the mud cells are, without the driving force of other forces, they will always be a pool of stagnant water lying there, passively waiting for prey to fall in and drown them. This is no different from ordinary mud. Before contacting the protective suit, the mud cells never attacked us, which means that the power that guides their attack is on the protective suit. After speaking, Fang Xiu projected something in the middle of the crowd. That is the polygonal mark on the cuffs of the protective suit. The 5 blocks of color look bright and dazzling, like a gorgeous gem. Mu Zhiming sent me his investigation records in Area B, including the investigation on this mark. He had seen this mark in Mu Zhijin's relics, and later in the abandoned garage. Now it can be confirmed that they who built the breeding area and the experimental field and are above the management of Area AB are the organization with this mark. It is called the 5-colored stone. Chapter 41 Target? This conclusion did not surprise Tang Zhe. For them, knowing the name of this organization was of no help, because the publicly available information in the gathering area did not contain any content about this word. That's right. Public. The information did not. Tang Zhe, like everyone else, showed just the right amount of surprise, and then waited for Fang Xiu to continue. We don't know much about this organization. At present, we only know that the 5 colors on the mark have different corresponding meanings. But what the specific meaning is still unknown. Everyone still did not speak, but their eyes had changed from expectation to subtlety. Isn't that knowing nothing? 5-color stone. You didn't come up with this name yourself, did you? Don't be disappointed too early. At least we have some clues now. It's better than running around like a headless fly. Right? Fang Xiu made a comforting gesture. Next, we will follow this mark to check, and we will naturally understand if there is any problem. Everyone was hesitant to speak. In the end, Lu Ji spoke. Captain, since we don't know what it is, why should we check it? This work should be handed over to the police. Right? That won't work. This organization is very secretive. Maybe someone is hiding in Area A. We can't let the news leak out. Everyone. We want to leak, but there is nothing to leak. Rumors sound more interesting than this. Seeing that everyone is not interested, Fang Xiu waved his hand to turn off the panel and stood in the middle. What is the goal of the Special Operations Team? He suddenly asked. Everyone looked at each other, wondering why Fang Xiu asked this. He swept his eyes over everyone's faces and finally landed on Tang Zhe's face. Tang Zhe, what do you think? Tang Zhe was startled. Why do I always have to do this kind of job of randomly calling people to speak in meetings? In order to expand the exploration area and increase the range of materials that humans can search for. So our goal is to enter the unknown area. Fang Xiu shook his head. That's just a means, not a goal. Means? For a moment, everyone was even more confused. Fang Xiu waved his hand again and threw the area map in front of everyone. It was the familiar exploration area map, with 2 small squares close to each other, representing Area A and Area B. There was another square a little distance away from them, which was the isolation area. Now, there was a large dotted line connecting the isolation area and areas A and B, representing the underground passage and breeding area. Then, Fang Xiu shrank the map by 50 times, and the entire exploration area became a white dot. There is a smaller white dot next to the white dot, which is the bunker. In addition, the entire panel is occupied by the unknown area. When Tang Zhe joined the team, Fang Xiu pointed to this map and told him that the future mission of the Special Forces was to enter the unknown area to search for supplies. But this time, Fang Xiyu continued to shrink the map. 100 times. 500 times. The exploration area is completely invisible. Not even a pixel is occupied. The entire panel is full of black unknown area. Until the end, the unknown area shrank into the shape of a planet. At this time, Fang Xiyu spoke again. Let me tell you what the ultimate goal of the Special Forces is. It's not to go to the unknown area, but to go to a place farther than the unknown. It's not to find more supplies, but to find a way to save humanity. No one spoke. Everyone's eyes were focused on Fang Xiyu's face, waiting for his next words. 200 years ago, disasters swept the world, and the living environment deteriorated sharply. Normal animals and plants all became extinct, leaving only the suddenly mutated species that could adapt to the extremely harsh environment and thus survive. These mutants will use various means to snatch the scarce resources, and even attack humans, causing human mutations, and together with pollution, they become a huge threat to human survival. He said, in order to avoid the increasingly heavy pollution and the evolving mutants, humans built a bunker. It is the strongest fortress that humans can build, preserving the fire of mankind. But survival also requires resources. For this reason, humans set up a gathering area outside the bunker, divided into two parts, A and B, responsible for searching for supplies in the safer exploration area and maintaining the survival of humans in the bunker. Over the past few decades, the pollution in the outside world has become more and more serious, and the exploration area has been compressed step by step. In addition to years of exploration, there are few places left in the established area where resources can be obtained. After that, the two areas were forced to increase the danger level of the mission and began to try to get involved in the risky areas that had been excluded in the past. From this stage, the number of casualties outside the bunker began to increase significantly, mainly in Area B. Fang Xiyu's words were facts known to everyone. But when he mentioned the large number of casualties in Area B, Tang Zai's eyes still darkened. Fang Xiyu's eyes stayed on him for a few seconds before continuing. Everyone can imagine what will happen if this continues. The living environment will become worse. The number of casualties will be greater, and we will have to use more lives to exchange for the safety of fewer people. But in the end, this fire will still go out. Humans cannot stay in the bunker forever, and escaping can only bring about a protracted survival. Only by going out can there be a glimmer of hope. Our goal is not to let this team leave the exploration area. We have to find a way to let everyone in Area AB leave the exploration area, go to a place farther than the unknown, and find a way to survive. Finally, let all humans leave the bunker. Go out and survive. Although no one has spoken, the air at this time has fallen into a more silent silence. Everyone has thousands of thoughts on their faces, and their expressions change rapidly in an instant. This is something they have never thought about. Since they served, no one and no organization has thought about this. To keep the people in the bunker alive, or just to keep themselves alive, such thoughts have already filled their minds. Fang Xiyu took a deep breath. So far, this is just my personal idea. Whether the goal is to get humans out of the bunker or to enter the unknown area to search for resources, our mission will not change. You can participate in the mission with any opinion. But I think that each of you is a leader in your field and should use your abilities on a larger stage and make greater contributions. Not a small exploration area, not a nearby unknown area, but a vast planet that once belonged to us. Not right now, not in the next few years, but towards infinity. Endless time. Fang Xiyu turned off the panel and stepped back a few steps, leaving room for everyone to think. The silence was finally broken. The youngest Lu Ji took the lead and stood up, with her red braids flying high. The Lu family is an offensive faction. The weapons we made are to deal with more advanced and complex mutants, but they have been shelved in the warehouse. The mutant species in the exploration area have been recorded over the years. Those officers thought that the weapons technology from decades ago was enough, and they mocked our research and excluded us from the combat circle, making our hard work useless. After she finished speaking, she raised her arms and made a series of dazzling movements in the air, and finally posed in a posture that might be called cool and handsome. I want to see whether the mutants outside are more powerful or our weapons are more powerful. Lu Tiani also nodded with emotion. I have been doing biological research for a lifetime. But in fact, in the following decades, I have only been repeating the work of the previous 20 years. During the time I joined the Special Forces, I saw mutant species that I had not seen in the past 40 years. Collective mutation, human mutation, seeds, microbial level. This is only the area managed by humans in the gathering area. For a researcher, nothing is more exciting than seeing the unknown. She took a step towards Fang Xiyu. Outside the exploration zone. On the entire planet, there are so many mutants waiting for humans to discover, record, and study. I am old, and I just want to see as much as possible in my lifetime. If I can use my shallow knowledge to advance my research, my life will not be in vain. Who would be willing to stay in a cage to study a few captive things? Guan Yingjian also stood up. I have been to the edge of the exploration zone when I was a combat team member. During a high-risk mission, my team encountered a mutant that sneaked in from the unknown area. He paused for a moment, as if lost in memory. Finally, he sighed. They evolve very quickly. Really, just a glimpse outside the cage door is enough to scare us. If we don't get stronger at a faster rate, this cage won't be able to protect us. It won't be long before the entire exploration area falls. Next is the gathering area, and then the bunker. Defending by attacking is the minimum. And only by taking the initiative can we turn defeat into victory. Yuka Yuri didn't say anything, but raised his hands at the same time to join in. All eyes were focused on Tang Zhe again. Tang Zhe lowered his eyes, looking as gentle as ever. I am the Captain Sentinel. Where the captain goes, I go. A smile appeared in Fang Xiyu's eyes. I know. He scanned his team members again, and everyone's eyes were bright. Even brighter than when they joined the Special Forces. The light in their eyes was what he expected. The light that would illuminate the polluted fog. I said I have a good eye? He laughed a few times and walked back to the crowd. Then, I'm glad to fight with you all. We are also honored to fight with the captain. Live as a member of the Special Forces. And die as the soul of the Special Forces. Whatever pollution mutation it is, go after him. Tang Zhe. If you really can't say such a thing, just follow the punch and deal with it. After a passionate slogan, the voice finally subsided. Fang Xiyu changed his expression to be serious. We can keep the real destination in mind. But the road still needs to be taken step by step, he said, and reopened the public panel. And the 5-color stone mark reappeared in front of everyone. But Captain, what does our goal have to do with investigating this organization? Lu Ji asked. Investigating this organization may help us achieve our goal faster, Fang Xiyu said. We don't know what they want to do, but we know that they have long been able to build an environment similar to the unknown area, and have been breeding and experimenting with mutants for a long time. They have mastered the most advanced information about pollution and mutants in the hands of humans, and they are different from the mainstream voices in the AB area, and are not willing to accept the current passive policy of retreat. They may be the heirs of the faction that took the initiative decades ago. Just like the Lu family. Lu Ji seemed to understand. Are they our allies? Fang Xiyu smiled and shook his head. It is also possible that they study mutants for the opposite purpose. The purpose is to harm humans themselves. The corpses and mutated people we saw don't seem to have any respectable purpose. Maybe they want to destroy humanity. For political struggle. Or something else. But in any case, it doesn't affect our use of their research results. If their goals are consistent with ours, maybe we can reach cooperation in the future. If not, we have to find a way to get the information there so that we can get out faster. Lu Tianyi nodded repeatedly. That's true. And even if we don't investigate them, they may not be at peace with us, Fang Xiyu said, and suddenly shifted his gaze. They have already targeted Tang Zhe. Tang Zhe's breathing stagnated. Indeed, it is easy to think that the invisible bullet was their work. By saying this, Fang Xiyu is also indicating that he has nothing to do with them. Right? Furthermore, Fang Xiyu seemed to have been shot in Area B, and the result was that he was almost invaded by pure pollution. Amidst all the gazes, Fang Xiyu walked towards Tang Zhe. I once said that you would be safe in Area A, but I didn't expect that Area A might not be the case. So we must find out what this organization is doing as soon as possible, before they attack us. He put his hand on Tang Zhe's shoulder, and the next word surprised Tang Zhe. I have already applied for a transfer for you. Next, you will live with me. Chapter 42. The most delicate in the world. Tang Zhe? Is it not enough to have a bracelet? Do you need face-to-face surveillance? You live too far away now, and it is inconvenient to go anywhere. Your physique is weak, and all the energy you waste on the road is wasted. Fang Xiu explained. Living closer will be more convenient for future missions. He made a disgusted TSK sound. At the beginning, they said that only the building had a vacant single room. So I agreed. If I had known, I would have arranged it earlier. Tang Zhe said, after realizing it. So not everyone lives in a single room? Several other colleagues gave him a caring for people from other districts. SIs. Only people of a certain level are eligible to live in a single room. Guan Yingjian said. There are also many combat team members and service soldiers in Area A. And they even share a room with more than a dozen people. Although Area A is more spacious than Area B, it is not that wealthy. You and the captain should be the only ones living in a single room here. I also live with my sister, Lu Ji said. Tang Zhe lowered his eyes and said nothing. He thought to himself that it seemed that his privilege made other colleagues feel uncomfortable. Originally, he had little interaction with others. He almost only followed Fang Xiu during combat, and it was his first time to attend an offline meeting. In addition, he was from Area B, and his status was the lowest sentinel. In front of these colleagues who were either from famous families, or had special skills, it seemed that he had to be cautious. So when he raised his head again, he put on a pitiful look. Thank you for the trouble of the captain to take care of you. I was afraid that others would bully you during the training camp. Fang Xiu patted his head gently. You also know that some people in Area A. Let's not talk about it. You have to be careful when you walk. If you bump into something, it will be terrible. Tang Zhe's eyes were even more aggrieved. Captain, it's all my fault. Fang Xiu stretched out his hand to interrupt him. But now it's all right. Everyone is living together. Pack your personal belongings these 2 days. But you don't have any personal belongings. Right? Come over after you pack them. And ask the logistics department to deliver the daily necessities directly to my room. My only personal belongings are lying in my body, Tang Zhe thought. At this moment, Lu Ji next to him suddenly looked at him and laughed. Oh, you are really the captain's baby. The most delicate little green ivy in the world. Tang Zhe looked up blankly. Your eyes are still green. And they are really a bit like the green ivy in the information. Lu Ji said, as she moved closer, and stared at Tang Zhe's eyes from left to right. Hey, you're not really a green ivy that has become a spirit. Are you? Oh, then it's also a mutant. Tang Zhe's breathing suddenly became rapid, and there was a murderous intent in his eyes. He is not a good person. Guan Yingjian also came over, changing his seriousness when he was on a mission before. Don't you know? The captain tells us every day. Then, he covered his mouth and imitated Fang Xiu's tone. The plants in the past are different from the mutants now. They will break if they are slightly bent. But they absorb waste gas and release pure oxygen. That is a very powerful ability. Tang Zhe is the green ivy of humans. Only one appears every 200 years. I have a keen eye for this treasure. So of course, I have to take good care of it. It's normal for a treasure to be a little delicate. Captain, you throw weapons weighing dozens of kilograms around like chopsticks. And treat Tang Zhe like a soap bubble. Afraid that he will be accidentally popped. Lu Tiani also joked. Tang Zhe stared, not knowing how to react. The darkness in his eyes gradually retreated to the depths, revealing a hint of helplessness. He looked at Fang Xiu for help, and found that Fang Xiu quietly stepped aside at this time, watching the team members talking and making noise with a smile. He showed that kind of eyes again. Bright, confident, and determined from strength. It was as if wherever these eyes looked at, they could be invincible and invincible. This was Fang Xiu's eyes, the eyes of a legendary combat captain that were rarely seen in the entire gathering area. Since the first time he met Fang Xiu, no matter how many times he saw him show such eyes, Tang Zhe would be dazzled by the bright light. Now this look was looking at his team members, a group of miscellaneous troops who were regarded as old, weak, sick and disabled. He seemed to believe that they could also be invincible and invincible. Well, now there are bad guys targeting our delicate little green radish. The captain has no choice but to protect it personally. The laughter came again, and the atmosphere became more relaxed. The strongest forces in Area A are guarding here. Let's see who dares to come. Not to mention people. Even if a mutant sneaks in, we have to think twice. Ahem, if a mutant sneaks into the gathering area, it will be a big deal. So don't say such unlucky words. Yuka and Yuri remained silent, but they made their panels public, with a few lines of big words jumping out from time to time. That's right. Captain is mighty. Just do it. Tang Zhe had witnessed a similar weird scene before the last mission. But now with all the members joining in, and in their own team's operations room, the enthusiasm has increased several times. Shocking and confusing. He had never seen a group of people gather together and not blame each other and fight for power. Instead, they were wasting time recklessly, talking nonsense, and completely disregarding the captain's face. But it's normal that the kind of people lead the kind of team. Just thinking about it, Fang Xiyu next to him suddenly moved, holding Tang Zhe's shoulders and pushing him to the middle. Tang Zhe had been switching between missions and recuperation due to physical reasons. Today is the first time he has participated in our formal meeting. Originally, I took this into consideration and did not plan to let him participate in the offline meeting. But in the end, I found that I still underestimated him. As soon as Fang Xiyu spoke, the others fell silent. But their excited expressions remained on their faces. Although the plants in the past looked fragile, they had a very important characteristic, toughness. It might fall down when the wind blew, and it looked lifeless lying on the ground. But when the wind passed, it would stand up tenaciously again. You can despise it and trample on it, but in the end, you will find that you have never defeated it. It will stand up again and again. Fight. And work hard. It is stronger than any species that looks strong. After saying that, he turned his head and looked into Tang Zhe's eyes. Is that right? Tang Zhe, helpless stiff, why was he suddenly executed, never want to attend the meeting again. JPG. Although I only participated in one mission with Tang Zhe, I was really impressed by his bravery, Guan Yingjian said. At that time, he was almost unconscious. But he still strongly asked me to send him to the roof of the car because the captain was still fighting the mutant up there, completely disregarding personal life and death. Such a spirit has not been seen in the combat team of Area A for a long time. Tang Zhe? How come I don't know that I am such a person? I said. He is braver than anyone else. Fang Xiyu looked proud. You have only seen this once. In every mission before. No matter how dangerous it was. No matter how his physical condition was. He would come to me and lie down. Tang Zhe. Fang Xiyu laughed. He wanted to pat Tang Zhe's back hard, but suddenly thought of something. So he stopped his hand, and finally gently fell on his shoulder. Who still thinks that little green radish is delicate? Team members said in unison, not delicate. Yuka Yuri, not delicate. Little green radish is the bravest. Little green radish is the strongest. Tang Zhe mistakenly entered the scene of a large organization. Did you hear that? Fang Xiyu suddenly leaned close to his ear and whispered. You are our cherished companion, and an indispensable member of the team. You and Mu Zhiming, you people in Area B, are all great. I will let everyone see and acknowledge your contribution. Tang Zhe's eyes moved. This team is really strange, he thought secretly. And strange, warm. This meeting did not make any actual task arrangements. As Fang Xiyu said, he hoped that the next tasks would not be so intensive. For a dangerous place like the experimental area, they need to make more careful plans and deployments. And the 5-color stone. They need to dig out as much information as possible and make use of it. Tang Zhe returned to his dormitory after going through a lot of hardships. He really had nothing to pack. So he just moved a few times symbolically and sat on the bed to rest. Fang Xiyu really had nothing to do with the 5-colored stone? Then who could accurately know the room he lived in and put the polluted gas into his room? There is no doubt that the person who put the gas knew that Tang Zhe could identify what it was. This fussing behavior must have a meaning. Also, why did they deliberately tell him the truth about the pollution accident in Hospital Number 2? Tang Zhe felt that things were even more confusing. The people who did these things seemed to be guiding him to discover the hidden story behind it, so as to discover the 5-colored stone step by step. The existence of this organization. But are these people the 5-color stones or someone else? No matter which side they are, Tang Zhe can't see their purpose. But in any case, the Special Operations team has been involved. With the ability and authority of those people, the progress will probably be greatly advanced. Thinking of this, Tang Zhe opened his private panel again. The inbox was full of read messages. But the message received yesterday. Now there is no trace at all. He still remembers the content. Unlike the last file, the messages this time are very brief. And the degree of confidentiality is also different. Some of them can't even be called secrets. But when you look at it together, there are some clues. The news is as follows. Internal structure of the second version of the combat vehicle in Area A. Level 5 confidentiality. There is a mezzanine under the floor of the rear compartment, which can be used to store some weapons and accessories. The normal control panel cannot be opened and requires specific permissions to operate. There is a cargo hook under the vehicle to temporarily store external goods that have not been disinfected. Disposal file of the second version of the combat vehicle in Area A. Level 1 confidentiality. A major accident occurred during the convoy's operation, causing pollution to spread to human gathering areas and emergency disposal. The returning convoy did not enter the ground and was directly closed in the underground garage between the AB areas. Supplemented 1 year later. Due to the spread of pollution, the garage and the ground area nearby are permanently sealed and will not be opened again. Report on major pollution accident of A-Zone combat fleet. Top secret. Due to design defects, when the convoy entered the wild mutant growth area, the external cargo hook under the vehicle caught the vine-shaped mutant. The personnel in the vehicle failed to discover and deal with it in time, and brought the mutant into the human gathering area when returning. The combat convoy suffered heavy casualties this time, which was a misjudgment of the leadership. In addition to the subsequent pollution incidents, it was decided to remove the traces of the entire plan. Pollution spread process. The vines took root, and when the abnormality was discovered, the convoy had entered the human gathering area. The road has been infested by mutant vines. Although the vehicle-mounted weapons are used to deal with it, it is probably difficult to eradicate it. According to the pollution management law in cluster areas, all places along the road will be abandoned, and isolation belts will be added outside the area. The passing areas include the underground garage of the original combat convoy, the number 3 entrance and exit on the east side of Area A, and the AB section passage. The death toll in Area B reached hundreds. After consultation with the leaders of Area B, it was agreed to clear the mission records and related personnel files together with Area A. The places where vehicles and personnel are handled are uniformly managed by Area B. Chapter 43, he said he volunteered. The new message on the panel interrupted Tang Zai's thoughts. Fan Xiu. Have you packed? Do you need help? Tang Zai. Thank you for your concern. Captain, I don't have much to pack. I can go there by myself. Fan Xiu. Oh, but I have already called someone. Fan Xiu. To be precise, he volunteered. And I thought it would be good to have a helper. So I agreed. He should be here soon. Just keep him company. You know each other anyway. Tang Zai looked confused. Volunteer to help him? And you know each other? But he doesn't know anyone in Area A except the members of the combat team. I always feel that something is not right. But Fan Xiu said so. And it seems that he is urging him to leave. He did not have any attachment to this small single room. So he stood up and walked outside. The anonymous message that burned after reading was too clear to convey to him. The garage in the file is probably the abandoned garage mentioned by Mu Zhiming, which is an entrance to the breeding area. And the combat vehicle that Mu Zhiming got into was also parked there. There is no doubt that this batch of combat vehicles is the batch that had an accident in Area A. At that time, in order to cover up the accident, Area A dealt with the vehicles and personnel on the spot, and handed over all the control of this area to Area B. This is the origin of the transaction between the two areas. No wonder Area B was able to gain a dominant position in the breeding area issue. It turned out that it had caught the handle of some leaders of Area A. The origin of the entire breeding area and even the breeding mutants in it was actually Area A. Tang Zai remembered that after he fell from the tree hole in the isolation area, Fan Xiu robbed the other party of a combat vehicle and rescued Mu Zhiming. At that time, the two of them had a conversation about the transport vehicle that Fan Xiu had stolen from Area B at the beginning. Mu Zhiming said, "You shouldn't leave the transport vehicle to them. There must be something important on it." Fan Xiu replied, "I know what they want. I have already taken care of it." But the transport vehicle was not a combat vehicle. It was still in normal use in the garage of Area B at that time. Its function was only to transport people from Area B to the quarantine area. What secrets were in that transport vehicle? Fan Xiu knew this secret, and Mu Zhiming might also know it, but they didn't mention it later. Tang Zai walked out while lowering his head in thought. Fan Xiu mentioned that Mu Zhiming sent him his own investigation report, but the content was not disclosed in today's meeting. Perhaps it was more sensitive, or perhaps for other reasons. Fan Xiu felt it was inconvenient to release it in front of all the staff. But in this case, why did he tell everyone that he had received these records? The more Tang Zai thought about it, the more he felt that there were deep meanings behind many of Fang Shiyu's actions. He was not as careless as he seemed. In some things, he could even be said to be very shrewd. Tang Zhe stopped and breathed a sigh of relief. But what does this have to do with me? He thought. As long as he could save his life, he would try to go outside and breathe a few more breaths. When Side becomes really strong, he will not stay here no matter how many colors of stones there are in Area A and Area B. Just as he was thinking, a voice came from the side. Tang Zhe's sentry. Tang Zhe turned around and couldn't help but exclaimed, "Oh." The person who came was indeed someone he knew. It was the service soldier who told him the precautions and took him to this dormitory when he first came to Area A more than a month ago. He remembered his name was? Hello. Yisu. Yisu nodded, his face full of excitement. Tang Zhe was puzzled. If I remember correctly, they should have never met since then. You still remember me? That's great, Yisu said. I'm here to help you move to the dormitory. I just told the captain not to bother. I don't have any personal belongings. Yisu walked over quickly, looked around Tang Zhe, and found that he really didn't have any luggage. He was unwilling to leave empty-handed. So he thought about it, and finally took Tang Zhe's ID card. I'll help you with it. Don't tire you out. Tang Zhe. He saw that Yisu was determined to see him off. But they really had no interactions. And Yisu was trying to get close to him because he wanted to get information from him. Sure enough, before he even left the dormitory, Yisu couldn't hold back. Hey, I want to ask you, how is it like to be under Captain Fang? Tang Zhe? You should be able to see him every day, right? No, I only see him when I'm on a mission. And I haven't seen him twice so far, Tang Zhe said vaguely. What's wrong? Ah? You've only seen him twice in such a long time? Tang Zhe smiled awkwardly. I'm not in a particularly important position. Captain Fang is so busy. How can I see him often? Yisu took a deep breath. Does he go to the office every day? I'm not sure about that, Tang Zhe said. He really didn't know. I didn't go into the office a few times. What? After all, I'm not in charge of affairs. So there's no need to go. Hee, Tang Zhe thought. Although he was almost always with Fang Shiyu when he wasn't lying in the capsule or the ICU for the past half-month. Their missions outside were all carried out in secret. So it would be better not to let outsiders find out. No wonder Yisu was so attentive all of a sudden. It turned out he was here to get some information. I heard that many people in Area A were watching the actions of the special forces. It seems to be true. In order to prevent Yisu from continuing to ask questions, Tang Zhe decided to attack as defense. By the way, I haven't asked you what part you are in charge of yet. He showed a harmless expression. I'm not very familiar with Area A, and I don't know much about the other team's captain. I've been here for so long, and I don't know anyone, so I have nowhere to ask. Yisu showed a hint of surprise, and then seemed to think of the influence of Tang Zhe's origin in Area B, and his face showed a little more sympathy. I was originally responsible for leading new recruits. Every time new people were sent to the bunker, it was our team that was responsible for taking them to familiarize themselves with the situation and integrate into Area A. Tang Zhe nodded in sudden realization. I really have to thank you. Yisu looked at him, tears welling up in his eyes. Captain Fang's previous team was full of veterans, and they never accepted inexperienced combatants. I sent so many people, but never once got close to Captain Fang. But this time Captain Fang actually wanted to ask for people from Area B. Oh my god. This is the first time someone from outside the bunker has come in. All newcomers entering Area A are under the responsibility of our team. And this time is no exception. But this time, if you bring someone, you can get close to Captain Fang, Yisu said, his voice gradually getting louder and his emotions getting more and more excited. After hearing the news, I did my best to get this job. Although I only caught a glimpse of Captain Fang before the door closed, but what a majestic figure he was. Just a glimpse from afar. I could feel the light shining. At that moment, I couldn't see anything else. Tang Zhe. Sorry. You have to help me. An invisible thing. Get familiar with the environment. He vaguely remembered what Yisu said and did last time. And it seemed that he was a little bit fanatical about Fang Shiyu. Could this be one of his followers? Tang Zhe's face twitched. Fang Shiyu seems to have some strange ability, which will infect those people around him with his abnormal words and deeds. The current team members have already shown symptoms of infection. And this Yisu seems to be deeply poisoned. Will all the colleagues in the special forces become like this in the future? Tang Ze rubbed his eyebrows. This is much more terrifying than the mutant. Yisu was still talking excitedly. Probably because of Fang Shuyu's various combat records. Almost all the operations in Area A have Area B clearing obstacles first. And only when the risk factor is reduced to an extremely low level will a large number of team members be sent in to directly reap the fruits of victory. In addition, Area A has the latest and most advanced weapons and technology. Tang Ze is not flattering about Area A's actual combat capabilities. But Fang Shuyu was different. His previous teams did not just stay in the designated areas that had been cleared in Area B, but would explore new areas based on actual conditions, and even directly open up new combat areas. This led to his achievements far exceeding those of other teams. Although those people were jealous, they did not dare to follow suit. After all, Fang Shuyu could lead the team to avoid danger, while they could not even guarantee a safe retreat in the safe area. Tang Ze now understood why Fang Shuyu stole a car and went all the way into the quarantine area, and even walked through the underground passages and breeding areas. It turned out that this was his usual style. Then do you know how long Captain Fang has served? Tang Ze asked. I don't know exactly. It should be more than 10 years. Right. More than 10 years? So long? Yes. Because Captain Fang entered the area very early. He is almost the youngest person sent out of the bunker. Yisu tried to recall. People sent out of the bunker are generally between 15 and 35 years old. But the specific age is based on physical condition, psychological condition, etc. So the actual age of the people sent out is different. Generally speaking, newcomers are over 18 years old. And there are very few under this age. At least I have never seen it. Since Captain Fang is the one who set the record, he should have entered Area A at the age of 15. You can only know the details by looking at the files. But for people of Captain Fang's level, the files are confidential. Speaking of this, Yisu showed a regretful expression. It would be nice to know Captain Fang's birthday. Although I can't see him, I can silently congratulate him on that day. Alas, I don't know what Captain Fang likes. If I can give him a gift, or say happy birthday in person. No, as long as I can talk to him, I will be satisfied. After he said that, he grabbed Tang Ze's shoulders. At least you can still talk to Captain Fang. You can also see him twice a month. Tang Ze. If Yisu knew that he always let Fang Shuyu hold him and sleep in the same room, I wonder if he would be so angry that he would mutate on the spot. Ahem. I feel honored to hear you say that. Tang Ze responded. I will work hard. Yisu held his ID card, his hand shaking with excitement. At least I talked to you and walked with you. And you talked to Captain Fang and met him. Rounding off. I also talked to Captain Fang. Tang Ze, I have never felt that this road is so far away. Ah, I forgot about the business. Yisu suddenly stopped. I want to ask about something. You should know something? What is it? I heard that Captain Fang wants to expand the personnel of the Special Forces and recruit a team of special combat members. And he will personally guide the training. Do you know what the selection criteria are? Do I have a chance? Chapter 44 Probing. I haven't heard of such news. Tang Ze replied. He really didn't lie. Fang Shuyu wants to expand the Special Forces? Or recruit combat personnel? Train them personally? Tang Ze remembered that when he was in the experimental area, Fang Shuyu said our team has a few combat personnel. At that time, he thought it was just to get Mu Zhiming to join. Could it be that Fang Shuyu really had this idea? Ah, that may really be groundless. Yisu was a little discouraged. My rank is not high. Maybe the captain just didn't inform me. Tang Ze said. Where did you hear it from? I can't say where I heard it from. It was said in Captain Fang's fan club, but many of the information in it are unreliable. Those who are chosen by him are definitely not ordinary people. Even if it's true, only the top students can get in. Hey, Tang Ze, fan club? Then can I ask you to tell me if there is any news later? You see, we are somewhat acquainted. Right? This? Yisu suddenly became anxious. I won't embarrass you. Just those non-confidential news, even if it's something like what color Captain Fang changed his belt today. Tang Ze. It sounds even more wrong. Please, please, you are my only connection in the Special Forces. Okay. If I have a chance to meet the captain, I will definitely pay attention. While speaking, Yisu's panel received a notification that he had arrived at the destination. Tang Zai's sentry. Your new dormitory has arrived. The house number will be displayed on the back of your panel. And now you can go directly through the access control. Wait, do you live in this building? Tang Zai's body stiffened. Yi Su is responsible for leading the newcomers. And he must be very familiar with the dormitory area. He won't find any clues. Right. Fortunately, Yi Su immediately said, it would be great if I knew where Captain Fong lives. Tang Zai breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that Fong Shuyu's information has a certain degree of confidentiality measures. And it is not easy for others to know. Hey, the conditions of these buildings are very good. And generally only people of higher ranks can live there. Yi Su continued. You can transfer here. It seems that the resources of the special forces are really good. But since you are Captain Fong, everything should be top-notch. In fact, except for the office space, all other weapons, equipment, and even combat vehicles are made by ourselves. Tang Zai thought. Although Fong Xiyu did not say it explicitly. I am afraid that someone has made a lot of trouble for the special forces. Well, thank you for your hard work. Tang Zai said. I'll go up first. Yi Su nodded. And did not forget to remember to help me keep an eye out. Captain Fong? Tang Zai originally thought that Yi Su had just given a simple warning. Until he saw Yi Su's expression. He realized that his last sentence Captain Fong had a wrong tone. It was not a statement, but a question plus surprise. And a kind of uncontrollable excitement. So he followed Yi Su's gaze, turned around, and saw Fong Xiyu standing downstairs with his hands behind his back. Seeing him coming, Fong Xiyu smiled. Well, you're here? Tang Zai. How can I hide this from now on? Yi Su next to him has lost his ability to speak. His eyes widened, looking at Fong Xiyu, who was walking over, and then at Tang Zai, and kept muttering Fong. Fong. Before he recovered, Tang Zai quickly whispered in his ear. The captain's belt is black today. Yi Su. I have eyes. At this time, Fong Xiyu had already walked to their side, and very naturally put his hand on Tang Zai's shoulder, and pushed him forward. He saw that Yi Su was still holding Tang Zai's ID card in his hand. So he took it when he passed by. Thank you for your hard work. Fong Xiyu waved to Yi Su, and helped Tang Zai walk into the door. 10 minutes later, the person had long disappeared. And Yi Su came back to his senses. In just 10 minutes, the scene of close contact with Fong Xiyu had been played hundreds of times in his mind. Captain Fong. You are so high, imposing, hand. Captain Fong took the card from me. He said you've worked hard. Yi Su took a few deep breaths. But his heartbeat still couldn't calm down. After a long time, he remembered Tang Zai. Wait, didn't Captain Fong just? Didn't they have little in common? Can the captain be so close to a team member who only sees him twice a month? And he even helped him move? Then wouldn't the other team members? Yi Su's eyes were filled with tears of envy. How can I join the special forces? Captain, I heard that the special forces are going to expand. Tang Zai asked, standing in front of his new bed. Fong Shuyu's room is much larger than his previous single room. It is a suite with simple office and activity functions. The place where Tang Zai lives now is probably used by Fong Xiyu for exercise. Various weight-bearing equipment and gun targets are piled in the corner of the room. In addition, there are some things that are roughly judged as equipment. But in fact, no one knows what they are used for. The room has been carefully cleaned. The bed is newly built, with a thick cushion on it, which feels very soft. At this time, Tang Zai stood aside with empty hands, watching Fong Xiyu move the bed around. The air in this corner should be fresher. What do you think? Tang Zai. It's just 2 steps away. Is there a world of difference? I heard that if the head of the bed is placed in this direction, it will be affected by the planet's magnetic field and sleep more comfortably. Fong Xiyu said, and started to change the direction of the bed. This should be about the same. Why don't you lie down first and try it? Captain, I'll just be casual. That won't work. Sleep is a very important rest. Sleeping well is as effective as taking medicine to repair. You must have never cared about it. That's why your physique is like this. Tang Zai thought. You may have some misunderstanding about the life of a sentinel in Area B. Who cares how to sleep? It's good to have a place to lie down and lean on. As for when to sleep, and how long to sleep, it's all up to fate. Well, the captain is very knowledgeable about these aspects. No wonder he is so. Oh, this is what Aunt Lu just told me. Fong Xiyu said. I can sleep anywhere I want. And it doesn't matter when and how long I sleep. After all, I have to perform the mission. Tang Zhe. After fiddling with it for a while, Fang Xiuyu finally seemed satisfied and stood up. Where did you hear what you just said? Tang Zhe came back to his senses and realized that Fang Xiuyu was referring to the expansion of enrollment. It was the soldier who brought me here just now who said that. He said he heard it from the fan club. Oh! Fang Xiuyu stared at him for a while, then sat down on the edge of the bed, motioning Tang Zhe to sit next to him. Did the man say anything else? Tang Zhe sat down obediently. He told me to pay attention to the captain's daily behavior and tell him when I have the chance. Of course, I will never leak secrets. Fang Xiuyu seemed to be thinking about something. Did he tell me who I was going to recruit? Tang Zhe was a little confused about this question, but he answered it anyway. He said the special forces seemed to be recruiting a team of combat team members, and the captain would personally train them. Is that so? Fang Xiuyu's performance really confused Tang Zhe. Captain, do you plan to send more people to the experimental field for training? Indeed. If in the future. No such plan. Fang Xiuyu said. I said at the beginning that the special forces do not need combat personnel for the time being. All combat missions will be undertaken by me, and you will follow me every time. Tang Zhe did not ask anything else, but the confusion in his eyes deepened. In the past, there was always a chill in his eyes, but this time, perhaps it was diluted by doubts, and he looked a lot more lively. His green eyes were round like a full moon, looking a little innocent, and somehow revealing a little pitiful. Fang Xiuyu suddenly understood how he had always felt when he saw Tang Zhe. It was like looking at a kitten that had no attack power, but was alert and desperately bluffing. And now, the kitten sat next to him, and unknowingly removed its soft claws. He couldn't help but smile. Tang Zhe blinked. Captain? Fang Xiuyu came back to his senses, and quickly restrained his expression. Ahem, those news were a lie to them. Tang Zhe tilted his head. Lie? Because I suspected that someone was trying to find out the news inside the special forces. I spread some rumors to see what channel it was leaked. Tang Zhe suddenly realized. Fang Xiuyu must have made up several different pieces of false information and then leaked them to the suspects. As long as we look at the rumor that was leaked in the end, we will know who the source is. That's why Fang Xiuyu asked him, who did that person say I was going to recruit? I just wanted to try whether this method would work. But I didn't expect that I could really find out something. Fang Xiuyu snorted. This is considered a test. I know that there are some people around me who like to spread gossip. After that, he looked at Tang Zhe. Are you ready to start a new mission? Tang Zhe's eyes lit up. Captain, are you going out? Not for foreign affairs. That is. Fang Xiuyu did not answer immediately, but looked at him thoughtfully for a while. Tang Zhe, I have always felt that you are not simple. Tang Zhe froze. Captain, what do you mean? I think you are very good at hiding your feelings. And you can also judge the situation and wait for the right price. Tang Zhe lowered his eyes. I have nothing to hide. Fang Xiuyu showed an obviously unbelieving smile. You encountered a shooting case in Area B that was covered up as a pollution leak. And you received anonymous information about the truth of the case when you came to Area A. These contents are obviously targeted, but the purpose is unclear. But you never showed that you knew anything. You didn't reveal anything even though you and I and Mu Zhiming were alone together, because you wanted to test who among us was more trustworthy. Right? Tang Zhe didn't comment, but his eyes slowly cooled. When we were attacked in the training ground and sent to the B District Hospital, Mu Zhiming always wanted to be alone with you. Later, I was sent away, and he took the opportunity to take you out of the ICU and threaten you with a gun. At that time, you gave him an unclear hint. Right? You didn't tell him these things until we met Mu Zhiming in the underground passage and confirmed his purpose. Because you found that I, Mu Zhiming, and you are in the same boat. Fang Xiuyu reached out and held his head, making him look up at him. You didn't trust Mu Zhiming or me at first, but you felt that there might be something you could use in both of us. For example, we have more authority than you. We are more mobile than you. And we are more physically fit than you. If I can help you get the information you want to some extent, that would be the best. Am I wrong? Tang Zhe? Tang Zhe's pupils slowly tightened, and the temperature in his eyes became colder and colder. Sure enough, Fang Xiuyu's usual appearance was just a disguise. What he knew and thought about was far more than he imagined. Fang Xiuyu looked into Tang Zhe's eyes steadily. If I'm not mistaken, you should have a lot of things you haven't told me. Right? Tang Zai instinctively wanted to step back, but was blocked by Fang Shuyu's hand. His eyes were not threatening, not fierce, and he couldn't see any emotions or what he wanted to do. Tang Zai could only stare at him, panting, and could do nothing. He was in Fang Shuyu's private dormitory, with no mutants to rely on and no way to ask for help. No matter what Fang Shuyu wanted to do to him, he couldn't turn the tables. But what exactly did Fang Shuyu want to do? Just when he was so nervous that his whole body was tense, Fang Shuyu laughed out loud. I'm sorry. Your expression is really a little cute. No. I mean a little, Fang Shuyu's eyes flickered a few times, and he quickly reached out and rubbed Tang Zai's head, forcing him to lower his head. When he raised his head again, Fang Shuyu's expression had returned to normal. Don't be nervous. I don't mean to complain about you, Fang Shuyu said. Before you came to the Special Forces, we had no contact, and the gap between the two districts has been there for a long time. It would be strange if you trusted me unconditionally. That means you are just a person who can execute tasks and can't do any independent thinking. The actual combat environment is very complicated and requires improvisation. Although I initially told you to just breathe beside me, we both know that if you just stand there, we will both be unable to move forward in those missions, he said as he patted Tang Zai's shoulder, this time with a feeling of encouragement. You are not a sentinel who can only walk in a given area and rely on your body to detect pollution. You are much more capable than this. Tang Zai's eyes were still wary, but now there was a hint of confusion. Fang Shuyu laughed and shook his shoulder. Not only do you have a special physique, you also have other abilities. This is what the Special Operations team needs. I told you. My vision is one of the best. Tang Zai hadn't completely let down his guard, but his body slowly relaxed, and his pupils no longer contracted. He looked at Fang Shuyu, and turned back to his weak and pitiful appearance. Captain, I know everything. And this mentality is normal. Fang Shuyu waved his hand. I won't ask you about things you don't want to say. If I'm the one who needs to know, I believe you will tell me at the right time. Building trust takes time and experience. I trust you because I know what kind of person you are. I also know that whether you trust me or not, when I'm in danger, you will come to me regardless of your own safety. Of course, I will let you know in the end that I am the one you can trust the most. Seeing a flash of doubt in Tang Zai's eyes, Fang Shuyu stood up suddenly. If you don't believe me, go out and ask around to see if there is any captain with a better reputation than me. Tang Zai thought to himself. I feel more suspicious. But he relaxed. He did not admit what Fang Shuyu said, nor did he deny it, but just answered yes. Captain. Fang Shuyu smiled with satisfaction. Then, we will start issuing new tasks. For the time being, only the two of us know about this task. Can you complete it? Little Green Radish? Chapter 45. Is there something fishy in the team? Tang Zai blinked. Captain, you tell me. I need to check the relationship within the team, Fang Shuyu said. I suspect that the news has been leaked from the inside. Tang Zai was shocked. Is there something fishy in the team? Of course I'm not talking about the team members. I personally found all of you. I trust my people 100%. Seeing Tang Zai's confused face, Fang Shuyu added. But it's hard to say about the people around them. He paused. I asked you to come and live here, on the one hand for your safety, and on the other hand to facilitate the execution of this mission. You are the person I trust most in this matter. Tang Zai's eyes flickered. Thank you, Captain. The other team members have lived in Area A for a long time, and their relationship network is relatively complicated. In addition to past leaders, colleagues, roommates, and even relatives are here. These people may have heard a few words about our mission from them. But you are different. You have no foundation in Area A, and ordinary people will not choose to approach you deliberately. So you are in a hurry to put me by your side in order to completely cut off my contact with other people. Tang Zai thought. He remained calm. Has any information about us been leaked? Fang Shuyu shook his head. It's not that kind of leak. I believe the team members are all aware of keeping it secret. It's just that the five-colored stone, I doubt they can contact us directly. In other words, they may be someone or some people around us. Did the captain notice anything? You said that when you first arrived in Area A, someone sent a message to your panel, but your identity was still newly created at that time. Right? But the person who sent the message knew your number immediately. Tang Zai nodded. But since Area A has a department specifically responsible for newcomers, At least the people in that department can know it. Right? For example, the person who took me, He suddenly reacted, raised his head, and met Fang Shiyu's gaze. Yeah. Looking at this gaze, Tang Zai finally understood why Fang Shiyu agreed to let Yisu pick him up today. It turned out that he had planned it long ago. Didn't he want you to tell him about my actions? Then tell him. What does the captain want him to know? We'll discuss this later. Fang Shiyu looked away, looking uninterested. He may not be the person we are looking for directly, but there is no harm in keeping an eye on him. Tang Zai thought for a while, because he showed it too obviously. Yes. An organization as tight as the Five-Color Stone would not use such a simple method to get information. It is obvious that they are trying to attract attention. But it is not ruled out that they deliberately wanted us to pay attention. Tang Zai did not answer, waiting for Fang Shiyu to continue. The person who sent the message knew your new number at the first time, and also sent you the top-secret file of Area B, which means that they also have the authority to access high-level confidential files in Area B, excluding hacking. The scope is very small. Of course, the content in the file is basically certain that they did it. Maybe they have been targeting you since the shooting you encountered in Hospital Number 2. Tang Zai nodded. There is no doubt about this. But the question is, if they conducted the shooting experiment, why did they tell you about it? If they didn't tell you, you would never know the clues behind the incident. Later, we would not have connected the vines in the underground passage with the bullets. And we would not have found the abandoned experimental area. It was also in the swamp of the experimental area that we found the protective clothing with the Five-Color Stone mark. Do you think these are all coincidences? Fang Shiyu paused for a moment. His expression became deep. Why do I feel that some people have carefully woven a big net and trapped us step by step? Tang Zai was silent. He didn't know how to respond. Fang Shiyu didn't know that he had received a new anonymous message. It was obvious that the person who sent the message knew his every move. And all the progress of the special forces seemed to be in front of him. And the purpose of sending messages to Tang Zai might be to push him to a certain place. But now he found that Fang Shiyu and even Mu Zhiming seemed to be pawns. Captain, what do you think their purpose is? Tang Zai asked. Maybe they are testing our depth, to see our strength, and to see how far we can find out about the information they released. Why would they do this? Fang Shiyu smiled in confusion. Who knows? Maybe they want to meet us. Tang Zai said, He now understood that Fang Shiyu said that Yisu may be deliberately attracting attention, which was what he meant. Five-Color Stone wanted to contact the special forces, so they used these methods to test them. Is that right? Currently, we know that there are people who have had direct contact with him, you, me, and Mu Zhiming. So we started investigating from our side. Maybe there is a point of intersection, Fang Shiyu said, and opened the panel. Mu Zhiming's information is also here. Fang Shiyu said that Mu Zhiming sent him the investigation materials. But he only mentioned it in the meeting, and did not intend to elaborate. It was not until now that he showed this information to Tang Zai. Did he mention it at the meeting as a decoy? The screen of the panel jumped a few times. And Tang Zai retracted his thoughts, and moved his eyes over. Let's sort out the order of these things first, and then look at the details, Fang Shiyu said. It all started with a high-risk mission you participated in. If I remember correctly, it was your 5th mission. According to Mu Zhiming, that mission was originally a super micro level to brush performance. So the higher-ups directly assigned 3 sentinel teams, a total of 48 people, to be led by him. But within 1 minute of entering the mission field, all the sentinels fell down one after another, and the degree of abnormality exceeded the threshold. And 0.3 seconds before the system automatically alarmed, they had received the retreat order. Here I will add a little information you don't know. District A also has a record of this mission and participated in the subsequent rescue and cleanup work. To be precise, I also noticed you at that time. Tang Zai was slightly stunned. He thought Mu Zhiming had targeted him much earlier than Fang Shiyu. But he didn't expect Fang Shiyu to notice him so early. And District A actually participated in that mission? Generally speaking, if the Sentinels of District B determine that the site is not suitable for entry, District A will directly give up and open up a new mission site to reduce casualties. This time, even the Sentinels in Area B suffered such heavy losses. How could Area A be involved? Tang Zai said nothing, waiting for Fang Shiyu to continue. The Special Forces had not been formed at that time, so I was also an ordinary combat member. I am very concerned about this accident, because in the past 20 years, There have been almost no such heavy casualties in the exploration area. So I applied to join the investigation. But Area A is not willing to intervene in such an incident. Not to mention that the risk factor of the site is so high. If the loss of personnel is not worth the loss, then Area B actually planned to give up directly and not conduct further investigation. Anyway, in the end, I still found a way to let Lao Chong put pressure on me. Hee hee. The old man is sometimes useful. At the same time, Chong Fangyin, the manager in the office area of another building, sneezed loudly. Tang Zhe didn't know who this old Chong was, but he understood his rescue that time was more or less due to Fang Xiyu. Although he was taken care of by Saib at that time, his original body was too weak, and he couldn't move until he was rescued. At that time, Saib's weakness was comparable to his, and with no pollution to absorb, the two were waiting to starve to death. Unexpectedly, they waited for the rescue team 2 days later. The rescue in Area B has always been very pragmatic. If the risk is too great, and the gain is too small, they will directly give up the rescue, close the mission field, and let the people inside die on the spot. He originally thought that his fate would be the same. Now thinking about it, it was not reasonable for Area B to send a rescue team afterwards. All the dead inside were sentinels. And even if there were still people who could be saved, they were just sentinels. In fact, only one sentinel was rescued in the end. And he was the lowest grade sentinel with extremely poor physical condition. If the site is polluted enough, the rescue process may also lose rescue team members, which is a very unprofitable deal. In recent years, the foggy months have become longer and longer, indicating that the pollution is gradually intensifying. It is not surprising that the mission site has become more dangerous than before. The loss of personnel has been increasing. So the two areas have gradually formed a mission situation that mainly uses sentinels for detection. All tasks are first inspected by sentinels, and the subsequent detection team will selectively intervene. Tang Zhe said. Why does the captain care about that mission? Fang Xiyu nodded, then thought of Tang Zhe's previous experience, and couldn't help but pat him again. Because I seem to have been to that place. Tang Zhe was surprised. Been there? Is it the old mission field? Yes. Mission fields in the exploration area are usually not reused, because there are not many venues that meet the conditions, and they will clear out all the available resources in each mission. I can't be sure of this. The mission fields in the exploration area are mainly numbered according to past maps. Each mission will record the corresponding number, and the executed and abandoned locations will be recorded. But as time went by, visibility became worse and worse, and sensor mapping was also affected. In addition, the AB area was moved many times, and gradually the map markings were no longer accurate. Fan Xiyu said, I didn't find the mission record of that location in the archives, but it may be classified incorrectly. Perhaps the previous records used other numbers, so they were not found. But the scene inside is so familiar. I have also experienced hundreds of mission fields, big and small, and I can't remember the scenes of each mission field. It's just that mission field. I will never forget it. Fang Xiyu suddenly paused, his hand still on Tang Zhe's back. But he looked away. Tang Zhe felt that his mood seemed to have changed. Captain? I experienced a very similar situation many years ago. Fang Xiyu said slowly. Large site. Complex structure. Although there are many blind spots, there are also many open areas. As long as you avoid dangerous areas, it is generally a good mission site. The machine detection results also show that the pollution level is light, and a large number of people can be sent. So that time, I also brought a lot of people in. But the development of things is exactly the same as this time. The situation was normal at the beginning, and after almost everyone went in, the pollution values suddenly began to soar. Before everyone reacted and retreated, people fell one after another. That time, Zone A also suffered heavy losses. Fang Xiyu lowered his eyes. That was the first time so many people died in my team. Tang Zhe didn't say anything. He hadn't been away from the bunker for a long time. According to the current chronology, it was only about a year. The Sentinel's authority was not enough to access historical archives, so he had no idea about the rules before his service. It sounds like the missions at that time should not have formed a system like the current one where the Sentinels take the lead. Zone A went straight into the mission field and caused losses. According to the latest message sent by the unknown sender, the cooperation rules between the two zones in the past should not be the same as the current form. Zone A used to be more active in combat missions, and would even bypass Zone B to act independently. You don't know the history of the Sentinel team yet? Fang Xiyu suddenly said. Tang Zhe nodded. Fang Xiyu looked at him with a complicated look. So, do you want to hear it? He asked. Chapter 46 Giant Net. In fact, the history of the Sentinel team is not long, Fang Xiyu said. Although there were similar teams before, they were not long-term fixed configurations. And the real person inspection of pollution is only used in extremely special circumstances. It was beyond my expectation at first that it would develop into what it is now. Tang Zhe thought that Fang Xiyu had served for more than 10 years. At least in terms of the history he had witnessed. He was richer than most people. And the sentinels in Area B were like insects that live and die in the morning. Most of them didn't even know the difference between the misty moon and the clear moon, and had never seen places other than the Beehive dormitory and the mission field. If he hadn't been taken in by Saib, if he hadn't gone to Area A, that would have been his fate. Is it because of the increase in casualties in Area A that a sentinel team was added to Area B to ensure that there wouldn't be too many A-level casualties in the mission field? Tang Zhe asked. Yeah. What period did the anonymous person send the accident from? Would Fang Xiyu know about that? Tang Zhe thought. Just thinking about it. Fang Xiyu spoke again. The predecessor of the Sentinel team was a vanguard unit. They only go to the most dangerous places in order to obtain first-hand on-site information. This requires extremely high quality in all aspects of the soldiers. And the participants are all top-notch personnel. Not only do they have strong combat and response capabilities, some of them are even scientific researchers. Now many of the data used for basic research in the gathering area are obtained by them. But because the mission is too dangerous, it is also regarded as a death squad. Fang Xiyu paused. They are all very respectable people. That's why, when I planned to form a special operation team, I took the Sentinel team into consideration. So the captain has actually been keeping an eye on the Sentinel team? Fang Xiyu nodded. Look, haven't we found a good seedling? He smiled. But he didn't look as carefree as before. I've only seen the heroic figures of the advanced troops in the archives. This team disappeared from the organization a long time ago. Replaced by combat teams of different arms. The combat range is divided by different types of mission fields. Later, a team specialized in testing the impact of pollution on the human body was formed. Although people have developed various detection methods, new types of pollution continue to emerge as the environment deteriorates. These pollutions are difficult to identify with past technologies, and new mission fields are often regarded as safe places. But once they enter, soldiers will be attacked. So people discovered that some pollution can only be identified by real people. Sentinels are the most sensitive group of people to pollution. Once the environment is different, they will immediately show symptoms. So the two districts proposed a plan to form a sentinel team to the bunker. So those who are selected as sentinels are those with the worst health and the most serious genetic abnormalities. Tang Zhe continued. Fang Xiyu looked away. I have always felt that this purpose is problematic. You can choose to be brave, but you cannot be forced to be brave. You can choose to sacrifice, but you cannot be forced to sacrifice. The former deserves respect, and the latter also deserves respect. But respect is not an excuse to shirk responsibility or kidnap others. Not to mention, they gradually lost even this false respect. Fang Xiyu took a deep breath. In short, the bunker approved the plan to form the Sentinel team. After that, the number of personnel sent out by the bunker also increased greatly. Strangely, there were many highly abnormal people who had never appeared before. There is no doubt that these people have joined the Sentinel team. Tang Zhe frowned slightly. Yet there was no reason for the genetic abnormality rate in the bunker to soar sharply. It means that such a group of people would not be allowed to leave the bunker in the past. The Sentinel team gave the bunker a reason to let them release many weak and sick people. In this way, the resource consumption in the bunker will be greatly reduced. It is really an arrangement that kills two birds with one stone for all parties. In the early days of my service, the Sentinel team was not yet a fixed configuration like it is now. The two districts each had independent combat operations, and there was cooperation. But it was not so frequent. Later, I don't know what opportunity it was, but the two districts formed the current coordinated operations. District B took on the task of taking the lead, and the first line of defense was handed over to the Sentinel team. District A has also gradually formed its current task method, and only participates in field activities that have been tested by District B. Did the leaders of the two districts discuss this? Tang Zhe asked. If there was no strict distinction between superiors and subordinates in the early stage between Districts A-B, why would District B agree to bear the main losses? Unexpectedly, Fang Xiyu said, I think this is not something that the leaders of the two districts can decide. Such a major adjustment. The bunker cannot not be involved. Bunker? A trace of haze flashed in Tang Zai's eyes. Everyone came from the bunker, but no one knew what was inside the bunker. From the time they left the bunker, their past memories would be cleared. The bunker controlled everything about them, and they knew nothing except that they lived for the humans in the bunker. What is the attitude of the bunker towards people like them who have gone through life and death outside? Abandoning them, is it not a pity? That's off topic, Fang Xiyu said. Let's get back to the previous question. Well, the captain said that you seem to have been to the mission site before? Yes. In fact, it is difficult to determine whether it is the same place based on memory alone. After all, the pollution in the mission site is very serious and the visibility is low. So they all look similar. Another way to confirm is to look at the site map of the mission site. Although the map may not be accurate, it is also a reference. It was only when I saw the map that I felt that it was a place I had been to. Because of the previous mission, I studied that site for a long time. The map of that place is almost imprinted in my mind, and I will never forget it. The maps of the two mission sites are almost completely overlapping. Then the question is, why is the old mission site where an accident has already occurred being explored as a new mission site? And why can someone issue a retreat warning before the accident? Tang Zai's eyes darkened, because all this was arranged long ago. Fang Xiyu snorted. Yes, but what is the purpose? To take the lives of a group of sentinels? Without waiting for Tang Zai to answer, Fang Xiyu continued. To clarify this issue, I also went to the site. Tang Zai's eyelashes trembled. Even after waiting for 2 days, the pollution at the site was still around the dangerous threshold. And Fang Xiyu actually went there? The pollution inside is not uniform. And after 2 days of control, the actual situation is still safe. Fang Xiyu seemed to see Tang Zai's thoughts and explained. In fact, in addition to confirming the situation at the site, I also had another purpose. I wanted to see if there were any bodies inside. Bodies? Not the bodies of this batch of sentinels. But I wanted to see if there were any from the previous time. Even if they were not bodies, it would be nice to have some clothes left at that time. But I didn't find anything. Fang Xiyu frowned. The mission I participated in was closed after the accident, and according to regulations, it should have been marked with a sign to indicate that the site was a restricted area and would not be included in the mission scope in the future. So, if these 2 times were the same site, there should be soldiers' bodies that were not cleared in the previous mission. Later I thought, maybe they were just too similar. There are so many mission sites. It's not surprising to see similarities, no matter from which aspect. These 2 mission sites should not be the same. So after that, I didn't follow up on this matter. Until you joined the team. Tang Zai sat up unconsciously and stared at him with wide eyes. Fang Xiyu switched the screen of the panel again, and his, Tang Zai, and Mu Zhiming's names appeared on it in turn. There were several line segments next to each name, and the other end of the line segment was still empty. Back to the original question. Find the intersection between us? Maybe we can find the 5-color stone. Fang Xiyu pointed to the panel and said. He first drew a circle at the top and wrote high-risk detection mission, indicating an important time node. Starting from your part. The starting point is that dangerous mission. After being rescued, you entered hospital number 2 in area B. That night, you encountered a man-made shooting in the ward, which was later covered up as contamination. Afterwards, we learned that the bullets in that shooting were likely seeds from the breeding area. This seed can grow into a vine, which is spread throughout the underground passage and even into the training ground. There is an obvious question. After you entered Area A, someone immediately told you the truth about the shooting. But before you encountered the accident and entered the special forces, the other party did not tell you for half a year. Why did they tell you when you entered Area A? At this point, Fang Xiyu drew a dotted line between his name and Tang Zai's. From my part, the starting point is a dangerous mission I participated in before. He wrote this time node in small letters next to it. Many years later, the preliminary exploration mission has been completely handed over to the Sentinel team in Area B. And I discovered a mission site that is very similar to the previous one. And even the accident is exactly the same. I conducted an investigation, and although there was no result, I accidentally noticed the surviving sentinel you. For a long time afterwards, I carried out routine tasks while starting to plan the formation of a special task force. Until everything came together, I started to recruit talents I had noticed in the past. It's easy to find people from Area A, but it's hard to find people from Area B. I found your subsequent mission files and found that you were sent to participate in more than 30 missions. But without exception, you survived. So I took this file and asked Lao Chong to find people from Area B. Fang Xiyu drew a circle on the line between the two names and wrote Special Operations Team Formation in it. After you came to Area A, we soon carried out our first operation. Although I just planned to take you to see the training ground at first. But at the training ground, we accidentally encountered the gate of the mutants being opened. And the training ground was filled with escaped mutants. The most incredible one is a new type of mutant, the snake vine. There is no record of it in the past files. And we speculated afterwards that it was the product of a collective mutation. And the unit that makes up the collective mutation is still the vine. Fang Xiyu wrote down the third time node. The accident at the training ground. This is the second question. Was the gate opened accidentally or manually? When was it? Why did we encounter it when we suddenly decided to go to the training ground? Why not other mutants? But the vine that also appeared in the hospital shooting? He wrote seed/vine next to it. Then it's Mu Zhiming's turn. The first time Mu Zhiming appeared in our vision was during that high-risk mission. You said that the Sentinel team in Area B has no fixed organization, and the team members and captains may be different each time. But in that mission, both of you participated. The difference is that Mu Zhiming did not enter the mission field. He received the order to retreat, so he gave up 3 sentinels. After discovering that you survived, he first became suspicious of you. In addition, the hospital had a pollution incident that night, and you escaped again, so he went to question you. Of course, you didn't know anything at this time. So apart from meeting each other and leaving a bad impression on each other, it didn't do anything. For a long time afterwards, you had no contact with each other. Fang Xiyu pointed to the accident at the training ground at the third time point. The training ground is located between the two areas A and B. It is a collaboratively managed area. It is not strange for anyone to appear there. After you and I encountered the accident, it was Mu Zhiming who rushed over. At that time, he investigated the breeding area because of his sister's matter. When he was looking for clues nearby, he met us. He said that the reason he went to investigate the breeding area at that time was because he found that the breeding areas in the past would sound an alarm at a specific time. That day should have been the day for the alarm. But there was no movement. He felt strange, so he chose to leave outside the break time. Afterwards, we learned that the alarm in the breeding area might be related to the formation of the vine. That is to say, the escape of the snake vine in the breeding area and the abnormal alarm should be the same thing. But the question is it a coincidence that this incident attracted Mu Zhiming to join? Did those people know nothing about Mu Zhiming's investigation? Fang Xiyu said this in one breath and couldn't help but let out a long breath. Tang Zhe looked at the panel. His face was not good. Just these 3 time nodes have formed a big net. The big net wrapped the 3 of them in it. They were like 3 prey trapped but unaware. And the real hunter is still in the dark, not knowing when to take action. Are you tired? Fang Xiyu asked. Tang Zhe shook his head. Okay. Fang Xiyu patted his head. Then let's continue to read on. Chapter 47 Intersection. Mu Zhiming told me all his experiences, as well as the information about Mu Zhijin he had in his hands. Fang Xiyu said, I sorted these things out for a long time. And then I was sure that Mu Zhiming was also arranged. Not only him. I'm afraid even Mu Zhijin is. Tang Zhe was stunned. Then this should also be a long time ago? Yes. Fang Xiyu showed a tangled smile. They started to weave this network a long time ago. Let me tell you about Mu Zhiming. I think so far, you are not very familiar with this former captain who has a shallow relationship with you. Mu Zhiming served for about 5 years, and Mu Zhijin entered Area B 2 years earlier than him. Therefore, after he came in, Mu Zhijin, who was already familiar with the business of Area B, began to take care of him everywhere. According to him, many of his practical skills were taught by Mu Zhijin. Tang Zhe interrupted him. Didn't Captain Mu and his sister enter Area B at the same time? But their memories were erased. So how did they know that the other party was their relative? Gene test report, Fang Xiyu explained. Initially, Mu Zhijin saw Mu Zhiming's report and found that he was related to him. So he approached him. At first, Mu Zhiming was not very happy. You know his temper. It's really not good. In short, Mu Zhiming spent a lot of effort to get close to him. But later, he admired this sister very much. In other words, the family relationship between the two of them was completely cultivated. Tang Zai thought. But it is true that except for a small number of relatives who grew up together in Area A, everyone else was the same after being sent out of the bunker. They didn't know who they were, didn't know who others were, and only had a genetic test report and the corresponding assignment team. Then they each resigned themselves to their fate and entered the place of service and began their life as zombies. Mu Zhiming was assigned to the combat team from the beginning. Usually, he would not lead the charge directly, but he also had many opportunities to enter the mission field for combat. As the combat method gradually tilted towards the Sentinel team's priority inspection, the number of times the B area combat team participated in combat was greatly reduced. Mu Zhiming was promoted to team leader, responsible for commanding Sentinel inspections, leading the team to conduct field surveys, patrols, etc. This position cannot be said to have great power. But there is one advantage: very free action. He has a lot of autonomy and is not subject to the curfew of Area B. Nor is he restricted by traffic. This is why he can appear in the training ground and breeding area and secretly investigate so many things. Mu Zhiming has always targeted Mu Zhijing. In his eyes, Mu Zhijing is an excellent representative of combat personnel. But he finally found out that he actually didn't know what Mu Zhijing's job was. Mu Zhijing taught him to identify and avoid common anomalies, taught him how to deal with various anomalies that might be encountered in unknown environments, and taught him to track down clues through clues. For Mu Zhiming, she repeatedly postponed her retirement until one opportunity. She suddenly told Mu Zhiming to go back early because some things must be investigated clearly. She didn't say what it was, but mentioned the bunker. Tang Zai nodded. He remembered that Mu Zhiming mentioned this part. No one in the gathering area knew what was going on inside the bunker. Even those who successfully retired and returned never sent out any news. For them, the bunker was an eternal black box. That shell was all they knew. What happened that made Mu Zhijing feel that he had to go back to the bunker to investigate? After that, Mu Zhijing participated in the last mission outside the bunker. But during that mission, Mu Zhijing disappeared. Fan Qiyu said. Mu Zhiming tried to investigate that mission afterwards. But for some reason, all the relevant files were cleared. Maybe they were just hidden, and he didn't have the permission to view them. All he knew were the few words that Mu Zhijing said, and a few items left behind. Among these items, there were some investigation reports. Mu Zhiming got some drawings, but he didn't know what they were. There were some things that looked like blocks and passages, and he guessed they were maps. But the map didn't have any coordinates or numbers, so he didn't know where it was. In the subsequent missions, he always paid attention to the situation at the mission site. He wanted to see if there were any places that were similar to those drawings, so that he could perhaps infer the places represented by those drawings. For a long time, he got nothing. The real breakthrough was when he ran into us by accident while looking for the breeding area. That day he had been waiting for you to wake up in the hospital, trying to force some information out of you. However, he only had time to ask, "Do you know of a bullet that won't penetrate the human body?" He was distracted at the time because the sentence seemed familiar. After returning, he remembered that he seemed to have heard Mu Zhijing say it. Mu Zhijing said, "The blooming flowers are full of water, the unruly vines are full of mountains and fields. If they are bullets, then will the people shot by them grow freely like flowers and vines? This is a bullet that will not leave scars." Tang Zai's pupils shrank suddenly. "Isn't this?" Fan Qiyu nodded. "Yes. After entering the breeding area, we all understood what this meant. We are already familiar with vines, and flowers blooming in the water probably refers to the swamp. It seems that the water below is still very deep." Tang Zai frowned. This big net is so deep that he can't imagine it. In short, this sentence evoked his memory of Mu Zhijing. At the same time, his interpretation of the drawings also became clear. Fan Qiyu continued. He found that Mu Zhijing deliberately omitted some information in it, and this part of the information was written in other notes, in other ways. He quickly pieced together a blueprint and found a location very close, right in the gathering area. So he did not hesitate and immediately set out to find that place. Then, he arrived at an abandoned garage. Mu Zhiming did not expect that there were several combat vehicles parked there. They looked well maintained and had signs of use, indicating that these vehicles were not abandoned, but were deliberately hidden there. When he wanted to investigate carefully, he found someone coming. In a hurry, he hid in the armory of one of the vehicles. You also know what happened afterwards. Fang Xiuyu finished speaking and waited for Tang Zai's reaction. Tang Zai hadn't recovered from his shock. What kind of organization is the five-colored stone? He murmured. It seems to grow along with the gathering area, and its roots have penetrated into every aspect. But it seems to be in another world, doing huge, unknown things. This is an invisible towering tree. Fang Xiuyu narrowed his eyes. Even a giant tree that covers the sky needs nutrients to grow. I don't believe it grew so big by parasitizing the gathering area. The captain said that it might be directly assigned by the bunker. I thought so before, Fang Xiuyu said vaguely. But that's because in our understanding, besides the human gathering area, there is the bunker. What does the captain mean? We know that the five-color stone is above the A and B areas, and is not under the jurisdiction of any area. So we naturally think that it is directly responsible for the bunker. But is it possible that it is not responsible for the gathering area or the bunker? Tang Zai's eyes flickered. If it is not responsible for the gathering area or the bunker, where else can it belong? Fang Xiuyu sighed softly and smiled. I don't know yet. He saw Tang Zai's tense look and realized that the intensity of this mission analysis was a bit too high. So he turned off the panel, grabbed Tang Zai's shoulders with both hands, and shook him gently. No, don't think about it for now. Maybe there will be new clues later. Now, you just need to get a good sleep. Seeing that Tang Zai was still in a trance, Fang Xiuyu put his face close to him, forcing Tang Zai to look at him with wide eyes. Rest. Do you hear me? Or I'll press you on the bed now. And wait until you fall asleep before I go out. Tang Zai took a deep breath. Captain, he said with a slight tremor, I seem to have an idea. Fang Xiuyu let go of him a little and raised his eyebrows. Well, tell me. I may have found an intersection. Fang Xiuyu was startled. Tang Zai's eyes gradually became deep. Intersection. Yes, there is an intersection. So obvious, yet so easy to be overlooked. He had already come to them, standing there openly, mocking them openly. There is a person. We all know him, Tang Zai said softly. After he came to Area A, the people who immediately knew his new number were not just Fang Xiuyu, Yi Su, and the team members. There was another person who almost immediately sent him a message. And it is not uncommon in Areas AB for people who are directly responsible for the bunkers independently of the management of Areas AB. They are very free to act and have great authority, and can easily obtain any information from Areas AB. This is a special position. The inspector? They do not participate in actual decision-making, so they are never taken seriously by the managers of the two districts. But they overlooked one point. The inspector can obtain any information and go anywhere on the pretext of reporting to the bunker. Tang Zai has not contacted many inspectors. Just one. This inspector was not only present on the day of the shooting, but also in the hospital when Fang Xiuyu and Tang Zai had an accident on the training ground. After he left Tang Zai's ward, no one knew where he went. At the same time, Fang Xiuyu was shot by an unknown person, and the bullets fired were invisible bullets. All the clues intersect at that name. That is the inspector of District B. Safar. Chapter 48. Congratulations. You will return to the bunker. Fang Xiuyu's breath was choked. Inspector. Oh, I should have thought of it earlier, he murmured, sneering at himself. Tang Zai looked at his expression. Captain, do you have a connection with the inspector? I don't have any connection with that inspector, except for the brief exchange in the hospital. Tang Zai remembered that when Fang Xiuyu took him away from the hospital, he did ask him about the situation of the inspector in Area B. At that time, he just evaded the question. Now thinking about it, Fang Xiuyu should not ask an inspector who had just met for no reason. The implication was that Fang Xiuyu must have had some entanglement with other inspectors. So he was not asking about Safar, but the group of inspectors. Just as he was thinking, Fang Xiuyu suddenly approached Tang Zai and looked directly into his eyes. Didn't you say you didn't know the inspector of Area B? Tang Zai's eyes flashed with a trace of vigilance. And soon his eyes softened. He blinked and showed a pitiful expression. Captain. Fang Xiuyu laughed. I don't mean to blame you. He patted Tang Zai's shoulder. This shows that you trust me more and more now. Tang Zai showed just the right amount of gentleness. I know that trust is scarce in the gathering area, Everyone just follows the prescribed duties, without doing extra things or extra emotions. Maybe they can live peacefully until retirement. This is especially true in Area A in recent years, Fang Xiyu said. But the Special Operations team wants to expand a larger territory. It is useless to stick to the rules and even tie your own hands and feet. I don't want a pawn that can be manipulated by others. Not an indifferent puppet, but someone who believes in his goal in his heart and tries his best for it. It's not easy to find a group of such people. And it's even harder to work together. He gently squeezed Tang Zai's shoulder. I trust you very much. I hope that one day, I can gain the same trust from you. Tang Zai looked away. I don't have any goals of my own, Captain. He heard Fang Xiyu's laughter. Wanting to survive is also a goal. Wanting to survive more than anyone else. The power brought by this will is terrifyingly strong. Tang Zai's eyelashes trembled. Do you think those conservatives who huddle in the gathering area want to survive? No. They just go with the flow. If death comes to them one day, they will not fight hard, but will only accept it in despair. On the contrary, those who risk their lives outside may be the ones who want to live the most, because they know that the real way to live is to fight for it. Fang Xiyu paused. You just haven't realized your own strength yet. Tang Zai lowered his head and said nothing. The power in the body? That's right. There is a dormant powerful power hidden in his body. It's just that I don't know where this power will eventually take him. Okay. No more talking. It's time for you to rest. Fang Xiyu stood up. Today I had a meeting and moved house. You must be exhausted. You don't have to think about what I said tonight. I will check what needs to be checked. Your most important task at this stage is to take care of your own health. Tang Zai raised his head and nodded obediently. Yes, Captain. When lying on the new bed, Tang Zai remembered that Fang Xiyu did not mention his origins with the inspector. But it doesn't matter. When necessary, Fang Xiyu should tell it himself. Tang Zai thought. He raised his hand and looked at the wireless search ring on his wrist that he often forgot. The number on it still changed from time to time, but the value was always small. From now on, the distance between him and Fang Xiyu would probably not exceed 10 meters. Tang Zai did not find it difficult to accept. He was subject to much more restrictions in Area B. At least Fang Xiyu didn't sleep in the same room with him. Area B has more people and smaller space, so people are crowded in daily activities. But no one will pay attention to the people who pass by them. Nor will they pay attention to the companions in every mission. Who knows whether you will die or I will die tomorrow. And he has lived longer than the average lifespan of the mayflies in Area B. Every extra day is like a gift that fate will take back at any time. After this period of contact, Fang Xiyu has become the most familiar person in his memory. In addition, there are Mu Zhiming and Safar. Forget about Safar. Tang Zai put down his arms and looked at the dark ceiling. Fang Xiyu turned off the lights when he left, leaving him no choice but to lie down immediately. His eyes slowly adapted to the light, and he realized that the room was not completely dark. There seemed to be fluorescence on the ceiling, and something was emerging. Tang Zai blinked quietly, waiting for the scene composed of weak light to slowly become clear. Then he saw a starry sky. A starry sky. After realizing what it was, Tang Zai did not dare to blink again. He was afraid that this dreamlike scene would disappear after he blinked. The misty, distant nebula, with some small red or blue light dots scattered in between, was like a white gauze embellished with gems. In a way, this reminded him of the seeds in the breeding area, but the two were completely different. The nebula in front of him was not scary at all, but calm and desirable. This was a scene from outer space that humans had photographed in historical records. But humans had not seen the sky for a long, long time. The strong pollution covered all the beauty and all the evil. This was the world they were living in. And Fang Xiyu seemed to want to clear the endless fog and go out to take a look. At this moment, Tang Zai peeked into Fang Xiyu's heart. His goal was not the unknown area outside the exploration area, not this dilapidated planet, but somewhere farther away. Tang Zai closed his eyes. The nebula had been imprinted in his mind and could not be erased. Tang Zai was almost awakened by the burning. He felt himself surrounded by darkness, but he could not open his eyes. His body seemed to sink somewhere, and it seemed to be buried somewhere. He could not tell what the touch from all directions was. He only felt that those things were like raging fire and strong acid, almost burning into his bones. Such extreme pain lasted only a few seconds, and then it receded like a tide. Consciousness gradually took over Tang Zai's body. He opened his eyes and found that he was sweating. There is no doubt that the scene he felt came from the swamp in the experimental field. Maybe he inhaled some pollution that overflowed from it. Saib, haven't you vomited out all the unclean things you ate? Saib was awakened from hibernation by him. Ah. Yawn. Almost all of them were vomited out, leaving only a little bit that looked clean. After all, I also need to have breath. What did you see again? Saib was no longer surprised that he had eaten sewer gas. Lying down made Tang Zai feel that he was still sinking somewhere. Although his body was very tired, he still tried to sit up. He hugged the quilt tightly and gasped. What on earth were those things? Tang Zai recalled with difficulty. When he first entered the experimental area, he received a strong induction. He could only feel countless shouts and roars rushing towards his body in an instant, piercing him at once. But he could not distinguish those black fogs and those shouts. That was the memory of many people. He could only feel this. Later, they passed through the swamp and were entangled by the strange mutated protective suit. Fang Xiuyu and Mu Zhiming left the car to fight and were corroded by high concentrations of pollution. So he could only climb out with difficulty and let Saib absorb those unclean things. In that process, he was attacked more than 10 times as much as before. He did not want to recall the feeling of his brain being invaded unscrupulously, and his body suffering irresistible pain for the second time. Tang Zai held his forehead and forced himself to remember something. The polluted gas in the experimental area was very chaotic, all of which were secondhand gases filtered out from the bodies of the people who stayed there. Although their memories were different, they had something in common, which was the feeling of being buried and burned just now. Those people were once sunk in the swamp? Tang Zai thought that the swamp was probably full of highly corrosive substances. The people used for the experiment were pushed in, and after their bodies decomposed, only the tattered protective clothing was left. Perhaps those mud cells were the products of these people. He frowned. Things didn't seem that simple. What on earth what is it? Tang Zai's consciousness became erratic again, and he didn't know whether he was half asleep or half awake, or was invaded by some external consciousness. He suddenly returned to the combat vehicle, and the voices of Mu Zhiming and Guan Yingjian were still ringing in his ears. In front of him was the side window of the combat vehicle, and the tattered protective clothing just taken out of the swamp was hung outside. His discomfort was aggravated from this time. The protective clothing aroused his strong induction, and the tearing feeling surged to every cell in his body. He seemed not to be a person, but a pile of loose sand. The sand particles that made up him suddenly collapsed and scattered in all directions. He wanted to find his body back, but found that he couldn't do it at all. He became a tiny unit, spreading over a vast area. He had only one thought in his mind: find those parts and put himself together. At first, he still had a slight sense of the other parts, as if his body had been enlarged countless times, like a pancake that was rolled flat and large and spread on the ground. Then, the pancake was crushed. The huge tide washed away the broken pancakes, and he lost his sense of other particles, and was filled with loneliness and confusion. Later, he felt thousands of times more loneliness and confusion, like a grand brass band, playing endless elegy at the same time without a conductor. The grief resounded through the world, and he could no longer hear any other sound, only a repetitive note. Then, he was pulled away and crashed into someone's arms. The horrible scene he sensed faded in an instant, and consciousness returned to his body. But the good times didn't last long. Not long after, Fang Xiuyu let him go and went on the roof. Immediately afterwards, Mu Zhiming also went up. The mutated protective suit was distracted by their attack. Although Tang Zai was shocked, he was much calmer than before. So he asked Guan Yingjian to get him on the roof, and he wanted to go to Fang Xiuyu. Then Saib inhaled all kinds of fumes, and the crisis of the combat vehicle was resolved, and he also fell on the roof. The protective suit came up from the rear of the car. When it took Tang Zai away, Tang Zai seemed to sense something. It was not a past memory, but the present. He felt the protective suit lifting him up, and then he felt himself being lifted up by the protective suit. There seemed to be some kind of connection between them. That is the typical feature of the invasion of mutants. Saib said. What? You will first empathize with the mutant, and then you will regard yourself as it. After you empathize, the next step is fusion. Oh, like you enter my body? Don't mix me with those low-level things. I'm just using your body temporarily. Okay? There's no empathy between us. Our entities are independent of each other. You are the entity, I'm a person. Tang Zhe shook his head. But, are you really a mutant? What? You don't think I'm a person? Do you? I just think you're different from those mutants. Nonsense. I'm S-Class. Do you know how noble S-Class is? Of course I'm different from those minions. Tang Zhe didn't want to continue the topic of S-Class. If mutants have different professions, Saib looks more and more like a charlatan. Not to mention why it chose Tang Zhe. A person with a very poor physique. And after living in his body, it couldn't even fully integrate. And couldn't even completely control his body. Forget about empathy. Usually we can only talk in his mind. And he is said to be picky. And would rather die than eat impure pollution. But now, he is quite skilled in eating. But I have to thank the two captains. If they hadn't cooperated to throw away that piece of tattered clothes, I'm afraid you would have merged. Why? I have an S level like you in my body. And other minions dare to grab it? Tang Zhe teased. He couldn't really invade. At most, welded to you. Shared. Right? Saib started to mutter again. Just constantly emphasizing his identity. From these words, Tang Zhe could also hear that Saib actually didn't know whether his body would be invaded by other mutants. Saib can absorb the energy hidden in the mutants after their shells are broken. But if the mutant is not killed and wants to directly invade Tang Zhe's body, Saib may not be able to stop it. But at that time, Tang Zhe tried to recall the feeling of the protective suit sticking to his body. At that time, the mucus-like pipes should have extended from the protective suit. But they had not yet entered his body. They were so close. And they had empathy. So they should have been able to obtain a memory of the owner of the protective suit. But the pollution that attacked him at that time was too complicated. And he could not distinguish a breeze from a specific direction from the storm. The protective suit is aimed at him? Why? Is it just because they noticed that his body is the weakest and the easiest to get? Or did they notice Saib's existence? In addition, what about the mark with the 5-colored stone? Is it the cause of the abnormality of the protective suit? Or are the two completely different mutations? These questions may need to be answered by the 5-colored stone organization. As if sensing his thoughts, the panel lit up at this time. A new message appeared on it. Safar. Tongza. The bunker approved my report. They said that the action of Area A was against the rules, and decided to let you return to your original team. But after reading your mission record, they think you have actually met the requirements for retirement. Congratulations. You will return to the bunker, and enjoy your life in the future. Tang Zhe stared at the panel for a long time, and then cast his eyes on the closed door. It is late at night in Area A. Except for a few on-duty personnel. Everyone else should be asleep. There are at least 6 hours before the activity time. And he and Fang Xiyu are separated by 2 doors. Tang Zhe's eyes sank. And he had made a decision. He began to reply to Safar's message. Tang Zhe. I wonder if I can meet you before returning to the bunker. I want to thank you in person. I can leave now. If it is convenient for you. Please reply immediately. Chapter 49 Safar. Tang Zhe quietly left the door. Now his ID card has most of the access rights in Area A. At least on the way to meet Safar. He can go unimpeded. He has walked this road several times. And he is very familiar with the checkpoints and people he might meet. Safar was a little surprised by Tang Zhe's reply. As if he didn't expect him to be online at any time in Area A. But he didn't ask any more questions. And readily agreed to this temporary meeting. And agreed with Tang Zhe on the meeting place. Generally speaking, people in Areas AB will not circulate with each other. And all communication is conducted online. Before, Tang Zhe made an exception to enter Area A. And had to go through a long approval and handover process. Private meetings between the 2 areas were even more impossible. But now, this problem can be easily solved. Tang Zhe went all the way down to the 13th floor underground and headed for the gate to leave Area A. In front of him was the underground passage connecting the 2 areas. The training ground of the Special Forces was here. And the exit to the breeding area was also here. The supervision here was vague. And there were no strict system regulations. People who were good at taking advantage of loopholes could go wherever they wanted through here. Tang Zhe panted and changed into full protection at the gate leading to the outside. For his current body, this kind of protective clothing was indeed too heavy. He continued to walk forward. After an unknown amount of time, he finally arrived at the meeting place with difficulty. And Safar happened to appear there. Tongza! Safar waved and greeted him, as if he had met an old friend. Tongza stopped in front of the training ground. Sir Safar. We are not in Area B now. And there is no level relationship between us. Just call me by my name. Safar waved his hand, and the blue eyes behind the goggles showed a smile. Tangze did not answer, but turned his head to look at the closed entrance of the training ground. Before the hidden door was opened, it looked like an ordinary metal wall. I haven't had a chance to come back here since the incident, Tangze said. Before leaving the gathering area, I actually wanted to know what happened here. Safar turned around with him. The handling of that incident was very secretive, and it involved two areas, A and B, and the confidentiality level was very high. So I'm sorry. I can't provide much valuable information. I think you know more than me. Tangze was surprised. Don't inspectors have the right to know everything that happened in the gathering area? Even if there is a confidentiality level, the top leaders are obliged to disclose it to the inspectors. Safar smiled bitterly. That was the case at the beginning. But you can see how the inspectors are treated now. Besides, when it comes to Area A, they will use this excuse to get away with it. Like this area where the two areas are connected. It's hard to tell who is in charge and who is responsible. In the end, it becomes a vacuum, which makes it easier for other forces to take advantage of it. But you can report to the bunker. The bunker won't ignore it. Right? Safar was silent for a while. The bunker takes longer and longer to process information, he said without any context. During this period, the number of people sent out by the bunker to serve has also decreased. What do you mean? Something may have happened inside the bunker, and they can't take care of the outside. Or maybe we have been abandoned. Even if the inspector can communicate with the bunker, it is only a one-way report. We know nothing about everything inside the bunker just like you do. Therefore, we can only guess. Tangze blinked. Anyway, you are about to return to the bunker. If you have any questions, you should be able to get answers soon. It's a pity that you can't pass it to us. Safar smiled. We can only ask you to take a look for us. Tangze didn't answer. He raised his head and searched around the seams of the wall. I want to go in and take a look. Safar showed a worried look. Isn't this unsafe? The problem at that time should have been dealt with. The special forces did not receive the news that the training ground was closed, which means it can be used as usual, Tangze said, and finally found the location that looked like the access control. Raised his hand and swiped his ID card. The door opened in response. It seems that Area A has given you a lot of authority. Safar was a little surprised. I didn't expect you to be able to act alone at night and open the training ground. The training ground is used to simulate the scene of dealing with pollution and mutants in the wild. And only sentinels like me need training, Tangze said calmly. It seems that you have been given a lot of authority. But in fact it is just to make it easier for me to work hard. This has not changed no matter which area I am in. Oh. Safar lowered his eyes. You have suffered a lot in Area A. Right? I'm sorry. I can't help much. Tangze didn't look at him. Let's go in and take a look, Mr. Safar. The two stepped into the training ground, and the lights came on. It was not the dim light that simulated the wild, but the bright white light that could illuminate every corner. The structure of the training ground was clearly presented in front of them. The man-made hills, ruins, mud, became a little ridiculous under the light. As for the remains of the mutants, the traces of their fight with the snake vines, all disappeared without a trace. Not only that, there was not even a trace of black mist representing energy in the venue. This place was completely cleaned up. Tangze did not hesitate and walked straight into the depths. Safar looked at his back with some worry, thought about it, and followed him, because the door of the training ground had been automatically closed. Under the illumination of the lights, Tangze realized that the training ground was not as big as he imagined. The last time they came, they walked very slowly because of the unclear vision and the need to avoid the mutants escaping from the ground. In fact, apart from those obstacles, the distance from the outer field to the inner field is not too far, and the ceiling is not that high. In other words, the oppressive feeling of the snake vine standing tall and straight in it is largely an illusion. Tangze climbed over two obstacles with difficulty, and was not far from the black cylinder in the inner field. The last time, he and Feng Shuyu were stared at from behind by the snake vine when they were standing here. So he turned around and didn't see the snake vine, but only saw Safar standing there. Let's go to the inner field to take a look, Mr. Safar. Safar hesitated for a moment and staggered to follow. Tangze kept looking at him. Safar's physique seemed to be worse than his, and his figure was thinner. It seemed not easy for him to climb over the obstacles wearing the protective suit of Area B. Tongza narrowed his eyes. And when Safar was about to catch up, he turned around and continued to walk towards the inner field. Not long after, Tongza arrived under the huge cylinder. The cylinder was translucent, and now it was empty. The gate was also closed, and there was no trace of any abnormal objects. Tongza leaned over the gate and pushed it with his hand. But he didn't expect that the gate was ajar. He boldly stuck his head in and looked up, and found that there was a pipe inside the cylinder that connected up and down. But the opening at the top had also been closed. But the opening at the bottom looked dark and bottomless. Safar had come to his side and grabbed his arm worriedly. Tongza, be careful, ah! Tongza's body swayed, and he suddenly lost his balance and fell down with Safar, who was holding him. Bang! With a sound, Tongza hit the ground and rolled forward 2 steps due to inertia. The inside of the cylinder was like an extremely steep slide, and the weight of the protective suit made the sliding experience very unfriendly. But this passage was not designed for people, so he couldn't complain. It was pitch black in front. He stood up and just turned on the light. But before he could get up, he was knocked down again. Sorry, where is this place? Safar sat up straight, staring into the distance with wide eyes. The flashlight on Tongza illuminated a short section of the road ahead, and some outlines could be vaguely seen. This was a passage several meters wide, with a flat ground and no noteworthy objects around. Tongza stood up. The pipe is too long and too steep. We can't climb back the same way. He pointed to the back. I'm afraid we can only try our luck forward. Safar looked back at the pipe they slid down. Apart from anything else, the sliding distance just now was more than 10 meters. This is the only way. Tongza nodded and turned to go deeper into the passage. He was not worried about encountering any mutant attacks here. If the mutants in the training ground came from the breeding area, then this passage should lead to the breeding area, or the underground passage where vines were planted. He knew very well that the vines in the underground passage had been completely cleared in the last mission, but he still wanted to see where this passage led to. It was dark underground, and the situation ahead was unclear. Both of them walked very slowly. Along the way, there was no energy breath, nor any induction. After a long time, the two finally reached the end. This seems to be a door, Safar said, but it looks abandoned, maybe more than 10 years. The door was covered with thick dust, rust, and other things that were difficult to distinguish. Tangze wiped it clean, revealing a blurry letter A. It should be followed by a number, indicating the number. This is the door of Area A. Safar was a little confused. How did we get to Area A? The training ground was originally between the two areas, not too far from either area. Since the exit is in Area A, we can only find a way to borrow the road from them. Safar pondered for a moment. But how do we open the door? Do we need to contact the relevant departments of Area A? This may bring some procedural troubles. Before he finished speaking, Tangze raised his ID card. Let's try it out. Safar looked at him in disbelief. The next second, his disbelief turned into another kind of disbelief. The door, which seemed to have been unpowered for a long time, made a prompt sound from somewhere. And then the door slowly opened to both sides. Area A is really extraordinary. Tangze walked into the door. Your Excellency has never been to Area A? Safar smiled helplessly. I am the inspector of Area B. There are places in Area B that I cannot enter, let alone Area A. But I occasionally hear about some situations from my fellow tribesmen in Area A. Fellow tribesmen? I mentioned it to you before. I wanted to ask her if she could help you, but I didn't expect that I couldn't contact her anymore. Safar sighed softly. I hope she has returned to the bunker. Are you referring to the inspector of Area A? No, the inspectors of the two areas hardly communicate with each other. After all, we all report directly to the bunker, and don't have any working relationship. I'm talking about the fellow tribesmen I found through genetic testing when I left the bunker. Although we have no memories, we feel close to each other because of this. He laughed. It's strange, isn't it? But when you enter a completely unfamiliar environment without your memories, and face completely unfamiliar people around you, having someone who seems to be related to you will give you a sense of security. But then she was assigned to Area A, and I was assigned to Area B as an inspector, and we didn't have much chance to communicate. So, she and I are not familiar with you yet. Genetic testing? It sounds similar to the situation of Mu Zhiming and Mu Zhijin, Tangze thought. He wanted to ask something else, but suddenly stopped talking. In the area illuminated by the lights, several familiar outlines appeared. They were several old combat vehicles. Chapter 50 Gems. Gems. Tang Zhe was already familiar with this type of combat vehicle. He, Fan Xu, and Mu Zhiming encountered these vehicles in the underground passage, and finally exchanged them for the transport vehicle in Area B and drove away one. The combat vehicle carried them all the way out of the underground passage, through the breeding area and the experimental field, and finally returned to Area A with difficulty. And now, several combat vehicles are parked here. This is the abandoned garage that Mu Zhiming found. What is this place? The garage in Area A? Safar asked. I wonder if anyone is on duty. These cars look like they haven't been used for a long time. The style of the car is also quite old. Maybe it is a model that has been eliminated. Safar shook his head. I don't know much about combat vehicles. Tang Zhe walked forward without saying a word. The entire garage was silent, as if it had really been abandoned for a long time. If it weren't for the fact that the dust on the car windows was not that thick, and there were still scratches on the wheels. He circled the car several times and stopped next to the car at the edge. At first glance, the appearance of this car is no different from the others. Only by carefully distinguishing can you find subtle differences. Before they parked side by side, Tang Zhe didn't expect that the transport vehicle in Area B and the eliminated combat vehicle in Area A would look so similar. Could it be that? Seeing him stop, Safar came up to him. What's wrong? This seems to be a transport vehicle from Area B, Tang Zhe said. I've ridden it before. Oh! Safar's eyes showed innocent trust, as if he didn't know that the vehicle for transporting sentinels and the vehicle for transporting scrap personnel were not the same. I still have an identity chip from Area B in my body, which allows me to enter and exit the Area B checkpoint, Tang Zhe said. Maybe we can drive this car back. Well, can you drive? No. But the route of the transport vehicle seems to be set, and it can drive automatically, Tang Zhe said as he went around to the back of the car. As long as we get in, there will be a way. Is that so? Then how do we open the door? Hey! Before he finished speaking, the door of the rear compartment of the transporter opened. Safar? I learned a little bit of car stealing skills in Area before, Tang Zhe explained. Although we can only open the rear compartment, we can find a way to climb into the driver's cab. Let's see if there is anything useful first. Tang Zhe used the flashlight to shine a circle in the compartment and confirmed that there was no one inside. To be precise, there was nothing inside. The entire compartment was emptied. The traces were completely eliminated. He thought to himself. But it doesn't matter. The presence of this car here can answer many questions. So he tried several times with difficulty. And finally, with the help of Safar, he successfully climbed up. Then he turned around and stretched out his hand to Safar. Sir, come up. Safar stared at him for a while, but did not move. The light was too dim, and Tang Zhe could not see what emotions were in the blue eyes behind the goggles. After a few seconds, Safar seemed to laugh softly. The laughter was fleeting, like a gust of wind blowing, leaving no trace. He handed his hand to Tang Zhe. Sorry for the trouble. Tang Zhe responded and pulled Safar up with force. But he overestimated his physical strength. He couldn't do the job of lending strength to others. Just supporting his own activities would exhaust all his strength. When Safar finally entered the car, Tang Zhe had collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. Who, cough cough. Safar patted his back with concern. Are you okay? It's all my fault. Tang Zhe shook his head. My physical condition is too poor. But Mr. Safar seems to be in better health. After a while, he said. When we first met, Mr. Safar coughed badly. Oh, really? I remember that there was a pollution leak at that time? Probably because he passed by hospital number 2 and inhaled the pollution. So he coughed. It's been so long. It's almost recovered. Tang Zhe stared at him for a while. Is that so? We should find a way to get into the cab. We've wasted time. The door of the rear compartment made a slight click sound. Originally, the door was closed after they came in, and it was hard not to think that the door was locked when this sound came. But whether it was the wind, inertia, or someone locked it from the outside, I don't know. Safar kept silent and moved towards the door lightly. But before he took 2 steps, a more obvious noise came from outside. Someone is walking around outside, dragging heavy goods. And the target may be the car they are in. Safar stared at Tang Zhe with wide eyes, and found that Tang Zhe was also staring at him. Is there someone outside? He asked on the panel. Tang Zhe nodded in disbelief. I'm afraid so. Then we... Safar stayed there for a while, as if considering whether to carefully hide his tracks or open the door to show his cards. At the same time, Tang Zhe behind him pointed the light at the ground. Sir, if the people outside are not friendly, we will be in trouble. There is a hidden cargo hold under the floor of this model of transport compartment. We can hide in it first, and maybe we can find a chance to get out. If he was lucky, he could return to Area B quietly. Safar did not answer, but Tang Zhe had already started to grope on the ground. After a while, Tang Zhe found the entrance to the hidden cargo hold. With a light press, the floor opened to the side, revealing a hole that could accommodate one person. Tang Zhe pointed at the exposed hatch. Sir, come quickly. Safar stared at him for a while, and finally showed an incomprehensible smile. Okay, I believe you. He walked calmly to Tang Zhe's side, and without hesitation, he jumped down. Although the hidden cargo hold was quite spacious, it was only half a meter high, and it was difficult to sit up straight. After Safar jumped down, he lay down, and even moved to the side considerably to make room for Tang Zhe to jump down. Tang Zhe squatted beside the hatch, looking down at Safar, who was lying inside. His face was backlit, and Safar could not see his expression. Safar's expression was clearly displayed in front of Tang Zhe. Safar blinked his blue eyes, seemingly without any defense. Tang Zhe, why don't you come in? Tang Zhe paused for a while, then climbed down carefully. When the two of them were lying down and the hatch was closed, the door of the rear compartment was suddenly opened. They could only feel the sound of pushing cargo from the floor of the compartment above. After a while, the sound stopped and the compartment door was closed again. Why do I feel like I'm being tricked into a trap? Safar said softly. His voice was not guarded, but rather playful and relaxed. As soon as he finished speaking, the transport vehicle slowly started moving. I didn't expect it to be so dark, Tang Zhe said. But it's true. After all, it's a place to store goods. It's a bit unfair to let the inspector stay here. To put it bluntly, the inspector is just helping the bunker to find out whether the people exploring outside have completed their mission seriously, and to report on them. Safar smiled. But even if we find that they have other thoughts, and are no longer fighting wholeheartedly for the humans in the bunker, what can we do? In fact, not only we can't do anything to them, but the bunker is also gradually unable to do anything to them. Tang Zhe was a little confused. Why did the bunker lose control over Area AB? When Area AB was first established, the construction equipment and technology were all provided by the bunker. Needless to say, the personnel of the two areas were all dispatched by the bunker. But as time went on, the two areas began to develop their own technology, and even surpassed the bunker in terms of obtaining resources and fighting pollution. In this way, the bunker not only can't provide anything, but is like a vampire that can only constantly demand resources. Safar hummed softly. Naturally, the two areas have a lot of personnel consumption, and coupled with the retirement mechanism, they must rely on a large number of people dispatched from the bunker to replenish. But as long as the two areas break through this problem, there will be no aspect that can be restrained by the bunker. As for emotions, everyone's memory has been cleared, so naturally there is no attachment at all. Tang Zhe seemed to understand something. Could it be that the unattainable retirement conditions in Area B are not the bunker's way of preventing outsiders from returning, but Area B's active restriction of personnel outflow? I think so. The bunker once sent us a message, asking why there have been no qualified retirees in Area B for a long time. It turns out that they cannot retire not because of the bunker, but because of Area B's own decision? Tang Zhe frowned. But this way, Mu Zhiming's problem can be explained. She applied for delayed retirement many times, and the application was successful. And when she decided to return to the bunker, she was quietly sent to a place that might be a test site, and disappeared from then on. All those who tried to leave Area B ended up like this. So, Area B hasn't received new personnel sent by the bunker for a long time. Safar continued. I think this is the bunker's revenge, or it may be a sign of a breakup. Breakup? Whether it's the people in the bunker or outside the bunker, everyone wants to live well. Safar shook his head. It's the same sacrifice. Would you rather sacrifice for a partner who lives with you day and night and fights together, or for a human fire without any memory or any connection? Tang Zhe sneered. It makes no difference to the sentinels, whether it's the bunker or the eyes of the high-level officials of the two districts. We are all beings that can be disposed of at will for their survival. Safar turned sideways and looked at Tang Zhe steadily. You have to know that not everyone thinks so. Tang Zhe also turned his head and looked into his eyes. Your Excellency, are you trying to say that you think highly of me? Then why did you send me back to the bunker? Safar did not answer, but just stared at him motionlessly. These eyes reminded Tang Zhe of water. Bright, clean, gel-like water, glowing like a gem. Suddenly, Tang Zhe opened his eyes wide. Your Excellency's name means Sapphire? A smile slowly appeared on Safar's face. Tang Zhe watched his pupils slowly shrink, stretching from a circle to an ellipse, and finally shrinking to a needle-like slit. This made his blue eyes look unreal, as if they were not human eyes, but a pair of cat pupils, two cat-eye gems. We all have some unusual abilities. Tang Zhe. Safar's voice seemed to come from far away, with a hint of temptation. I wonder if you are interested in being our olivine too.